Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Dungeon Deku Was God of Shadows. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A boy with green hair stared blankly at the bright yellow sky. His body was covered in dirt, dust, and bruises. His name was Izuku Yagi, the son of Toshinori Yagi, All Might's #1 hero, and his mother Inko Yagi, an ordinary civilian. The two had met by accident, fell in love, and eventually got married. He also had a twin sister named Izumi Yagi. Izuku inherited his mother's green hair and his father's blue eyes, while Izumi inherited her father's blonde hair and her mother's green eyes. Izuku lay on the ground after being bested by his little sister and her friends. His body bore the marks of their rough play. He never wanted to be treated this way, but it all began 2 years ago when he was 4 years old. In a flashback, the doctor had delivered shocking news to his family. The room fell silent as his parents and sister processed the words. The doctor explained that Izuku had 2 joints in his legs, indicating he had no quirk. However, he shared good news about Izumi, who had a quirk called telekinesis, which allowed her to move objects at will. If she trained well, she could become the hero Izuku dreamed of being. From that moment, everything changed. His parents began to ignore him, and his sister and her friends started to bully him. They overlooked his intelligence and talents, deeming him unworthy because he was quirkless. Izuku felt confused, torn between sadness and anger at the situation. He stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, took a deep breath, and began walking home before night fell. He didn't want to go home, but he felt he had no choice. What could a 6-year-old boy without a quirk do in a society that valued power? Upon arriving home, he found his parents and sister enjoying dinner, engaged in warm conversation, completely oblivious to his late return. Izuku quietly retreated to his room, closing the door softly, not wanting to disrupt their harmonious family. In his room, he gathered cotton, bandages, and antiseptic to tend to his wounds. After finishing, he turned on his computer to see what was happening in the world outside. He browsed several news sites, reading about heroes and their exploits, their debuts, and their battles against villains. Since childhood, Izuku had been an intelligent and mature child, fascinated by the actions of heroes. He often analyzed their quirks and fighting styles, noting their strengths and weaknesses. He recorded his findings in a notebook he kept hidden under his bed, a way to pass the time and cope with his loneliness. It was a hobby that brought him some solace. Lost in his work, he didn't notice the time passing until he glanced at the clock, which read 11 o'clock. Realizing he had missed dinner again, he sighed and turned off his computer. He lay in bed, staring at the dark ceiling, wondering why he had to endure such hardships. It wasn't his fault he lacked a quirk, yet everyone else rejected him. In a society where 80% of people had quirks, was there still a place for him? As he closed his eyes, he drifted into sleep, enveloped by darkness. In that darkness, he saw a pair of blue lights resembling eyes, which grew larger until they filled his vision. He began to discern the creature behind those glowing eyes. Thousands of black soldiers bowed before him, along with knights, monsters, elves, giants, and other fantastical beings. Among them stood 2 figures. One, a robed knight with a red mane adorning his helmet, and the other, a towering knight with 4 wings and a giant sword at his side. Izuku watched as they all bowed their heads in respect, as if acknowledging him as their king. The knight with 4 wings offered his sword, and the moment Izuku touched it, a blinding light enveloped him, pulling him back to reality. He awoke in a sweat, heart racing, and noticed a ray of light peeking through the curtains. It was still early, only 5 in the morning, too soon to go to school. He stood up and headed to the bathroom to wash his face. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he saw a 6-year-old boy with disheveled hair and a somber expression that belied his age. He dried his face with a towel, muttering to himself that it must have been a bad dream. Yet, he felt a strange connection to the black soldiers, as if he had known them for a long time and shared a history with them. Brushing aside the thought, he hurriedly took a shower. Afterward, he grabbed his bag and left the house, trying to be as quiet as possible, just as his parents had always instructed. He walked through the apartment complex and decided to stop by a store to buy some food. Although he hadn't eaten since the previous night, he didn't feel starving. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to being overlooked. After purchasing some food, he made his way to Dagoba Beach. Despite the litter scattered about, the sunrise view was beautiful. The sound of waves and chirping birds created a peaceful atmosphere, a welcome respite from his tiring life. Sometimes, a break is necessary to relieve stress, as excessive stress is not good for one's health. Izuku learned this from his so-called friend, Bakugo Katsuki, who easily exploded at the slightest annoyance, especially when it came to Izuku. Initially, Izuku thought Katsuki's behavior stemmed from his quirk, but it was really due to his pride and stubbornness. Katsuki could not accept anyone being above him. Despite being friends since childhood, Katsuki only had eyes for Izumi, and he often found Izuku to be an eyesore. Izuku didn't mind this too much. He understood that Katsuki liked his sister, so it was only natural for him to want to keep Izuku away. As the sun rose higher in the sky, it was time for school. Izuku packed his things and set off. On his way, he noticed several children his age heading to school with friends or parents, and he sometimes felt a pang of envy. He lacked someone he could call a friend or family. Everyone around him ignored him simply because he was different, a curse that had haunted him all his life. He shook his head to dispel those thoughts and continued on his way. Upon arriving at school, he was greeted by an explosion right in front of the classroom door, causing him to fall to the floor. Looking up, he saw Katsuki and his friends waiting for him, along with his sister. Katsuki taunted him, saying he thought Izuku would run away crying like useless trash. The laughter from the other students echoed around him, but he ignored it and took his seat. Katsuki, annoyed at being ignored, grabbed Izuku by the collar and threw him to the back of the class. Demanded to know why Izuku was ignoring him, questioning if he thought he was better than Katsuki. Izuku remained silent, tired of answering such pointless questions. He glanced at his sister, who was laughing with her hands covering her mouth, which only irritated Katsuki further. Just as Katsuki was about to throw a punch, the bell rang, saving Izuku from the blow. Katsuki glared at him, promising to teach him a lesson after school. The school day passed without incident, and lunch was uneventful. Izuku did his best to avoid Katsuki and his gang, often retreating to the roof for some peace. However, that tranquility ended when the school day concluded. As the bell rang, signaling the end of school, Izuku packed his belongings, preparing to head home. Suddenly, Katsuki and his sister dragged him into an alley near the school. Katsuki slammed him against the wall while Izumi used her quirk to hold him in place. Katsuki unleashed explosions around him, both of them laughing at his predicament. They taunted him, saying that a quirkless person like him could never become a hero and should give up on that dream. Izumi then let him fall to the ground, allowing Katsuki to kick him in the stomach. Izuku groaned in pain, clutching his abdomen as they laughed and left him behind. Anger boiled within Izuku, not just at them but at himself for feeling powerless. He slammed his hands on the ground in frustration, shouting about his situation and wishing for a way to gain strength. Just then, a blue portal appeared before him. Stunned, he hesitated, but it was too late. The portal sucked him in, and he was powerless to resist. Inside the portal, Izuku found himself sitting on the ground, confused. He looked around and realized he was in a cave. Dusting himself off, he searched for an exit but found none. The portal had vanished. Suddenly, he heard a voice and saw a group of small green creatures rushing toward him, armed with knives and sporting ugly faces. As they charged, Izuku instinctively ran to escape, but his body was bruised and exhausted from earlier. He tripped and fell, and the creatures surrounded him, laughing at their amusing prey. Fear gripped him, but he refused to give in. Drawing on his remaining determination, he picked up a nearby rock and prepared to fight back. With a fierce shout, he struck the nearest creature, hitting it repeatedly until he felt the adrenaline surge through him. He quickly grabbed the creature's weapon and turned it on the others. Seeing their comrade fall, the remaining creatures trembled in fear and fled. Izuku looked around at the scene, horrified by the aftermath of his actions. Unable to bear it, he turned away, feeling sick. Lying on the ground, he tried to process everything that had happened. First, he had been beaten, then transported through a portal, and finally attacked by strange creatures. What was happening? Just as he thought it was over, more green creatures appeared, ready to confront him again. Gripping his weapon tightly, Izuku prepared for the next battle. He rushed at the green creature and launched an attack. Despite his clumsy movements, he somehow managed to defeat them all. This was Izuku's first time wielding a weapon, and he never imagined he would use it in such a way. He continued walking through the cave, searching for a way out. He encountered more green creatures along the way until he finally arrived at a giant door. After ensuring no creatures were nearby, he turned his gaze back to the door and reached out to touch it. To his surprise, the door opened on its own. As Izuku entered, the torches in the room ignited with blue flames. Inside, he saw many statues, each holding a different weapon, while some held instruments. The statues appeared old and were covered in moss. In the center of the room stood an altar adorned with symbols he couldn't understand. He noticed that all the statues were the same size, except for one sitting on a throne, which was much larger. Among the statues, one particularly caught his eye. It held a plaque that read, "First, worship God. Second, praise God. Third, prove your faith. Those who do not follow this order will never return alive." As Izuku finished reading, he heard a sound from the door. It shut tightly, trapping him inside. He rolled his eyes at the largest statue, noticing its eyes glowing ominously. Suddenly, a strong beam of light shot toward him, and he ducked to avoid it, seeing the deep mark it left on the ground. He laughed nervously, realizing the danger he was in. Turning his attention back to the statue, he smirked as it stood up and attempted to step on him. Izuku dodged just in time, but soon, the other statues began to move and attack him. Desperate, he recalled the plaque's order. He began to memorize its contents, pondering their meaning. He urged himself to think quickly, analyzing the situation like he always did. He realized that only the statue holding a weapon was moving, while the one with the instrument remained still. Izuku dashed toward the statue holding the harp, dodging attacks from the other statues. Upon reaching it, the statue began to play, emitting beautiful notes that filled the room. The other statues halted their movements as the song played, and the ground trembled, revealing an altar in the center. He contemplated the last line, "Prove your faith." From the books he had read, he knew that worship could take many forms, including prayers and hymns. Izuku approached the altar, surrounded by orange flames within and blue flames outside. As the statues resumed their movements, the blue flames began to fade one by one. He realized he had to hold on until time ran out. Determined, he gripped the knife he had picked up, ready to survive. Despite his willpower, he knew it might not be enough against such power. He tried to evade the statue's attacks, but one managed to cut his right leg, causing him to lean back, panting on the altar. He thought this might be the end of his struggle, yet his determination remained strong. As one of the statues stabbed him in the chest, he fell onto the altar, which turned red. He was breathless, feeling the weight of despair. With death looming over him, he prepared to accept his fate, but a flicker of hope remained in his eyes. He felt fear and tears streamed down his face as he pleaded silently for another chance. Just as one of the statues was about to strike again, the last blue flame extinguished. Time seemed to stop, and a message appeared before him, revealing that he had completed the requirements of a secret mission. He was bewildered by the message, questioning its origin. The next line offered him a choice. He could become a player. Faced with the prospect of a second chance, he decided to accept. Izuku opened his eyes to a white ceiling, the smell of disinfectant filling the air. He felt the bed beneath him and quickly checked his left shoulder and right leg, which had been injured before he lost consciousness. To his relief, they were intact, and even his old wounds had healed. He wondered if he was dreaming when the door to his room opened, and a nurse entered to check on him. She expressed her surprise that he was awake. Izuku, still processing everything, asked how long he had been unconscious. The nurse informed him it had been a week. He was shocked by the news and inquired if someone wanted to see him, feeling uncertain about who it could be, as he believed no one cared about him. "I don't know, all I know is they brought you here. Wait a minute, I'll call them." After the nurse left, two men in suits entered the room. They asked if Izuku was awake, and he nodded in response. The two men approached the bed, and Izuku realized he had never seen their faces before. One of them introduced himself as Sugimoto Rieji, the head of the Supervision Division of the Hunter Bureau. Izuku was confused and asked about the Hunter Bureau. Sugimoto explained the situation, detailing the mysterious portal that had appeared 10 years ago, known as the Gate. This gate connected their world to others, housing dungeons filled with fierce monsters. The appearance of the gate led to people experiencing an awakening, becoming known as hunters. Those who awakened had a special energy called mana, which allowed them to produce attacks capable of defeating the monsters within the dungeons. While mana was now widespread, only those who had access to it could sense it. Izuku questioned why no one knew about the gates if they had appeared so long ago. Sugimoto explained that their locations were tightly regulated and kept secret, and gates typically appeared in isolated areas. Only awakened individuals could enter the gates, but recently, the number of gates had increased, appearing near residential areas. Sugimoto expressed his regret that Izuku, being a child, had to face such circumstances. Izuku remained silent, trying to process the information. He struggled to connect the concepts of hunters, gates, awakening, and mana. He then asked if their interest in him was related to the gate. Sugimoto confirmed this, stating they found him inside the dungeon and wanted to know what had happened while he was there. Izuku recounted how he had been dragged into an alley, survived an attack from green creatures, and ended up in a room filled with statues before waking up in the hospital. Sugimoto noted that Izuku had encountered a double dungeon, which was a rare occurrence. He expressed sympathy for Izuku's ordeal but mentioned that they had only found him unconscious on an altar, not the statues he described. Izuku was taken aback, struggling to accept this information without any evidence to support his claims. Sugimoto then mentioned they wanted to conduct tests on him, believing he had experienced an awakening since he had entered the dungeon. He handed Izuku a device that resembled a detector and instructed him to place his hand on a mana crystal. Izuku complied, and numbers appeared on the detector, revealing a low reading. Sugimoto sighed, noting that even the weakest hunters typically had a reading of. He then explained that, since Izuku had confirmed his awakening, they wanted to invite him to join them as a hunter to protect the country from monsters. He assured Izuku there would be fair compensation, but to avoid drawing too much attention, he would need to come to their facility as one of their agents. Sugimoto emphasized the importance of keeping this information secret to prevent public panic. Izuku took a moment to consider his options and asked for more time to think. Sugimoto smiled and stood up, handing Izuku his business card. He encouraged Izuku to take his time during his recovery and to reach out once he had made a decision before excusing himself. As the door closed behind them, Izuku lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling and the screen that had appeared before him. It displayed a message indicating he had unread notifications. He wondered if the men had seen the message, but they seemed unaware of it during their conversation. The screen resembled a game interface, something Izuku recognized from his gaming experience. Curious, he attempted to touch the screen, but his hand passed through it. Puzzled, he considered whether it could be opened with a voice command. He spoke aloud, asking to open the message. An electronic beep followed, and the message box opened. The message congratulated him on becoming a player and provided a daily quest to prepare him to become strong. Excited, Izuku realized it worked and opened the quest details. The quest required him to complete various physical exercises, and he noted that failing to complete them would result in penalties. Izuku stared at the message, contemplating the daily quest and its implications. He wondered if it was some kind of training program. Despite his initial fatigue from the recent events, he recognized that completing the quest might improve his physical abilities. Ultimately, he decided to set the quest aside for now, closing his eyes to rest his overworked mind. As time passed, the clock approached midnight, and a new message appeared before him, indicating he had failed to complete the daily quest. Izuku woke up to the ground trembling beneath him. He jumped up and grabbed the bed frame at the foot of the bed, struggling to maintain his balance as the vibrations intensified. Suddenly, the bed frame vanished from his grasp, and he felt sand slipping through his fingers. Confused, he raised his head to find himself in the middle of a vast desert. As he stood up and brushed the sand off his clothes, he realized he was surrounded by an endless expanse of sand stretching to the horizon. A tremor in the sand behind him caught his attention. He turned to see a mound of earth rising, and as the sand cascaded down, a giant centipede emerged, towering over him like a 5-story building. To his shock, there were several of them. Izuku froze, staring at the enormous creature. He had never encountered anything like it before. Above the centipede, a red name floated, accompanied by a message that appeared before him. Poisonous toothed giant sand centipede. Penalty quest, survive. Goal, survive for the required time. Time taken, 4 hours. Remaining time, 4 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. As the timer began to count down, the centipede lunged toward him. Izuku sprinted across the desert, his heart racing as he fought to evade the monstrous creature. 4 hours later, he found himself back in his room, lying on the floor, breathless. His mouth felt dry, and his eyes stung from the sand. He groaned, lacking the strength to move. He stared at a message that appeared before him. You have completed the penalty quest. The reward for completing the penalty quest has arrived. Do you want to verify? YT. Exhausted, Izuku fainted before he could respond. A nurse entered the room shortly after and found him unconscious on the floor. She quickly called for assistance. Days later, Izuku awoke and began his training as instructed by the system. He was now running laps around the hospital where he was staying. Izuku had learned a few things about the system. It resembled a game system, complete with stats, skills, quests, and penalties. He could earn points through daily quests just as he was doing now. Only he could see the system, which seemed designed to help him grow stronger. While he welcomed the opportunity to become more powerful, he remained uncertain about what the system truly wanted from him and who was behind it. After completing his daily quest, he sat on a nearby bench to receive his reward. You have received the following rewards. Status recovery. Stat points +3. Random box X1. He accepted all the rewards, and a gentle light enveloped him, washing away his fatigue and leaving him feeling invigorated. He glanced at the screen displaying his status, which contained various information. Name, Izuku Yagi. Level, Class, None. Title, Fun. HP, 100. Feet, 0. Statistics, Strength, 13. Vitality, thin. Agility, thin. Intelligence, 13. Since available stat points, 3. He contemplated how to allocate his points and ultimately decided to invest them all into strength. Statistics, Strength, 16. Vitality, thin. Agility, thin. Intelligence, 13. Since available stat points, 0. After managing his status, he examined the green key he had received from the random box. A screen appeared with important information. Item, Dungeon Key. Item rank, a key that allows instant dungeon creation. It can be used at the entrance of the Asakusa Toei subway line. Curious, Izuku decided to test it out. After requesting to leave the hospital for a while, he headed straight to the Toei subway. When he arrived, the station was relatively empty. He took the key from his inventory and pondered how to use it. He pushed the key against the entrance, and a blue light began to swirl around the doorway. He could feel an energy emanating from within. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. As he entered, the station appeared abandoned, as if it had been neglected for years. The door closed behind him, and another screen appeared. Alarm: you cannot leave the dungeon. Either defeat the boss or use Hearthstone. Izuku sighed, realizing he had no choice but to comply. He ventured deeper into the dungeon, the air thick with a metallic scent. He heard the growls of fierce beasts ahead, and soon a red wolf appeared before him, its name hovering above its head. Steel Fang Raiken. The wolf lunged at Izuku, attempting to bite him, but he managed to dodge its attack. Drawing a knife from his inventory, he charged at the wolf and struck, narrowly avoiding its jaws before landing a decisive blow. You have defeated Steel Fang Raiken. You leveled up. A notification flashed before him, indicating that his level had increased along with his stats. Excited, he thought about how he could become stronger through this experience. The wolf dropped an item, but it turned out to be of little value. In the end, he only sold it in the shop. It didn't take long for other wolves to appear, and their numbers increased over time. This would not end quickly. Time passed, and Izuku had defeated many monsters. Level up notifications continued to pop up, and his fighting skills improved, making it easier to take down the creatures that emerged. Unbeknownst to him, the title Wolf Slayer appeared in his status, and he had also obtained a Hearthstone. He pondered whether to stop but decided against it, knowing it would be a waste of the opportunity. The deeper he ventured, the more monsters appeared, not only wolves but also panthers and apes. He realized he was growing stronger and studied the monsters' attack patterns to predict their appearances. He noticed that the color of the monsters' names changed from orange to white, indicating his increased strength. White meant weak, orange meant strong, and red meant very strong. Eventually, Izuku reached the boss room, where a giant snake awaited him, its name glowing orange above its head. The giant snake lashed its tail, sending Izuku crashing against the wall. He attempted to block the attack, but his strength was insufficient. Groaning in pain, he coughed up a bit of blood but managed to stand, legs shaking as he prepared to confront the enemy. Izuku charged at the snake, attempting to slice it with his knife, but the creature's scales proved tougher than he anticipated, rendering his weapon ineffective. As he searched for a new strategy, the snake struck again with its tail, its movements swift and agile. Determined not to fall, Izuku ran towards the snake, seizing its neck and gripping it tightly. He focused all his strength into his grasp, causing the snake to struggle for breath. A notification rang out, confirming his victory over the Lord of the Swamp, Blue Poison Fangs Rasaka. He leveled up multiple times, feeling a surge of strength. Leaning against the defeated snake, notifications continued to appear before him. Along with the leveling up alerts, he received item notifications. He accepted the items, which materialized in his hands: a dagger made of bones and a bag filled with poisonous substances. The dagger felt comfortable in his grip, and he practiced swinging it, satisfied with the weapon before placing it back in his inventory. He examined the elixir, hesitating at its classification as an A item, which provided a physical damage reduction but also came with a debuff that weakened his strength. He decided to keep it, thinking it might be useful later. After reviewing his items, the environment around him returned to normal. He looked at his reflection, noticing his dirty, torn clothes and the scratches covering his body. He resembled a beggar, but fortunately, no one was around to see him in such a state. He hurried to the hospital for treatment. The next morning, he completed a daily quest in his room. Afterward, he glanced at the business card Sugimoto had given him. He considered calling, realizing that killing monsters could help him grow stronger. After cleaning up, he used one of the hospital phones to make the call. Sugimoto answered quickly. Izuku introduced himself and expressed his acceptance of the previous offer. Shortly after the call, someone from the Hunter Bureau arrived to pick him up. A woman in a black suit greeted him outside the hospital. She introduced herself as Hankawa and confirmed his identity before leading him to the bureau office. Upon arrival, Izuku noted that the building appeared ordinary, with a sign reading Hunter Local Hero Agency. He asked Hankawa if this was truly the hero agency, to which she confirmed that it was merely a front. The Real Hunter Bureau was located below. Izuku nodded and followed her inside, observing several heroes at work and office staff making calls or filing reports. They proceeded to the elevator, where Hankawa pressed the button for the B2 floor. Izuku felt a bit puzzled by what Hankawa had said about the underground office of the Hunter Bureau. He wondered if it was too small for a government secret agency, but he decided to keep his questions to himself for now. They arrived downstairs, and Hankawa guided him through several hallways with complicated turns until they reached the elevator. Hankawa placed his ID in the detector, and the elevator door opened. As they entered the elevator, Izuku noticed that this one had more floor buttons than the previous one. They headed to the B28 floor, where Sugimoto was already waiting for them. Sugimoto welcomed them and asked if there had been any issues during the trip. Izuku replied that there were none. Sugimoto then told Hankawa he could rest and that he would take it from there. Hankawa nodded and left. Sugimoto led Izuku to the living room to talk. Once they arrived, Sugimoto asked him to sit down and prepared tea for them. He then inquired if Izuku had considered his offer. After careful thought, Izuku expressed his decision to become a hunter. He had once dreamed of being a hero, but being quirkless had forced him to bury that dream. Now, he felt he had a chance to fulfill it in a different way. Sugimoto smiled at Izuku's determination, recognizing the strong willpower within him. He was pleased that Izuku was willing to accept the offer. Sugimoto then asked if they should proceed with the process of transferring Izuku to the bureau. Izuku agreed, and Sugimoto inquired about informing his family. Izuku felt it unnecessary, explaining that they wouldn't care even if he disappeared. Sugimoto looked at Izuku with understanding, having encountered many similar cases of individuals being overlooked due to their quirkless status. He assured Izuku that most hunters had similar backgrounds. He explained that Izuku could start moving in today and would receive training from professional hunters. The bureau would provide for all his needs, including accommodation, food, equipment, and financial support through a bank account. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him, but one concern lingered in his mind: his family. He asked Sugimoto for help in erasing all traces of him during his time at the bureau and to remove him from his family's records. Sugimoto tilted his head, confused by Izuku's request. He reassured Izuku that all hunter operations were classified as government operations, so secrecy was standard. However, he asked why Izuku wanted to be removed from his family. Izuku explained that it was a personal request. He felt his family did not need someone like him and did not want to carry a surname that had cast him aside. Sugimoto acknowledged that while it was complicated, it was not impossible. He mentioned that they could potentially have to fake Izuku's death to proceed, but he would do his best. Izuku stood up and bowed deeply to Sugimoto, expressing his gratitude and determination to work hard moving forward. Sugimoto smiled at the earnestness in Izuku's demeanor. Meanwhile, at Yagi's residence, Toshinori and Inko were having a serious conversation with their daughter, Izumi. Toshinori was about to reveal the truth behind his quirk. He explained that his quirk was called One for All, a power passed down through generations like a torch carrying the spirit of ancestors. He wanted Izumi to inherit this power. Izumi was surprised by her father's announcement, feeling happy that he recognized her potential but also concerned about her brother, Izuku. She asked what would happen to him. Toshinori explained that a hero's duty was to confront villains, and he couldn't let Izuku face danger alone without the strength to protect himself. Izumi understood and accepted her father's wish, ready to begin her training to become the next #1 hero. As Izuku had anticipated, his family did not even notice his absence for several days. They eventually forgot about him for months until one day, Izumi realized something was missing. She was the first to notice and tried to tell her parents that she couldn't find her brother. She asked her friends, but they had no idea and had even forgotten that Izumi had a brother. They sought help from the police and All Might's connections as a hero, but after a year of searching with no results, they finally gave up. Izuku, witnessing all this, couldn't help but find humor in the obliviousness of his former family. Though he had left them behind, he would never forget where he came from and who had guided him on this path. Thanks to Sugimoto's assistance, his name was officially removed from the family register. For the past year, Izuku had been training to become a hunter. On his first day, he was introduced to the rest of the trainees and was surprised to find that many hunters were also quirkless like him. Among them, Izuku was the youngest. As rumors of the Double Dungeon spread, many began to talk about him as a survivor of the Double Dungeon. Thanks to his achievements, Izuku became quite famous among the hunters and bureau employees. Rumors about him continued to spread, as he was also known for being the youngest and fastest graduate in the hunter's training record. With his sharp intellect and quick adaptability, Izuku completed his training in just 2 years and was now ready to join a raid team. He was currently engaged in his daily quests in his room. Over the past year, his appearance had changed significantly. His body began to take shape, muscles developed, and he stood taller than most children his age, resembling a preteen. As Izuku finished his training, he sensed someone approaching his room. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Izuku acknowledged the visitor and opened the door to find Sugimoto standing there. Sugimoto informed him that he had come to deliver a file that Izuku had requested earlier, reminding him that he needed to prepare for his first raid. Izuku thanked Sugimoto for the file, mentioning that he had just completed his daily practice and was about to get ready. Sugimoto encouraged him to hurry, as the others would soon gather. Once Sugimoto left, Izuku entered his room and opened the file. After a quick glance, he closed it and began his preparations. He donned the body armor provided for him, carried a dagger as a backup, and brought Risaka's Fong as his main weapon. Once ready, he headed to the meeting room where the raid members were gathering. Upon arriving, he noticed that 4 people had already assembled. One of the men, a muscular figure with brown hair and a scar over his left eye, approached him. He introduced himself as Daichi Isamu, a B-rank tanker, and welcomed Izuku, who introduced himself as an E-rank assassin. A tall blonde man with a sword at his waist looked down at Izuku, expressing his skepticism about having a young trainee on the team. Another teen boy with white hair, his body covered in bandages, defended Izuku, expressing his disapproval of the blonde man's comments. A B-rank healer named Kyoko introduced herself and the others, including Katsuhito Masao, the C-rank swordsman, and Todoroki Tuya, the E-rank mage. As they all got acquainted, a beautiful woman with blue hair and green eyes attempted to hug Izuku, but he quickly sidestepped her. A red-haired man with gray eyes, carrying a large sword, intervened, stating that they should respect Izuku's comfort. Ikira Hiroto, the A-rank swordsman and leader of the raid, then arrived and began the briefing. He provided essential information about the dungeon, the monsters they would face, and the battle formations they would use. Ikira's experience as a veteran hunter shone through as he expertly guided the team. He had been a hunter for 5 years and was well respected among his peers. The ranks of hunters were determined by their abilities, with A rank being the highest. There were currently about 30 A rank, 100 B rank, 350 C rank, and over 1,000 D rank and E rank hunters actively serving in Japan. The rare S rank hunters numbered only 5, one of whom was Sugimoto Reiji. Hunters were organized into various raid teams, with over 200 active teams at present. These teams were not permanent, allowing for flexibility in member assignments. The current team was designed to help beginners like Izuku and Todoroki acclimate to real battles in the dungeon. Although they had received training, the realities of the field often differed from practice, necessitating experienced companions to ensure their safety. After the briefing, the team made their way to the gate located near an abandoned building in Yokohama. The gate was rated D rank, suitable for training novices, and the monsters they would face were primarily wolf-like creatures, similar to those Izuku had encountered in the instant dungeon. As they approached the gate, Kyoko asked Izuku if he was nervous. He replied that he was not particularly anxious, just that it had been a while since he had entered a gate. Katsuhito, passing by, muttered a dismissive comment about Izuku's confidence. Inside the dungeon, the environment resembled a cave, bringing back unsettling memories for Izuku. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and focused on the task ahead. As they progressed, they encountered their first group of enemies. The wolves charged at them, but this time, Izuku was not alone. Ikiru, Katsuhito, and Daichi engaged the wolves on the front line, while Izuku positioned himself at the back. Todoroki unleashed fire magic to deal with the remaining threats, and Kyoko provided support with her buff spells. They finished their task quickly, facing more and more monsters as they progressed. Finally, they reached the boss room, where the boss monster awaited them, a dire wolf accompanied by an army of other wolves. The formation remained the same, but this time, Izuku and Todoroki were assigned to confront the boss alone while the rest of the team dealt with the other wolves. Although Katsuhiko had reservations, he ultimately agreed since he couldn't argue with Ikiru. Izuku charged toward the boss, with Todoroki providing support from behind, incinerating any wolves that attempted to attack Izuku. Izuku struck the boss's ankle with Rasaka's Fong, inflicting a paralyzing effect. The dire wolf fell to its knees, and Izuku continued his assault, using his sprint skill to enhance his attack speed. The dire wolf's body became scarred and bloodied, and Izuku delivered a final blow to end the fight. A familiar notification chimed in front of him, announcing his victory. He smiled at the message, feeling a sense of accomplishment after a long time of only completing daily quests, which had caused his level to rise slowly. He checked his status. Izuku. Level, 21. Jobs, none. Title, Wolfslayer. HP, 2600. MP, 391. Fatigue, 37. Strength, 53. Vitality, 30. Agility, 38. Intelligence, 33. Sense, 32. Available stat points, 0. Passive skill. Dash, unknown. LV, max. Unyielding spirit, LV, 1. Active skill. Sprint, LV 1. He felt pleased with his progress and looked around to see that his teammates had finished off the wolf army. They gathered together to collect the wolf mana crystals. They congratulated each other on a job well done and decided to leave before the gate closed. As they exited the dungeon, they were met by agents from the bureau. Ikiru was approached by agents to complete the report, while the other members of the raid headed to the car to rest and clean their equipment. Kyoko approached Izuku, who was wiping blood from his dagger. She sat beside him and initiated a conversation. She asked him about his first raid, to which he replied that it had gone well, thanks to everyone's help. Kyoko suggested a small celebration afterward to commemorate his first raid, assuring him that everyone should join in the celebration. Ikiru and Daichi joined them after finishing their business with the bureau's agents. Daichi mentioned a good yakiniku restaurant near the bureau office and asked if Kyoko and Katsuhiko would join them. Katsuhiko ignored the invitation and left, while Kyoko insisted that Todoroki attend the celebration as well, despite his initial reluctance. With Kyoko encouraging Todoroki, they made their way to the restaurant Daichi recommended. The restaurant was relatively empty at that time, and they sat at a table for 6, waiting for their orders. As they waited, they engaged in conversation, mostly asking about Izuku and Todoroki since they were new. Izuku answered many questions, but when it came to personal topics, he smiled and remained evasive, while Todoroki stayed silent. The conversation continued until Kyoko, having had a bit too much to drink, began to cling to Izuku. To prevent any further commotion, Daichi decided to take her back to her apartment. They concluded the party and headed home after Aikiru escorted Todoroki and Izuku back to the bureau's dormitory. Aikiru left them in front of the dorm, leaving Izuku alone with Todoroki. The atmosphere was tense, so Izuku attempted to break the ice by asking Todoroki if he also lived in a dormitory. Todoroki dismissed him and walked away, leaving Izuku to watch him go, thinking about how grumpy he was. Izuku then decided to visit the library, a place he often went to study or find solitude. He arrived at the library, where the librarian recognized him and greeted him warmly. Her name was Tomomi Yuri, a staff member at the bureau, with short brown hair and clear green eyes. Tomomi asked him about his day and inquired about his first raid. Izuku smiled and mentioned that it had gone well, thanks to the team's support. Tomomi informed him that she had saved a book he requested and went to retrieve it. She returned with several books and handed them to him. Izuku expressed his gratitude and mentioned that reading was part of his hobby. Tomomi encouraged him to use the library as much as he liked. He settled into a chair by the window, enjoying the quiet atmosphere. Izuku opened the books he borrowed, focusing on a volume about monsters. He often conducted personal research on monsters during his training, and he continued to do so. He also took the time to write papers on monsters and dungeons, which were appreciated by trainers and researchers. His studies covered various aspects of monsters, including their types, characteristics, habits, strengths, and weaknesses. Additionally, he learned about strategies and attack patterns in raids, as well as the rules of being a hunter. Izuku wrote down his thoughts in the notebook he always carried. There was so much he didn't understand about gates, hunters, and monsters. He wanted to know why they appeared and why mana was different from quirks, even though their usage seemed similar. He tried to find answers, but they remained elusive. He had some theories but lacked evidence to support them. All he could do was continue his studies and enter the gates in search of the truth. One day, he would uncover the reality behind this power. Izuku spent hours in the library until closing time. He approached the front desk to borrow some books to take back to his dormitory. Tomomi greeted him and confirmed he could borrow the books, reminding him to return them in 3 days. He thanked her and left. On his way back, he spotted Todoroki sitting alone on a park bench, staring blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Izuku decided to greet him. He called out to Todoroki, who glanced at him with a dismissive expression before turning away. Izuku asked what Todoroki was doing there, but Todoroki replied it was none of his business. Undeterred, Izuku inquired if Todoroki was the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Todoroki's eyes widened at the mention of the name, and he grabbed Izuku by the collar, demanding to know where he had heard it. Izuku stammered that he had simply guessed based on Todoroki's surname. Todoroki released him, letting Izuku fall back. Todoroki then asked what it mattered, questioning if Izuku intended to mock him. Izuku quickly assured him he was just curious and apologized for bothering him, hoping they could become friends since they were on the same team. He turned to leave, leaving Todoroki watching him go, thinking to himself that Izuku was just a kid who didn't know much. Months passed, and Izuku grew accustomed to the team led by Aikiru. He became close to his other teammates, though it remained challenging to connect with Todoroki and Katsuhiko, who still kept their distance, especially Todoroki. After completing some tests and receiving approval, Izuku was officially recognized as a C-rank hunter. Katsuhiko remarked that the current mission was easy, expecting to encounter a powerful monster, while Daichi defended against an orc's attack. Kyoko urged them to finish quickly, revealing she had a date that day, which surprised Katsuhiko. Izuku smiled at the camaraderie among his teammates, choosing to stay out of their playful banter. Aikiru observed them with a smile but also an intense aura, causing everyone to fall silent. They all agreed that Aikiru was more intimidating than any monster when he was angry. Katsuhiko apologized, and Aikiru instructed them to move quickly so they could return home. They proceeded to the boss room, where the org lord awaited them, accompanied by 2 org generals. Aikiru quickly assigned roles. Daichi would distract the boss, Katsuhiko would handle the general on the left, and Izuku would take the right. Todoroki was to provide support and protect Kyoko, who would enhance their abilities. Aikiru would lead the attack on the boss. Following Aikiru's orders, they executed their plan with impressive coordination. Daichi drew the boss's attention, allowing Aikiru, Katsuhiko, and Izuku to launch their attack. Aikiru leaped and struck the Org Lord with his sword. The general attempted to defend the boss but was intercepted by Izuku and Katsuhiko. Aikiru's attack was briefly halted as the Org Lord retaliated, swinging its axe, but Daichi blocked it with his shield. While Aikiru and Daichi engaged the boss, Izuku and Katsuhiko focused on the general. Izuku utilized his skills effectively, finishing the general in under 5 minutes. Katsuhiko also completed his task quickly, albeit with some frustration, while Todoroki continued to assist Aikiru with his fire abilities. Kyoko healed Aikiru as he sustained burns, leading to some lighthearted complaints. As the battle continued, Izuku approached the Org Lord from behind, skillfully targeting its legs. Katsuhiko joined in, attacking the Org Lord's arm. With its defenses weakened, the Org Lord became vulnerable. Daichi encouraged Aikiru to deliver the final blow. As Izuku and Katsuhiko moved away, Aikiru jumped and raised his sword high, striking down on the Org Lord's head. The battle culminated in a decisive moment as the Org Lord was defeated. Aikiru swung his sword to clear it of any remnants. The group gathered around Kyoko for healing, and Izuku approached but was halted by a notification that appeared before him. A sound chimed, indicating he had reached the required level. Along with the level-up notification, there was another alert. Another sound chimed, announcing a job change opportunity. A quest alert appeared, asking if he would accept quests. Aikiru noticed Izuku's hesitation and asked what was wrong. Izuku responded that he was on his way. Aikiru congratulated everyone on their efforts and suggested they collect mana crystals before leaving. After gathering the mana crystals from the defeated monsters, they exited through the gate. Izuku remained lost in thought about the notification he had received. He recalled that his player status showed an empty job field. He checked his status to confirm. Izuku. Level 40. Job. Title, Wolfslayer. HP, 7,490. MP, 652. Feet 0. Strength, 97. Vitality, 59. Agility, 97. Intelligence, 55. Sense, 81. Available stat points, 0. It was indeed empty. He considered checking it out, as he had the next day free. The following morning, Izuku arrived at a quiet hill near the town, surrounded by lush trees. He took out a black key from his inventory, which he had received after accepting the job change quest. Inserting the key into the air, a purple energy vortex formed, similar to the instant dungeon he had encountered before. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the gate. Inside, he found a passage reminiscent of a European kingdom, with torches lighting up one by one. Suddenly, a notification appeared. An alarm sounded, informing him that he could not leave the dungeon until it was cleared. In this area, medicines and shops were inaccessible, and he could not accept status healing upon leveling up. Realizing the limitations, Izuku prepared to begin. Knights began to gather around him, and he rushed forward, activating his sprint skill to enhance his attacks. Using his dagger, he struck but found that the knight's high defenses only left scratches. Frustrated, he returned his dagger to his inventory and used his fists to smash one of the knight's armors, causing it to crumple. A notification confirmed he had defeated a knight, and he felt a rush of excitement. As time passed, he defeated numerous knights, assassins, magicians, and archers, collecting valuable items and a stealth skill rune stone from an assassin. Eventually, he reached a door, feeling a cold wind emanating from behind it. Recognizing it as the boss room, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. Opening the door, he entered a throne room with an empty throne on a podium. The pressure inside was palpable, and the door closed behind him. A knight in crimson armor appeared, with a long mane and a matching cloak. He wielded a long golden sword, and Izuku noticed the glowing white eyes behind the helmet, along with a red name hovering above his head, Blood Red Commander Igris. Goosebumps ran down Izuku's back, but he smiled, relishing the thrill of the challenge. The red knight descended from the podium and charged at him. Izuku dodged the initial swing, but the impact of the sword cut through a nearby pillar. He attempted to counterattack, but his dagger could not penetrate the knight's armor. The red knight relentlessly attacked, forcing Izuku to evade as he was gradually cornered. He leaped to the side, creating some distance, and prepared for a fistfight, putting his dagger away. The red knight, underestimating Izuku, removed his equipment, plunging his sword into the ground and discarding his cloak and daggers. Izuku recognized the knight's fighting style and prepared himself. The knight charged again, pulling Izuku's jacket hood and throwing him against the wall, leaving an impact. Undeterred, Izuku jumped back to maintain distance, realizing the knight's abilities were formidable, likely comparable to an S rank. He rushed forward, activating his sprint skill to match the knight's speed. They engaged in a fierce one-on-one battle, but the knight caught Izuku's foot and hurled him against the wall near the throne, causing him to land on the throne itself. Panting and bloodied, Izuku sat on the throne, trembling from the shock. The Red Knight approached, raising his sword, which flew back to his hand. He swung it down, but Izuku managed to block the attack with the High Knight's gauntlet. Determined, Izuku retrieved another dagger from his inventory and moved it into the knight's left eye, pushing him to the ground. The knight pulled the dagger from his eye, but Izuku quickly pierced the gap in the knight's helmet, activating the Vital Strike skill and relentlessly attacking the same spot. With a final shout of determination, Izuku pressed on, and after a grueling effort, a notification appeared. An alarm rang out, announcing he had defeated the blood-red commander Igris and leveled up twice. Exhausted, Izuku sat on the floor, notifications continuing to pop up before him. There were several items he obtained after defeating the Red Knight. The first was the Red Knight's helmet, classified as S-rank armor, which provided a 15% reduction in physical damage, along with a boost of 20 to stamina and strength. Next was the rune stone known as Dominator's Touch, which could grant a skill if broken. He also found a leather pouch, a container capable of holding items, which contained 1,500,000 gold. Lastly, there was the Heartstone, an exclusive quest item that would allow him to exit the dungeon immediately if solved. However, if the quest ended, the dungeon would be automatically destroyed, leaving him unable to escape. He marveled at the 4 items he had acquired, realizing that defeating a high-ranking boss came with significant rewards. This was the first time he had obtained S-rank items, including rune stones and leather pouches. Yet, he wondered why the Heartstone was present. Was this not over yet? Suddenly, a notification rang out, indicating that the job change mission was about to begin. The longer he lasted, the more points he could accumulate, leading to higher job ranks. The timer began counting. This was just the beginning. 3 portals formed around him, and knights began to emerge, each clad in armor and wielding various weapons. They launched their attacks, and despite his exhaustion he managed to block their strikes. Izuku attempted to create some distance to catch his breath and think. Using his stealth skill, he hid behind one of the pillars, but the wizards in the room quickly located him with their detection skill. The knights attacked again, and he evaded them, but soon found himself cornered. The number of knights continued to increase, and he glanced at the timer, realizing he had only 5 minutes left. Feeling overwhelmed, he clutched the Heartstone tightly, ready to break it, but a knight's hammer struck him, causing him to drop the Heartstone. Frustration surged within him as the knights surrounded him like a swarm. Fatigue took its toll, and he fell to his knees, voices echoing in his mind, taunting him with words of doubt and failure. Suddenly, he heard a different voice, one that was not part of the torment in his head. A young figure emerged from the shadows, resembling Izuku before he had accepted his awakening. This younger version of himself walked around him, commenting on his struggles and questioning his worthiness. Izuku felt a mix of disbelief and anger, confronting the figure that represented his past self. Just as a knight swung a sword at him, he instinctively grabbed the knight's hand and struck the armor with all his might. The knight taunted him, suggesting he should give up, but Izuku's determination flared. The knights continued their relentless assault, and his movements began to slow. One knight struck him with a hammer, sending him crashing to the ground. Just as he felt consciousness slipping away, a notification appeared before him, indicating he had failed to complete the daily quest and would be transferred to the penalty zone. As the scene shifted from the throne room filled with knights to a familiar desert landscape, he lay on the sand, catching his breath. He realized he hadn't completed a daily quest that day. Opening a shop, he purchased high-grade potions to recover from his fatigue. His exhaustion was higher than ever, but he noted that the elixir only restored fatigue, not health. He decided it was time to confront the challenges ahead. 4 hours passed since his transfer to the penalty area, where he had defeated most of the giant centipedes that appeared. In this area he could access stores and inventory, and his level, skills, and stats had improved slightly. The goal of the penalty quest was to survive until time ran out, with only 5 minutes remaining. He felt he had recovered enough and needed to rearrange his weaponry and strategy. Searching the shop, he found the weapon he needed, the Night Killer, a B-rank dagger that dealt additional damage against heavily armored opponents. It was expensive, but the effect was perfect for the upcoming fight. He also bought a bandage to wrap around his hand and dagger, ensuring he wouldn't drop it again. Remembering the rune stone he had obtained from the Red Knight, he took it out of his inventory and cracked it open. He learned the skill Dominator Touch, which allowed him to control objects without physical contact. Testing the skill, he raised his hand towards the surrounding centipede corpses, but they only shook briefly before falling still. It seemed the skill didn't work on larger objects, but he was determined to find a way to make it effective. The scenery returned to the throne room, filled with knights. They quickly noticed Izuku and charged at him, but their attacks were effortlessly thwarted by the dagger of the Night Killer. Izuku found this ability remarkably effective, slicing through armor with ease. However, as he fought, he sensed something was amiss. Despite defeating numerous knights, he received no notifications or experience points, unlike when he had taken down the centipede. Something felt off. Since the battle began, only the knights had engaged him. Then it struck him that wizards were also present in the room. He wondered if summoning magic was at play, which would explain the situation. Scanning the area, he spotted a wizard hiding among the knights and threw his dagger, hitting the target. A notification chimed, indicating he had killed a wizard, and he learned the skill, Dagger Throw. With the wizards eliminated, the knights under their control collapsed. Izuku activated the Stealth skill to trigger the wizard's Detection skill, positioning himself behind a pillar to assess the remaining wizards. He counted 5 wizards left. Using the pillars as leverage, he lunged at the nearest wizard, swiftly dispatching them, leaving only tattered cloth behind. He then turned his attention to the group of knights, slashing through them with confidence, thanks to his weapon. As he fought, a pile of shattered armor began to accumulate beneath him. He pressed forward, targeting another wizard and striking them down. The remaining wizards gathered and activated a magic circle, summoning golems from the debris. Izuku quickly jumped to avoid a golem's hand that swung down to crush him. Although this was troublesome, the number of knights had diminished, granting him more room to maneuver. He activated his sprint skill and charged at the last 3 wizards. One by one, he defeated them, finally feeling a sense of relief as he glanced at the timer above his head. The quest was nearing its conclusion, and he had slain all the monsters in the room. A notification informed him that he would be able to choose a class based on the points he had collected, and his actions would be analyzed for a job assignment. However, he was surprised to learn that he couldn't choose freely. The notifications warned him that a reaper followed wherever he went, and his path was marked by corpses and the scent of blood. It seemed that his overwhelming desire for strength had summoned the army of the dead, which would follow his commands, paving a path where he would never need help again. He was then presented with the job of necromancer. Izuku was taken aback, realizing that this was a wizard subclass known for commanding an undead army. He had anticipated receiving an assassin, or warrior, class based on his role as a hunter. He hesitated, contemplating his options, and ultimately chose to refuse the job. The notification revealed that the necromancer was a hidden class, prompting him to reconsider. Among hunters, there were those with unique abilities, and he wondered if the hidden class shared similarities with them. The wizards he had fought also possessed unique skills, suggesting that his earlier battles had been a demonstration of this potential. Izuku found the situation amusing, recognizing that if a wizard could engage in melee combat and summon an army, they could tackle higher-ranked dungeons alone. The notifications continued, confirming his choice of the necromancer class and offering him a chance to promote to a superior class based on his performance. As dark energy enveloped him, he felt a surge of power. The transformation promoted him from necromancer to shadow monarch, granting him exclusive skills and bonus stats. He sensed the mana within him overflowing and heard the echoes of the knight's screams around him. The chapter concluded with a description of the Red Gate, a barrier that isolated anyone trapped inside, cutting off all access and assistance from the outside world. You can only go out after defeating the boss or waiting for the gate to open by itself. The Red Gate usually appears at the high-rank gate, but sometimes it also appears at the C-rank gate, although this is very rare. Once the Red Gate is formed, the dungeon rank increases, making it difficult to identify because the magic energy stops flowing out of the gate. The environment inside the Red Gate is usually extreme, featuring a snow-covered area with frigid temperatures, a forest filled with poisonous insects, and a deadly desert with temperatures exceeding 60 degrees Celsius. The flow of time inside the Red Gate also differs from the outside. 1 hour outside equals 1 day inside. Survivors must strive to endure in these perilous conditions or accept their fate. Now, a Red Gate has appeared in Tokyo. Izuku and Sugimoto were on their way to the gate's location. Izuku was already wearing his raid equipment, prepared to be part of the rescue team tasked with saving the raid team trapped inside the gate. The Red Gate had emerged at the C-rank location. 5 hunters had entered to clear the gate, an A-rank tanker, a B-rank healer, and 3 C-rank warriors. In front of the gate, many Hunter Bureau agents had gathered, including Aikiru and Daichi. As Izuku joined his teammates, Sugimoto approached one of the agents present. Sugimoto inquired about the time since the raid team had entered, learning that it had been 4 hours. This meant that 4 days had passed inside the gate. They needed to prepare, as the gate could open at any moment, hoping the raid team could survive. Sugimoto then explained the situation to Izuku and his team. Aikiru reassured them that their safety was the priority and that they had no other commitments that day. Daichi agreed, and Sugimoto expressed his gratitude to Izuku for being there, despite his exhaustion. Izuku assured him that he would rest while waiting. Sugimoto then left to gather more members for the rescue team. After 7 hours of waiting, the gate finally opened, transforming from red to blue. Izuku and the rest of the rescue team prepared to enter. As soon as the gate was fully open, the rescue teams rushed in. Inside, they found a snowy landscape. The team consisted of 10 members, including Izuku, Daichi, Aikiru, and even Todoroki. Aikiru, being the highest-ranked member, led the team, which split into 5 smaller groups to search for the trapped hunters. Izuku and Todoroki headed north while the others took different paths. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they noticed signs of battle along the way. Soon, they arrived at a cave filled with ice bear monsters. They hid behind a tree, observing the situation. The bears were unaware of their presence, simply wandering around the cave. Todoroki suggested calling for help, but Izuku had something else in mind. He asked Todoroki to keep what he was about to do a secret. Stepping forward to confront the ice bears, Izuku wanted to test his new skills. He commanded his shadow to arise, and black smoke filled the air as a shadow knight army emerged behind him. Todoroki watched in shock, having known Izuku for a long time but never witnessing such abilities beyond his assassin skills. Izuku ordered his soldiers to locate the trapped hunters and eliminate any threats. The shadow soldiers advanced, attacking the ice bears and searching for the missing hunters. No matter how many were destroyed, they always recovered as long as Izuku's mana remained. Todoroki was amazed as he saw the Black Knights taking down the ice bears, aided by wizards with fire attacks comparable to a B-rank hunter. As he tried to approach Izuku, a Black Knight blocked his path. Izuku raised his hand, signaling for the knight to stand down, assuring Todoroki that he was a friend. The knight bowed in respect to Izuku. As the battle raged on, the ice bear boss appeared, swiftly taking down the shadow soldiers. Sensing the threat to its subordinates, the boss charged forward. Knowing that ordinary shadow soldiers couldn't handle the boss alone, Izuku sent Igris, his strongest knight, to confront it. Both Igris and the ice bear boss charged at each other. The bear raised its claw to strike, but Igris dodged and slashed its shoulder. The bear retaliated, but Igris evaded and inflicted more wounds. The bear's arm drooped from the injuries, and it struggled to move as Igris prepared to deliver a final blow. With a swift strike, Igris severed the bear's head, catching it as it fell. Igris approached Izuku, presenting the bear's head as a knight would offer a trophy to his king. Meanwhile, the knights searching for the trapped hunters returned, carrying only the bodies of the fallen. Todoroki, still in disbelief, approached Izuku and demanded an explanation for what he had just witnessed. Izuku retracted his gaze, trying not to make eye contact. He felt a strong presence approaching their location, not just one, but several. Troops were closing in on them. He decided to explain later, knowing they had to deal with the immediate threat first. Before Todoroki could finish his question, an army of ice elves appeared in front of them, fully armed and numbering more than 20. The ice elf leader stepped forward, smirking as he faced Izuku and Todoroki. He sensed a strong presence but found Izuku more interesting. Ice elves, contrary to the beautiful image typically associated with elves, were ruthless hunters known as Hyaki. Their skin was pale blue, and their hair resembled freshly fallen snow. They were built for hunting, standing at an average human height. Izuku and Todoroki recognized the danger ahead. They knew facing the Hyaki army alone was too much, but Izuku had a different perspective. He had an army that could match the Hyaki's numbers. The only issue was his low mana, which needed time to recover. With a plan forming in his mind, Izuku patted Todoroki on the shoulder, who stood stiffly beside him. He asked Todoroki to help buy some time. Todoroki was confused, questioning what Izuku intended to do in such a situation. Izuku explained that they were not the only ones fighting. Other groups had already engaged the enemy, making it difficult to seek help. He urged Todoroki to trust him. Todoroki hesitated but realized Izuku was right. The sounds of battle echoed from where they had separated from the others. With no other choice, he closed his eyes and decided to trust Izuku this time, warning him that if things went wrong, he shouldn't expect rescue. Izuku felt relieved and shared his plan. He wanted Todoroki to use his fire to obscure the monster's vision while he restored his mana and gathered troops. Todoroki agreed, but insisted on an explanation afterward. As Todoroki stepped forward to create a wall of fire, Izuku moved to the back, opening his inventory to retrieve several potions, which he drank quickly. Approaching the ice bear's body, he commanded it to rise. With a word, black smoke began to rise, and a black hand emerged from the ice bear's corpse. The black bear army was formed to bolster Izuku's strength. With half of his mana restored, he summoned his troops once more. Todoroki extinguished the fire and rushed to join Izuku's shadow soldiers, though he bore a burn mark on his hand from the excessive use of fire. Izuku ordered his soldiers to attack and handed Todoroki a healing potion. Todoroki questioned the potion's origin, and Izuku promised to explain later, urging him to focus on recovery as he might need his help during the fight. Izuku charged into battle, leaving Todoroki guarded by 2 knights. Armed with his trusted daggers, he fought through the enemy ranks. Initially, the battle was evenly matched, but as time passed, Izuku's side began to falter. The combat power of the Hyaki outmatched his shadow soldiers, and their numbers dwindled faster than they could recover. Desperate for a stronger ally, Izuku scanned the battlefield and spotted the corpse of a hunter previously brought back by his soldiers. He approached the body and activated his skills. With a command, black smoke enveloped the hunter's corpse, and a powerful roar echoed as a black knight rose to kneel before Izuku. This shadow was larger than the others, wielding a giant axe and shield. Izuku named the knight Iron, and together they joined the fight, shifting the tide back in their favor. Todoroki, having recovered, joined the fray as well. The Hyaki leader laughed at the sight of his opponents, relishing the challenge. He found Izuku more interesting than the others he had faced. Izuku, surprised by the leader's words, realized he could understand their language. This was unprecedented. There had never been a recorded interaction between hunters and monsters like this before. The Hyaki leader expressed his curiosity about Izuku's allegiance, noting that he could not hear the voice urging him to kill humans in Izuku's presence. Izuku narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the leader's words, pondering the implications of a voice that commanded violence. If the sound doesn't apply to me, it must be because I became the player of the system. The leader of the Hyaki, proposed a deal, stating that there was no need for further fighting and that he would spare Izuku's life if he handed over the human behind him. He then repeated his offer, as if caught in a loop, leaving Izuku confused about whether his question had been ignored. Izuku remained silent for a moment, contemplating his response. He finally stated his name, rejecting the Hyaki leader's offer. Baruka, the Hyaki boss, smirked at Izuku's defiance, seemingly eager for a battle. As the battle erupted once more, shadow soldiers clashed with Baruka's army. Izuku, alongside Igris and Iron, moved forward to confront Baruka directly. The sounds of weapons clashing echoed throughout the battlefield, sparks flying with each impact. Izuku momentarily retreated to create distance and signaled Todoroki to attack. Blue flames engulfed Baruka's body, and Igris attempted to strike from behind the flames, but Baruka evaded the attack with remarkable speed. Izuku reappeared behind Baruka, launching an attack with Rasaka's Fong. However, the effect of the dagger was diminished due to Baruka's high resistance. Baruka taunted Izuku, calling him persistent, to which Izuku pointed out the dire situation of Baruka's army, which was being overwhelmed by Izuku's shadow soldiers. Baruka's anger flared as he threatened that his soldiers would be lost if he eliminated Izuku. In response, Izuku threw the Night Killer at Baruka, enhancing its speed with the Dominator touch skill. Baruka attempted to block the attack, causing his dagger to shatter. Iron then emerged from behind, restraining Baruka. Izuku quickly retreated and called for Todoroki and the magicians to attack. A massive pillar of fire erupted where Baruka stood, the intense heat melting the surrounding snow. With the combined magic of Todoroki and the magicians, it seemed certain there would be no survivors. However, they remained cautious, aware of Baruka's resilience. As the flames subsided, Baruka emerged, his body marked with burns, vowing revenge. Before Baruka could retaliate, Izuku stealthily approached and stabbed him with his dagger. With a sense of finality, Izuku declared that this was the end. Baruka, in a desperate attempt, tried to shake off Izuku's grip but ultimately succumbed to Iron's powerful blow, collapsing lifelessly at Izuku's feet. With a sigh of relief, Izuku observed the defeated boss and commanded the shadow to arise. He successfully extracted Baruka's shadow and named him, adding to his growing army of shadows. This victory significantly boosted Izuku's combat power, bringing him closer to completing higher-ranked gates. After collecting the items dropped by Baruka, Izuku called back his shadow soldiers and approached Todoroki, who was resting in the snow. Concerned for his teammate, Izuku offered a recovery potion, noting that Todoroki was exhausted from using all his mana in the last attack. They decided it was time to exit the gate, aware that it would soon close. As they approached the entrance, they encountered another group that had also found the missing hunter, but sadly, there were no survivors. Aikuru approached them, relieved to see they were safe and eager to hear about their encounter with the dungeon boss. Izuku confirmed that they had defeated the boss, revealing it was Hyaki. Aikuru was astonished, expressing concern over the formidable foe they had faced. Grateful for Todoroki's assistance, Izuku agreed that it had been a tough battle. They all exited the gate just before it closed, and the bodies of the fallen hunters were placed in body bags, awaiting transport to the hospital. As a hunter, the risk of death was a constant shadow looming over them whenever they entered a gate. It is not unusual for incidents like this to happen. After all, the first rule that the hunters always emphasize is that anything can occur in the dungeon. The hunter's profession differs from that of heroes. Their job is to eliminate threats, and they are closer to death than they appear. All the hunters under the association understood this fact, yet they were still willing to enter the gate, considering the significant profit gained after each raid. Some entered to earn money, while others sought the thrill of fighting monsters. However, the most common reason was that the gate was where they belonged. They had been nothing before becoming hunters, but after awakening their powers, they could feel the allure of strength and wealth. Izuku was no different. Setting aside the wealth, he was simply looking for a place that would accept him as he was. It was challenging to find a place that would embrace someone quirkless. The ambulance arrived shortly after, taking the fallen hunter's body to the hospital. After finishing the report and seeing off the deceased hunter, Izuku headed to the dormitory but was stopped by Todoroki. He almost forgot to provide an explanation. He promised to explain everything as soon as they reached the dormitory, feeling exhausted. Todoroki reluctantly agreed, and the two made their way to the dormitory, stopping at the park in front to talk. Todoroki sat on a bench while Izuku went to buy a drink. When Izuku returned with 2 cans of soda, he handed one to Todoroki and sat beside him. Todoroki wanted to know everything, starting with how Izuku communicated with the monster and how he gained the Black Army. Izuku admitted he was still unsure how it happened, speculating that it might be linked to the power he possessed. He then began recounting how he had been trapped in a double dungeon after being beaten by his sister and childhood friends, detailing his struggle for survival and his journey to becoming stronger. He chose not to mention the system's existence, as it was the foundation of his power. Todoroki listened in silence, appearing deep in thought. Izuku glanced at him to gauge his reaction. He expressed uncertainty about the source of his power and hoped that the answer would reveal itself in time. For now, he could only focus on growing stronger and understanding his abilities gradually. Todoroki remarked that Izuku's life seemed miserable. Izuku acknowledged this, explaining that being born into a family of heroes was challenging, especially regarding fame. When Todoroki asked about his family, Izuku revealed that his father was a hero, while his mother was an ordinary person with high self-esteem. His parents had overlooked him, focusing solely on his twin sister, who possessed a strong quirk. His sister resented him for being quirkless and often bullied him with her friends at school. Todoroki shared that he had a younger sister and 2 younger brothers, the youngest being around Izuku's age. He noted that not all his siblings got along well, particularly the youngest, who was separated from the others for training to become a hero in their father's desired way. Izuku expressed sympathy for Todoroki's younger brother, wondering if their father had high expectations. Todoroki confirmed that his father indeed had high ambitions, and when asked about his mother, he mentioned that she had faced many difficulties due to his father's behavior. Izuku expressed sorrow for her situation, and after hearing Todoroki's story, he realized a common truth about heroes. They might succeed in their roles but often fail as families. Todoroki laughed at this observation, and Izuku joined in, appreciating the moment of levity. However, the atmosphere turned awkward, prompting Izuku to ask if Todoroki hated his family. After a moment of contemplation, Todoroki admitted he only harbored resentment toward his father, blaming him for their family's disarray. Izuku reflected on his own feelings, admitting he was more disappointed than hateful regarding his family's treatment of him. He had chosen to abandon his surname to move on from his painful past and start anew. When Todoroki inquired if his family had ever tried to find him after he was reported missing, Izuku explained that they had initially searched but eventually gave up, leading him to believe they considered him dead. Todoroki revealed that he had experienced a similar situation, except he had nearly lost his life in a fire during training. He had waited for his father to arrive but was instead pulled into a gate that appeared unexpectedly. He had to survive on his own, pushing his quirk to its limits until it became unstable, resulting in a devastating accident that cost him his right arm and left half of his face burned. He credited Sugimoto-san for saving him just in time, acknowledging that without that intervention, he might not have survived. Izuku asked if that was how Todoroki became a hunter. A thought suddenly flashed through Izuku's mind, an extreme thought he had as the worst-case scenario, the thought of revenge. He turned to Todoroki and asked if he had ever considered it. Todoroki admitted that he wanted to see a certain person fall, blaming him for every misfortune that had befallen him. He expressed that his obsession with that person had led to his current state, and that his dream of becoming a hero stemmed from this turmoil. The only lesson he felt he had learned was how to ignite a fire. Izuku reflected on his own feelings about revenge, admitting that while he had thought about it, everything felt vague. He was unsure if it was necessary, as he no longer held any feelings of anger or hatred toward those who had wronged him. Leaning against a park bench, he gazed up at the moving clouds in the orange afternoon sky, lost in thought about his family. He quickly pushed those thoughts aside, choosing not to dwell on the past. He looked at Todoroki, recognizing the similarities between them since their first meeting. Both carried a semblance of hatred, albeit directed differently. Izuku felt a connection with Todoroki. They both had their struggles. Todoroki often avoided conversations like this, preferring to leave, but Izuku felt grateful to have this moment of camaraderie, something rare for him. He remarked that they seemed to have more in common than they had initially thought. Todoroki questioned where that conclusion had come from, prompting Izuku to lift his soda can and pointed at him. Todoroki glanced at him, curious about the gesture. Izuku suggested they toast, not really knowing what for, but wanting to acknowledge their shared experience of trying to survive in a chaotic world. Todoroki accepted the idea with a smile, raising his can as well. As days passed since the Red Gate incident, life returned to normal, and everyone resumed their usual activities. A funeral was held for the hunters who had died during the incident, attended by senior officials of the Hunter Association and the rescue teams involved. The families of the fallen hunters were informed that their loved ones had died in the line of duty, and compensation would be provided for their sacrifices. Izuku was on vacation after completing 2 raids in A and B rank dungeons in Kyoto. He had refrained from using his job skills during the raids, wanting to avoid the questions that would arise later. Only Todoroki was aware of his abilities, and Izuku had recently become a B rank hunter. Speaking of Todoroki, he and Izuku had formed a friendship. After their conversation, Todoroki's demeanor had become slightly more relaxed, surprising their raid team. They initially suspected he was a monster in disguise, but after some explanation, they understood the change. Izuku was engaged in his morning training routine, running around the dormitory, but his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. Since the Red Gate incident, there had been no major disturbances, but the raid schedule had been intensified to prevent future incidents, leading to 2 raids in a single day. An alarm rang, indicating the completion of his daily quest. He had exceeded his daily goals without realizing it, and as he stopped to check, he wondered why the system was still recording his progress. After finding his way back to the dormitory, a notification appeared, confirming that he had completed a hidden quest. The reward was the same as his daily quest, but with an additional choice between a blessed random box or a cursed random box. Izuku opted for the blessed random box, which contained an S-ranked item. He received the Demon Castle key, a key that allowed entry into the Dungeon Demon Castle, located in Tokyo Tower. Excited about his second S-rank item, he decided to check it out later, but first, he needed breakfast. After preparing, Izuku arrived at Tokyo Tower, dressed casually in a hoodie and training pants. He used stealth skills to conceal his presence, aware that a 9-year-old wandering alone would attract attention. He pushed the key forward, and red energy swirled around it, distorting the room as a gap opened, revealing the entrance to the Dungeon Demon Castle. As he stepped inside, the environment transformed into a burning city. In front of one of the buildings sat a massive 3-headed dog monster, its size comparable to a house. Recognizing the challenge ahead, Izuku understood that facing this monster would not be easy. The survival rate seemed low, especially for an S-rank dungeon. This was his first time entering an S-rank gate, a perfect opportunity to test his limits and level up. He stepped forward, ready to confront his enemy. He activated a title change, becoming the Wolf Slayer. Izuku leaped and aimed for Cerberus' feet, but his attack had little effect, only serving to anger the gatekeeper. The alarm sounded, indicating that Cerberus had activated a skill, doubling its statistics and increasing its attack speed. Ignoring the pain, the beast focused solely on attacking, while Izuku skillfully dodged its strikes, preparing for the battle ahead. He immediately activated the sprint skill and launched an attack on the monster. Cerberus, unable to feel pain, continued its relentless advance despite sustaining severe injuries. Izuku pressed on, targeting Cerberus's vital points, creating several openings and scratches on its body. An alarm sounded, announcing his victory over Hell's gatekeeper Cerberus. Notifications flooded in, indicating that he had leveled up multiple times and had obtained several valuable items: the Warden's necklace, the castle door key, and Cerberus's fong. After a challenging battle, Cerberus was finally defeated, and the anticipated drop items appeared. Behind where Cerberus had stood was a door adorned with intricate carvings. After taking a moment to recover his mana and health, Izuku approached the door. Upon entering, he found a hallway flanked by statues of demons. The hallway was short, leading to another door similar to the entrance. As he stepped inside, he sensed no monsters nearby, but a quest notification appeared before him. A quest had arrived, requiring him to hunt demons and collect their souls for special rewards. The completion requirements were set at 10,000 demon souls, with enticing rewards promised. Izuku contemplated the quest, realizing it would take more than a day to complete. However, he was determined to give it his best effort. He summoned an army of shadows behind him, charging forward with his knights, vanquishing every demon they encountered. Notifications continued to appear as he and his army fought through the dungeon, earning experience points with each victory. He smiled at the notifications, feeling a rush of excitement as he quickened his pace, aware that time was of the essence. After 4 hours of relentless combat, Izuku ascended to the next floor using the entry permit obtained from defeating a demon. Each floor of the Devil's Castle dungeon represented a different world, and he knew he could only proceed with the permit. As he climbed through the floors at an impressive speed, he collected a total of 2,116 souls, still far from his goal. Initially worried that the dungeon would mirror the S-rank dungeons he had read about, His concerns faded as the battles became monotonous. Deciding to pause, he realized he had lost track of time, and the electronic devices were non-functional within the dungeon. When he finally exited, the sky was dark, and he found himself alone. Checking his phone revealed it was already 2 a.m. With no public transport available, he opted for a taxi, knowing he had a raid scheduled for the day. After a wait, he finally secured a taxi. However, as they drove, he noticed the route deviating from his intended destination. When he attempted to speak to the driver, he was ignored, and the driver insisted they were on the right path while accelerating. Suddenly, sleeping gas filled the cab. An alarm sounded, indicating harmful substances had been detected, but the effect of cure poison activated just in time to counteract it. Realizing something was amiss, Izuku feigned unconsciousness, secretly sending his location to the police as a precaution. After nearly 20 minutes, they arrived at an empty warehouse. The driver checked to see if Izuku was still unconscious before dragging him inside. Izuku sensed other human presences within the warehouse. He was placed in a dusty storage room filled with wooden boxes. As the driver left, Izuku opened his eyes, feeling the absence of any immediate threat. He looked around and saw 5 other captives, 2 adult women and 3 children, all gazing at him with pity. One of the women spoke to him, asking if he was okay. Izuku replied that he was fine but inquired about their situation. Izuku felt disoriented as he woke up in an unfamiliar place. He had dozed off in a taxi and now found himself in a room with others, realizing they had been kidnapped. He quickly untied himself and then helped the others, surprising a woman with his calm demeanor in such a tense situation. She asked how he could remain so composed, to which he simply smiled and mentioned his training. As the woman and others gathered the frightened children, Izuku contemplated how to get everyone out safely. The room was closed and stuffy, with only one exit. He sensed 5 presences behind the door, and while he could handle them, he hesitated. He had already contacted the police, and now he needed to decide whether to confront the captors or wait for help. He couldn't abandon the women and children, and revealing his abilities could complicate matters with the authorities. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the curious looks from the others until one woman gently patted his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. She asked if he was okay, and he sheepishly admitted he was fine, just lost in his own habits. Another woman, holding children, asked what they should do next. Izuku explained that he had contacted the police and they would arrive soon, but they needed to prevent the villains from escaping. The discussion grew tense as one woman questioned his plan to confront the captors. He clarified that he intended to buy time, not engage in a fight. Suddenly, the sound of the doorknob turning startled everyone. When the door opened, a man entered, flanked by armed comrades. The sight of weapons sent the children into a panic, and despite the woman's efforts to calm them, their fear was palpable. The villain, irritated by the crying, threatened the children harshly. The woman instinctively stepped in front of Izuku, determined to protect him. He was taken aback by her willingness to shield him, a feeling he was not accustomed to, having always relied on himself. As he observed the villains, he assessed their skills and equipment, realizing they were comparable to D-rank hunters with some combat experience. While he could defeat them, he needed to consider how to explain his actions afterward. Deciding on a subtle approach, he discreetly activated his phone to record their conversation. Just as he was about to speak, the woman protecting him demanded to know why they had been kidnapped. The villain laughed derisively at her question, revealing their grim intentions of selling them as slaves. Izuku urged the woman to cooperate for the time being, and she reluctantly agreed. The villains, noticing their compliance, exchanged satisfied glances. One of them leered at the woman, making her visibly uncomfortable. Izuku felt a surge of anger as he witnessed the villain's behavior. Unable to contain himself any longer, he threw a punch that sent the villain crashing out of the room, ready to protect those around him. Everyone in the room was shocked to see a child send an adult man flying with just one punch. The other villains quickly regained their senses and rushed to their boss, who was lying on the floor with a broken nose and blood on his face and clothes. He groaned as he struggled to get up. His subordinates surrounded him, concerned for their boss's well-being. Furious, the villain boss ordered them to capture Izuku and the others. The tension in the room escalated as the women and children held each other's hands tightly. The woman who had been protecting Izuku before hardened her expression, sensing the danger approaching. Feeling responsible for the situation, Izuku decided to confront the villains alone. The woman tried to stop him, but Izuku gently let go of her hand and nodded, signaling her to trust him. Determined to protect them, Izuku charged at the villains, defeating them one by one. They were unable to keep up with his swift movements and stood frozen in place. The villain boss grew angrier as he watched his subordinates fall without a fight. His gaze landed on a group of children huddled together, and he rushed toward them, pushing the woman aside and grabbing one of the kids. He shouted at Izuku, demanding he not come closer. Izuku hesitated, not wanting to put the child in danger. The villain smiled at Izuku's uncertainty and pulled the child away from the group, threatening to harm him if Izuku didn't comply. With a gun pointed at him, Izuku slowly raised his hands and approached the villain. The villain boss then threw the child toward Izuku, who instinctively caught him and held him close. An electronic voice sounded, and an emergency quest appeared before him. The quest instructed him to eliminate those who posed a threat to ensure his safety, with dire consequences if he failed. Izuku's eyes widened as he processed the quest's contents. Time seemed to slow down as he grappled with the implications. He had faced countless monsters but had never taken a human life. The reality of the situation weighed heavily on him. He realized the system was pushing him toward a choice he had long feared. As time returned to normal, Izuku felt a surge of determination. He released the child he was protecting, picked up a nearby wooden fragment, and swiftly turned to confront the villain boss. With a decisive strike, he incapacitated the villain, his expression darkening as he faced the consequences of his actions. The room fell silent, and those who witnessed the scene were left in shock. A child had taken a life without hesitation. The child near Izuku began to cry, terrified, and ran to the woman who had been with him. She embraced the child, trying to soothe him while casting a horrified glance at Izuku. He turned away, unable to meet their gaze. He resolved to find a way to secure the remaining villains and asked the woman to help calm the children, assuring her that the police would arrive soon. As he looked at the fallen villain boss, he reflected on the harsh reality of their world, where only the strong survived. He silently vowed to remember this moment and never forget the lesson it taught him. As Izuku searched for a way to tie up the villains, he was interrupted by the sound of sirens and the flashing lights of police cars approaching the building. He watched as heavily armed officers entered, quickly apprehending the villains and securing the victims. One officer approached Izuku, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him but quickly composed himself. He asked if Izuku was all right, to which Izuku nodded weakly, his fists clenched tightly. The officer offered to take him to a safe place, and Izuku complied, following him outside. There, ambulances awaited to assist the injured. After a checkup to ensure he was okay, Izuku was allowed to leave, carrying the weight of his actions with him. But when he was about to head to the side, Izuku was stopped by one of the policemen. The officer called out to him, and Izuku noticed two individuals approaching after speaking with a woman who had been protecting him earlier. One was a man with short black hair, and the other was a cat-like person. They requested to speak with him, and Izuku agreed. The officer informed him that the woman had mentioned he was the one who called the police and asked if he could accompany them to the station for further reports. Izuku simply nodded in response. He followed the officers to the police station in silence, remaining quiet until they arrived at the office. There, he was asked to wait in the waiting room while the police reviewed the footage on his phone. A police officer asked if he had a guardian to contact. Izuku hesitated, contemplating who to reach out to. He considered Sugimoto, who had already helped him a great deal. Although Sugimoto was technically his guardian, Izuku didn't want to impose further, making him reluctant to contact him. Noticing Izuku's hesitation, the officer encouraged him to reach out to his guardian, assuring him it wouldn't be a burden. Izuku ultimately decided to call Sugimoto. After about 15 minutes, Sugimoto arrived at the police station and approached Izuku in the waiting room. Sugimoto commented on Izuku's inability to sit still, and Izuku apologized for the trouble he had caused. Sugimoto reassured him, questioning how he could have been kidnapped in the first place. Izuku admitted he had been careless while out alone and promised to be more cautious in the future. Sugimoto patted his head, signaling that everything was all right. Outside the room, the police were waiting and knocked on the door to ask Izuku a few questions. Sugimoto glanced at Izuku, who nodded in agreement, and then Sugimoto stepped out to allow the police to speak with him. The officer introduced himself as Tsukachi Naomasa and asked Izuku to cooperate by answering some questions. Izuku agreed, and the interrogation lasted about an hour. Tsukachi asked numerous questions about Izuku's personal information and the events surrounding his kidnapping. Izuku provided only the necessary details, maintaining a dry tone as he recounted the experience, still feeling the weight of his actions. Tsukachi noticed the heaviness in Izuku's demeanor and felt sympathy for the burden he carried. However, he couldn't overlook the gravity of the situation, knowing that he had to ensure Izuku's well-being and prevent him from becoming a threat in the future. Tsukachi also spoke with Izuku's guardian, who was a government agent. They encountered some circumstances that could not be disclosed. After requesting evidence and contact information for both Izuku and Sugimoto, he allowed them to return home under a 4-month house arrest for Izuku and an investigation for Sugimoto. Due to Izuku's age, he could not impose further punishment, and the case would be re-evaluated later. Under house arrest, Izuku had to cancel all previously scheduled activities. Days passed as he remained in his room. Tsukachi visited him several times for further assessments and to check on his well-being. His teammates also came to see him after hearing about the incident. Kyoko expressed her anger, declaring she would confront the kidnappers if she found them, which elicited laughter from the others. Izuku understood they were trying to lift his spirits, but he couldn't shake the bitter feeling that lingered in his heart. He offered a forced smile, masking his true emotions. Although he was accustomed to hiding his feelings, he struggled to deceive those who shared similar pains. Todoroki, noticing this, decided to approach Izuku at a different time. After the others left, Todoroki approached Izuku to talk. He addressed Izuku directly, sensing that something deeper was troubling him. Izuku admitted he was struggling and felt exhausted. After a moment of silence, his smile faded, replaced by a somber expression. He confessed that he couldn't believe how easy it had been to take someone's life. Todoroki listened intently as Izuku shared the weight of his experiences. He revealed that he had fought countless monsters, and now he feared he might take a life for real. The guilt and bitterness of that possibility weighed heavily on him. Todoroki, though he had never taken a life himself, expressed understanding and encouraged Izuku to take a break, promising to visit him during his free time. Izuku thanked him, appreciating the support. Unbeknownst to them, Kyoko had been listening to their conversation from the beginning. She noticed Todoroki approaching Izuku after the others left and decided to stay, curious about their discussion. After hearing their exchange, she felt a deep sense of sorrow. She realized that while she thought she knew Izuku, there were many untold stories buried within him. Kyoko felt sympathy for the heavy burden he carried at such a young age, unable to fathom how he managed without breaking down. She reflected on her own struggles with the aftermath of battles and her fear of monsters, recognizing the weight of Izuku's experiences. Kyoko felt fortunate to be part of such a strong team, but sometimes she had to join raids with other teams, where the risk of injury was higher. She often found herself witnessing chaotic scenes, where the threat of danger loomed large, all while she focused on healing her teammates. After Todoroki left Izuku's room, Kyoko lingered, hesitant to apologize for overhearing their conversation. Izuku leaned against the door after escorting Todoroki out and began to speak. He mentioned that he sensed Kyoko's presence, which startled her. She slowly emerged from her hiding spot, acknowledging that he knew she had been listening. Izuku reassured her that it was fine, and Kyoko expressed her regret for eavesdropping. They shared a moment of awkward silence before Izuku indicated he would return to his room. Kyoko, feeling a surge of urgency, stopped him and offered to introduce him to a psychiatrist if he needed someone to talk to. Izuku thanked her for the suggestion but said he would think about it. After a brief exchange, he returned to his room, leaving Kyoko alone in the hallway. Embarrassed, she hurried away with a flushed face, covering her cheeks with her hands. Inside his room, Izuku leaned against the door, feeling the weight of his thoughts. He eventually decided to go to sleep but found it difficult due to his busy schedule and recent events. He realized he hadn't completed his daily quest, so he got up to do some light exercise in his room. After 30 minutes, he decided to go for a run in the park, donning his jacket despite the winter chill, and headed outside. As he ran around the park, he remained close to the dorm, knowing his movements were monitored. After finishing his run, he stopped at a vending machine for a drink and sat on a park bench, gazing up at the afternoon sky. The sunlight warmed his face, a comforting contrast to the winter air. Tsukachi approached him with a cup of coffee, and they exchanged greetings. Tsukachi had just finished a meeting and was taking a stroll. They sat together, watching the world around them, the orange sunlight casting a warm glow on the snow, families walking hand in hand, and students chatting as they made their way home. Izuku observed the scene with a distant gaze, reminded of his own family. The thought of them enjoying life without him cast a shadow over his mood. Noticing this, Tsukachi attempted to lighten the atmosphere by commenting on the peacefulness of the moment. Izuku agreed, and Tsukachi inquired about how he had been doing lately. Izuku mentioned his current situation, and Tsukachi expressed relief that he seemed to be managing. The conversation turned to Izuku's family, and he shared that he felt they had given up on him rather than truly abandoning him. He believed it was better to distance himself from things that caused pain. Tsukachi asked if Izuku had considered the impact of his departure on his family. Izuku replied that he believed they would be fine without him, even suggesting they might be happier. Tsukachi fell silent, reflecting on the many cases he had encountered as a policeman. He understood the struggles of those who had faced difficult family situations, and he was grateful that Izuku had not gone down a dark path. After their conversation, Tsukachi stood up, stretching his arms. He expressed that it had been nice talking to Izuku but that he needed to leave. He extended his hand in farewell. Izuku stood up, took Tsukachi's hand, and shook it. He expressed his happiness to chat with him and reminded him to take care and stay out of trouble. Tsukachi assured him he would and said goodbye before leaving Izuku alone to return to his office as a policeman. Izuku looked back at the darkening afternoon sky, feeling the air grow colder as evening approached. He decided to finish his workout before going inside to clean up and rest. A few days passed, and Izuku remained under house arrest, spending most of his time in the dormitory and library. One day, while lying on his bed, he heard a knock on his door. Curious, he got up and walked to see who was visiting him. When he opened the door, he was surprised to find Tsukachi waiting for him. Tsukachi apologized for the unannounced visit, explaining he had no time to inform Izuku beforehand. Izuku asked what brought him there, and Tsukachi revealed that someone wanted to see him. Izuku was curious and asked who it was. Tsukachi promised he would soon find out and led him to the parking lot, driving them to a cafe where the person was already waiting. After a 15-minute drive, they arrived and entered the cafe, where Izuku recognized the woman sitting at a table. She was the one who had tried to protect him during the kidnapping. They approached her and greeted each other, though the atmosphere was initially awkward until Tsukachi broke the ice. He introduced Izuku to the woman, who introduced herself as Todoroki Fuyumi. Izuku gasped upon hearing her name, realizing she was the younger sister of his friend, Todoroki Tuya. Izuku introduced himself and asked why she wanted to see him. Fuyumi hesitated for a moment before standing up and bowing to him. This sudden gesture took Izuku by surprise. She expressed her gratitude for saving her that day and apologized for her previous actions. Izuku's expression darkened as memories of the incident flooded back, the image of the villain's lifeless body and the feeling of blood on his hands still vivid in his mind. He insisted that there was no need for gratitude, as there was nothing to be thankful for regarding the accident. Fuyumi raised her head, noticing the gloom on Izuku's face. She took his hand, which was clenched tightly, and reassured him that he had saved her life. She urged him not to blame himself, emphasizing that she would have done the same in his position. Izuku was taken aback by her words and the warmth of her hand. Tears began to flow down his cheeks, surprising him. Fuyumi quickly produced a handkerchief and wiped his tears, her expression filled with concern. She asked if she had said something to hurt him. Izuku reassured her that he was fine, though he was unsure why he was crying. Fuyumi recognized the pain he was hiding and, in a moment of empathy, hugged him tightly, patting his back gently. She encouraged him to let go of the pain he had been carrying. Her words resonated deeply with Izuku, causing the emotional cracks within him to widen until they finally broke. He could no longer contain the flood of emotions that overwhelmed him. Anger, sadness, and regret all surged forth. The suppressed feelings poured out in tears as he cried loudly in her embrace, longing for someone to acknowledge his struggles and tell him it was okay to be weak. Fuyumi held him close, allowing him to release the burden he had been carrying while continuing to comfort him. After a while, Izuku finally calmed down and eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. Tsukachi took him back to his dormitory to rest. Fuyumi wanted to accompany them but had work to attend to. She asked Tsukachi for Izuku's contact information so she could reach out to him later. Tsukachi agreed and provided her with his number. Though Tsukachi offered to drive her home, Fuyumi declined, claiming her place was nearby. He accepted her reasoning, despite knowing it was a lie, as he wanted to ensure Izuku could rest peacefully. After dropping Izuku off, Tsukachi left Fuyumi alone. Watching their car depart, she felt a sense of relief, glad to have helped her savior in some way. There was satisfaction in knowing she could lighten Izuku's burden. Fuyumi smiled at the thought of contacting Izuku for a small chat in the future and walked away from the cafe in a better mood. After that day, Izuku was taken home by Tsukachi, sleeping throughout the journey. Upon waking in his room, he expressed his gratitude for being brought home and apologized for any trouble he caused. Tsukachi felt sympathy for Izuku, recognizing the heavy burdens he carried despite his young age. Fuyumi eventually reached out to him, and Izuku apologized for disturbing her and for revealing his vulnerabilities. Fuyumi expressed that she didn't mind at all and was grateful to be able to help. A few weeks had passed since then, and the feelings inside Izuku had lightened. His face appeared brighter for a child his age, no longer wearing a fake smile with gloomy eyes. However, there still lingered an atmosphere around him that seemed unsuitable for his age. Izuku was currently having dinner with his friend Todoroki Tuya in the dormitory canteen. Izuku had katsudon while Todoroki enjoyed cold soba. They chatted during the meal, with Todoroki sharing details about his raid that day, which Izuku had asked about. Todoroki and his teammates had raided an A-rank dungeon that had appeared in Kyushu, facing a giant monster made of mud. It had been a smooth experience, completed in nearly 30 minutes, marking the fastest record in their raid history. Izuku expressed his wish to join in on the fun, but Todoroki reminded him that he still had 2 months of detention to endure. They exchanged playful banter, laughing together as their conversation drifted off topic. Izuku then recalled the day he met Fuyumi and felt the urge to share this with Todoroki, knowing he was his younger brother, but hesitated. Noticing Izuku's silence, Todoroki inquired about what was wrong. Izuku brushed it off, but Todoroki insisted that it was clear he had something on his mind. Izuku admitted that he couldn't fool Todoroki, who teased him about still being too young to do so. Despite feeling a little annoyed, Izuku decided to share his thoughts. He mentioned that he had met Todoroki's sister, Fuyumi. Todoroki was surprised and asked for details. Izuku explained that she was one of the kidnapping victims and had reached out to him through Tsukachi-san. He observed Todoroki's reaction, noting the sadness, regret, and a hint of anger in his eyes. Izuku reassured Todoroki that Fuyumi was fine and had even consulted him, helping him feel a bit better. Todoroki expressed his gratitude for Izuku's role in saving her. A moment of silence followed before Izuku asked if Todoroki missed his younger siblings. Todoroki admitted he did but felt all he could do was watch them from afar. Izuku then asked if he wanted to meet them, revealing that Fuyumi had invited him to dinner and that he could bring a friend. Todoroki hesitated, unsure if his siblings were ready to meet their brother who had been absent. Izuku challenged him, questioning whether it was really Todoroki or his siblings who were unprepared. After some playful back and forth, Todoroki agreed to think about it, and they parted ways after finishing their conversation. A few days later, Izuku stood in front of the dormitory, waiting for someone while checking his phone. After a few minutes, Todoroki arrived, and Izuku noticed something different about him. Todoroki had dyed his hair black. He instructed Izuku not to call him by his name while they were out, suggesting he use the name Dabi instead. Izuku found the name strange but complied, teasing Todoroki a bit before they waited for Tsukachi to pick them up. Tsukachi was not only Izuku's supervisor but also invited to dinner by Fuyumi. After a short wait, Tsukachi arrived with his car, and they headed to the location Fuyumi had provided. After a 30-minute drive, they arrived at a traditional Japanese-style house. Izuku and Tuya got out first while Tsukachi parked the car. Tuya gazed at his old house, a mix of emotions evident in his expression. Izuku glanced at him before focusing back on the house, confirming with a simple question if this was the place. Tuya's delayed response indicated the weight of returning to a home he had left many years ago. Tsukachi knocked on the door, and after a moment, Fuyumi opened it, greeting her guests warmly. She thanked them for coming despite her busy schedule. Tsukachi reciprocated the gratitude and introduced Izuku as his friend Dabi. Fuyumi introduced herself, and an awkward silence fell as they exchanged greetings. To ease the tension, Tsukachi intervened, and Fuyumi invited them inside, mentioning that dinner was ready. They entered the house, and Fuyumi guided them to the dining room, where her brothers Natsuo and Shoto awaited. Fuyumi introduced her guests, thanking Izuku for saving her. Natsuo expressed his gratitude, while Shoto remained quiet. The silence that followed caught Izuku off guard, and he exchanged a glance with Tuya, trying to suppress a laugh at the similarity in their responses. Feeling the conversation stall, Fuyumi invited everyone to sit down and start dinner, which was already served on the table. Izuku was amazed by the delicious flavors of the meal, and Tsukachi shared his appreciation as well. But in Tuya's case, a hint of longing was attached to him. As his friend, Izuku decided to speak up instead of Tuya. He complimented the meal, expressing how delicious it was and asking if Tuya had made it himself. Tuya responded with gratitude, explaining that he had prepared the meal since their housekeeper had retired some time ago due to her age. Tsukachi then inquired about Tuya's parents. Tuya hesitated, revealing that their father was always busy and didn't have time for them, leaving them to take care of themselves. When asked about their mother, Tuya's silence spoke volumes. Suddenly, Tuya put down his chopsticks with a deliberate clatter, drawing everyone's attention. He requested to borrow the bathroom, and Natsuo quickly offered to show him the way. As they left, an awkward silence enveloped the dining room. Tsukachi felt guilty for bringing up a sensitive topic and immediately apologized to Fuyumi for his slip. She reassured him that it was okay, but both Izuku and Tsukachi could sense her discomfort. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Tuya washed his face, staring at his reflection. He was surprised to be back in this home after so long. While he was happy to see his siblings were okay, the mention of their parents reignited feelings of bitterness and anger that he thought he had buried. After a moment of contemplation, he was jolted back to reality by Natsuo's voice asking if he was done. Tuya confirmed that he was, and they returned to the dining room, where the tension still lingered. Natsuo approached Fuyumi, inquiring about the atmosphere. Fuyumi quickly assured him that everything was fine, though her awkward smile suggested otherwise. They continued their dinner in silence. Before leaving, Izuku and the others helped clean up the table. Initially, Fuyumi felt guilty for allowing her guests to assist, but eventually accepted their help. Once they finished cleaning, Fuyumi accompanied Izuku and the others to the front of the house, joined by Natsuo and Shoto. Tsukachi expressed his gratitude for the day and apologized for any inconvenience he had caused. Fuyumi reassured him that it was no trouble at all. After Tsukachi bowed slightly in apology, Fuyumi turned to Izuku, asking if he would visit them again. She thought it would be nice for him and Shoto to get along since they were the same age. Izuku hesitated, realizing he didn't have many friends his age due to his busy schedule. He promised he would visit if he had time, and Fuyumi expressed her hope that they would become friends. Izuku approached Shoto, extending his hand in friendship. Shoto hesitated but eventually accepted. They shook hands, both feeling a sense of happiness in making a new friend, especially Izuku, who smiled innocently at the prospect. After saying their goodbyes, Izuku and the others headed home. Tsukachi drove Izuku and Tuya back to their dormitory. Along the way, they chatted a little, but Tuya remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Tsukachi went ahead, leaving Izuku and Tuya at the entrance. Izuku noticed Tuya's silence and decided to check on him, asking if he was okay. Tuya took a moment before responding that he was fine, but his tired demeanor suggested otherwise. Izuku decided to let him rest after the challenging evening. As they headed to their respective rooms, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Tuya lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind still occupied with thoughts of his family. He felt relieved to see that his siblings were okay, but the realization of their father's continued neglect fueled his anger. He closed his eyes, and images of his father filled his mind, reminding him of the greed he had witnessed. Frustrated, Tuya slammed his fist on the bed, unable to find peace as he spent the night awake. 2 months passed, and the time for Izuku's release finally arrived. He was at the police station with Sugimoto to remove his cuffs. The process was quick, with Tsukachi handling the paperwork. Once everything was settled, Tsukachi informed Izuku that he was officially free. Izuku thanked him and apologized for any trouble he had caused. Tsukachi reassured him it was no problem but reminded him to avoid trouble in the future. After saying their goodbyes, Izuku stepped outside, where Sugimoto was waiting for him. It was still early in the morning, and the two had not yet had breakfast, so they headed toward the restaurant that was open for the meal. While eating, they chatted about the dungeon, the distribution of stones, and the bureau's issues. After finishing their meal, Sugimoto headed to the bureau first because he still had work to do, while Izuku decided to stay behind, expressing a desire to go out for a while before returning home. After parting ways with Sugimoto, Izuku began walking down the street. It was Saturday, and the streets were bustling with people. Friends gathered, and some heroes patrolled, creating a peaceful atmosphere. After walking for about 15 minutes, he suddenly remembered a place he hadn't visited in a while. He turned toward the train station, which was a short 5-minute train ride and a 10-minute walk from the station to his destination. Upon arriving at Dagoba Beach, Izuku noted how long it had been since he had last visited, due to his busy schedule and detention. He looked around and saw that piles of garbage still littered the beach. A thought crossed his mind, and he jumped down to start collecting the trash. Given the large amount of debris and the vastness of the beach, it seemed impossible to clean it all in one day. Izuku then summoned some of his shadow soldiers to assist him in clearing the beach. After a few hours of cleaning, he had only managed to tidy up a small section of the beach. Deciding to pause for now, he called a cleaning service to pick up the garbage. It didn't take long for them to arrive. The cleaners were initially surprised by the amount of trash that had accumulated. One approached Izuku and asked if he had done all this work alone. Izuku nodded in response. The janitor asked no further questions and began loading the garbage onto the truck. After paying the janitor, Izuku made his way home. While walking, he checked his mobile phone and noticed a message notification from the bureau. He opened the message and saw that his schedule had been updated, revealing an attack scheduled for the next day. It was a D-rank dungeon, and the team was a new group meant to train rookies. Izuku thought that Sugimoto had given him some leeway since this was his first raid in a long time. After finishing reading the messages, he turned off his phone and continued on his way home, resting and preparing for the upcoming raid. The raid was set to start at 10 a.m., and Izuku was still getting ready in his room. After putting on his armor and preparing his weapons, he headed to the meeting room to meet the rest of his teammates. For this raid he was not alone, he was with Daichi, the leader of the raid, who was an A-rank hunter. Izuku arrived first, and Daichi approached him as soon as he entered. Others had already gathered, and it seemed he was the last to arrive. Daichi greeted him and remarked that it was unusual for him to be late, especially since this was his first raid in a while. Izuku apologized for his tardiness, and Daichi assured him it was fine, suggesting they introduce him to the others. Daichi led Izuku to meet the rest of the team. For people were seated in front of him 3 men and 1 woman ranging in age from about 18 to their mid-20s, all with E-rank, some close to D-rank. Izuku observed them closely, thanks to his high sense stat. Daichi introduced Izuku as the one who would protect their backs during the raid, mentioning that he had recently been promoted to B-rank. Izuku introduced himself, bowing slightly and asking for their cooperation. He raised his head to gauge their reactions. One person raised an eyebrow, another squinted, but most seemed hesitant, clearly surprised that an 11-year-old was a B-rank hunter. Particularly, Riku, a promising warrior among the trainees, felt a mix of curiosity and disappointment. He had heard rumors of the youngest hunters, and now the person he had heard about stood before him. At first glance, Izuku did not appear impressive, especially when compared to Daichi's rugged and battle-worn equipment. After a moment of mutual observation, one of the team members introduced himself, followed by the others. Chiharu Mio, an E-rank mage, was the first to speak, followed by Yamato Asa, the E-rank healer, Kiyoshi Riku, the E-rank warrior, and Daisuke Toma, also an E-rank warrior. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Daichi took over, urging them to get to the car before they were late. The vehicle was waiting for them outside the building, and they climbed in, heading toward the dungeon location. The drive took half an hour, followed by a 15-minute walk through the forest, where access was limited. Upon arrival, several agents were guarding the gate. Daichi approached them, and after a brief conversation and some document verification, they received permission to enter. As soon as they stepped inside, monsters began to appear. At Daichi's signal, they engaged in battle. The new trainees fought well, following Daichi's directions effectively. Izuku focused on eliminating any monsters that managed to escape their attacks. Though it was disappointing for him not to take a more active role in the fighting, he understood his responsibility was to guard the team and ensure the raid proceeded smoothly. After 2 hours of combat, all the monsters had been defeated, leaving only the dungeon boss. The team looked fatigued after their long battle. After a short break, they headed towards the boss's room. The boss was a giant golem monster made of stone, and they could feel the intimidation radiating from him. Daichi stepped forward, raising the shield in his hand, and began to order the trainees to prepare for battle. Daichi attracted the boss's attention while Chiharu prepared a fire attack spell. When the boss focused on Daichi, Chiharu unleashed her fire spell. The flames flickered and then extinguished, allowing Daisuke and Kiyoshi to launch their attacks from both sides. Izuku, who had been assisting from the sidelines, finally joined the fray. Just after the flames died down, he appeared behind the monster, raising his dagger and targeting the boss's leg joints, causing it to kneel. Seeing an opportunity, Daisuke attacked the boss monster, but the golem's hand struck him, sending him crashing against the cave wall. Izuku rushed to his side. Despite blood dripping from his forehead, Daisuke seemed to be fine. Izuku lifted him onto his shoulders and carried him to Yamato for treatment. After ensuring Daisuke was in safe hands, Izuku returned to the battle, assisting Kiyoshi, who was struggling against the boss. The golem's body was already covered in scratches and charred from Chiharu's fire spell. Kiyoshi was panting heavily, his body slick with sweat, but he appeared uninjured. Observing their condition, Izuku decided it was time to finish the fight. He vanished and reappeared behind the boss in an instant, almost as if teleporting. With precision, he plunged his dagger into the golem's back, exposing its core, and swiftly sliced it apart. The golem's body collapsed as it lost its core. The others watched in shock, especially at the sight of an 11-year-old boy being the one to finish the battle. Even Daichi was taken aback. He had expected Izuku's movements to be stiff, but he fought better than anticipated, exceeding all expectations. After brushing off his clothes, Izuku approached Kiyoshi, who was sitting on the ground, panting. He extended a hand to help him up. The rest of the team gathered around them, and Daichi approached Izuku, playfully patting him on the back. He remarked on Izuku's sharpness despite being under house arrest. Izuku responded with an awkward laugh, explaining that he never missed his daily workouts, ensuring he didn't lose his touch. Daichi teased him about being diligent and suggested he should relax while he could. Izuku expressed his anxiety about sitting still, prompting Daichi to shake his head in amusement. Daichi then turned to the rest of the team, commending their efforts and urging them to finish collecting mana stones so they could head home. They exited the dungeon, and while Daichi spoke with the bureau agent, the others rested in the woods. Daichi offered to have lunch together, and they all agreed. Izuku, however, declined the invitation, explaining he had other business to attend to. After saying his goodbyes, he parted ways with his teammates, who headed to a restaurant while he made his way to the station, taking the train to Tokyo. Upon arriving in Tokyo, Izuku headed straight for Tokyo Tower, preparing to enter the dungeons of the Demon Castle. Standing before the entrance, his heart raced with excitement at the thought of the upcoming battle. He retrieved the key to the dungeon of the Demon Castle from his inventory and pressed it against the entrance. A familiar red energy vortex began to swirl, forming a portal of high-intensity energy. Stepping through, he was greeted by flames and a view of the city engulfed in fire. A familiar system message appeared before him, announcing that floors 1 to 27 were open. He chose to access the 27th floor. As he arrived, demons began to surround him. A smile spread across his face as he retracted his dagger and charged toward the crowd of demons. The demons fell one by one as Izuku cut through them, feeling a long-missed thrill of battle. He was finally home, where he belonged. A smile crept onto his face as he felt his heart racing. He clutched his dagger tightly, eager to clear a path through the demons. Raising his hand, he summoned his long-sleeping soldiers, ready to answer their master's call. Shadows grew, taking the form of knights and monsters. Among them were a knight with a red mane, an ice elf known as Hyaki, a knight wielding a massive axe and shield, and an ice bear shadow marked with battle scars. They were all bound to one master, prepared to fulfill his will. "It's been a long time, everyone," Izuku said, surveying his troops as they stood surrounded by demons on that floor. He commanded them to move forward. At the police station, Tsukachi held his head in frustration. his mind spinning over the case he was working on. His desk was cluttered with documents as he investigated a villain responsible for a robbery and murder, who had escaped through a mysterious, impenetrable portal. Initially, they suspected it was the villain's quirk, but further investigation revealed it was not, as the villain's quirk was related to speed. They assumed he had an accomplice, but his criminal record showed he had committed all his crimes alone. The police were baffled by the portal used by criminals to escape. It had remained for several days, and since no one could enter, the investigation had stalled. Tsukachi had poured all his efforts into this case, yet he remained in the dark. He had even enlisted the help of some heroes, but there had been no progress. Amidst the confusion, he recalled a story he had heard not long ago about a gate connecting to another world filled with monsters. Initially, he dismissed it as mere folklore, but now that he encountered something similar, he began to reconsider. It was just a theory, but he was certain there must be some clue to uncover. He then pulled out his cell phone and made a call to the person who told the story. Somewhere in the city of Hosu, in an abandoned building, several people gathered in front of a blue portal that was about to close. Among them was Izuku, who had just completed a dungeon raid with his team, where he served as their leader. A year had passed since his sentence ended, and Izuku, now 12 years old, had reached a rank within that time. His daily life remained largely unchanged. He continued raiding dungeons and, during vacations, visited the Demon Castle dungeon or spent time with Fuyumi and Shoto. Many opposed Izuku's rise to a rank, but his impressive performance during the tests and the record of his raids allowed him to achieve it. Izuku had once again made history as the fastest to reach a rank in just 1 year. The new team he led had no choice but to acknowledge this fact after witnessing his performance during the raid. Thanks to him, they emerged unscathed. After finishing his report to the bureau agent, Izuku was cleaning up his equipment when he heard his phone ring. He checked the caller ID and answered. Tsukachi was on the other end, apologizing for the interruption and asking if Izuku was busy. Izuku replied that he was not and agreed to meet, asking where they should convene. Tsukachi instructed him to simply state his location, and Izuku informed him he was in Hosu City for work. Tsukachi confirmed he would meet him there. After hanging up, Izuku informed his team that he had some business to attend to, and they agreed to leave early, exhausted from 2 consecutive raids. He headed to a nearby park to wait for Tsukachi. After 10 minutes, Tsukachi arrived, and they sought out a quiet cafe for their discussion. The coffee shop had only a few patrons, making it suitable for a private meeting. After placing their orders, Tsukachi showed Izuku some pictures he had taken. One photo depicted a blue portal that looked familiar to Izuku, causing his eyes to widen in recognition. Tsukachi noted that Izuku seemed to know about it. Izuku hesitated, unsure if he could share details, but ultimately confirmed his knowledge. Tsukachi asked if Izuku could explain what the portal was, as he was investigating a case involving it. Izuku expressed regret, stating he couldn't disclose information without permission from his superiors. Tsukachi pleaded for help, explaining he had been pursuing a villain for a month who threatened citizens. Izuku agreed to speak with his superiors to see if he could assist. After a brief conversation with Sugimoto, Izuku received permission to help Tsukachi, provided the police allowed the bureau's involvement in the investigation. He returned to Tsukachi to share the good news and the conditions set by their bureau, which Tsukachi accepted. Initially unsure of where to begin, Izuku started explaining the gate, dungeons, and hunters. Tsukachi listened intently, eager not to miss any details. He expressed disbelief that no one knew about the portal, to which Izuku replied that it was due to the government's efforts to keep it hidden. Tsukachi concluded that the villain must be an awakener, able to enter and exit the gate freely. Izuku added that navigating a dungeon was challenging, as one had to contend with the monsters within. He speculated that if the villain randomly entered a high-ranking dungeon, he might not survive. Tsukachi inquired how they could track the villain down. Izuku offered his assistance, explaining that as an awakener, he could trace the villain's mana trail. He emphasized that his skills as an assassin made him particularly adept at tracking mana. Tsukachi expressed concern, but Izuku reassured him of his strength. After discussing the case, Izuku and Tsukachi headed to the location where the villain was last seen, arriving at an alley far from the crowd. Izuku began searching for any traces left behind, his eyes glowing blue as he focused his mana. Although Tsukachi couldn't sense the change, he recognized that something was different about Izuku. Izuku soon announced that he had found a lead. Tsukachi was astonished that Izuku could locate the villain so quickly, especially since it had taken the police nearly an entire day to track him down. Izuku acknowledged that the trace was vague but indicated a magical trail leading to a specific location, urging Tsukachi to follow him. They walked for 20 minutes until they reached an empty building near a hill, distant from their previous location. Izuku sensed no presence inside but could feel the mana flowing from within. They entered the building, which was an ordinary, dusty room filled with moss from being abandoned for a long time. They continued walking until they arrived at a large room that resembled a hall. There was an open gate in the middle of the room. Tsukachi was stunned to see the gate right in front of him. The scene he had never encountered before made him pause for a moment, admiring the gate. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he felt the magical energy radiating from it. Based on the energy, the gate was between rank D and rank C, and it felt like it was about to break. To clear this dungeon alone, at least one hunter of rank B or two of rank C, along with several hunters of ranks D and E, would be needed. Rank A hunters could complete this kind of dungeon alone. He considered contacting the bureau for help but quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head. This shouldn't be a big deal for him because he was an A-rank hunter. Tsukachi was surprised when Izuku declared he was going in. He immediately grabbed Izuku's shoulders, urging him to reconsider. Izuku reassured him, stating that he was an A-rank hunter and that a D-rank dungeon wouldn't be a problem. He needed to close the gate before it broke. After Tsukachi released his grip, Izuku walked inside the gate. The interior of the dungeon resembled an ordinary cave with some blood residue. Traces of fighting were evident on the walls and floors. As he followed the trail, it began to look strange. Initially, there were only sharp weapon marks, but soon he noticed human scratches on the floor leading into the boss's room, accompanied by traces of blood. Upon entering the boss room, Izuku witnessed a gruesome scene where a man's body had been torn apart. He remained unfazed, having seen much worse. He sighed, realizing there was nothing he could do in this situation. Igris, a shadow knight, formed behind him. Izuku instructed Igris to bring some soldiers to clean up the area while he took care of the body. Igris nodded, and several shadow knights and monsters appeared behind them. They rushed to confront the remaining monsters, leaving Izuku alone with the villain's corpse. Looking at the body, it was nearly unrecognizable due to the bite wounds and scratches. Izuku took off his jacket and covered the corpse before lifting it onto his shoulder and walking out. Outside, Tsukachi stood in front of the gate, worried. He attempted to enter but found himself blocked by an invisible barrier. Based on what he had heard from Izuku, the gate was an unpredictable place. With no access to the events inside, he could only pray that nothing bad would happen. Tsukachi paced back and forth, trying to remain patient and trust Izuku. Before long, he saw a silhouette emerging from the gate. As it grew clearer, he recognized Izuku, who was carrying someone wrapped in a jacket. Izuku laid the body down, and Tsukachi approached, unable to hide his surprise at the condition of the villain's body. Izuku explained that they were too late. The monster had already left the body in that state when he arrived. He found traces of a struggle inside, indicating the man had been dragged into the boss's room and ultimately became the monster's prey. Tsukachi, taking a deep breath, realized that while the case that had troubled him for days was over, he now faced another challenge: how to write the report. A few months passed without any significant events. Everyone continued their daily lives as usual. Izuku found himself inside the dungeon of Demon Castle. After a year and a half, he finally reached the 50th floor, guarded by a boss-level demon and another demon as his bodyguard. A red name floated above the demon's head, the ruler of the lower floor, the avaricious Vulcan. The demon sat on a throne made of bones, his large red body holding a club as he looked down at his opponent. Izuku assessed Vulcan's size, knowing he had to face him alone. He ordered the wizards in his army to attack the Vulcan guards. As the clash of swords erupted between his army and Vulcan's guards, Izuku activated his stealth skill. Although Vulcan's bodyguard was a high-level demon, Izuku's shadow soldiers matched his strength. With his improved intelligence, Izuku had enough mana to keep his soldiers recovering. However, to his shock, Vulcan, who had been sitting on his throne, vanished and reappeared in front of Izuku's army, wiping them out with a single blow. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief at the demon's speed. Regaining his focus, he rushed toward Vulcan, leaping into the air as he released his stealth. His muscles tensed, and he infused mana into his fists. With determination, Izuku struck Vulcan's side face, sending the demon flying into several nearby structures. Izuku didn't expect to send Vulcan flying with just one hit. He looked at his fist in disbelief, noting that there wasn't even a scratch on it. He recalled his status and realized he had forgotten something important. His stats showed that his strength was significantly high, even though he had invested points in intelligence recently. He noticed too late that his strength was still a few points higher than his intelligence. His slow growth had limited his experience points from raiding with other hunters, and he could only hunt alone within the Devil's Castle. He felt a surge of strength as he raised his head to see Vulcan's body trapped between the buildings, but this was not the time to rejoice. The air around him trembled as Vulcan activated his skill, increasing his stats and reducing his pain. The angry Vulcan rushed toward Izuku, the ground rumbling beneath him as he moved faster than before. Izuku glanced at his soldier fighting the Vulcan guards behind him and spotted Iron amidst the chaos. He called out to Iron, who immediately understood the command. Iron threw his shield to Izuku, who caught it and prepared for Vulcan's next attack. Vulcan's club struck the shield repeatedly, each hit pushing Izuku down, but he managed to hold his ground thanks to his power stats. He realized that if this continued, he would be overwhelmed and needed to find the right moment to counterattack. It wasn't his style to be a tanker. When Vulcan's club was pulled back, Izuku jumped, aiming for the demon's head. However, Vulcan anticipated this move and swung his club horizontally at Izuku. Trapped in midair, Izuku struggled to dodge. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he quickly used Ruler's touch to push himself away from the attack, narrowly avoiding it. Relieved, he sighed, but Vulcan's face twisted with anger. Although Izuku had dodged, he knew that his current dagger could only inflict damage on Vulcan's head, putting him in a dangerous position. Scanning the surroundings, he devised a plan and began to run, luring Vulcan after him. As Izuku ran toward a building that was slanted and nearly collapsed, he increased his speed using the sprint skill. Vulcan sensed something was off but couldn't slow down in time. Izuku reached the sloping part of the building and kicked it with all his might, shattering the glass window. Surprised, Vulcan looked up at Izuku, who held his dagger with both hands and aimed for the demon's neck. The blade cut through, and a roar echoed as blood dripped from Vulcan's wound. Izuku activated Vital Stab, attacking multiple times until the message he had been waiting for appeared. He had defeated Vulcan and gained a substantial amount of experience points. As Vulcan's body fell, dust billowed into the air. Izuku looked around, ready to assist his soldiers, but they had nearly finished their battle against the Vulcan guards. He checked the rewards he had received. Among them was the Demon Monarch's earring, an accessory that boosted his strength and health. He also found the Orb of Avarice, a magic item that amplified his magic damage. Lastly, he obtained Vulcan's horns and a fragment of the World Tree, a powerful piece of wood that radiated energy when he held it. Izuku marveled at the items, feeling the powerful energy from the fragment of the World Tree. He then decided to keep it for now, maybe use it somehow, then move on to the next item. Next was the Demon Monarch's earring. Based on the information about the item, it was part of a set and increased strength and health by 20 points, equivalent to leveling up 8 times. Izuku smiled, knowing that one piece of a set could have such a good effect. Since he found it here, the other parts should be on another floor of this place. He couldn't wait to discover more. After finishing with the Demon Monarch's earring, Izuku looked at the red marble in his hand, the size of a billiard ball. According to the description of the Marble of Avarice, it would double magic damage, but when Izuku checked the statistics, nothing had changed. He pondered how to use it. While he was busy arranging his thoughts, Igris approached him, carrying 6 demon heads and placing them in front of Izuku. Izuku looked at the knight kneeling before him and asked him to stop bowing. Igris continued to show his respect without a word. Soon after, Iron arrived, dragging Vulcan's head, despite Izuku being the one who had defeated him. Izuku sighed at the actions of his soldiers. He acknowledged that without their help, he might not have survived. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. What if he gave the Marble of Avarice to one of his soldiers, similar to how he had used the Iron Shield? Izuku summoned one of the shadow mages to approach him. After handing the Marble of Avarice to the mage, he pointed at one of the buildings and ordered the mage to attack. As Izuku signaled, a fireball twice the size of the ones he had seen before formed in the wizard's hand. Izuku's eyes widened as he watched the fireball soar toward the building. He was amazed by the display of power. The shadow mage returned the Marble of Avarice to Izuku, who marveled at its potential. He glanced back at the remnants of the buildings, with flames still flickering in the aftermath. This item was far superior to those provided by the Bureau, and it would drive all mage-class hunters wild if they knew about it. He decided to keep it for now. Izuku concluded his exploration for the day, having spent too long in the demon's castle. He felt satisfied after receiving such a gift. After leaving the devil's castle, the sky was nearly dark. He had entered early in the morning, spending the entire day in the dungeon. Izuku checked his phone and saw 3 messages and 5 missed calls from Kyoko. He called her back, hoping to avoid being scolded for ignoring her calls. Kyoko answered, relieved to hear from him. She asked where he had been and why he hadn't answered her calls since morning. Izuku explained that he was in an area with no signal. Kyoko reminded him not to forget their event that evening, and he suddenly recalled that he had almost missed it due to his focus on clearing the demon's castle. He assured her he remembered and they agreed to meet at 7 p.m. After hanging up, he realized it was already 6 p.m. and he was alone at Tokyo Tower. With an hour left until the event, Izuku considered heading straight to the restaurant but noticed his clothes were dusty and torn. He knew people would mistake him for a beggar in his current state. He decided he needed to take a shower first. At 6:30 p.m., Izuku stood in front of the dormitory, waiting for someone. He wore a black hoodie, black jeans, and shoes, looking much cleaner than before. Shortly after, he sensed someone approaching and turned to see Tuya and Kyoko coming toward him. Kyoko waved as soon as she spotted him. She asked if he had waited long, to which he replied that he had just arrived. Kyoko took his hand and led him to the restaurant they had booked. Their teammates were already waiting for them. Daichi greeted them first, followed by Aikiru, while Katsuhito simply nodded. The food was served as soon as everyone arrived, and they began the celebration. They had gathered to celebrate Aikiru's rank advancement. A few days prior, Aikiru had passed the test for S-rank promotion, and Kyoko had organized this small party in his honor. Kyoko playfully suggested that Aikiru give a speech, to which he hesitated, questioning its necessity. Daichi encouraged him, teasingly calling him captain. Aikiru began his speech, thanking everyone for their support, acknowledging that he wouldn't have come this far without them, and expressing gratitude to Kyoko for organizing the party. He recognized the challenges they had faced recently, with everyone busy with their raid schedules, making it hard to gather like this. He particularly noted Izuku and Todoroki for their achievements in reaching the A-rank hunter license. As Aikiru raised his glass for a toast to their hard work, everyone echoed his sentiment. The party officially began, with Kyoko presenting flowers to Aikiru, who accepted them awkwardly, his cheeks flushing. They continued to celebrate, sharing laughter and discussing various topics, from hunter issues to their daily lives. Izuku and Todoroki remained reserved, choosing not to share their private lives with the group. Before they knew it, it was 10 p.m. They had intended to party all night, but with a younger member among them, they decided to call it a night. Kyoko and Katsuhito had both indulged a bit too much. Despite being a healer, Kyoko struggled with alcohol, and Katsuhito had been encouraged to drink by her. Consequently, they were the first to succumb to the effects of the party. The group decided to finish the festivities before heading home. Daichi and Aikiru took on the responsibility of escorting the rest of the team. Daichi guided Katsuhito and Kyoko, while Aikiru accompanied Izuku and Tuya, as he still had matters to attend to at the bureau. After a 10-minute drive, they arrived at the dormitory. Aikiru dropped off Izuku and Todoroki before heading to the bureau office. Even though it was nearly midnight, several people were still working, primarily from the observation division, tasked with locating dungeons across Japan. Aikiru exchanged greetings with them briefly before proceeding to the meeting room. Upon reaching the door, he knocked and was invited inside. The chairman of the Hunter Bureau, Matsumoto Shigeo, along with other officials and several Japanese S-rank hunters, including Sugimoto, awaited him. Aikiru took a seat next to Sugimoto, and the meeting commenced as soon as he settled in. Matsumoto led the meeting, which included high-ranking officials and even the Prime Minister of Japan. A screen displayed a graph illustrating the significant increase in dungeon occurrences and awakenings over the past 2 years. Matsumoto pointed out the alarming trend, noting that the number of dungeon upgrades had reached a level beyond their control. Gates had begun appearing in city centers, and the number of awakened individuals was steadily rising. Heroes, civilians, and even villains had been reported to have undergone awakenings. He referenced a case involving one of their agents from a few months prior. The slide changed to show a police report detailing the case and the profile of the villain at its center. Matsumoto explained that the villain had awakened and committed various crimes, including murder, before being discovered deceased in a dungeon by their agents. This incident was just one of many, with traces of gates and monsters surfacing online, evading the Bureau's oversight. Matsumoto expressed concern that if the situation continued to escalate, the existence of the gates would eventually need to be revealed to the public. A debate ensued regarding the implications of such a revelation, with some participants opposing the idea due to potential public backlash, while others argued for waiting for the right moment to disclose the truth. The discussion grew heated, leading to a postponement of the meeting. As participants began to exit, Aikiru and Sugimoto were among the last to leave. Since the bureau office was close to the dormitory, Aikiru decided to take a stroll through the garden to clear his mind. As he walked, he spotted Izuku sitting on a park bench. Surprised to see him at this hour, Aikiru approached. Izuku acknowledged Aikiru's presence, curious about his reason for being there. Aikiru returned the question, noting that he too needed some fresh air. They settled onto the bench together, gazing up at the night sky, which was sparsely dotted with stars. Aikiru initiated a conversation about the recent gates. Izuku paused, contemplating the question. He recognized that Aikiru had been preoccupied with matters at the bureau and inferred the connection to the increase in dungeons. He shared his thoughts, expressing that while dungeons could be dangerous, they also held economic potential, particularly with the magic stones that could serve as a new energy source. Aikiru listened intently, impressed by Izuku's insight. He remarked on how Izuku's mature perspective often made it difficult to remember that he was still a child. Izuku promised to try to act more his age, to which Aikiru reassured him that there was no need to force it. Aikiru reflected on Izuku's potential, realizing that he was witnessing the growth of someone who might one day surpass him. However, he noted that Izuku showed little interest in becoming a high ranker, which intrigued him. He asked Izuku if he planned to become an S-rank hunter. Izuku considered the question, leaning back and gazing at the sky. He admitted that while he had thought about it, it wasn't his primary goal. Rather, he viewed it as part of his journey. Aikiru smiled warmly at Izuku's response, finding it to be a reflection of his higher ambitions. Izuku smiled back, acknowledging the truth in Aikiru's words. They fell into a comfortable silence, watching as the sky began to brighten, unaware of how quickly time had passed as dawn approached. The two of them sat quietly while watching the sunrise. When the sun had risen high enough, Aikiru got up from his seat first, and Izuku followed him. Aikiru mentioned that he would leave first and suggested Izuku rest while he could. Izuku responded with a wish for Aikiru to take care as well. Aikiru then separated from Izuku and returned to the apartment where he lived. Left alone, Izuku continued to gaze at the sky. Despite having stayed up all night, he felt refreshed rather than tired. He decided to take a walk in the fresh morning air, enjoying the peaceful morning sun. After 20 minutes of walking, Izuku decided to complete a daily quest at a nearby park that had training facilities. It was Saturday, so the park was bustling with people. Izuku was so focused on his quest that he didn't notice the amazed looks from those around him. When he became aware of their gazes, he turned his head away, feeling shy. Ignoring the attention, he continued running toward a familiar place he often visited for peace since childhood. Before long, Izuku arrived at Dagoba Beach. He noticed a pile of garbage still littering the shore. Despite a year of efforts to clean it up, there was still much work to be done. He rarely visited, coming only about once every 2 months. As he looked around, he heard the sound of garbage being moved. He approached the source of the noise and saw someone he recognized. Hiroshi, the janitor who helped Izuku transport the garbage from the beach to the processing site, greeted him warmly. They exchanged pleasantries, and Izuku noticed a pile of garbage bags near Hiroshi. Hiroshi explained that he had stopped by to help clean the beach, feeling compelled to assist after seeing Izuku work alone. He lamented that today's heroes often focused on flashy tasks and neglected volunteer work, but he hoped his small contribution would make a difference. Izuku smiled, appreciating Hiroshi's kindness. Despite being nearly 70 years old, Hiroshi still worked diligently and was always willing to help others. Izuku offered to assist with the larger pile of garbage, and Hiroshi welcomed his help, joking about his age. Together, they began collecting large pieces of trash, such as refrigerators and washing machines, left on the beach. Hiroshi marveled at Izuku's strength as he moved the heavy items with ease. After 20 minutes of hard work, they filled the truck with garbage. Izuku wiped the dust from his hands and turned to Hiroshi, who was closing the truck door. They agreed that it was the last load for the day. Hiroshi then asked if Izuku had eaten, to which Izuku replied that he hadn't. Hiroshi suggested they have breakfast together, knowing a good place to buy bento. Izuku insisted on paying as a gesture of gratitude for Hiroshi's help. A few days later, Izuku found himself inside the Demon Castle dungeon, battling the 75th floor boss, the Guide of Soul, Midas. Midas, a skeleton monster clad in a black robe, summoned an army of undead as Izuku approached. As Midas sensed Izuku's presence, a circle of red magic appeared beneath him, and thousands of undead troops rose from the ground. While ordinary people would feel fear at the sight of such an army, Izuku remained calm. He summoned his own soldiers to confront Midas's forces. Although outnumbered, Izuku's soldiers were more than enough for the task. He commanded his allies to clear the way, and they swiftly engaged the undead. Izuku maneuvered through the chaos until he reached Midas. He caught the skeletal monster off guard, swiftly attacking with his dagger. Midas struggled to defend himself, unable to match Izuku's skill. The battle was short, and soon Izuku emerged victorious. After defeating Midas, a series of system messages appeared before him, announcing his rewards. The undead army, now leaderless, began to collapse. Izuku took a moment to breathe a sigh of relief as he surveyed the remnants of Midas's forces. He noted that while Midas had summoned a vast army and wielded powerful magic, he could not turn Midas into a shadow soldier due to the contamination of his mana. Sitting among the remnants of the defeated army, Izuku examined the rewards he had received, including a powerful accessory that would enhance his abilities. He felt satisfied with his accomplishments and contemplated the remaining set of items he had yet to collect. It meant that there was a third boss-level monster that Izuku had to defeat to complete the set. He had collected 10,001 demon souls, surpassing the quest requirement. He had completed the quest and received a notification about his rewards. He could choose any item from the store, gain bonus stats, and discover a hidden reward. Izuku decided to accept the first reward, eager to see what he could obtain. He had been contemplating an item since he received the Demon Castle dungeon key and hoped it might be available in the system store. He selected the Cursed Random Box, recalling that his previous choice, the Blessed Random Box, had granted him the Demon Castle key, which helped him level up and acquire rare items. As he opened the box, he was surprised to find another key inside. In his hand was a black key that had appeared after opening the Cursed Random Box. Curious, Izuku attempted to check the description of the item, but the lack of information left him puzzled. He had never encountered an item like this before and wondered about its purpose. Deciding to keep it in his inventory for now, he moved on to the next reward. He accepted the second reward and received a bonus of 20 stat points, which he allocated to his intelligence. After adjusting his stats, he proceeded to the final reward. Upon selecting the third reward, a scroll resembling a demon castle entry permit appeared in his hand. Surprised by this unexpected gift, he opened it to find a recipe for holy water of life. This mysterious potion used powerful magic to cure the user of all diseases, requiring the entire bottle to be consumed for it to take effect. Izuku was taken aback by the item's description, realizing its potential value. The ingredients needed to create holy water of life included a fragment of the world tree, obtainable on the 50th floor after defeating Vulcan, spring water from the echoing forest on the 75th floor after defeating Metis, and finally, the purified blood of the Demon King. He deduced that the last item was likely located on the 100th floor, guarded by the final boss of the Demon Castle dungeon. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to keep the recipe, knowing it might be useful in the future. Meanwhile, in an alley in Tokyo, several teenagers were walking together when they noticed a strange blue light emanating from a hidden corner. The blue spiral energy resembled a portal, drawing their curiosity. One of them approached the portal, attempting to touch it but found it impenetrable. Frustrated, another boy insisted on trying to break through. He began to punch the portal with his quirk, causing it to tremble and crack. As the cracks widened, the boy who had been punching the portal smiled, believing he had succeeded in opening it. However, this was merely the beginning of a disaster. A large green hand emerged from the portal, grabbing the boy standing closest to it. The others watched in horror as a tall, muscular figure stepped through, covered in strange tattoos and wielding an axe. The creature sensed the presence of the other teenagers and swung its axe, causing chaos. More creatures, resembling the first, followed through the portal. They were orcs, skilled hunters with a natural talent for tracking and hunting. Although their intelligence was slightly below that of humans, they excelled in their predatory instincts. The orcs moved into the crowd, initially unnoticed as they blended in with the surroundings. However, panic erupted when one of them attacked, leading to screams and chaos as people fled. Heroes quickly gathered to respond to the attack, but their efforts seemed ineffective. Among them was Endeavor, the number 2 hero, who focused on dealing with the monsters while his sidekicks evacuated civilians. Endeavor attempted to burn the creatures, but his flames had little effect. Confused and frustrated, he questioned why his flames were ineffective against them, while other heroes echoed his concerns about their attacks failing to cause any damage. Meanwhile, Izuku, who had just walked out of the demon castle, looked up at the blue sky. He was preparing to use the stealth skill so that no one would see him appear out of nowhere, but it was very quiet in Tokyo Tower. There was almost no one there. Suddenly, Izuku felt a surge of mana not far from where he was. He rushed toward the source of the energy, jumping from building to avoid detection. He landed on a nearby rooftop and saw a group of orcs fighting off the heroes. Izuku was aware of the situation. Some heroes were attacking the orcs while others evacuated civilians. He noticed several bodies on the ground, including 2 heroes. The number of orcs was around 20, and if the battle continued like this, the casualties would only increase. Feeling the weight of his responsibility as a hunter, Izuku began to think of a way to resolve the situation. He had already contacted the bureau, informing them of the dungeon break in Tokyo and requesting hunter assistance. His eyes scanned the battlefield for an opening to help when he spotted a familiar face. He jumped down and approached that person. Tsukachi was surprised to see Izuku and asked what he was doing there. Izuku explained that he had sensed strong mana and came to investigate. Tsukachi was about to tell him to evacuate but remembered that Izuku could be a valuable ally in this crisis. Tsukachi informed him that there had been 15 casualties so far and that no hero attacks had succeeded against the orcs. Izuku realized the situation was worse than he thought and confirmed that this was indeed the dungeon break he had mentioned before. He reassured Tsukachi that he had contacted the bureau for help and they should arrive soon. Determined to act, Izuku stated he would try to find the dungeon, believing the boss was still inside. Tsukachi expressed concern about the danger, but Izuku insisted it would be more perilous to leave the gate open. They agreed that the heroes would hold off the orcs until the hunters arrived. Tsukachi decided to accompany Izuku, revealing that they had received a report on the gate's location. As they made their way to the gate, the hunters arrived fully armed and took control of the battle. 10 hunters, mostly B to a rank, along with 1 S-rank hunter named Sugimoto, led the charge. After some initial tension with the heroes, the hunters proved their authority as government agents. The tide of the battle shifted dramatically with their arrival, as the orcs were swiftly defeated by the hunters' superior weaponry. The heroes watched in awe, horrified by the sheer difference in power. The sight of the defeated orcs, their green blood staining the ground, was a stark reminder that they were not human. Among the hunters, Sugimoto stood out, almost single-handedly dispatching the orcs, leaving the heroes questioning who the real monsters were. Meanwhile, Izuku and Tsukachi headed down an alley to find a gate that the orcs might access. Upon arrival, they spotted 2 orcs guarding the entrance. They hid behind a wall, discussing their next move. Izuku cautioned Tsukachi about the orc's keen sense of smell and assured him he would handle the situation. With a dagger drawn from his inventory, Izuku swiftly attacked, vanishing from sight and reappearing behind one of the orcs. The orcs, unaware of his presence, fell before him in an instant. Tsukachi, momentarily stunned, approached Izuku, asking if the orcs were dead. Izuku confirmed that they had to eliminate the orcs to prevent further harm to humans, explaining that it was a matter of survival. Tsukachi expressed concern about the cruelty of their actions, but Izuku reminded him that the orcs were not human and that they operated under a different set of rules. As Izuku prepared to enter the gate, he found it empty of monsters, as most had already ventured outside. He headed straight for the boss room, where 4 warriors guarded the boss. They immediately noticed Izuku's presence and became alert. One of the orcs taunted him, acknowledging his strength in reaching them. Izuku demanded to know why they killed humans. The orc, confused, noted that it was strange for a human to understand their language. When pressed for an answer, the orc revealed that a voice compelled them to kill. Just as Izuku was about to attack, he heard Tsukachi call his name from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Tsukachi had followed him into the boss room. Tsukachi explained that he thought Izuku might need help, but it seemed the situation was dire. Izuku was taken aback by Tsukachi's sudden appearance but quickly refocused on the task at hand. Before they could strategize further, one of the orcs lunged at Tsukachi, forcing them to react. Tsukachi attempted to shoot the orc with his gun, but it had no effect. Izuku stepped in and blocked the orc's attack with his dagger. He then kicked the orc back, sending it crashing into the wall behind the boss. Tsukachi stared in amazement at how a large orc could be thrown by a kid. The situation was dire, and Tsukachi knew he would only be a burden if he interfered. Izuku prepared to confront the boss but was concerned for Tsukachi's safety with the other 3 orcs still present. Izuku summoned one of his knights, Igris, to protect Tsukachi. Tsukachi was taken aback by the shadowy figure that appeared behind him and became wary. Izuku reassured him that Igris would keep him safe while he dealt with the boss. With Tsukachi under Igris's protection, Izuku charged at the orc boss and his bodyguards. One of the guards slipped past Izuku's attention and attempted to attack Tsukachi, but Igris swiftly intervened, slashing at the orc before returning to Tsukachi's side. Izuku noticed the commotion and breathed a sigh of relief before refocusing on the battle. The boss orc swung its axe vertically, aiming for Izuku's head. Izuku ducked just in time and counterattacked, creating an opening. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a skill called Vital Strike, speed comparable to a bullet, leaving marks on the boss's body. The other 2 orc guards could only watch in shock as their leader fell. They stood frozen, sensing the overwhelming intensity radiating from Izuku. It didn't take long for him to dispatch the remaining orcs. After retrieving the mana stone from the defeated boss, Izuku approached Tsukachi, who was still in shock from the battle. Izuku urged Tsukachi to follow him out of the dungeon. As they exited, the gate vanished behind them. A group of people awaited them outside, sent by the Hunter Bureau to confirm the existence of the gate responsible for the incident. Among them was Sugimoto, who had dealt with most of the orcs that had emerged and quickly mobilized a team to locate the gate. Agents approached Izuku, and Tsukachi, surprised by their sudden appearance, tried to intervene but was stopped by Izuku, accustomed to such situations after raids. An agent took Tsukachi aside for questioning and to check on his condition, ensuring he was unharmed. Sugimoto then approached Izuku to inquire about the events inside the dungeon. After explaining the situation and handing over the orc boss's magic stone, Izuku asked about the situation outside. Sugimoto informed him that the total casualties had risen to 20. They were fortunate, he noted, as the quick actions of the heroes and Izuku's prompt report had minimized the damage. Izuku expressed regret, wishing he could have acted faster. Sugimoto reassured him that they couldn't change what had already happened and reminded him that it was still better than the previous incident, which had resulted in over 100 casualties. Izuku acknowledged this and agreed to rest, allowing the Bureau to handle the aftermath. The following day, the incident dominated the news. Reports highlighted the monsters that had wreaked havoc in the city, focusing on the heroes' bravery while also mentioning mysterious individuals who had effortlessly defeated the creatures. Public curiosity grew, and many demanded explanations from the government, keeping the Bureau busy. The Bureau's leadership convened a meeting with ministers and the Prime Minister. The government could no longer conceal the existence of the gate and the monsters. They decided to make an official announcement at a press conference within a week. On the day of the announcement, the Prime Minister held a press conference broadcasted across all television stations. Alongside the Bureau chairman and involved agents, he revealed the existence of dungeons, monsters, and individuals known as hunters, tasked with combating these threats under the Hunter Association's guidance. The announcement caused widespread panic among civilians, who felt threatened not only by villains but also by unknown creatures from another world. The media buzzed with discussions about the situation, and footage of dungeons and monsters circulated online, prompting society to adapt to these new realities. The heroes received numerous inquiries from civilians about the dungeons and monsters, many of which were misinformed. They redirected these calls to the Hunter Bureau, which faced an overwhelming influx of work. The Bureau's employees struggled to manage the surge in inquiries, as the existence of dungeons became public knowledge and hunter activities gained increasing attention. Civilians attempted to enter dungeons, but the system only allowed awakened individuals, keeping them safe from harm. However, the areas around the gates remained dangerous, necessitating the presence of agents and police for protection. The Hunter Association also received several requests for interviews. The decision was made by the chairman, and in the end, the Bureau only sent Sugimoto, who had recently been in the media spotlight due to his performance during the dungeon break incident. As a result, he found it challenging to manage the media attention and had little time to rest. This was evident from the pile of documents cluttering his desk. Buried under the paperwork, Sugimoto lay back in his chair, taking a deep breath as he contemplated his endless workload. He wondered when it would all come to an end. Just then, there was a knock on his office door. Sugimoto glanced at the door and permitted the visitor to enter. Izuku walked in, holding a plastic bag. Sugimoto looked at him, curious about his arrival. Izuku had stopped by to bring lunch, which Sugimoto gratefully accepted, feeling relieved. As Izuku handed over the bag, he surveyed the messy office, noting the mountain of documents surrounding Sugimoto's desk. Sugimoto acknowledged that he had been busier since the dungeon break incident. After the announcement, the chairman had assigned him to handle the reporters. Izuku pointed out that this had made Sugimoto quite famous. Sugimoto agreed but then asked Izuku about his own workload, having heard that crowds had been gathering around the gate lately. Izuku confirmed that things had been chaotic, with some people trying to enter, but they had managed to handle it. Sugimoto remarked on the difficulty of his situation, to which Izuku replied that it wasn't as challenging as Sugimoto's. Sugimoto admitted he missed the days when the existence of dungeons was still a secret. Izuku echoed that sentiment. After their conversation, Izuku left Sugimoto's office to meet his teammates, as he had a raid scheduled for the day. He was set to lead a 5-member B-rank team in an attack on an A-rank dungeon near the city of Mizudafu. Upon arriving at the association building, he was greeted by his teammates, Kenzo Tanaka, Atsushi Kumamoto, Akari Shimizu, Kane Tawada, and Ippei Izawa. Tanaka inquired about Izuku's delay, to which Izuku explained he had been visiting a friend. Kumamoto, eager to get moving, urged them to leave, noting the growing crowd outside. Shimizu playfully chastised Kumamoto for his impatience. Izuku then asked about Izawa, learning that he was waiting in the car. As they approached the vehicle, they saw Izawa sleeping soundly in the back seat. Thanking Kane for the update, Izuku suggested they set off. A month passed and not much happened during that time. The topic of hunters and dungeons became widely discussed on the internet, gaining popularity that almost rivaled that of heroes. This surge in interest caused an uproar in the association office, but fortunately, it was resolved. Changes were made within the association, including an increase in staff and plans for a new, larger office building dedicated to administrative activities. The old office would be transformed into a branch office focused on research, development, and training facilities for hunters. Some employees expressed concerns about the new office, as many were comfortable in the current location. Additionally, the new office was situated a bit far from the dormitory. Ultimately, everyone agreed to the move, although some chose to remain at the old office. Izuku was among those who stayed behind to manage the old office. He was currently assisting Sugimoto in packing his belongings for the move, as Sugimoto was one of the executives. Sugimoto glanced around his old office, feeling a touch of melancholy as he reminisced about his time spent in the small underground space. He acknowledged Izuku's help with gratitude, expressing his bittersweet feelings about leaving. Izuku noted how quiet it would be once everyone was gone and wondered about the new office. Sugimoto hoped it would be an improvement over their current situation. After packing, Izuku helped Sugimoto transport the boxes to his car and then headed to the new association office in Tokyo, a high-rise building provided by the governor a few months prior. Upon arrival, they began moving Sugimoto's belongings to his new office on the 4th floor. The new office was larger and brighter compared to the previous underground space. Sugimoto admired the view from his new office window, while Izuku entered with a box in hand and joined him. They both appreciated the better lighting and the scenery outside. As they unpacked, they lost track of time, and evening fell, painting the sky orange. Sugimoto suggested they leave the remaining boxes for another day, and Izuku agreed, heading home alone. On his way, Izuku checked his phone and saw a message from Kyoko, informing him of a raid happening near the new association office. He decided to head to the raid location to meet up with them. The dungeon was located at an abandoned construction site, where the owner had fled with the funds meant for the project. When Izuku arrived, a crowd had gathered around the gate, kept at a distance by bureau agents. As he approached, the agents recognized him and greeted him. He acknowledged their hard work and explained that he was just visiting. The crowd began to whisper, curious about the teenager's presence and the respect he commanded from the agents. Izuku inquired about the crowd's presence and learned they had gathered before the raid began. He asked how long the raid team had been inside, receiving the answer that it had been 2 hours. Concerned, he walked toward the gate, sensing a strong wave of mana emanating from within the dungeon. Realizing the energy belonged to the boss, he grew anxious, knowing the implications of such power. A bureau agent approached him, sensing something was amiss, and asked if he was all right. Izuku quickly asked about the rank of the gate and learned it was an A rank. He pressed for information on the raid team, discovering that 1 S rank and 3 A rank hunters were inside. Panic surged within him as he ordered the main raid team to be called immediately, explaining the danger posed by the high-ranking A dungeon. He knew the current team was ill-equipped to handle the threat and could face dire consequences. When asked what he would do, Izuku resolved to enter the dungeon himself, insisting the agent stay behind until help arrived. With determination, Izuku rushed into the dungeon, his heartbeat quickening as he approached the boss room, hoping for the safety of his comrades. Earlier that day, a raid team consisting of Kyoko, Daichi, Katsuhito, and Aikiru had gathered at the gate of the abandoned construction site, preparing for the A-rank dungeon raid. While the others were gearing up, Kyoko chatted on the phone, excitedly texting Izuku to see if he would join them for dinner after the raid. Daichi, noticing Kyoko's distraction, approached Aikiru and speculated about her conversation, wondering if she was texting a boyfriend. Katsuhito joined in, questioning whether she had a boyfriend at all. They soon noticed a crowd gathering, including members of the press, and decided to ignore them, acknowledging that curiosity was natural given the novelty of the situation. Eventually, Kyoko rejoined the group, eager to know what they had been discussing. Katsuhito brushed her off, urging them to proceed. Daichi reassured her, and they all entered the gate without hesitation, unaware of the dangers that awaited them inside. Moments after their entry, they were met with a swarm of attacking dungeon jackals, ready to engage the raid team. Ikuru's group was taken aback by the unexpected presence within the A-rank dungeon, but they managed to handle the situation with relative ease. They examined the wolf's body and felt a sense of suspicion surrounding it. Katsuhito wondered if jackal dungeons typically appeared in A-rank dungeons, while Aikiru explained that if it were truly an A-rank dungeon, the weaker monsters would have already been hunted by stronger ones. As Aikiru finished his explanation, Daichi approached one of the jackal's bodies and noticed a rope mark around its neck. He pointed it out to Aikiru, who recognized that this was no ordinary jackal and speculated that something must have kept it there. Katsuhito suggested that if Aikiru's theory was correct, an intelligent monster might be lurking within the dungeon. Kyoko expressed concern about the difficulty of dealing with such a creature. Daichi asked Aikiru whether they should continue or retreat, stating that they would follow his decision. Just as Aikiru was about to respond, heavy footsteps echoed from deeper within the dungeon. A massive figure emerged, its red body and prominent fangs striking fear into the hearts of the group. They were startled to realize they were facing a high orc. The mana readings indicated that the dungeon was a low A rank, but the presence of a high orc suggested it was actually a high A rank dungeon. With their current raid team, clearing this dungeon seemed impossible. Aikiru, striving to maintain his composure, ordered his team to prepare for battle. The high orc before them radiated a powerful aura of intimidation and hostility. Although they surrounded the party, they did not immediately attack. One of the leading orcs pointed its sword at Aikiru, challenging him to a duel. Understanding the orc's intentions, Aikiru stepped forward to face it. Daichi was alarmed and urged Aikiru to reconsider, suggesting they retreat. Aikiru insisted that Daichi take the others to safety and inform the bureau while he attempted to hold off the orcs. Despite his hesitation, Daichi ultimately obeyed Aikiru's orders. However, as he tried to lead the others away, they were intercepted by additional high orcs. The orc growled at them, uttering incomprehensible words. Suddenly, its expression shifted, and it spoke a word that shocked the entire raid party. The orc introduced itself as Kargalgan and expressed a desire to meet the humans. The group was stunned to hear the monster speak their language, leading to speculation about whether it was magic or a mere puppet. Aikiru was momentarily silent, contemplating how to navigate this perilous situation with minimal risk to his team. Kargalgan confirmed its leadership over the orcs and hinted at the presence of a powerful witch. When asked if anyone stronger resided in the cave, Kargalgan issued a chilling ultimatum. They could either perish at the hands of its warriors or follow it. Aikiru chose to follow Kargalgan, hoping to secure the safety of his teammates, despite their protests against his decision. As tensions rose, Kargalgan commanded its warriors to capture the raid team. The group fought valiantly but was overwhelmed by the sheer number of high orc warriors. Ultimately, they were taken captive and dragged into the boss's chamber, leaving a trail behind them. Upon entering the throne room, they were met with the intimidating presence of Kargalgan, who sat upon a throne surrounded by 4 generals. Ikaru was unceremoniously thrown into the center of the room, while the rest of his team was restrained by other high orcs. Kargalgan welcomed them with a sinister tone, and Ikaru struggled to rise, using his sword for support. Kargalgan's overwhelming magical energy forced the raid team to their knees, making it difficult for them to move. Ikaru, though weakened, managed to ask why they had been brought there. Kargalgan revealed that they were to be entertained by the slow elimination of the humans, singling out Ikaru as the strongest among them. Enraged, Ikaru launched an attack against Kargalgan, but his efforts were met with a powerful magical shield that sent him crashing back. Kargalgan then activated a spell that lifted Ikaru into the air, subjecting him to a relentless barrage of gravity that slammed him into the ground repeatedly. Ikaru's body was battered, and he struggled to breathe, blood and dust covering him. His teammates watched in despair, unable to move or intervene, their hearts heavy with helplessness as they prayed for a miracle. Kargalgan observed Ikaru's motionless form, expressing boredom at the spectacle. Kargalgan waved his hand, and a general standing next to him stepped forward toward the already helpless Ikaru. General Org raised the axe he was holding high. But at that moment, a loud bang echoed through the room as the axe was blocked by an unseen force, causing the general to crash into the ceiling. As the dust settled, a figure with shining blue eyes emerged in front of Ikaru's motionless body. Slowly, green hair appeared from behind the dust. The figure radiated such strong intimidation and determination that it could make even the high orc tremble. Even Kargalgan had to admit that the pressure this figure exuded was comparable to his own. The appearance of this figure brought both surprise and a glimmer of hope to the desperate invading team. Tears streamed down the faces of the raid team as they realized their luck had not abandoned them. Izuku had come to save them all. Izuku rushed through the cave, heading straight for the boss room. He stopped halfway upon seeing the blood mark on the floor, his mind racing with the worst possible outcomes. Without delay, he sprinted to the boss room, only to witness Ikaru's body being manipulated by the dungeon boss's magic. Izuku's body moved on its own as he drew a dagger from his inventory. He blocked the path of the axe that was about to strike Ikaru, sending the attacking orc crashing into the ceiling. The intensity radiating from Izuku created a heavy pressure around him. He could not bear to watch his comrades' lives being toyed with right before his eyes. Blinded by anger, he glared at the dungeon boss with eyes full of rage. Kargalgan, observing the scene, narrowed his eyes as he sensed the bloodlust emanating from Izuku. He remarked on Izuku's extraordinary talent for an ordinary human but questioned how long it would last against all of them. Izuku declared that they had made a grave mistake and vowed not to let any of them live. Izuku's shadow flickered and spread widely, taking the form of knights, monsters, and Hyaki. Behind him stood an army capable of instilling fear in anyone who laid eyes on it. Kargalgan laughed at the sight of the humans daring to challenge him, dismissing their numbers. Izuku activated his skill, Domain of the Monarch. His mana spread to form a domain, enhancing the strength of every shadow soldier within it, transforming their glowing blue appearance into a deep purple. The raid team, witnessing this transformation, felt a pressure comparable to Kargalgan's. They had never seen Izuku this furious, only knowing his kind side, and for a moment, they could hardly recognize him. Izuku glanced at the raid team to ensure their safety and ordered several knights to escort them outside. He then turned back to Kargalgan, ready to attack once more. Kargalgan commanded his warriors to destroy Izuku. The battlefield erupted as Iron attempted to provoke the high orc army with his skill, Taunting Cry, but failed due to level differences. Frustrated, he swung his axe fiercely, managing to take down 3 orcs in one blow. Meanwhile, Igris raised his sword and mercilessly slashed at every enemy that approached him, sending bits of debris flying around him. He cleaned the blood from his sword before moving on to the next foe. Izuku joined the fray, using his fast and precise dagger skills to target the vital points of every enemy in front of him. With his incredible speed, he took down dozens of orcs single-handedly. Though consumed by anger, he also observed the battle, calmly assessing his next steps. He noted that aside from Igris, Iron, and Tank, the rest of his shadow army was around B-rank hunter level, having been defeated multiple times while trying to take down a single high orc. With their numbers exceeding his own by at least 3 times, he knew he had to reduce their ranks as much as possible. As the battle raged on, Kargalgan finally made his move. A dragon head emerged from a magic circle above him, unleashing a fiery breath that decimated half of Izuku's soldiers. Izuku glared at Kargalgan, angered by the loss of his troops. Kargalgan taunted him, claiming that as long as he had mana, his soldiers would continue to regenerate. Izuku countered that Kargalgan's mana would be exhausted before he could finish off his soldiers. He leaped into the air, aiming his dagger at Kargalgan, but his attack was blocked by a shield spell. Kargalgan smugly declared that the longer Izuku spent time with him, the sooner he would lose his soldiers. Izuku remained unfazed, confident that he had powerful allies on his side. Kargalgan threatened to destroy them all at once and unleashed another fire spell that wiped out Izuku's shadow army in one fell swoop. Izuku recognized Kargalgan as the strongest enemy he had faced so far, even more formidable than Vulcan and Metis. While Metis could control thousands of undead, he lacked strong defense. Kargalgan, however, possessed excellent defense and powerful spells, all while battling hundreds of high orcs in a one-sided fight. Feeling a sense of déjà vu from his job change search, Izuku accessed his inventory, retrieving recovery potions to replenish his mana. Determined not to prolong the battle, he resolved to finish Kargalgan off quickly. It was an interesting spectacle. With piles of bodies and so many deaths around him, it was the perfect stage to showcase the unshakable domain of a necromancer. A red hand rose from the body of the dead orc. The shadow army that used to be a Kargalgan warrior was now under the command of Izuku. This scene alone was enough to make the other Kargalgan warriors tremble in fear. Kargalgan was filled with disbelief as he witnessed his warriors being turned into undead. He could not comprehend how this was happening. His mind raced, recalling a powerful figure that every monster feared. Doubt crept in as he questioned their purpose for being there. When they opened their eyes in this place, one command echoed in their minds: hunting down humans. They had no choice but to obey. Kargalgan sent his general to carry out his orders. He commanded the general to cut the intruders into pieces and offer their blood-stained corpses to him. Izuku found the situation amusing and sent his own generals Iron, Igris, and Tank to confront the Kargalgan general. They swiftly overpowered him, completing the task with ease. Despite his confidence, Izuku realized that the mana he consumed was depleting quickly, and he needed to recover through potions. If all his soldiers vanished at once, the situation would turn dire. Meanwhile, the raid team observed from a safe distance within the dungeon, astonished by the battle unfolding before them. They had never seen Izuku fight at full strength, and the scene exceeded their wildest imaginations. The clash between the Black Army and the Red Army, combined with the immense mana wave emanating from the battlefield, made it difficult to discern who the true monster was. In the midst of the chaos, Aikiru slowly regained consciousness, thanks to Kyoko's healing magic. His vision was still blurred, but he managed to take in the fight. He raised his hand weakly, drawing the attention of his teammates. Kyoko urged him to rest, assuring him that they were safe now. Aikiru inquired about Izuku, wanting to know where he was. When informed that Izuku was fighting the boss, Aikiru's eyes widened in concern before he lost consciousness again, causing panic among the invading team. Kyoko attempted to heal Aikiru, but her efforts yielded little improvement. The team debated their next move, realizing they needed to escape. However, Kargalgan anticipated their actions and cast a spell to prevent their escape. He unleashed a series of spells, declaring that they would not leave until he was finished. Kargalgan then turned his attention to Izuku and cast the same spells, but to his shock, the curses he had placed were instantly lifted due to a powerful blessing. Izuku confidently declared that Kargalgan would pay for his actions. One of the wizards in Izuku's army conjured a fireball capable of shattering Kargalgan's shield. Kargalgan, enraged, amplified his power with every buff spell he had, making himself larger and stronger, vowing to crush them like insects. Kargalgan began to stomp on the shadow soldiers, rendering them unable to regenerate as Izuku's mana dwindled. He unleashed a fire dragon spell aimed at Izuku, who skillfully dodged and appeared beside Kargalgan, striking at his eyes with a dagger. Izuku taunted Kargalgan, pointing out that making himself bigger only made him an easier target. He continued to attack, but the critical hits eluded him. He then switched tactics, securing his dagger and delivering a powerful punch to Kargalgan's face, knocking him down. As Kargalgan struggled, Izuku commanded the shadows of Kargalgan's former guards to attack him mercilessly. They left a deep scar on Kargalgan's back, and he fell to the ground, his life fading. With Kargalgan defeated, Izuku approached his fallen form, preparing to claim him as one of his shadows. The familiar sight of a shadowy figure rising from the corpse appeared before him. He commanded the shadow to arise and chose the name Tusk for the new soldier. A few minutes after Izuku entered the dungeon, the main raid team arrived, witnessing the battle between the Red and Black armies. They spotted the raid team guarded by several Black Knights and realized the situation was beyond their expectations. They concluded that their presence was no longer necessary but felt compelled to ensure the safe extraction of the raid team for treatment. The rescue team rushed in to escort them out. While they were busy trying to save the attacking team, Sugimoto stayed back, observing Izuku's fight. He rarely saw Izuku on the battlefield, and as someone who knew him closely, he had never witnessed this side of him. Sugimoto was surprised by the strength Izuku displayed. Once the fight concluded, Izuku called his soldiers back to his shadow. Sugimoto approached him, calling his name. Izuku, who had not noticed Sugimoto until now, turned to see who was calling him. He looked behind Sugimoto and saw people busy rescuing the raid team. He realized he had been too focused on the battle to notice the gathering behind him. Sugimoto's gaze was intense, seeking an explanation for what had just transpired. They both knew a long conversation awaited them once they returned. Izuku asked about the condition of the raid team, and Sugimoto suggested they leave the area first. Izuku agreed, following Sugimoto and the rescue team out. Outside the gate, the scene was more chaotic than before. An ambulance was on standby to transport the injured to the hospital, and reporters were present, their cameras flashing as they captured the moment. One reporter attempted to question a hunter from the rescue team but was quickly blocked by a bureau agent. Their priority was clear: get the raid team to the hospital as soon as possible while the bureau agent managed the media. Upon arriving at the hospital, it became evident that the raid team had sustained serious injuries, with Aikuru in critical condition. After an hour in the operating room, Izuku waited anxiously with several agents. When the doctor emerged, Izuku was the first to stand, eager for news about Aikuru. The doctor informed him that Aikuru's injuries were far worse than anticipated. His arms and legs were severely damaged, and his spine had suffered significant trauma, affecting his motor nerves. The doctor expressed uncertainty about Aikuru's ability to walk normally again. The harsh reality of the situation hit Izuku hard, leaving him feeling despondent and filled with anger at his inability to save his comrade. With a heavy heart, Izuku asked if he could see Aikuru. The doctor permitted him but cautioned against making noise, as the patient needed rest. After the doctor left, Izuku and the agents followed a nurse to Aikuru's room. There, Aikuru lay helplessly, connected to various medical devices. The sight of his once tough figure now vulnerable on the hospital bed struck Izuku deeply. He sat beside Aikuru, his head lowered and fists clenched tightly, causing blood to drip from between his fingers. Memories of the terrible events that had unfolded raced through his mind. He expressed his sorrow, wishing he had arrived sooner. Noticing the blood on Izuku's hand, Sugimoto, who had come to support him, placed a hand on his shoulder, attempting to offer comfort. He reminded Izuku not to blame himself, emphasizing that they all shared responsibility for what had happened. Izuku remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Sugimoto decided to leave him for a while, understanding how close Izuku was to the raid team and how deeply this incident affected him. He told Izuku to meet him at the bureau office once he felt calmer and urged him not to carry the burden alone. Izuku stayed by Aikuru's side for nearly 30 minutes before deciding to leave. He took one last look at Aikuru, wishing him a speedy recovery, before heading out to check on his other colleagues. He first visited Daichi's room, then Katsuhito's, and finally Kyoko's. Daichi and Katsuhito remained unconscious due to anesthesia, both having sustained multiple injuries. Kyoko, however, was awake, her injuries less severe than the others. Izuku knocked on her door, and upon hearing the sound, Kyoko invited him in and gestured for him to sit beside her. She asked how he was doing, and he replied that he was relieved she was recovering, though she mentioned needing a few more days. Kyoko informed him that Sugimoto had visited earlier and inquired about Aikuru's condition. At her question, Izuku's expression darkened as he thought of Aikuru lying unconscious. Kyoko noticed his reaction and offered a bittersweet smile, understanding the weight of the situation. She reassured Izuku that it was not his fault, acknowledging his efforts to save them. She expressed gratitude for his hard work, emphasizing that they had survived thanks to him. Izuku struggled with his feelings, but Kyoko shared her own frustrations about her healing abilities and how she wished she could have done more for Aikuru. Tears began to fall from her eyes, revealing the emotions she had been holding back. Unlike Izuku, who often concealed his feelings, Kyoko found it difficult to contain her own. As they both grappled with their emotions, they sought to comfort one another in their shared struggle. The words Kyoko spoke to Izuku were also meant for herself. Izuku noticed this but chose to remain silent, allowing Kyoko to cry until she felt better. After a few minutes, she finally calmed down, and Izuku, who had been holding her hand the entire time, remained by her side. Kyoko expressed her embarrassment at showing this vulnerable side of herself. Izuku reassured her that it was okay to let out emotions sometimes, reminding her that she had once told him the same. Kyoko smiled softly, realizing that her own words had come back to her. She laughed lightly, feeling a little lighter. She acknowledged that holding in emotions for too long was unhealthy and thanked Izuku for being there with her. Izuku, feeling a bit shy, accepted her gratitude and continued to support her until evening, when he finally left her to rest and headed to the bureau to meet with Sugimoto. Upon arriving at the bureau office, Izuku was surprised to find the director, Matsumoto, waiting for him alongside Sugimoto. Confused, he bowed lightly and took a seat beside Sugimoto. Sugimoto began to explain that they were considering promoting Izuku to an S-rank hunter. The news shocked Izuku, momentarily freezing him as he processed the information. He had been preoccupied with the earlier incident, and now this unexpected announcement left him momentarily speechless. To be promoted to S rank, a hunter needed a certain level of mana and abilities, along with approval from at least 3 S-rank hunters. Sugimoto noticed Izuku's stunned expression and gently called his name to bring him back to reality. Izuku finally regained his composure and asked for clarification. Sugimoto confirmed the promotion, and Matsumoto explained the reasoning behind it. After Japan announced the existence of gates and dungeons, the world underwent significant changes. Other countries quickly followed suit, and Japan seemed to lag behind, despite being the first to make the announcement. Matsumoto handed Izuku 2 documents, explaining that one contained a list of S-rank hunters from other countries, while the other listed candidates for promotion. Izuku noticed his name at the top of the candidates list and questioned why that was the case. Matsumoto explained that he was considered a special case due to his exceptional growth potential and the impressive raid records he had achieved. Sugimoto added that the number of creatures Izuku could summon indicated his abilities were on par with S-rank hunters, if not more. Izuku fell silent again, grappling with the decision. While this was a fantastic opportunity, he felt conflicted about accepting it, especially after the earlier incident that had affected his colleagues. Sugimoto noticed Izuku's hesitation and mentioned that Aikiru also supported the promotion. He handed Izuku another document containing Aikiru's signature on a promotional application. This revelation added to Izuku's internal struggle, as he felt the weight of the decision pressing on him. Realizing he needed more time to think, Izuku asked if he could have some time to consider the offer. Sugimoto agreed, encouraging him to take his time and think it through. After thanking them for their understanding, Izuku stood up, bowed lightly, and left the room. As he departed, Sugimoto took a deep breath and turned to Matsumoto, questioning whether it was too much to use the incident to persuade Izuku. Matsumoto reminded him that heroes often grow stronger by overcoming crises. Sugimoto expressed concern for Izuku's youth, but Matsumoto emphasized the importance of restoring public trust in their organization, especially in light of recent events. But sir, Sugimoto hesitated. Matsumoto, though not raising his voice, exuded an aura that pressured Sugimoto into SBM's. Aware of their positional differences, Sugimoto lowered his head, accepting Matsumoto's decision without further protest. He swallowed his anger and replied, acknowledging his orders. The next morning, the news reported an incident at the gate near the construction site. Several hunters had entered the gate and emerged with visible injuries. Fortunately, the situation was quickly controlled, and the dungeon was sealed thanks to the swift actions of the Hunter Bureau agents who arrived promptly. A crowd gathered to discuss the news, expressing their concerns. Some found the injuries alarming, questioning how anyone could survive such wounds. Others speculated that hunters might possess enhanced recovery abilities, leading to debates about their effectiveness compared to traditional heroes. Izuku, watching the news on his phone, felt a wave of negativity wash over him as he read the comments. The criticism weighed heavily on his mind, reminding him of the accident involving Aikiru and his team. His expression darkened as he contemplated the incident. Determined to take action, Izuku stood up from his bed and headed to a specific location, notifying Sugimoto that he would be away for a few days. He arrived at Tokyo Tower and entered the dungeon of the Devil's Castle. Flames greeted him as he stepped inside, but he remained focused, heading straight to the 76th floor. The devil awaited him at the entrance. Without hesitation, Izuku drew his dagger and summoned his troops. His shadow warriors, Igris, Iron, Tank, Baruka, and Tusk, stood ready behind him. With his new army, he charged into the crowd of demons, prepared for another fierce battle within the dungeon. Before entering the demon castle, Izuku had asked Sugimoto for specific items from the workshop. Sugimoto introduced him to Akiyama Iwao, the head of the workshop responsible for the hunter's weapons. Akiyama was known for his special abilities in production, crafting weapons used by high-rank hunters. The workshop employed over 50 workers, some of whom were ordinary people without quirks. Despite their varying backgrounds, the quality of their work was exceptional, as the lives of hunters depended on the weapons they used. Akiyama maintained high standards, ensuring that every weapon produced was of the utmost quality. After making an appointment, Izuku visited the workshop located on the 5th floor of the underground building. Upon entering, he was greeted by a worker who guided him to Akiyama. Inside, the atmosphere buzzed with activity as workers forged swords, polished weapons, and crafted enchanted items. Izuku spotted a sturdy man wearing a headband, clearly focused on his work. The worker introduced him as the boss, confirming that this was indeed Akiyama Iwao. Akiyama acknowledged Izuku and invited him to a quieter space to discuss his needs. In the lounge, Akiyama served tea and inquired about Izuku's visit. Izuku explained that he needed a specific item. Akiyama asked for details, and Izuku requested something with fire resistance, like a cloak. Akiyama assured him that such items were common in the workshop and led him to the showroom, where various weapons and accessories were displayed in glass cabinets. As Akiyama explained the items, Izuku's attention was drawn to a particular dagger. He compared it to his own and asked Akiyama for a closer look. Akiyama retrieved the dagger, handing it to Izuku for inspection. He held the dagger and began to practice his attacking moves. The dagger was not as powerful as the Night Killer dagger, but its stats were similar to those of Risaka's fangs. Akiyama, who watched him, observed closely as he played with the dagger. Akiyama commented on Izuku's skill with daggers, noting that it seemed to be his main weapon. Izuku confirmed that he had been using it since the beginning of his journey. Akiyama expressed interest in seeing Izuku's weapon, and Izuku obliged by taking out the Night Killer dagger from his inventory. Akiyama was visibly impressed by the dagger that appeared in Izuku's hand. He speculated about Izuku's abilities, suggesting that he might be a warrior or an assassin. Despite hearing that Izuku lacked a quirk, Akiyama still questioned whether he truly had none. Izuku explained that he was indeed an assassin and that the dagger was simply one of his skills. Akiyama fell silent for a moment, studying Izuku with a doubtful expression. However, after seeing Izuku's reaction, he laughed and playfully hit him on the back, calling him an interesting person, as Sugimoto had said. Izuku felt a mix of confusion and amusement at Akiyama's attitude but managed to smile awkwardly. He then handed the Night Killer dagger to Akiyama for assessment. Upon touching it, Akiyama's eyes widened in awe. He asked where Izuku had obtained such a remarkable weapon. Izuku mentioned that he found it in a dungeon. Akiyama, filled with excitement, requested to borrow the dagger for a moment, looking at Izuku with eager anticipation. This enthusiasm was a stark contrast to his demeanor around the workshop workers. Izuku hesitated, recalling his own excitement when researching quirks and monsters, but he quickly brushed aside the thought and agreed to let Akiyama borrow the dagger. Akiyama was thrilled and offered Izuku a free item from the workshop as a thank you, promising a discount for his next visit. Izuku accepted the offer and chose the wind robe and a nameless ring with water attributes, preparing for his upcoming venture into the demon castle. As he ascended, the heat intensified, and he recognized the need for items to protect himself from the flames. With his preparations complete, he informed Sugimoto that he would be away for a few days and headed to Tokyo Tower, where the entrance to the Demon Castle dungeon awaited him. He entered without hesitation, determined to see his mission through to the end. Unilateral battles erupted wherever Izuku and his soldiers went, accompanied by the sounds of explosions and the cries of defeated demons. It had been 2 days since he entered the Demon Castle, and he was advancing at an incredible pace. With the newly joined army of high orcs and Tusk wielding the Orb of Avarice, they faced no obstacles in their ascent. Notifications continued to appear before him as the battle raged on. Izuku observed Tusk from a distance, who was effectively using fire magic to dispatch enemies. He analyzed the battle, strategizing how to align the fighting style of the high orcs with his current forces. Izuku marveled at Tusk's power, noting that although he was using the Orb of Avarice, his abilities seemed diminished after becoming a shadow. The size of the orb appeared to change based on its user, and Izuku decided to let Tusk wield it for a while. While waiting for his soldiers to finish, Izuku checked his status. His level was 81, and he was a shadow monarch with impressive stats. The number of shadow soldiers he could extract had increased with his intelligence, but he faced challenges due to contaminated magic preventing him from converting defeated demons into shadows. Since entering the dungeon, he had received a new quest to collect demon souls. The Demon King, Baron, resided on the highest floor of the demon castle, and defeating him was essential to completing the quest. The rewards included a high-quality runestone, a stat bonus, and hidden rewards. Izuku's ultimate goal was to reach the top of the castle, where he could obtain the purified blood of the Demon King, a crucial material for creating the holy water of life. After a lengthy battle, he decided it was inefficient to move as one large group and opted to divide his soldiers into 6 teams, each led by a stronger shadow. Tusk, Igris, Iron, Tank, Baruka, and a group led by high orcs were given 2 orders: to eliminate the enemy they faced and to notify Izuku once they found the entry permit. Not long after Izuku dismissed his army, notifications appeared in front of him. However, being on the top floor, high-level demons began to emerge, making it difficult for normal-class warriors to handle them. He had to constantly use potions to recover his magic power to avoid losing his soldiers. This continued for several days, resulting in rapid leveling up for both Izuku and his soldiers, who managed to level up 10 times since he last saw them. Despite having 20 floors left to conquer, he found himself stuck on the 80th floor for 2 days without finding the entry permit. He pondered whether a powerful enemy was lurking somewhere. Just as he was deep in thought, he felt his mana rapidly depleting. It was from the team led by Iron, indicating that they had been defeated by the enemy. Izuku was surprised to realize that there was a demon strong enough to take down Iron. He considered checking the situation but decided to call back his soldiers due to his quickly draining mana. The next day, after continuous ambushes, the deployed soldiers were pulled back. Izuku kept a close watch on the situation, analyzing the enemy's attack patterns, but something felt off. The enemy seemed to be deliberately targeting weaker teams, indicating they possessed enough intelligence to exploit their opponent's weaknesses. Izuku deduced that if they were targeting Baruka's team, the next target would likely be Tank's team. He moved in the direction of the Tank team to monitor the situation and confront the enemy responsible for the attacks on his soldiers. Hiding behind the ruins of nearby buildings, he suppressed his presence using the skill, Stealth. Soon, an armed demon army approached the Tank team. One demon knight swiftly attacked, incapacitating Tank with ease, continuing to press the attack as the Tank struggled to regenerate. Seeing his soldiers being overwhelmed, Izuku decided to reveal himself. The demon knight noticed his presence and attacked. Izuku swiftly dispatched the first demon knight, defeating him instantly, and then took down the other two, leaving only the demon noble standing. The demon trembled in fear at Izuku's presence, who grinned at the sight. Despite its fear, the demon fought back, launching precise attacks aimed at Izuku. The power behind those strikes could have easily destroyed the buildings behind him. Inside the demon castle, demons were classified into various ranks, from low-grade to noble demons and mini-bosses. While dodging the demon's attacks, Izuku gripped the Baruka dagger, hidden beneath his cloak. Seizing an opportunity, he disarmed the demon and grabbed its face. As he prepared to subdue the demon, it suddenly surrendered, pleading for its life. Izuku was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was holding a girl's face. However, remembering she was a demon, he regained his composure. The demon apologized for attacking his soldiers, claiming it was following orders to protect the area. Izuku, with the Tank team behind him, felt conflicted. The demon continued to plead for mercy, explaining that the knights would be pleased if she survived. Sweat formed on Izuku's forehead as he processed her selfishness. He glanced at the dagger in his hand, feeling a loss of will to kill her. Seeing an opening, the demon attempted to stab Izuku in the back, but Tusk's magic shield intercepted the attack. The demon girl immediately bowed in SBMson, offering to grant Izuku anything if he spared her life. Izuku was puzzled by her attitude, unsure whether to view her as shameless or optimistic. He ordered Tusk to use gravity magic to lift the demon from the ground and inquired about the entry permit. The demon revealed that the permit was protected by her clan and that she could provide it if he ensured her safety. She also claimed to know the location of the entrance to the higher floor and offered to guide him if he guaranteed her life and the clan's safety. As she spoke, Izuku approached her, and her face flushed when he was right in front of her. Looking into her eyes, he felt the pressure of her bloodlust skill activate. The high pressure weighed on her, causing her to sweat and tremble. She insisted that she was telling the truth, her voice shaking with fear. Tusk released her gravity magic, allowing it to fall even though she was still trembling. She requested an admission pass, hoping to leave the place with peace of mind. After a moment, she expressed her gratitude but then inquired about the identities of the others present. After a few minutes of calming down, the demon girl finally introduced herself as Lady Essel, the eldest daughter of the Raider clan. Izuku was curious about their existence, having encountered several intelligent monsters before. He asked if they constantly heard voices urging them to harm humans. Essel tilted her head in confusion, but after a moment, she clarified that they heard a different voice, one that urged them to protect their territory. This was a different answer, indicating that the purpose of these monsters was to guard the dungeon, unlike the gate monsters that sought to harm humans. Izuku pondered whether he was perceived as a gate monster by these creatures. He then asked when they started hearing those voices, to which Essel replied that it began when they opened their eyes in this place. This revelation intrigued Izuku, suggesting that these demons had once lived elsewhere, providing a clue about the nature of the system. When he asked where they had been before arriving here, Essel mentioned the demon world and that they had ended up here without realizing it. She explained that they were preparing for war against a powerful enemy, but as she spoke, her words became erratic and her eyes distorted as if she were being overwhelmed by something. Suddenly, she began to repeat that the conversation would be interrupted due to exceeding the allowed amount of information. Izuku recognized this pattern from his earlier encounter with Baruka, realizing that the system was blocking the conversation. Despite the interruptions, Izuku gathered that the enemy the demons faced might hold the key to understanding their situation. He speculated that if this enemy possessed transcendental power and sought to influence him or the earth, it could be significant. After some time, Essel finally opened her eyes, blinking as she adjusted to the light. Realizing she was still outside, she sat up and touched her head, wondering when she had fallen asleep. Izuku noted that the demons were not very friendly to each other, pointing to the pile of demon corpses nearby, which left Essel stunned. She expressed her surprise and gratitude to Izuku for protecting her while she slept, explaining that unintelligent demons did not consider intelligent ones as part of the same race. Curious about the entry pass, Izuku asked how far it was to the location. Esso led him to her palace, situated on a cliff and surrounded by towering flames with only one way in and out. Izuku had no trouble entering the castle since he was with Esso. Inside, the castle was not as imposing as it appeared from the outside. Esso guided him to the throne room, where her father, the Demon King, sat surrounded by his knights. The Demon King, with long black hair and red eyes resembling Essel's, reacted with alarm upon seeing Izuku. He questioned who Essel had brought with her, expressing concern about the soldiers he sensed hidden in Izuku's shadow. Izuku observed the interaction, noting the king's panic as he realized the potential threat. Despite being surrounded, Izuku remained calm and addressed Essel's father, stating that he had promised Essel he would leave peacefully if he received the entry pass. The Demon King, feeling the unsettling aura from Izuku, hesitated, recalling the boy's reputation for defeating demons swiftly. He swallowed hard and asked if that was all Izuku wanted. Izuku requested one more thing, to borrow Essel for a while, intending to use her as a guide to locate other entrances. Essel's father seemed displeased with this arrangement but ultimately invited them to dinner. The dining table was filled with delicious and luxurious food. Izuku was skeptical at first, but after the first bite he found it delightful and ate heartily. Essel's father had offered Izuku a glass of wine, but he had to refuse. Although he was poison-resistant, Izuku rejected it because he was still underage. During dinner, Izuku explained the situation and was finally able to resolve the misunderstanding between them. Essel's father asked if Izuku was okay with just an entry pass and a guide, expressing concern for his daughter. Izuku thought to himself that he didn't expect the devil to worry about his daughter, realizing that even monsters could have hearts. He assured them that he would keep his promise. Essel's father waved his hand, calling a servant to hand over the admission ticket to Izuku. Izuku accepted it and checked it for himself. It was a pass to enter the 81st floor of the Devil's Castle, usable in the floor movement magic circle on the 80th floor. After confirming its authenticity, he stood up from his seat, indicating he was ready to leave. As they prepared to move on, Essel carried a fairly large bag. When Izuku asked about it, she explained that it was a gift for the clan leader on every floor. He questioned why she brought gifts for them, wondering if her clan was friendly with other demonic clans. Essel hesitated, explaining that hierarchical disputes often occurred between demon lords, but some clans were at least reasonable. Izuku reassured her that it was okay and told her to wait while he took care of things. It only took a few minutes for him to conquer the castle of the Garsh clan. Thanks to Essel, they reached the 89th floor faster than he expected. After battling high-level demons, his level increased to 87, and his shadow soldiers had also leveled up, with Igris and Tank reaching their maximum levels. Izuku received requests for promotion from both Igris and Tank, which he accepted. Their bodies began to disintegrate and then reformed, accompanied by a powerful roar as they reshaped perfectly. Igris was promoted to Elite Knight, and the Shadow Monster was promoted to Knight. Their appearances changed, and their auras intensified, with Igris achieving S-rank strength and Tank reaching high-end A-rank. Essel, feeling a mix of admiration and curiosity, asked Izuku how many clans he had destroyed so far. He calculated that, excluding her clan, it should be 9. She informed him that starting from the 90th floor, each would be supervised by a high-ranking noble clan, which operated on a completely different level. If he could persuade them, they might hand over the admission ticket like her clan had. Izuku interrupted her, questioning if she would negotiate with him if he was weaker than her clan. Essel fell silent for a moment, realizing the implication of his words, and Izuku grinned at her reaction. He then expressed his intention to make the Radis clan number 1, excluding her clan because he believed they were not bad people, especially Essel, who surprised him with her kindness. As they continued their ascent, the difficulty increased significantly on the 90th floor. The level of monsters and their numbers were far greater than those below. Despite Izuku increasing his intelligence, it seemed insignificant compared to the mana consumed, highlighting how often his shadow soldiers regenerated after being defeated. He found himself fighting more often to conserve mana, knowing he couldn't rely on luck to pass the 90th floor. Essel watched in amazement as Izuku fought, noting how he grew stronger with each battle and how his army began to resemble their master. She wondered if other humans were as strong as Izuku. He replied that while he wasn't sure about others, the people he knew were at least 1 or 2. As they reached a point of respite, Izuku told Essel that she could step back now, assuring her with a warm smile that she was still valuable to him. He approached her and patted her on the shoulder, expressing gratitude for her help. However, he warned her that as the enemy grew stronger, he couldn't guarantee her safety. Essel looked a bit disappointed but then raised her head to face Izuku bravely, unlike the way she had spoken to him before. She insisted on accompanying him, wanting to witness the results of his fight. He relented, allowing her to join him. Nabu Island lay far to the south of the main island, a small tourist destination with a population of about 1,000 people, most of whom worked as farmers or fishermen. Life there was peaceful, and for 30 years, no incidents had occurred. The island had only one hero agency, and the hero on duty was quite old, merely waiting for retirement. It was an ordinary day, with people going about their tasks and heroes patrolling to assist those in need. One local asked the hero if he was on patrol that day, to which he affirmed his commitment to his duty. The hero continued his patrol, ensuring the beach, mountainous, and residential areas were safe. However, upon reaching a small island near the main island, something unusual caught his attention. A blue light near the ruins of a castle atop Shiroyama Mountain grew brighter, forming an energy vortex. Approaching the light, he realized it resembled a gate he had seen on television. Unsure, he decided to contact the Hunter Association and sent them a picture. After the call, the association informed him that agents would be sent to investigate. Meanwhile, Izuku was busy cleaning up the demon castle, while the Hunter Association was occupied with stabilizing after their recent office move. Despite the transition, their daily operations continued, receiving numerous reports of gate sightings. They had just received a call about a gate appearing on Nabu Island. Several agents and hunters were dispatched to inspect the site. Upon arrival, the locals greeted the agents and guided them to the gate. The gate was larger than ordinary, and the flow of mana emanating from it was palpable. The agents began measuring the mana levels, but the results astonished them. They repeated the measurements multiple times, even changing instruments, yet the readings remained consistent. One agent exclaimed that it was an S-rank gate, the most dangerous type, capable of unleashing powerful monsters that could devastate a city in a day. Even the strongest heroes would struggle to confront such a threat. The locals, confused by the agent's reactions, inquired about the situation. The agent instructed them to evacuate immediately and secure the area, emphasizing the urgency of the threat. Back in the dungeon of the demon castle, Izuku and Essel finally reached the 100th floor, where they faced the lord of the demon castle, the demon King Baron. King Baron, atop his wyvern, radiated an unusual aura that made even Essel tremble. Izuku felt a sharp, intense presence directed at them, causing him to doubt his ability to win. As King Baron took to the air, he raised his sword and activated his skill, summoning an army of demons from a portal that opened before them. The energy from the portal was similar to that of the gate, and an overwhelming number of demons emerged, including demon warriors, knights, and generals. The sheer size of the army was daunting, with Izuku estimating over 1,000 demons. Essel voiced her concern about the overwhelming number of enemies, prompting Izuku to remain silent, waiting for the right moment to act. As the enemies charged, the ground shook under their advance. When they reached a certain distance, Izuku activated his skill, creating a black domain around him. His eyes glowed blue as his mana surged. From his shadow domain, weapons emerged, swiftly eliminating the demons that entered his territory. Shadow soldiers appeared, each taking down the advancing demon army. With the combined efforts of his allies, they decimated the enemy forces. Even without Izuku's direct intervention, his shadow soldiers were more than capable of handling Baron's army. Essel watched in awe at the scene unfolding before her. She may have reached the highest floor, but she had never actually seen Izuku fight during their journey. A sense of wonder filled her, yet doubt lingered in her heart. She knew she should side with Demon King Baron, the master of this place, while Izuku was an invader who needed to be stopped. Amid Essel's uncertainty, King Baron prepared to launch his attack. Lightning crackled as he opened his mouth, dark clouds gathering in the sky, unleashing a storm that obliterated everything in its path. Essel, eyes closed in fear, opened them to find Izuku shielding her from the lightning strikes with his cloak. He asked if she was okay, and she nodded, still shaken. Izuku's immunity buff allowed him to withstand the lightning, preventing his shadow army from being wiped out and his mana from being completely drained. Without hesitation, he leaped into the ruins of the castle to confront King Baron. He aimed for the king's wyvern wing, but his attack was thwarted by Baron's sword, sending him crashing to the ground. King Baron wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of lightning magic. Izuku dodged, but the lightning pursued him relentlessly, nearly catching up. He knew his robe had limits in absorbing damage. Sensing his master was in trouble, Tusk activated the Dragon Breath skill to assist him, blocking King Baron's lightning before redirecting his attack toward the wyvern. King Baron, visibly annoyed, retaliated, but Tusk's magic shield held firm. However, Izuku was gradually losing mana as his shadow army fell to the demon forces. The regeneration of higher-ranking warriors consumed even more mana, yet he couldn't afford to ignore their help. King Baron pressed his advantage, leaving Izuku with no choice but to end the fight before his mana ran dry. He sent Iron to attack first, but Iron was swiftly defeated by King Baron's powerful blows, followed by Igris, who met a similar fate. As Igris fell, Izuku launched his own attack, activating his Vital Strike skill alongside Baruka, but their efforts were blocked by King Baron's sword. Izuku was astonished that Baron could withstand his skills. It was rare for him to encounter an opponent capable of countering his attacks. Before he could dwell on this, King Baron seized Izuku by the head, lifting him into the air. Just as Baron prepared to strike, Igris's sword and Iron's axe intervened, allowing Izuku a brief opportunity. Seizing the moment, he plunged 2 daggers into King Baron's arm, forcing him to release his grip. In retaliation, King Baron unleashed a wave of mana, creating distance between them. He summoned 2 identical daggers with blood-red blades and dragon-shaped hilts. Both combatants assumed fighting stances, launching simultaneous attacks at blinding speed. The clash of their weapons echoed through the air, a wave of mana erupting as they collided. Sparks flew as their daggers met, both fighters equally matched in speed and strength. Izuku was taken aback by King Baron's magic attack, which he unleashed from such close range. With no time to react, Izuku had to block it by throwing his dagger into the air. Frustration surged within him as he realized he had lost his weapon. King Baron swung his dagger again, but Izuku managed to stop the blow with his hand, feeling the immense power behind it. King Baron prepared to unleash another magic attack, but suddenly, something struck him from above, distracting him. Both Izuku and King Baron turned to see Essel, who had bravely thrown a weapon at the king. Trembling with fear, she had summoned the courage to act, despite the overwhelming mana waves surrounding them. Recognizing Essel's effort, Izuku channeled all his strength and the power of Dominator Touch to tear through King Baron's arm. With a fierce determination, he resolved to end the battle. He delivered a powerful blow, striking King Baron's head with all his might. The king's body collapsed, leaving only his lower half behind. Finally, a familiar electronic sound resonated in Izuku's ears, announcing his victory. He had defeated the demon monarch, Baron, and obtained his soul. After a grueling battle, Izuku fell to the ground, exhausted. Essel rushed to his side, calling out to him with concern. He looked at her with a warm smile, instructing her to tell her father that the Raider clan had claimed first place. Tears welled in her eyes, moved by his words. After the battle concluded, all that remained was to collect the dropped items. Izuku reached level 97, acquiring several valuable items, including the Demon Monarch's ring, the Demon King's longsword, and 2 Demon King's daggers, along with Baron's horn and purified blood of the Demon King. With the Demon Monarch's ring in his possession, Izuku completed the entire set of Demon Monarch series items, enhancing his abilities significantly. Plus 10 all statistics. But rather than the set of items, purified blood of the Demon King was what he had been searching for from the beginning. Item: purified blood of the Demon King. Item class: type: ingredient. The liquid was created by purifying the blood of the monarch of the demons. It radiated powerful magical energy, and although it had not been fully refined, a trace of poison remained. It needed to be mixed with the world tree fragment and spring water of the echoing forest to be used as medicine. To create holy water of life, he had to obtain all 3 materials in the dungeon of the demon castle. World trees fragment. Spring water of the echoing forest. Purified blood of the demon king. Consumption: holy water of life, 3-3. Craft holy water of life? Crafting. The success rate and the number of items created depended on the crafter's intelligence stat. Essel, who was watching Izuku, stood up and stared at the empty air, wondering what he was doing. She asked if he was okay after hearing him mutter the description of the message in front of him. She expressed her confidence in his crafting ability, believing it would work well since he was Sir Izuku. Izuku's heart raced nervously as the timer counted down. Despite his high intelligence stat, he still felt anxious. Crafting succeeded. Crafted item: Water of Life X6. Izuku shouted happily, and Essel clapped her hands in celebration from the side. He checked the remaining materials, noting that he had lost a bit of Demon King's pure blood and the world tree fragment, but the spring water of the echoing forest was completely gone. He wondered if it consumed only the exact amount needed instead of using it all. Item: Holy Water of Life. Item class is type: consumption. A mysterious potion that can cure any disease with powerful magic. The effect will occur only if the bottle is emptied. He thought about whether this item could heal Daichi's injuries and decided he had to go to the hospital as soon as possible. While Izuku was deep in thought, Iron approached him, dragging the body of Wyvern King Baron. Iron smiled proudly as Izuku praised him. Izuku approached the wyvern's body and placed his hand on it. He commanded it to arise, and a black figure emerged from the wyvern's body, reshaping Wyvern King Baron into one of Izuku's shadow soldiers. Essel looked in awe at Izuku's new shadow army, noting the extraordinary aura of death surrounding the figure of the wyvern. Choose a name for the warrior. Kaisel squealed as he flapped his wings after receiving a new name from his master. With that wyvern, they could quickly return to the Raider clan. Although Essel tried to talk to Izuku, he was lost in thought about leaving the demon castle immediately. He thought about the banquet that would be held when they returned to his clan and how happy his father would be. Izuku remembered that he still had a search reward that he hadn't claimed yet. Normal quest, collect demon souls, part 2. Has been completed. Reward 1, highest quality runestone. Reward 2, bonus statistics plus 30. Reward 3, hidden rewards. Received, supreme quality runestone, shadow exchange. Received, bonus stat plus 30. Received, title, demon hunter. The condition requirements had not been met. He wondered about the runestone shadow exchange. Izuku broke the runestone to see what kind of skill he would acquire. Shadow exchange LV.1. Job specific. No mana required. Exchange locations between the user and the selected shadow warrior. This skill could only be reused after a 3-hour cooldown, which would change depending on the skill level. This was incredible. It was like the teleportation he had seen on TV, or perhaps more like a warp. However, the cooldown of the skill was lengthy, and he realized that as he leveled up, he could use it more freely. Esso looked at Izuku in confusion as he stared into space, then suddenly screamed in excitement, muttering something unclear. She worried that he might have hit his head during the battle and asked if he was okay. He apologized, realizing he had been muttering unconsciously again. She mentioned the banquet, but he interrupted, saying he couldn't go to her clan now because he had something to do. Esso looked disappointed, biting her lips subconsciously. She asked if he would visit sometime. Izuku gave her a warm smile, causing her to blush involuntarily. He promised to see her again if there was a chance. Izuku then summoned all his shadow warriors back into his shadow. After bidding farewell to Essel, black energy surrounded him, enveloping his entire body. His figure disappeared into his shadow, exchanging places with the shadow warrior that had been standing where he once was. Essel, watching, was confused by the shadow soldier in front of her. Even the shadow seemed puzzled, wondering how it had arrived there. She sighed, a smile etched on her face despite her disappointment, hoping to meet him again one day. After parting with Essel, Izuku opened his eyes in a small alley. He looked around to confirm where he was. He realized he had arrived at the small alley near his dormitory. He remembered that he had placed his shadow soldiers around this area for safety purposes. Shadow Exchange LV 1. 2 hours 59 minutes 57 seconds until the skill could be reused. He had actually swapped locations. Without further ado, he headed straight to the hospital. Since it was night and visitors were no longer allowed, Izuku decided to sneak in. He activated his stealth skill to avoid detection and entered through Ikuru's room window. When he arrived, Ikuru was sleeping soundly in his bed. The medical equipment had been unplugged from him, leaving only an 4 tube attached to his left arm. Izuku pulled the chair beside the bed and sat next to it. He looked at Ikuru, his gaze fixed on Ikuru's legs, which could no longer move. Once again he felt a bitter pang inside, recalling his regret for not being able to save them. If only he could have arrived sooner. With that in mind, Izuku clenched his fists but decided to stop. It was useless to dwell on the past, as he couldn't undo what had happened. Feeling the presence of someone beside him, Ikuru slowly opened his eyes. He turned to see Izuku sitting next to him with his head down. "Izuku!" Ikuru called out, having not seen his face since the dungeon raid incident. Hearing his name, Izuku raised his head and looked at Ikuru. "Ikuru-san," he replied, surprised and happy to see Ikuru conscious. However, he felt uncomfortable, reminded of the horrific scene where Ikuru's body had been crushed. Once again, Izuku lowered his head in guilt. Understanding this, Ikuru initiated a conversation to distract Izuku from his negative thoughts. "How are you doing? It's been a long time since I last saw you." Izuku bit his lip, swallowing his bitterness. He then raised his head and faced Ikuru with a forced smile, trying to hide his feelings. "I'm fine, how about you, Ikuru-san?" Although Izuku's response was delayed, Ikuru smiled and accepted it. "As you can see, my legs may not be able to move anymore, but other than that, I'm fine." Hearing Ikuru's calm response deepened Izuku's guilt. Just by the tone of Ikuru's voice, he could tell that Ikuru had accepted his current state. "Sorry if only." "Izuku," Ikuru interrupted, knowing what Izuku was about to say. He wanted to prevent Izuku from burdening himself with guilt. "It's not your fault that I'm in my current state. It's because of my careless decision, and I've accepted it. But It's okay, Izuku. Let's forget the sad story and tell me what you did recently. I heard from Sugimoto that you went to training. How was it?" Despite Ikuru's attempt to change the subject, Izuku's mind remained trapped in guilt. His head was filled with negative thoughts, and he continued to blame himself. Ikuru observed the silent Izuku, who was ignoring his question while staring at the ground. He sighed, knowing the boy was struggling to escape his negative thoughts. Ikuru then placed his hand on Izuku's head. The warmth of Ikuru's hand provided a small comfort to Izuku's heart. "I know what you are thinking, but it doesn't change anything. What happened to me is already my destiny, and I have accepted it. No matter how cruel fate is, I will have to accept it sooner or later. So don't blame yourself." Izuku lowered his head again, but his guilt and regret lessened a little thanks to Aikiru's words. Feeling somewhat better, Izuku returned to the purpose of his visit. Aikiru-san. Izuku hesitated to finish his thought, while Aikiru patiently waited. After a moment of silence, Izuku gathered his courage to continue. If I say there is a way for you to walk again, do you believe it? Aikiru was taken aback by Izuku's statement. He doubted what he had just heard but remembered who Izuku was. Izuku never spoke nonsense, despite his habit of muttering. The confidence in Izuku's eyes made it hard for Aikiru to dismiss his words. Seeing his determination, Aikiru smiled and decided to believe him. I believe you. With Aikiru's positive response, Izuku took something from his pocket, a small bottle filled with red liquid. Aikiru looked confused at the sight. Izuku, what's this? It's a healing potion that can cure all diseases. Potion? Does such a thing exist? But where did you get it? I got it after clearing a dungeon. You got it from the dungeon? Aikiru was skeptical. While items could sometimes be found in dungeons, there was no record of potions ever being discovered. Noticing Izuku's expression, Aikiru realized that Izuku had endured hardships to obtain it. Not wanting his efforts to be in vain, Aikiru took the bottle from Izuku's hand and quickly emptied it. Aikiru-san. Izuku was startled by Aikiru's sudden action, worried about the side effects of the holy water of life. He didn't have time to stop Aikiru as he drank it all. Izuku watched Aikiru, who was still staring at the empty bottle in his hand. After a few moments of feeling nothing, something began to change. Vitality slowly returned to Aikiru's face, and he began to feel his feet again. He tried to move his toes, and then, determined to test the potion's effects, he attempted to stand. Aikiru placed his feet on the floor and tried to rise. Despite his trembling legs, he took the first step. His balance wavered, causing him to stumble. But he persisted, and after a few attempts, Aikiru managed to walk normally. He even kicked the air in excitement. Aikiru was astonished. He had thought he had lost hope of walking again, but someone had given him that hope. The person standing before him was just as shocked. Izuku still doubted the reality of the scene, pinching himself to confirm it wasn't a dream. Aikiru was surprised by Izuku's actions. Are you okay? Ignoring Aikiru's question, Izuku touched his cheek, which was bruised from the pinch. A small trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, making Aikiru even more concerned. The pain lingered on his face, but the sight of Aikiru standing before him was real. Unconsciously, tears fell from Izuku's blue eyes. Unable to contain his relief, he began to cry, letting go of the regret and guilt that had weighed him down. Aikiru approached, worried that Izuku might hurt himself. But when Aikiru saw Izuku's helpless figure, he realized something important. The burden this child carried was greater than he had thought. All this time, Aikiru had overlooked it due to Izuku's mature and calm demeanor, but he was mistaken. Behind Izuku's tough exterior lay a deep void in his heart, susceptible to negative thoughts. Aikiru had forgotten that Izuku was still a child who needed guidance and support from adults. He had been blinded by Izuku's strength and remarkable achievements despite his young age. Guilt suddenly enveloped Aikiru. He felt as though he was failing in his role as an adult meant to guide him. He looked back at Izuku's frail figure on the floor, appearing smaller than usual. It was hard to believe that this child had saved his life. But that was the reality, and all he could do was express his gratitude. Aikiru smiled warmly and held Izuku's hand, bowing in thanks for saving his life. He wanted to show his appreciation for the second chance Izuku had given him. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging Izuku's unwavering support. Hearing Aikiru's thanks, Izuku wiped the tears from his face and smiled in return, grateful for Aikiru's safety. The next day, all the members of the raid team, along with Todoroki and Izuku, visited Aikiru at the hospital as soon as they heard he could walk again. Kyoko couldn't contain her tears upon seeing Aikiru standing. She hugged him tightly, expressing her gratitude through her sobs. The other members also conveyed their appreciation in their own ways, even Katsuhito, who was on the verge of tears but tried to maintain his composure. Despite everything, they were all relieved that Aikiru was okay. Izuku smiled as he observed them from the side. They engaged in conversation, but when Daichi asked Aikiru how he had recovered despite the doctor's diagnosis that he would never walk again, Aikiru simply smiled and glanced at Izuku. He mentioned that he felt he had received a miracle. Although Izuku didn't immediately notice Aikiru's gaze, he smiled back and decided to leave the room to give them time to talk. After exiting Aikiru's room, Izuku sat on a bench in the hallway and checked his mobile phone. He had left it unattended for too long while at the Demon Castle, and now there were numerous missed messages and calls. He checked the latest news to see if he had missed anything during his absence. Just as he was about to open a news channel, his phone rang. Looking at the contact name, he saw it was Sugimoto and quickly answered. Sugimoto expressed relief that Izuku finally answered and asked why he had ignored his calls for over a week. Izuku explained that he had been in a place with no service. Sugimoto was surprised that such a place still existed and then asked if Izuku had seen the news. Izuku replied that he had not yet checked but was about to do so when Sugimoto called. Sugimoto then asked where Izuku was, and upon hearing he was at the hospital, requested him to come to the office to explain the situation. Feeling a sense of urgency, Izuku agreed and hung up. He had a nagging feeling that something significant was about to happen. He stood up and headed back to Aikiru's room to inform the others that he was leaving. Aikiru watched as Izuku opened the door. Upon entering, he saw that Kyoko had stopped crying, and they were chatting casually. Izuku informed them that he had received a call from Sugimoto, who wanted him to come to the office. Daichi speculated whether it was related to the recently appeared S-rank gate. Hearing this, Izuku's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just heard and asked for clarification about the S-rank gate. Daichi explained that an S-rank gate had appeared on Nabu Island, far to the south. As soon as he heard that, Izuku rushed to the bureau office. Despite his haste, he moved silently as he left the hospital. Aikiru and Daichi remarked on Izuku's swift departure, noting how much stronger he had become. Aikiru smiled, reflecting on Izuku's rapid growth. He realized that even while lying in the hospital, his detection ability as an S-rank hunter had not picked up on Izuku's presence when he had sneaked into his room. This only confirmed how far Izuku had come, possibly reaching or even surpassing Aikiru's level. Aikiru looked at the closed door where Izuku had just exited, his smile widening as he thought about how strong the child would grow to be. Izuku arrived at the bureau's office and went straight to Sugimoto's room. As he entered, Sugimoto noticed Izuku's heavy breathing and a drop of sweat on his forehead, realizing that Izuku must have run from the hospital. It was surprising that he had arrived so quickly, but Sugimoto decided to focus on the reason for the meeting. Before Sugimoto could speak, Izuku approached him and asked if it was true that an S-rank gate had appeared. Sugimoto, taken aback by Izuku's urgency, instructed him to calm down and take a seat. He confirmed that an S-rank gate had indeed appeared on Nabu Island and that they planned to raid it in 4 days. Izuku asked if that was the reason for Sugimoto's call. Sugimoto affirmed that they needed Izuku's help, explaining the potential disaster that could occur if the dungeon broke. He asked if Izuku could join them for the operation. Izuku typically would have responded immediately, but instead, he paused to think. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a wave of mana coming from a certain direction, prompting him to look in that direction. Sugimoto noticed his change in demeanor and asked if something was wrong. Izuku and Sugimoto made their way to the bureau's gym, where a crowd had gathered around the arena to watch 2 hunters engaged in a fierce battle. The intensity of their fight sent ripples through the air, and even from a distance, Izuku could feel the energy radiating from them. Sugimoto noted that it was unusual for all S-rank hunters to be in one location. The magical energy Izuku sensed earlier likely originated from these powerful individuals. He learned that the fighters were from South Korea, Hunter Ma Dongwook, dressed in traditional martial arts attire, and Hunter Baek Yunho. Izuku pondered the situation, realizing that Japan had only 5 S-rank hunters available, one of whom was recovering from an injury. With only 4 active S-ranks, the chances of success in the upcoming Nabu Island dungeon raid were slim. Thus, Japan had sought assistance from South Korea, resulting in the gathering of 8 S-rank hunters. As he observed the match, Izuku noticed Baek Yunho being pushed back slightly. Sugimoto commented that if Baek Yunho were to unleash his full potential, Ma Dongwook would struggle to keep up. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a red-haired man with glasses, who approached them. Sugimoto greeted him as Hunter Choi Jongin, and the two exchanged pleasantries. Izuku sensed a strong magical energy emanating from Choi, leading him to believe that he was a mage-class hunter. Choi noticed Izuku's presence and was intrigued by the boy's hidden power, which he could only sense upon closer proximity. Choi inquired about Izuku's identity, and Sugimoto introduced him as an A-rank hunter. Choi acknowledged him and mentioned his own status as an S-rank hunter from Korea. They briefly discussed the unofficial S-rank status that Sugimoto had mentioned, which intrigued Izuku. As they spoke, cheers erupted from the training arena, drawing their attention back to the ongoing fight. Ma Dongwook encouraged Baek Yunho to exercise his full strength, while Baek modestly denied being a master. The magical waves intensified as their battle continued. Choi explained that it was challenging for a fighter to unleash their full power in front of an audience, as Baek Yunho transformed into a formidable force during combat. Izuku considered Choi's words, realizing the truth behind them. After a pleasant exchange, Choi excused himself to greet his arriving colleagues. Izuku recognized 2 of them, Bureau Agent Hankoa and Japanese S-rank hunter Goto Ruji. It had been a while since he had seen Hankoa, who had recently been promoted to A-rank hunter and was now working as Goto's secretary. Izuku had only heard rumors about Goto Ruji, known as one of the strongest hunters in Japan, capable of competing with American hunter Thomas Andre. Goto's close ties with the chairman of the Hunter Association were well known. Among the newcomers were 2 additional hunters, a man with slick black hair and a woman with orange hair wielding a sword. They conversed in Korean, a language Izuku did not understand. He turned to Sugimoto, asking if they were also Korean hunters. Sugimoto confirmed that the woman was S-rank hunter Chai Haein and the man was S-rank healer Min Byung-gu. As they spoke, the fight between Baek Yoon-ho and Ma Dong-wook concluded, and the two gathered with their comrades. Byung-gu expressed surprise at seeing his colleagues, mentioning that this would be his last mission as a hunter before transitioning to a civil service role. He planned to take the teaching certification exam, believing that subjects like Korean history would suit him well. His friend questioned why he chose Korean history specifically, leading to a light-hearted exchange between them. Baek Yoon-ho and Min Byung-gu were engaged in a light-hearted conversation when Ma Dong-wook placed a hand on Baek Yoon-ho's shoulder. He interrupted them, asking why they were taking so long, noting that he and Hunter Baek had completed their warm-up. Cha Haein apologized, explaining she needed to grab her sword before joining them. As they chatted, Cha Haein sensed a shift in the atmosphere. She glanced around and spotted a boy standing next to Sugimoto. Curious, she inquired if anyone knew who he was. Choi Jong-in informed them that the boy was A-rank hunter Izuku, which shocked the group. Ma Dong-wook expressed disbelief, questioning how such a young boy could be a hunter, especially an A-rank one. Baek Yoon-ho noted that he hadn't felt Izuku's presence initially, despite the immense magic he sensed. Choi Jong-in revealed that Izuku was rumored to be an unofficial S-rank. Go-to Ruji, who had been listening quietly, turned to Hankowa for clarification. He asked what they were discussing, and Hankowa explained they were talking about Hunter Izuku. Go-to recognized the name and asked if Hankowa knew him. Hankowa confirmed they had met several times and described Izuku as a good boy, though he admitted he didn't know him well. Go-to was intrigued, recalling that the chairman had mentioned Izuku before. A flashback revealed that a few days after the appearance of the S-rank gate on Nabu Island, Matsumoto had summoned Go-to to his office. After settling in, Matsumoto revealed his plans for the upcoming raid. He explained that they couldn't handle it alone and had sought help from South Korea, who agreed to send some S-rank hunters. Matsumoto aimed to elevate Japanese hunters' status to rival the Americans and wanted Go-to to lead the raid. Go-to hesitated, expressing concern about seeking help from South Korea, but Matsumoto urged him to consider the opportunity to stand alongside powerful hunters like Thomas Andre and Christopher Reed, who had gained fame from their recent successes. Matsumoto emphasized that participating would enhance their reputation beyond that of mere heroes. Go-to agreed to think about it. Matsumoto then handed Go-to a list of promising hunters, highlighting Izuku as the one with the most potential. Go-to was surprised by Izuku's profile, recognizing his abilities surpassed those of many hunters. Matsumoto's interest in Izuku was clear, as he could be a significant asset. Returning to the present, Izuku noticed Go-to's gaze and subtly bowed in acknowledgement, aware that Go-to was observing him but choosing to act as if he were unaware. Soon after, the chairman of the Japan Hunter Association arrived, accompanied by the Japanese S-rank hunters, Yumiko Aoi and Tatsumi Fujishima. He announced that it was time to move to the meeting room. Once all the raid teams gathered, they proceeded to the meeting room. The Korean S-rank hunters included Choi Jong-in, Baek Yoon-ho, Cha Haein, Ma Dong-wook, and Min Byung-gu, while the Japanese team consisted of Go-to Ruji, Sugimoto Reiji, Yumiko Aoi, and Tatsumi Fujishima. The combined magic power in the room was so intense that it could overwhelm a low-ranked hunter. The meeting commenced as the director's secretary distributed documents to each member. As they reviewed the materials, the secretary explained the attack scenario. The dungeon was inhabited by insect-type monsters, specifically giant red ants, with strength ranging from C rank to S rank. The estimated number of monsters exceeded 1,000, categorized into worker ants, guard ants, and one boss queen. The worker ants outnumbered the guard ants nearly 2-to-1, and there were also unhatched ant eggs. The dungeon itself featured a complex cave system with numerous tunnels, making mapping difficult for the investigation team. Each tunnel was home to hundreds of worker ants and a few guard ants, while the boss room contained the queen and her protectors. Based on this information, it was decided that the S-rank hunters would be divided into two main teams. The first team would consist of elite members tasked with defeating the boss, while the second team would be a larger group of A-rank hunters responsible for handling the other ant monsters. This team will be divided into smaller groups led by selected S-rankers or elites. The first team of hunters includes Korea's Cha Haein, Ma Dong-wook, and Min Byung-gu, along with Japan's Yumiko Aoi, Tatsumi Fujishima, and raid leader Go-to Ruji. Team 2 will be led by Hunter Choi Jong-in, Baek Yoon-ho, and Sugimoto Reiji. The raid aims for complete extermination, leaving no ant alive. After the chairman's secretary concluded her explanation, she opened the floor for questions. Hunter Ma Dong-wook, who had listened intently, raised his hand to ask about the boss's role. The secretary explained that the queen's primary function is reproduction, which is why her magical energy is so significant. Although the queen may lack strong combat abilities, her guards are nearly as powerful as S-rank hunters, making it challenging to approach her. The meeting proceeded smoothly, with all members agreeing on the plan, and it concluded without much debate. Most participants left, but a few lingered to chat before departing. Sugimoto exited the meeting room, aware that more work awaited him. He headed to the conference room where A-rank hunters had gathered for the S-rank gate raid on Nabu Island. As Sugimoto entered, the room fell silent, all eyes on him as he took the podium. He scanned the room to ensure every seat was filled before beginning his explanation of the raid scenarios, the monsters they would face, and the environment they would encounter. He then divided the hunters into 3 groups, each consisting of several small 5-person teams. Izuku was present and listened attentively, determined not to miss any details. The 3 teams comprised 10 A-rank hunters each. The first team, led by Korean S-rank hunter Baek Yunho, was designated as the main attacking force. Sugimoto led the second team, while Choi Jong-un commanded the third team, responsible for guarding any monsters that managed to escape the main attack. Izuku found himself assigned to the first team alongside other A-rank hunters, only familiar with their names. He noticed Todoroki's name on the second team and wished he had someone he knew on his own team, but understood that the higher-ups had made the selections. As the meeting concluded and participants began to leave, Izuku headed back and encountered Todoroki along the way. He called out to him, and Todoroki turned to see Izuku approaching. They exchanged greetings, and Izuku learned that Todoroki was heading to the dormitory, while he himself had another destination in mind. Their conversation continued until they reached the front of the office, where the sky had turned orange. They parted ways, and Izuku made his way to the station. He had received an invitation from Fuyumi to join the Todoroki family for dinner, and he eagerly accepted, having not seen them in a long time. After a short walk from the station, he arrived at Todoroki's residence. He rang the bell, and Fuyumi greeted him warmly as she opened the door. She guided him to the dining room, where Shoto and Natsuo awaited. Natsuo welcomed Izuku enthusiastically, while Shoto offered a nod. Izuku took a seat at the table, where an array of food was laid out. They began to converse, catching up on each other's lives. Natsuo asked about Izuku's well-being, and Izuku responded that he was fine, inquiring about them in return. Their dinner conversation flowed naturally, covering various topics, including Fuyumi's teaching job, Natsuo's busy student life, and Shoto's school experiences. Fuyumi then asked Izuku about his plans for high school, noting that he was about the same age as Shoto. Izuku hesitated, realizing he had not shared that he was a hunter and had no current plans for school, as his focus was on his work and the recent events surrounding the Demon Castle dungeon. In the past, he might have considered enrolling in UA, Japan's top hero school, but his priorities had shifted. Now, he was determined to grow stronger to protect what was precious to him. As he looked at the Todoroki family, waiting for his response, he admitted that he had not thought much about school due to his busy schedule. Fuyumi pressed for details about his job, and after a moment of hesitation, Izuku revealed that he was a hunter. Everyone was surprised to learn that Izuku was a hunter. They hadn't expected it at all. Natsuo questioned whether it was allowed, noting that even new heroes needed a minimum license at the age of Izuku explained that he was a special case. Fuyumi expressed concern about the dangers of being a hunter, asking if it was true that their task involved entering dungeons and confronting monsters. Izuku acknowledged the risks but reassured them that as long as he entered the gate according to his rank, he would be fine. Shoto inquired about his rank, and after a moment of hesitation, Izuku admitted it was A rank. Natsuo was impressed, realizing that such a high rank at a young age was remarkable. The family fell silent, amazed by Izuku's achievements, which could be compared to Hawk reaching number 3 on the Billboard chart at a young age. They praised him endlessly, which made Izuku feel a bit embarrassed. They began asking him about his job and what it was like to be a hunter, as well as about monsters and dungeons. Izuku shared only the information that was safe for public knowledge, emphasizing the importance of understanding monsters to distinguish them from quirks. Natsuo then asked if it was true that a high-level gate had appeared on the island of Nabu. Izuku confirmed it and mentioned that there would be a raid in a few days. Shoto asked if he would participate, and Izuku affirmed that he would. Fuyumi expressed concern, asking if he was afraid. Izuku admitted that he was, but emphasized that in their line of work, fear couldn't hold them back. The family fell silent, realizing that being a hunter was more dangerous than they had imagined. Hunters dealt with life-and-death situations, confronting monsters to protect humanity. This realization created an awkward atmosphere, prompting Fuyumi to change the subject. Fortunately, the conversation resumed, and they continued to chat. After about an hour, Izuku decided to head home as evening approached. Fuyumi walked him to the front door, thanking him for coming. He reciprocated the gratitude, appreciating the invitation. Fuyumi paused for a moment, lost in thought as memories of family gatherings filled her mind. Izuku noticed her silence and asked if she was okay. Fuyumi quickly shook off her thoughts and smiled, expressing a wish for her family to be together like this more often. There was a clear longing in her eyes, and Izuku felt a pang of understanding. He reflected on how he had learned the meaning of family after becoming a hunter, realizing that the bonds he had formed with those around him were what made him feel whole. He smiled at Fuyumi, encouraging her to believe that one day her wish would come true. Fuyumi thanked him, her last words hinting at a deeper sorrow. Izuku caught her murmured sentiment, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. He grappled with the weight of keeping secrets from her and her family, feeling responsible for the truth he couldn't share. As they said their goodbyes, Fuyumi turned to close the door, but Izuku hesitated, unable to finish his thought due to the promise he had made to Tuya. He forced a smile, hiding his conflicted emotions, and wished her a good night. After she went inside, Izuku stood alone, staring blankly at the sky. His hands clenched into fists, and in a moment of frustration he punched the wall, causing it to crack. Realizing the damage he had done, he left a note and some money for repairs, hoping it wouldn't be stolen, and even set one of his shadows to keep watch. Once he had cleaned up the mess, he headed to the station. After getting off the train, Izuku took a different route, heading to a place he often visited to calm his heart. The sound of waves crashing and the night sea breeze greeted him as he arrived. The area was deserted, with only a few lights illuminating the street. He walked to a bench, leaned back, and gazed up at the night sky. With no moon and only a few stars visible, the quiet atmosphere helped him organize his thoughts. He remained there for a long time, lost in contemplation. The wind grew colder as time passed, but Izuku remained unaffected due to his high resistance. He was lost in thought for so long that he didn't notice the sun rising. The sun's rays slowly appeared from the beachside, and Izuku calmly watched the sunrise from a beach that had once been filled with piles of trash. Thanks to his hard work and Hiroshi's help, they had managed to clean up most of the beach, leaving only a few remnants behind. His mind had calmed somewhat, though lingering thoughts still occupied him. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the morning air, trying to clear his mind. As the sun rose higher, he sensed someone approaching. He opened his eyes upon hearing a familiar voice call his name. Hiroshi greeted him, expressing how long it had been since they last saw each other and inquiring about Izuku's well-being. Izuku responded with a good morning and asked about Hiroshi's back, to which Hiroshi proudly claimed that the work was nothing for him, flexing his arm muscles. Izuku smiled at Hiroshi, appreciating his usual demeanor. He expressed his happiness to see Hiroshi doing well. Hiroshi then asked where Izuku had been, noting that it had become increasingly difficult to see him. Izuku apologized, explaining that he had been very busy lately. Hiroshi turned his gaze toward the shore, and Izuku followed his line of sight, noticing the few remaining piles of rubbish. Hiroshi commented on how much better the beach looked now, and Izuku agreed, acknowledging that their hard work had transformed the area. Satisfied with their efforts, Hiroshi smiled at the beach, and Izuku felt a sense of pride despite his mixed emotions. He suggested they clean up the remaining trash, confident that with Hiroshi's help, they could finish quickly. They began working together, with Izuku picking up garbage while Hiroshi loaded it into the truck. Hours passed, and by the time they finished, the sun was high in the sky. Izuku dusted off his hands, admiring the now clear beach. He approached Hiroshi, who was still loading garbage, and offered to help. After finishing, Hiroshi sat on a nearby bench while Izuku went to get drinks. They rested and talked about their lives, with Hiroshi expressing frustration about his grandson's desire to become a hero despite having a weak quirk. He lamented how difficult it was to convince him to give up, noting the boy's stubbornness. Izuku smiled at the thought of a determined 6-year-old aspiring to be a hero, reminiscent of his own childhood dreams. He advised Hiroshi to guide his grandson so he wouldn't be misled and could continue to help those in need. Hiroshi glanced at Izuku, impressed by his maturity. He remarked that he sometimes forgot Izuku was still a kid. Izuku acknowledged that he often heard that from others, but he enjoyed his work. Hiroshi asked about Izuku's job, noting that he had never mentioned it before. Izuku admitted he had not shared that information yet and finally revealed that he was a hunter. A drink can rolled near Izuku's feet, and he looked up to see Hiroshi frozen in shock. After several attempts to regain Hiroshi's attention, he finally snapped back to reality, expressing disbelief at Izuku's revelation. Izuku reassured him, promising to explain everything. He shared his story of becoming a hunter, omitting some details. Hiroshi seemed dissatisfied with the explanation but accepted it nonetheless, sighing as if exhausted by the conversation. He remarked that he hadn't expected Izuku to be a hunter, realizing that perhaps his grandson's dream wasn't the craziest after all. Izuku laughed awkwardly at Hiroshi's response. Despite Hiroshi's irritation, their conversation continued until he left to take the trash to the dump. Left alone, Izuku gazed at the beach, appreciating the view of the area they had cleaned before heading home. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't completed any daily quests that day. Opening the system, he checked his progress. The notification indicated that he had not completed his daily quest, which included various exercises and a running distance. It seemed the system counted his time spent clearing the beach with Hiroshi as part of the quest completion. Izuku felt the urgency of finishing his tasks before heading home, not wanting to be stranded in the desert with a giant centipede monster. He wandered around, searching for a quiet spot to complete his daily quests. After a 15-minute walk, he arrived at a park with sports facilities, finding it relatively empty. He removed his jacket, folded it, and placed it on a nearby bench. Izuku began to tackle his daily quests before the park became busier. Currently, he was hanging upside down on a sports pole, having completed most of his remaining tasks. He had grown accustomed to exceeding his daily goals, even when it wasn't necessary. With a sigh, he descended and landed lightly on the ground, unaware that a group of young girls had been watching him. These students, captivated by his appearance, decided to linger, hoping to catch his attention. They whispered among themselves, admiring his looks and athleticism. When Izuku turned his head in their direction, they erupted in excitement, each claiming his gaze. Confused by their reactions, Izuku smiled, but this only intensified their enthusiasm, with one girl nearly fainting from the thrill of his attention. Overwhelmed, he decided to leave before attracting more attention. After running for 15 minutes, he paused to catch his breath, pondering the girl's strange behavior and questioning if his smile had truly caused such a reaction. He dismissed the thought and checked his quest progress, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he noted the completion of his tasks. As he closed the system window, he looked around, realizing he recognized the area from his childhood. Memories of his old house flooded back, causing him to frown. He quickly pushed those thoughts aside and continued to explore the neighborhood. Checking his phone, he saw news of a villain causing chaos nearby, apprehended by a newly debuted hero, MT Lady. He turned off his phone and, upon reaching a tunnel, sensed two presences approaching. Stopping in the middle of the tunnel, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a mass of mud appeared behind him, attempting to ensnare him. As it slithered over him, Izuku opened his eyes, which glowed blue. In an instant, the mud was scattered throughout the tunnel. Sighing, he walked toward the remnants of the villain, activating his bloodlust skill. He addressed the villain, warning him that he had chosen the wrong target this time and that if it happened again, he would ensure the villain would not see another day. The villain trembled at Izuku's gaze, feeling as if he were staring into an endless abyss. Izuku sensed another presence approaching. The sewer cover opened, revealing a muscular figure with blonde hair, who announced his arrival with his signature phrase. Turning to look, Izuku recognized the man he had known since birth, the one who had turned away from him when he needed support all might. In a nearby shopping district, a villain had stolen from a store. The shop owner called for help, but no heroes were present due to the chaos earlier that day. People stood by, believing a hero would soon arrive to handle the situation, reflecting the society they lived in. As the villain escaped, a man spoke up, drawing attention. With a confident declaration, All Might prepared to save the day, continuing his pursuit of the mud villain, who was desperately trying to evade capture by hiding among the waterways. Soon, he encountered a child who was blissfully unaware of the danger approaching. When the boy stopped and closed his eyes, he seized the opportunity and launched an attack. The mud villain underestimated him, thinking the boy was foolish for being so unguarded. However, it was not the villain's lucky day. He had chosen the wrong opponent. When the boy opened his eyes, the mud villain's body was instantly scattered throughout the tunnel, leaving only his mouth and eyes beneath the boy's feet. As their eyes met, the mud villain was struck by a profound sense of terror. His mind went blank as he felt the overwhelming aura radiating from the boy. Unable to withstand the pressure, he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, All Might, who believed he had caught up with the mud villain, was taken aback by the boy. He could not finish his sentence, feeling an unsettling aura surrounding him. When their eyes met, All Might sensed a strong intent that made him take a step back. The encounter happened in an instant, and the boy standing before All Might appeared to be just an ordinary child. The bloodthirstiness seemed like a fleeting dream as the boy smiled at him. All Might struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. It had happened so quickly that he found it hard to believe a boy could emanate such intense bloodlust. Yet, his instincts, honed through countless battles, betrayed him. Despite the rapid sequence of events, the intensity of the boy's aura was too significant to ignore. At that moment, the man standing in front of Izuku was the one who had led him down this bloody path, his father, Toshinori Yagi, better known as the #1 hero, All Might. Izuku had forgotten that his bloodlust skill was still active. He quickly deactivated it and put on his usual fake smile. He unintentionally radiated more intensity upon seeing All Might, but he felt no resentment towards him. Although it had been a long time since their last encounter, he felt surprisingly calm. Izuku initially thought All Might was frozen in place because he recognized him, but that did not seem to be the case. He worried that All Might would immediately identify him, but his fears were unfounded. Swallowing the bitterness in his mouth, Izuku reluctantly called out to All Might to bring him back to reality. He asked if All Might was okay. Upon hearing his name, All Might finally regained his composure. Instead of maintaining his calm demeanor, he found himself embarrassed in front of the boy he had just met. After collecting himself, he looked around to assess the situation, only to be surprised by the sight of the defeated villains scattered throughout the tunnels. He hesitantly asked Izuku if he was responsible for that. Izuku nodded in response, explaining that since the villain intended to attack him, his actions could be seen as self-defense. All Might blinked in surprise and laughed, patting Izuku on the back. He expressed his admiration for the boy's cleverness, believing he would become a great hero in the future. Although All Might's treatment made Izuku uncomfortable and even irritated, what bothered him most were the words he had longed to hear as a child, words that had been overshadowed by the fact that he had no quirk. That one word had plunged Izuku's life into despair. He concealed his true feelings behind a smiling facade, trying to respond as if he agreed with All Might. He stated that he would catch the villain and take him to the police. Izuku then asked if he could pose a question. All Might encouraged him to ask anything. With a maintained smile, Izuku looked at All Might, eager to hear answers from the hero he admired. He asked if someone without a quirk could still be a hero, like All Might. All Might fell silent for a moment after hearing the question. He glanced at the boy, whose deep blue eyes seemed to hold a familiar yet unfamiliar essence. As he listened, the shadow of a forgotten child flickered in his memory. Izuku's heart raced as he awaited All Might's response, desperate to hear the answer to a question that had haunted him for so long. When All Might finally spoke, he delivered a harsh truth. He explained that those without quirks could not be heroes, as the hero's job involved life-threatening danger. If someone could not protect their own life, how could they protect others? He suggested that there were other ways to help people, such as becoming a police officer. While dreaming was not wrong, one must also face reality. After hearing All Might's answer, Izuku felt a weight lift slightly from his heart, replaced by a coldness. His heartbeat returned to normal, and the smile on his face faded momentarily, replaced by a cold expression. It felt as if a part of him had vanished. However, he quickly returned to his facade of a smile. He thanked All Might for answering his question. All Might gave him a thumbs up, assuring him it was no trouble at all. Just as Izuku was about to leave, All Might called out to him, as if he still had something to ask. He inquired if they had met before. Hearing this, Izuku smiled slightly, thinking to himself that even now, All Might did not recognize him, just as he had expected. He replied that this was their first meeting and expressed his honor in meeting the symbol of peace, hero number 1, All Might. He felt it would be rude to hold him back any longer and excused himself. All Might agreed, thinking what a polite young man Izuku was. As Izuku walked away, his expression turned cold the moment he turned his back on All Might. The air around him grew colder. He reflected on All Might's response, understanding how the hero viewed Izuku Yagi. This unexpected meeting had taken him by surprise. He had not anticipated encountering that man here. Even so, he was able to get the answer he wanted to ask the man. Izuku, deep in thought, kept walking until he reached the center of town, where he heard an explosion in the distance. A moment later, he saw smoke rising into the air. He ran to the location to see what was happening and was shocked to find the villain that All Might should have caught rampaging among the burning buildings. Some heroes had already gathered, but they were focused on saving the residents and trying to reduce the damage rather than confronting the villain. Izuku calmly assessed the situation, aware that the assembled heroes did not have quirks suitable for fighting villains. He also sensed two presences amid the chaos. His judgment of the heroes suddenly dropped. Just because they lacked a suitable quirk for the situation didn't mean they could just stand by, especially when the villain had a hostage. He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction as he stood behind the crowd, listening to their comments about the heroes' actions. Observing the scene, his eyes fell on a thin man with blonde hair standing at the back of the crowd. Although the appearance was different, Izuku easily recognized him. All Might looked unwell, gripping the left side of his body with a dark expression, as if he were disappointed about something. One of the crowd members spoke up, questioning why the heroes weren't doing anything. The villain had taken a junior high school child as a hostage, and since then, there had been no progress. Izuku turned his gaze back to the mud villain, who was attempting to take over the body of the poor school student. He focused his mana to get a clearer view and was surprised to see another familiar face, pale blonde spiky hair and narrow red eyes. Even after all these years, he recognized him. Izuku quickly regained his composure, though memories of his former childhood friend flooded back, cooling his expression. He glanced back at All Might, who looked just as surprised but remained silent. Izuku could see the disappointment etched on his face. Even as the number 1 hero, the symbol of peace, All Might chose to remain inactive. It was pathetic. Izuku pulled up his jacket hood and coldly watched the scene unfold. If these people chose to do nothing but wait, then they didn't deserve to be called heroes. He easily slipped through the crowd and rushed toward the mud villain. At first glance, he appeared as a shadow moving so fast that the eyes of the onlookers couldn't keep up. Even the heroes realized too late what was happening. The mud villain noticed a shadowy figure approaching him, and when their eyes met, he felt a familiar terror. A man wearing a black veil stared at him with shining blue eyes, exuding a sense of danger as he spoke. It seemed that the villain hadn't learned his lesson. Izuku grabbed the boy's hand, channeling mana into his fist, and delivered a powerful punch to the mud villain, creating a strong gust of wind. Bakugo Katsuki, the boy held hostage by the mud villain, was shocked as he felt his body being pulled, his consciousness fading. The next moment, a tremendous wind pressure nearly knocked him away. Through his hazy vision, he tried to see who had caused this phenomenon. Even with his blurred sight, he caught a glimpse of the figure, who looked at him from beneath the hood with cold blue eyes before vanishing. Bakugo searched for the figure but found no trace. It hurt his pride to receive help from someone else, especially if that person seemed weaker than him. However, the strength displayed by the figure was comparable to All Might, and the pressure he felt when their eyes met left him trembling. Not long after the wind subsided, the heroes approached Bakugo, who was still frozen in shock. They began asking him what had happened as they moved him to a safer location. Meanwhile, Izuku, far from the scene, deactivated his stealth skill in a quiet alley. He took off his hood, revealing his messy green hair, and sighed as he walked out of the alley. What a tiring day. Izuku opened his phone and saw that the incident was making the news. When he saw Bakugo's resentful face and harsh words during the interview, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that Bakugo hadn't changed even after all these years. He continued to watch the news until the end. They mentioned him, but no one revealed his identity, only referring to the black figure who rescued the boy and defeated the villain before disappearing quickly. Suddenly, Izuku's phone rang. It was a call from Sugimoto. He picked it up. Sugimoto asked where he was and why he hadn't been seen all day. Izuku explained that he had gone out for a walk, to which Sugimoto responded with disbelief, questioning how a walk could take all day. Izuku laughed it off, and Sugimoto reminded him that the day of departure was tomorrow, urging him to be in perfect condition, joking that he didn't want to carry his corpse out of the dungeon. Izuku smiled at Sugimoto's words. Though Sugimoto's tone was blunt, it was his way of showing concern. He assured Sugimoto he would remember and said goodbye. After hanging up, Izuku sighed and looked at the sky. It wasn't the time to be troubled by those things. He was about to face a battle and needed to focus. With his thoughts organized and unnecessary distractions cleared, Izuku concentrated on the upcoming challenge. He didn't know what kind of danger was waiting for him in the dungeon. The day before the raid, all the hunters participating, including the Korean hunters, began to gather on Nabu Island. With the help of Hiro and the police, the locals had been evacuated to the main island, although some residents still refused to leave. Izuku, who arrived a day early, saw the locals being escorted to the ship. Their sad expressions as they left their homes weighed heavily on him. As he looked around, he noticed two children staring out at the sea, hand in hand. One girl and one boy, the girl older than the boy. They bore a striking resemblance, leading him to assume they were siblings. They appeared to be waiting for someone, prompting Izuku to approach them. He made sure his footsteps were audible to avoid startling the children. Upon noticing him, they turned to look, and Izuku smiled as their eyes met. He bent down to their level. He greeted them, asking what they were doing there. The girl seemed cautious, while the boy hid shyly behind her. Izuku quickly introduced himself, apologizing for not doing so sooner. The girl, still wary, introduced herself as Mahoro and her brother as Katsuma. Izuku confirmed their names and inquired about their parents. Mahoro explained they were waiting for their father, who had said he needed to finish something at home. Izuku offered to keep them company until their father arrived. Although they were silent, they did not refuse, and Katsuma seemed curious about him. Izuku smiled as he sat beside them. Mahoro regarded him with a steady gaze, seeing him as a stranger who had approached them. Katsuma, gathering his courage, attempted to speak. Izuku noticed the badge on Katsuma's bag strap and recognized it as belonging to the ninja hero, Edgeshot. Katsuma's face lit up at the mention, and he nodded enthusiastically. Izuku asked if Katsuma liked heroes, to which Katsuma hesitated, glancing at his sister. Mahoro stepped in to answer, explaining that Katsuma admired heroes and dreamed of becoming one, despite his quirk not being suited for it. She expressed her concern, stating it was dangerous, showing her protective nature towards her brother. Izuku smiled at their interaction and encouraged Katsuma, reminding him that while being a hero is dangerous, helping those in need is important. He asked Katsuma about his dream of becoming a powerful hero who could defeat villains. Katsuma nodded, his eyes shining with determination. This reminded Izuku of his own childhood, watching heroes on screen with admiration. He quickly brushed aside the embarrassing memory and patted Katsuma's head with a warm smile. Mahoro then asked if Izuku wanted to be a hero too. Just as he was about to respond, someone called his name. Turning, Izuku saw a tall man with orange hair approaching. Sugimoto asked what Izuku was doing there. Izuku explained he was keeping the children company until their parents returned. Sugimoto looked at the children, who regarded him with the same wariness they had shown Izuku. Mahoro tilted her head, feeling she recognized him. She remarked that she thought she had seen his face before. Katsuma chimed in, surprised, stating that Sugimoto didn't look old enough to be called uncle. Izuku smiled at their banter and patted their heads again, introducing Sugimoto as the famous S-rank hunter, Sugimoto Ruji. Mahoro's eyes widened as she recalled seeing him on TV, remembering him as the one who defeated monsters. Katsuma's imagination sparked at the thought of Sugimoto's heroic feats. Sugimoto, feeling the weight of their admiration, looked troubled, while Izuku simply smiled at the scene. Katsuma then asked if Izuku was also a hunter. Both children looked at him with curiosity. Izuku hesitated but eventually confirmed that he was, prompting their surprise. Sugimoto added that Izuku was one of the stronger hunters. The children's eyes sparkled with excitement as they looked at Izuku, who felt a bit overwhelmed by their admiration. Just then, they heard someone calling the children's names. Izuku and Sugimoto turned to see a middle-aged man with the same hair color as the children approaching, carrying a bag. Upon seeing him, Katsuma and Mahoro ran to their father and hugged him tightly. He then noticed Izuku and Sugimoto standing with his children. "Hello sir, you must be these children's father. It's nice to meet you. I'm Sugimoto Ruji, and this is Izuku." Izuku bowed slightly as Sugimoto introduced him to the children's father. "Yes, it's nice to meet you. You must have accompanied my children while I was gone." "Thank you, and I'm sorry if my kids troubled you." "Not at all, instead we enjoyed talking with them," Izuku thought. "Thank God. I'm afraid my children will cause trouble for both of you." "They are good and obedient children," Sugimoto replied. "Glad to hear that. Then please excuse us first." "Come on, Mahoro," Katsuma said goodbye to them. "Goodbye uncle, big brother," they called out. "Goodbye," Sugimoto replied. Izuku and Sugimoto watched them as they left. From afar, they could see that the families were having fun while talking among themselves. It seemed that Katsuma told his father about Izuku and Sugimoto when he noticed his father's reaction to his story. "What a good family. It must be hard to raise two children alone," Izuku remarked. "What do you mean?" Sugimoto asked. "I didn't see their mother," Izuku replied. "She might just work in a distant place," Sugimoto suggested. "Surely there is that possibility, but he doesn't look so tired, and I don't believe he is the type to be abandoned," Izuku said. "As expected of you," Sugimoto acknowledged. "It's just my guess. I could still be wrong," Izuku admitted. "Sure, let's go back. It's almost time to gather," Sugimoto said. "Sure," Izuku agreed. The two then returned to where all the other hunters had gathered. Upon arrival, Izuku and Sugimoto separated and joined their respective groups. Since not all hunters had arrived yet, each team leader instructed their members to patrol around the gate area. Most of them were near the small island where the gate was located, while the rest were around the coastline near the island. For some reason, Izuku was assigned near the gate with Japanese S-rank hunter Goto Ruji. Izuku felt a bit confused at first. Judging by the balance of the team, his team seemed unbalanced. It was rare to have two powerhouses on the same team unless under special circumstances. Izuku sensed that there was something behind his placement with Goto. For now, he decided to keep quiet and see how things would develop. After the briefing was over, each team set off to their designated places, including Izuku and Goto. There was no conversation as they patrolled around the dungeon. They focused on their job of keeping an eye on the surrounding area. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, Goto started talking to Izuku. "You must be wondering why you are paired with me," Goto said. Izuku was surprised by Goto's sudden question. He hadn't expected Goto to ask him directly. Izuku was a little confused about what to say, but he answered right away since he was also curious. "That's right. I've heard that your ability is amazing, and I have read your raid report. I have to admit that you are good," Goto continued. "Thank you for the compliment, sir," Izuku replied. "I'll get straight to the point. I want to recruit you into my guild. I'll even give you the Vice Guild Master position if you're willing, of course," Goto stated. Izuku was even more confused by the direction of their conversation. This was the first time he had received a hiring offer, and it was also the first time he had heard of a guild. "Pardon me, sir, a guild? Vice Guild Master? Of course, you don't know," Goto explained. He then elaborated on his plan to form a guild, which would operate similarly to a hero agency. The guild would be affiliated with the bureau but would move separately. All dungeon materials, such as magic stones and monster corpses, would be sold by the guild in the workshop, and the profits from the sales would go to the guild's treasury. Izuku, upon hearing this plan, thought it was quite reasonable. In a time of rising popularity for gates and dungeons, some investors had begun to invest in research on mana stones and monster bodies. There were currently several technologies utilizing mana stones from dungeons, although they had not yet been officially marketed. Izuku took a moment to ponder Goto's offer. There was nothing wrong with joining the guild he intended to create. It would benefit him. He could monopolize the dungeon experience for himself without having to share it with others. However, Izuku still felt that something was amiss. He couldn't just take it for granted, regardless of the benefits he might gain. Sir, I'm afraid I need time to think about it, he finally said. That can't be helped then. Take your time and call me if you agree. I hope you will give me an answer after this attack is over, Goto replied. Thank you, sir, Izuku said. After finishing his patrol, Izuku took a walk by himself to calm his mind. It was already night when he completed his patrol. In the end, he was left to finish the task alone since Goto still had some work to do. Izuku took a deep breath as he continued walking and arrived at a cliff near the beach. He looked at the dark sea ahead, lost in thought until he heard someone calling him. Izuku? What are you doing here? Izuku turned to see who was calling him. Todoroki-san? Looking for a place to clear my mind. What about you? Same, Todoroki replied as he walked towards Izuku and stood next to him, gazing at the same scene. Izuku noticed Todoroki's expression looked worried about something. Are you nervous about the raid? Somewhat, Todoroki admitted. They fell silent again. Although this often happened when they spoke, it still felt awkward. For some reason, Izuku remembered his conversation with Fuyumi a few days ago. The burden he kept in his heart suddenly resurfaced when he saw Todoroki, and he tried to ask about it. Hey, Todoroki-san. What? Izuku immediately covered his mouth, remembering the promise they had made. He also recalled the day he accidentally met his father, which made his heart cold just thinking about it. Although he wanted to help his friend, he still had problems with his own family. He felt bitter just thinking about it. No, nothing at all, he said. Todoroki sensed the strange change in the atmosphere from Izuku's response and tried to read his expression. Although Izuku's face was flat, a cold atmosphere surrounded him. Knowing how his best friend was, Todoroki decided to keep quiet and not pursue the topic further. Is that so? They continued the night without further conversation, keeping their complicated thoughts to themselves. The next morning, all the hunters gathered in front of the gate. Alongside them were reporters busy covering the raid, as well as some heroes and policemen assigned to guard the area. A news helicopter hovered above, capturing the scene. The announcement stated that the hunters were gathered for a joint raid between Japan and Korea, with several well-known names participating. Despite the reporters' efforts to report the news, a tense atmosphere enveloped the hunters. Some felt nervous about the upcoming raid, while others remained calm. Izuku belonged to the latter group. This was his second time entering an S-rank dungeon, but an uneasy feeling lingered within him, making him slightly anxious. He was startled when Aikiru approached him, asking about his expression. Izuku was surprised to see him there, especially after his recent hospital stay. Aikiru explained that he couldn't just sit idly by while others fought, emphasizing his determination as an S-rank hunter. Izuku expressed concern for Aikiru's well-being, to which Aikiru reassured him that he was in perfect condition. They discovered they were on the same team, and Aikiru handed Izuku a new communication device, explaining its purpose and features. This device, developed by the Yaoyorozu family, allowed hunters to communicate without language barriers. Grateful, Izuku put on the device and extended his hand for a handshake. They both hoped for a successful raid and a safe return. At 9 a.m., the hunters entered the gate only to be met by a massive army of red ants. The second team immediately engaged the ant monsters, clearing a path for the first team to reach the boss room. Led by Korean hunter Choi Jungin, the wizard-class hunters unleashed their magic to incinerate the enemies blocking their way. The first team swiftly advanced through the crowd of monsters, led by Cha Hien, Ma Donghua, and Goto. In less than 10 minutes, they reached the boss room, where numerous monster eggs lay scattered. The sight was unsettling, with some eggs already hatched and others still intact. Goto noticed one particularly large egg radiating powerful magical energy, prompting different reactions from his team. Tatsumi approached Goto, seeking direction on how to proceed. Goto decided to leave the large egg to Team 2 while his team pressed forward. As they entered the boss room, they encountered the queen and her guards, along with worker ants. The queen, distinguished by her white exoskeleton and larger size, was flanked by 8 formidable guards, each as strong as an S-rank hunter. Goto signaled his team to prepare for battle. Tension filled the air as the queen's guards and workers prepared to defend their territory. Ma Dongwook activated his taunt skill, drawing the guards' attention. Cha Hien swiftly engaged 2 guards with her swordplay, while Goto eliminated 2 more with a single strike. Yumiko and Tatsumi worked together to fend off the remaining worker ants, bolstered by Min Byonggu's magic buff. However, the sheer number of monsters began to overwhelm them, preventing them from reaching the queen. Yumiko voiced her concern about the overwhelming number of monsters, prompting Goto to make a quick decision. He instructed Tatsumi to clear a path while Ma Dongwook continued to divert the monsters' attention. Goto and Cha Hien would focus on the queen, with Yumiko providing support. The team members nodded in agreement with Goto's plan. Ma Dongwook activated his skill once more, drawing the monsters toward him. Tatsumi gathered his magic, creating a powerful whirlpool of wind that cleared a path for Gotu and Chahyun to advance through the throng of monsters. All the monsters that tried to get close to them immediately fell thanks to the arrows that Yumika shot. It didn't take long for Gotu and Chahyun to reach the queen. Knowing their queen was in danger, the remaining guards moved forward to protect her. Gotu and Chahyun confronted the queen's bodyguards, each handling 2 at once. Despite the challenge, they managed to defeat them. With all her bodyguards gone, the queen's defense was significantly weakened. The only task left was to defeat the queen, but it was not an easy endeavor. The queen refused to succumb to what she perceived as mere prey, fighting back with all her remaining strength. Despite her dwindling magic power, her attempts to defend herself were nearly futile. Gotu and Chahyun could see how they were able to cut through her exoskeleton. As her consciousness began to fade, the queen desperately transferred her magic power elsewhere. Realizing this, Gotu and Chahyun attempted to stop her by aiming for her head, but they were not quick enough. The queen completed her transfer of magic power. Gotu felt a sense of dread wash over him as he acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to them, the queen's magic power flowed out of the room toward a specific object, awakening something within it. A cracking sound echoed from the corner of the dark room, and cracks appeared on the largest eggshell in the pile. Dense magic energy seeped through the gaps. The egg absorbed the queen's magic power, awakening a new entity. As the queen whispered her final command to the figure within the egg, she urged it to become stronger and consume everything in its path. More cracks appeared, followed by a tremendous explosion. From within the egg emerged a jet-black humanoid figure with sharp claws and 4 transparent wings, standing atop the remnants of the eggshell. A piercing scream erupted from the creature, accompanied by a massive surge of magical energy. This monster was destined to become the next ruler, filled with anger from its queen's final orders. Though it had just awakened, the monster instinctively sensed the presence of its powerful enemies and rushed toward them. The main raid team, unaware of the impending danger, remained vigilant as they gathered near the fallen queen's body. Suddenly, they felt an overwhelming wave of dark mana that froze them in place. Chahyun, sensitive to the magic energy, instinctively covered her nose. A black figure swiftly passed by them and approached the queen's lifeless body. The creature, filled with rage, turned to face the raid team, its eyes glowing with a deadly intent. The members of the raid team felt their bodies freeze as they met the monster's gaze. A wave of ominous energy washed over them. In an instant, the monster vanished and reappeared beside Chahyun, striking her with such force that she was thrown against the cave wall. The team, reacting too late, sprang into action to confront the creature. Gotu swung his sword, attempting to slash at the monster, supported by Tatsumi's magic and Yumika's arrows. Yet, despite their combined efforts, their attacks failed to leave a mark on its exoskeleton. Gotu's expression hardened as he realized their efforts were in vain. Ma Dongwook rushed to Chahyun's side, quickly carrying her to Min Byung-gu for healing. After ensuring she was in safe hands, he returned to assist Gotu in the fight. Min Byung-gu activated his healing magic, but no matter what he tried, Chahyun remained unresponsive. Yumika, focused on shooting arrows, asked about Chahyun's condition without looking away. Min Byung-gu expressed his concern, noting that Chahyun seemed to have suffered a severe shock. Tatsumi suggested they retreat, but Min Byung-gu questioned what would happen to Gotu and Ma Dongwook. Yumika insisted that they must have realized the dire situation. Gotu and Ma Dongwook understood that they could not defeat the monster while also protecting their injured teammate. They had no choice but to retreat, but the thought of leaving the bloodthirsty monster behind was terrifying. Gotu shuddered at the potential destruction the creature could unleash if it escaped the dungeon. In a moment of desperation, Gotu made a decision that could cost him his life. He ordered Yumika to take the others back, instructing her to gather all available S-ranks to fight and to inform the rest of the team to retreat. Yumika protested, worried for Gotu's safety, but he insisted she leave. With heavy hearts, the assault team departed, leaving Gotu alone with the monster. As the figures of his teammates faded into the darkness, Gotu turned his attention back to the black humanoid ant before him. The creature, now focused solely on him, seemed ready to engage. With a challenge issued, the monster responded and lunged at Gotu, initiating the next phase of their battle. Swords and claws collided as the second round of their fight began. While the first team dealt with the queen and her bodyguards, the second team faced the dungeon monsters. The situation was chaotic, resembling a real battlefield due to the larger number of participants. Under the command of Korean hunter Choi Jung-in, the second team swiftly dispatched every ant monster they encountered. The tankers attracted enemy attention, fighter-type hunters finished them off, and mages and healers provided support from behind. Despite their efforts, the number of monsters seemed endless. Izuku was among the frontline fighters, quickly finishing off many monsters with swift dagger strikes. With the Demon King's dagger in hand, corpses piled up around him. He surveyed the battlefield, feeling the heat of the conflict. The hunters worked together, eliminating monsters that approached them, while Izuku helped by taking down those that slipped past the hunters' attacks. Frustration grew as various complaints echoed around him. Izuku shared their sentiment, wishing for the relentless onslaught to end. He longed to join the boss raid, hoping for the experience and the chance to recruit new shadow soldiers. Since completing the demon castle, he had not entered any gates and felt tempted to turn S-rank dungeon monsters into part of his strength. A sigh escaped him as he thought of the opportunity he had missed. Suddenly, a strong wave of mana and a potent killing intent emanated from the direction of the boss room. Izuku halted and turned his gaze toward it. He wasn't alone. Several hunters sensitive to magical energy reacted, their heads turning in unison. Concern filled Izuku's mind as he wondered if the boss had not yet been defeated. The monsters around them began to exhibit strange reactions, as if something significant had occurred. Ignoring the murmurs of his fellow hunters, he focused on the boss room. Soon, a beeping sound from their communication devices broke the tension. A long beep indicated a command to return. The faces of the hunters darkened. Most feared the raid had failed, and Izuku was no exception. He sensed a presence rushing toward them as the first team emerged from the shadows of the cave. Most bore only minor injuries, but Ma Dongwook was heavily injured, and Cha Hien lay unconscious. Several hunters rushed to them, inquiring about their condition and the current situation. Tatsumi explained that a monster stronger than the queen had appeared, and Goto was currently holding it back but wouldn't last long. He urged all S-rank hunters to gather quickly to prevent the monster from escaping the gate. The hunters sprang into action, but before all the S-rankers could assemble, it was too late. A black claw suddenly pierced the chest of Hunter Min Byung-gu, who stood at the back of the line. His close friend, Baek Yoon-ho, was shocked by the sudden attack on his best friend. Fueled by anger, Baek Yoon-ho transformed into a white beast resembling a tiger and charged at the monster that had harmed Min Byung-gu. The monster, sensing the strong presence, discarded Min Byung-gu's body and faced Baek Yoon-ho, who launched an immediate assault. Claws clashed, creating a powerful wave of magic as the two forces met. The other hunters withdrew from the battlefield to avoid getting caught in their fierce struggle. The sight of Baek Yoon-ho transformed into a beast and the black humanoid ant battling him made it difficult to discern which was the true monster. Both were nearly equal in power and magic, but the creature was designed to thrive in battle, growing stronger the longer the fight continued. As the battle raged on, Yumiko noticed Goto was missing. She searched around but couldn't find him, nor could she sense his presence or magical energy. Meanwhile, Goto faced the monster alone, casually swinging his sword in the empty air despite the ferocious creature before him. He exuded confidence in his abilities, believing he could defeat the monster single-handedly. Goto aspired to be the hero who would bring victory to the raid, a plan he had discussed with Matsumoto Shigeo, the director of the Japan Hunter Association. They envisioned him as the shining pillar of all Japanese hunters, the one to clear this dungeon. However, Goto underestimated his opponent. After exchanging a few blows, he initially perceived the monster as strong but lacking combat experience. He was partially correct, but he failed to anticipate that the monster would adapt during their fight. Its movements, once predictable and clumsy, became sharp and precise, overwhelming him. With its great strength and the experience gained from battling Goto, the monster quickly turned the tide. Goto, who had once been dominant, found himself being pushed back. The situation shifted, and the monster began to dominate the battle. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Goto gripped his sword tightly, intensifying his attacks, but the situation remained unchanged. He continued to be pressed, wounds appearing all over his body, blood seeping from his injuries and soaking the floor. A crack formed in Goto's sword, and before he knew it, it shattered. The looming image of death filled him with fear as the monster's black claws appeared before his eyes. Things seemed to slow down as death approached him. The picture of his life began to spin in his head. He wondered where things had started to go wrong. The plan to make him a hero was ruined in an instant by a monster that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He searched through his memory and finally realized his fatal mistake in making a decision. That's right, even if he noticed it now, it was too late. The monster's black claws penetrated Goto's armor, leaving a significant wound in his chest. Goto felt the warmth of blood as he struggled to stay conscious. Without the healer, it was impossible to close the wound. The monster didn't stop there. In a fit of rage, it attacked Goto with brutal force. The monster paused for a moment, processing the information it had absorbed from Goto. One of its abilities was to absorb the skills and knowledge from what it consumed. It was the perfect creation of the queen, designed to take what belonged to its prey. The stronger the prey, the stronger it became. After a moment of silence, it raised its head to look at the entrance of the boss's room. What it saw was far beyond what it had anticipated. "Hunter." A voice emerged from its mouth, and unlike other monsters, it spoke Japanese. Only highly intelligent monsters were known to be able to communicate. Using human language indicated that this monster was on a completely different level, its threat exceeding that of the gate itself. The monster's eyes fixed on a certain direction, glaring at the hunter who had dared to attack its lair and kill its siblings and queen. Bloodthirst filled its gaze as it cried out for vengeance against all humans. With that, a powerful surge of magic energy erupted from its body before it suddenly vanished, launching itself at its first target, Hunter Min Byung-gu. The battle between Baek Yoon-ho and the monster continued, though Baek Yoon-ho was eventually thrown against the wall by the monster's attack. Slowly, he lifted himself from the rubble but soon fell to his knees, struggling to catch his breath. The injuries on the outside of his body were not too severe, but it seemed that his internal organs and some bones were damaged. The hunters who watched the fight froze in place, both frightened and fascinated by the clash of forces between the two monsters. None dared to move, except for one. The monster attempted to finish off Baek Yoon-ho again, flying at him with incredible speed while he remained in shock. But just as the monster's claws were about to strike, something sharp blocked its attack. The monster was pushed back by the force of its own strike. A black robe fluttered in front of Baek Yoon-ho, and sparks erupted as the monster's claws met the black blades. The violent clash revealed the green hair hidden beneath the hood. Baek Yoon-ho's eyes widened as he looked at the figure standing before him. The anger that had vanished was replaced by horror when he saw a pair of blue eyes shining and staring back at him. He recognized the figure and felt a surge of urgency. The figure urged him to withdraw, insisting that he leave the rest to them. Just before Baek Yoon-ho could respond, Izuku vanished and reappeared in front of the monster. The two exuded strong magical energy, accompanied by a fierce thirst for battle as they faced each other. The magical energy they emitted was powerful enough to incapacitate ordinary humans instantly. The monster stared at this new enemy who dared to confront it directly. It asked if Izuku was a hunter, and the question shocked the hunters who overheard it. Monsters capable of speaking human language were a real threat. Izuku, though surprised, remained calm, fully aware of the danger the monster posed. He understood that just a moment of distraction could put the surrounding hunters in peril. In response to the monster's question, Izuku released a powerful surge of magic energy. Yes, I am a hunter. The monster's instincts screamed that the human before it was a formidable opponent. It roared and launched an attack on Izuku. The magical energy from their confrontation made most of the hunters tremble, some struggling to stay upright. With claws and daggers, the two clashed continuously, creating sparks amidst their fierce battle. They were evenly matched, with Izuku keeping pace with the monster's speed. Slowly, cracks began to appear on the monster's exoskeleton. For the first time, it felt a sense of crisis, the fear of losing haunting it throughout the fight. The monster began to distance itself from Izuku, roaring as it summoned the surrounding monsters to attack. The sight of a wave of monsters gathering to target one individual could terrify anyone who witnessed it. But strangely, amid this dangerous situation, Izuku felt a sense of calm. He did not feel the same danger he had faced before. He sensed that he could turn the tide. There was no point in holding back. Arise. Izuku's shadow expanded, and an army of black soldiers emerged from it. The clash between Izuku's army and the red monsters was swift. The sight of the black army overwhelming the red monsters shifted the battle's dynamics. This was no longer a simple conflict between hunters and monsters. It had transformed into a battle of monsters against monsters. The hunters continued to watch from the sidelines, unable to tear their eyes away from the spectacle. The immense magical energy and tension from the fight rendered them speechless. Those who knew Izuku could hardly believe the strength he had gained in such a short time. Sugimoto, who had been observing from the beginning, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. He was also confused by Izuku's sudden growth and then asked Aikiru, who was frozen next to him. Aikiru came back to his senses after hearing Sugimoto call his name. He glanced at him, realizing what he was asking. He admitted he didn't know much about Izuku, despite being close to him. Izuku and the black ant monster continued their fierce battle. Both displayed incredible strength and speed, clashing with impressive skills. Not only Izuku, but his shadow also demonstrated their own power. The Black Knight wielded a sharp sword with deadly precision, the Giant Knight swung his massive axe with ease, the Ord Mage unleashed powerful magic, and the Hyaki skillfully maneuvered between enemies, finishing them off swiftly. Their strength and fighting style amazed the audience, as most of Izuku's shadow soldiers exhibited abilities ranging from B to S rank. Witnesses struggled to comprehend how one person, especially a child, could possess such power. Realizing his army was being defeated, the monster began to feel threatened and sought a way out. He noticed several hunters standing frozen outside the battlefield and hurried toward them. Some of Izuku's shadows attempted to stop him, but they were quickly overwhelmed and dissipated into black mist. The hunters targeted by the monster could only stand by as they became its prey, starting with the mage-type hunters, followed by warriors and healers. No hunter could keep up with the monster's speed, and even those who tried found their bodies sluggish due to the magical energy storm enveloping the battlefield. Izuku, noticing the monster's shift in focus, rushed to intercept it and prevent further destruction. Despite their clashes, the monster skillfully evaded Izuku and continued to target nearby hunters. Frustration welled up within Izuku as he wondered why the monster was ignoring him in favor of the hunters. From the start of the battle, all the hunters understood that they could not interfere without risking their lives. They began to secure an escape route, pushing through the mass of monsters blocking their way. Chaos erupted when the monsters Izuku fought turned their attention to the dazed hunters. The battlefield atmosphere shifted dramatically as casualties mounted among the hunters, and fear spread like wildfire. Those who could still move fought desperately to fend off the monster, while others sought to escape for their lives. S-rank hunters joined the fray while also helping to secure an escape route with some of Izuku's shadow soldiers. It wasn't long before they managed to create a way out, prompting all the hunters to flee the battle site, leaving Izuku alone to face the monster. As Izuku continued to battle, he occasionally checked on the evacuating hunters. Some were helping their injured comrades escape the dungeon, while others fought to protect them. However, the slow evacuation process due to numerous injuries threatened to increase casualties. Determined to change the tide, Izuku distanced himself from the monster, standing amidst the fallen creatures around him. The monster, confused by Izuku's sudden actions, was taken aback by the immense mana swirling around him, but the next scene shocked him even more. Izuku commanded the fallen shadows to rise. Black figures emerged from the remains of the ant monster, reborn as new shadow soldiers. They bowed to their master and, upon his command, attacked and consumed their former allies. This enraged the black ant monster, who despised the figure that dared to turn his army against him. Filled with fury, the monster lunged at Izuku with its sharp claws, reigniting the battle with sparks and bursts of mana. Seizing the opportunity, all the hunters rushed to escape, except for one. Todoroki, witnessing Izuku's incredible power, was astonished by the revelation of his friend's abilities. He struggled to accept that such power existed, especially in someone so close to him. Despite his denial, the evidence was undeniable. He had to confront the reality that Izuku possessed the potential to become a force that could shake the world. As Todoroki was called back to reality, he quickly joined the others, glancing back at Izuku. Once he ensured the other hunters were far enough away, Izuku intensified his fight. He increased his speed and strength, targeting the monster's vital points. The monster, too, matched Izuku's speed and strength, empowered by the hunters it had consumed, gaining their abilities. Izuku recognized the threat when he saw fireballs forming around the monster. Although their strength was limited, they scorched the corpses of the fallen ants nearby. He easily dodged the fireball aimed at him and closed in on the monster, only to be met with a wall of fire. Retreating to create distance, he narrowly avoided a black claw that emerged from behind the flames, raising his dagger to block the incoming attack. The monster's claw was deflected, and Izuku seized the moment to counterattack, severing one of the monster's arms. The monster let out a cry as blood flowed from the wound, but it quickly began to heal, growing a new arm. The monster had revealed its healing abilities, gained from the healers it had devoured. The monster growled at Izuku, ready for the next round of their fierce battle. He then pointed his claws at Izuku, declaring that the human had no chance of winning and would soon become his prey. Izuku, undeterred, prepared for the confrontation. The monster lunged at him again, but Izuku countered with a skill he had activated, which had evolved into a powerful technique. With the skill activated, Izuku tested its enhanced power on the monster, causing its exoskeleton and claws to crack. Sensing danger, the monster closed the distance and attacked with its venom-filled tongue. The poison was potent enough to take down even the strongest hunters, but it posed no threat to Izuku, who effortlessly neutralized it. Noticing the monster's nervousness, Izuku seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. He swiftly incapacitated the monster, severing its limbs and crushing its exoskeleton. Fear crept into the monster as it sensed its impending doom and attempted to flee. However, Izuku quickly intercepted it, delivering a series of decisive strikes that targeted its vital points. As the monster's purple blood pooled on the ground, Izuku confirmed its defeat. Despite the victory, he remained vigilant. The battle raged on around him, with his army still engaged against the remaining monsters. The enemy forces were thrown into disarray after losing their leader, making it easier for Izuku's troops to eliminate them. To expedite the process, Izuku began resurrecting fallen monsters as additional soldiers, leaving one slot open. He contemplated how a single monster could cause such chaos for a team of elite hunters, yet it had ultimately met its end at his hands. He considered making it one of his shadow soldiers but hesitated, reflecting on the many hunters who had perished in his wake. Determined to grow stronger, Izuku resolved to accept whatever came his way, whether it be insults or criticism. He focused on the monster he had just defeated, preparing to awaken it into a new form. As he commanded it to rise, dark smoke billowed from its body, engulfing the surroundings in darkness before returning to normal. To his surprise, a powerful humanoid ant emerged from the shadows, kneeling before him and displaying a status he had never encountered before. This creature, now a general, addressed him as "my king" and requested a name. Izuku was taken aback, realizing that this was the first time one of his shadow soldiers could speak, a sign of their growth. The ant explained that it had not been killed but reborn through Izuku's power, expressing an overwhelming sense of happiness and loyalty. Izuku recognized that this loyalty stemmed from the unique bond he shared with his shadow soldiers. He pondered the implications of having such powerful allies in his ranks. After a moment of thought, he decided to give the ant a name that would set it apart from others. He settled on Baru. The newly named general expressed gratitude for the honor. Turning his attention back to his troops, Izuku surveyed the battlefield, filled with the remnants of both monsters and fallen hunters. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and blood, and guilt washed over him as he considered the lives lost. He wondered if things might have turned out differently had he approached the boss's room sooner. Yet, he knew he could not change the past. He resolved to ensure that the bodies of the fallen hunters would be returned to their families. He ordered his troops to collect the bodies and gather mana stones from the dungeon as compensation for their sacrifices. As he prepared to inspect the boss's room, he glanced at Baru, who had been faithfully by his side. Baru informed him that the room contained the remains of queens, a hunter, and unhatched eggs. Izuku acknowledged this and instructed them to proceed. They hurried to the boss's room to retrieve Goto's corpse and eliminate any remaining ants. Throughout their journey, Baru took charge, swiftly dispatching any monsters that approached, allowing Izuku to focus on the task ahead. Thanks to it, they quickly reached the front of the boss's room. The area was filled with eggs, which Baru explained was because it served as a breeding ground. Izuku nodded while checking his inventory, thinking about how long it would take to clean everything up. He wondered if he had any equipment that could eliminate everything at once when he noticed a powerful sword shrouded in magical energy and crackling with lightning. He had almost forgotten about the Demon King longsword, an item he obtained after defeating King Baron in the crypt of the Demon Castle. It had a second effect called the Storm of White Flames, which could summon small thunderstorms in a specific area. Izuku decided to give it a try. He raised the blade with one hand and swung it at the nearest egg, unleashing a bolt of lightning with a single motion. Despite the sword's size, he handled it effortlessly. Realizing it would be a waste to leave it in his inventory, he resolved to use it to destroy all the eggs in the room, knowing he wasn't alone. He instructed Baru to help him clear the area. Outside the gate, chaos reigned. As Izuku faced the monster, the hunters emerged, and reporters were confused by their appearance. When they saw the wounded hunters, they quickly assumed the raid had failed. The medical team rushed to assist the injured, transporting them to a medical tent set up nearby. Heroes and police helped carry the wounded while trying to keep journalists at bay, who were eager to capture the scene. Amid the turmoil, most hunters felt a deep sense of guilt for leaving a child to confront the monster alone. Yet, in the face of such adversity, only the boy stepped forward, displaying the courage needed to confront the threat. While others hesitated, he bravely faced the monster that had become a scourge for the hunters, leaving them with no choice but to rely on him. The heavy atmosphere weighed on the hunters, filled with feelings of guilt and loss. They knew they had to remain vigilant, as many of their comrades were still injured. If not treated quickly, the situation could worsen, leading to more casualties. The worst-case scenario loomed over them. If the gate broke, monsters could escape and wreak havoc. Their worries faded when silhouettes appeared behind the gate. The hunters quickly readied their weapons and positioned themselves defensively. As the figure emerged, a powerful wave of mana swept through the area, causing the hunters to tremble. Initially mistaking the figure for a monster, they soon recognized a hooded young man carrying a cloaked body, followed by a group of black soldiers who also bore the bodies of fallen hunters. The scene was surreal and intimidating, enough to make onlookers feel as if the Demon King had descended upon them. The hunters froze as the figure approached. Those who recognized him quickly regained their composure and rushed forward, driven by the sight of their fallen comrades. They forgot their fear and ran toward the black soldiers, eager to reclaim the bodies of their friends. Once the bodies were returned, the black soldiers vanished into the shadows, rejoining the figure. Sugimoto, recognizing Izuku, hurried to him, calling out his name. He asked if Izuku had successfully escaped and inquired about the monster inside. Izuku revealed that he had not run away, he had killed the monster. As he spoke, the gate behind them vanished, taking with it the magical energy that had surrounded it. Silence fell over the area for a moment, but it was quickly replaced by cheers of victory that echoed throughout the island, signaling the success of the dungeon raid. People expressed their joy, a mixture of relief and happiness flooding over them as the gate disappeared. In the wake of tragedy, a hero had emerged, a young man who had bravely faced danger to save them from disaster. Cheers mingled with tears as people embraced one another, celebrating their hard-won victory. Although this triumph was achieved through Izuku's efforts, the collective joy of the crowd was palpable. While only a few knew the true identity of their savior, the impact of Izuku's accomplishment left everyone in awe. Sugimoto was astonished to learn that Izuku had defeated a monster that had plagued many of the hunters. He also carried the bodies of those who had fallen during the raid, earning him the title of hero. Sugimoto struggled to find words, overwhelmed by the realization that Izuku had cleared the S-rank gate on his own and even brought back Goto's body. Izuku explained that this was all he could do for those who had perished in the battle. Sugimoto agreed, telling him to rest and assuring him that he would take care of the rest. Izuku handed Goto's body to Sugimoto and then melted into the crowd, withdrawing his soldiers as he did so. As the magical energy dissipated, Sugimoto felt a chill run down his spine, realizing how much stronger Izuku had become with each battle. After distancing himself from the crowd, Izuku found a quiet cliff not far from the medical tent. The atmosphere was serene, filled only with the sounds of waves and the wind, a stark contrast to the chaos near the gate. Preferring solitude, Izuku took a moment to reflect away from the throngs of people. Besides, he had some things to think about. Izuku's shadow widened, and from it emerged the figure of a humanoid ant kneeling behind him. Baru responded as soon as he heard his master's call. He acknowledged the voice ordering him to kill humans, admitting he had received the queen's command to eliminate them. However, there was another voice urging him to do the same, the source of which he did not know. When asked about the monster at the gate, Baru replied that he had just awakened and had not yet gathered information from the queen. Izuku dismissed him, allowing Baru to return to his shadow. Izuku contemplated the information he had received from Baru. It was not much different from what he had gathered previously. It was unfortunate that Baru had perished before acquiring all the necessary information, but he understood that letting Baru live would only lead to disaster. He felt a sense of frustration, realizing he had not gained anything substantial. Taking out a black key from his inventory, he examined it closely. This key, obtained from the mysterious Curse random box, had finally revealed its description after he reached level. The key opened the door to the Temple of Cartenon, and its location would be revealed after a specified time. As he looked at the name, Izuku recalled seeing it before, remembering the double dungeon. The name of the Cartenon Temple was engraved on a stone plaque held by an angelic statue that contained the rules of the dungeon. This place had changed his life and was the starting point that had brought him to where he was now. If it was that place, he might find the answers or at least clues about the origin of his power and the reasons behind it. Initially, he thought it was all just coincidence, but the more he pondered, the more he felt that this was no mere happenstance. He resolved to prepare for what was to come during the remaining time he had. After sorting out his thoughts, Izuku returned to the hunter barracks to offer assistance. Upon arrival, the atmosphere was calmer than before, although medical personnel still hurried from tent to tent. Most of the injured had been treated, with only a few remaining. Some healers were also present, their abilities proving effective compared to modern medicine. B-rank healers and above could even regenerate severed limbs if their abilities were sufficient, which explained their higher pay compared to other hunter classes. Seeing that everything was nearly complete, Izuku felt there was little he could do. He wandered around the barracks, occasionally assisting the medical personnel who passed by. Once he felt his help was sufficient, he decided to look for Sugimoto, remembering he had something to give him. Izuku asked one of the hunters passing by for Sugimoto's whereabouts. The hunter informed him that Sugimoto was in the main barracks, which temporarily served as the command center. After thanking the hunter, Izuku made his way to the main barracks. With Goto no longer present, Sugimoto was in charge of administrative matters, recording damage and casualties while managing incoming reports. Upon entering, Izuku noticed it was quieter than the medical barracks, likely due to most personnel being deployed there. He approached the barracks and called out to Sugimoto to check if he was inside. Hearing a positive response, Izuku entered. The first thing he noticed was the pile of papers scattered across the table and Sugimoto, who appeared fatigued and was clutching his head as if suffering from a headache. Sugimoto acknowledged Izuku's presence, and despite Izuku's intention to leave and return later, Sugimoto insisted he stay. After offering Izuku a drink, which he declined, Sugimoto sat down in front of him. Izuku then revealed that he had something to hand over. He opened his inventory and placed a batch of mana stones on the table in front of Sugimoto. The sight of the stones surprised and confused Sugimoto. Izuku explained that these were stones he had collected from the dungeon before leaving, meant as compensation for the hunter families who had lost members. Sugimoto glanced between the pile of stones and Izuku, astonished by his actions. He expressed gratitude, acknowledging that Izuku had alleviated one of his burdens. Sugimoto took a deep breath, trying to relieve his fatigue, and Izuku decided it was best to let him rest. He bid farewell and exited the tent. Left alone, Sugimoto stared at the pile of stones, calculating that they should cover the necessary expenses, but he knew it still wouldn't resolve his lingering headache. Not with the number of press requests to meet the hunters who emerged from the dungeon alongside a group of black soldiers. He had heard about the interview requests but couldn't respond, as it was beyond his authority. He could only postpone it until he received orders from the association. He leaned back in his chair, preparing to close his eyes when one of the staff entered to inform Sejimoto that another interview had been requested. His furrowed brows indicated his irritation with such reports. 2 days after the raid concluded, the government held a funeral to honor the hunters who had lost their lives. Most of the hunters who participated in the raids attended, including the Korean hunter and some higher-ups. The funeral was broadcast on all news channels, making headlines and sparking discussions online. Reports focused on the damage, the number of injured, and the casualties. Amidst the somber news, they also mentioned the names of those who had actively participated in the raids. One name stood out above the rest: Izuku, the hunter who had led his team to victory. Despite the association's efforts to keep information about him under wraps, some details leaked out. Although only a name without a face, his influence was undeniable. People on the internet buzzed with excitement, recalling how he had emerged from the gate, a sight that had left many in awe. Comments flowed in, expressing how terrifying the black soldiers accompanying him had been, and how it felt as though a demon king had descended upon the earth. Curiosity about Izuku's true identity grew, with whispers that he was still young. Izuku, the center of this conversation, read the comments with a sullen expression. He had always disliked attention, yet his actions inevitably drew it. No matter how well he tried to conceal himself, the truth would eventually surface, just as it had this time. Although he had revealed his abilities to the public, he had no regrets. He would make the same choices again if it meant saving lives. That was the essence of who he was. From the beginning, he had never hesitated to leap into danger for the sake of others. Unbeknownst to him, he was still chasing a dream he had buried deep within himself, a dream that was beginning to shine once more. After turning off his phone, Izuku leaned back on the bench he occupied. Following the funeral, he took a stroll around the cemetery to breathe in the fresh air and escape the crowds. He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle breeze, when he sensed someone approaching. Opening his eyes, he saw Sugimoto walking toward him with an unfamiliar man, though he felt he had seen the man's face before. That person, if he wasn't mistaken, was one of the Korean hunters. Sugimoto greeted him, and after a brief exchange, introduced the man as Hunter Baek Yunho, who had something to discuss with Izuku. Baek Yunho stepped forward and unexpectedly bowed to Izuku, catching him off guard. Surprised, Izuku asked what he was doing. Baek Yunho expressed his gratitude for bringing back Byunggu's body, which allowed for a proper funeral. Izuku was taken aback. He had anticipated criticism, not thanks. He hesitated, realizing that denying the gratitude might come off as arrogance. He acknowledged Baek Yunho's thanks, stating that it was the least he could do for those who had fallen in battle. Baek Yunho raised his head, noting the darkness in Izuku's expression despite the smile on his face. He complimented Izuku on his strength at such a young age, predicting he would become a great hunter. After exchanging pleasantries, Baek Yunho mentioned he had to leave soon, as their plane was scheduled to depart that afternoon. He extended his hand to Izuku, expressing his hope to work together again and inviting him to visit Korea in the future. Izuku reciprocated the sentiment, and after saying goodbye, Baek Yunho rejoined his colleagues, leaving Izuku and Sugimoto alone. Sugimoto observed Izuku's expression and sensed something was troubling him. He inquired about it, and Izuku admitted he was surprised to receive thanks instead of criticism. He felt a heavy burden, believing that if he had acted sooner, fewer lives would have been lost. Sugimoto sighed, knowing Izuku well enough to understand his mindset. He reassured Izuku not to dwell on it, as it would only weigh him down. Instead, he encouraged him to be grateful for the lives he had saved. Izuku acknowledged Sugimoto's words and asked why he had sought him out, suspecting it wasn't just to say hello. Sugimoto confirmed that he had more to discuss and suggested they change locations before continuing their conversation. Izuku agreed, and they made their way to a nearby cafe that was completely empty upon their arrival. Izuku remarked on the quietness, wondering if Sugimoto had rented the entire cafe. Sugimoto replied that it wasn't the case. After placing their orders with the waiter, they settled at a corner table and it wasn't long before their drinks arrived. After drinking a little coffee, they started a conversation. Sugimoto took out a document from his bag and handed it to Izuku. As Izuku began reading, wrinkles appeared on his face. Sugimoto explained that the chairman wanted to create a guild and make Izuku the guild master. Izuku expressed his concerns about being only 14 years old, noting that even Hawk had founded his agency at Sugimoto mentioned that the chairman insisted on making Izuku the guild master after witnessing his actions during a recent raid. Izuku was surprised to learn that he was scheduled for a re-evaluation the next morning. Sugimoto noted that the procedures had already been completed, and it was the chairman's order. Izuku felt overwhelmed and held his head, as complex thoughts swirled in his mind. Sugimoto decided to leave him to think and reminded him to come to the bureau office for the re-evaluation. After Sugimoto left, Izuku banged his head against the table in frustration, startling the cafe employees. One of them approached to check if he was okay, and Izuku assured him he was fine. The next morning, Izuku stood in front of the bureau office, looking tired. A crowd of reporters had gathered outside, and he overheard them discussing his upcoming reevaluation. Feeling anxious about the attention, he pushed through the crowd to enter the office. Upon arrival, Sugimoto greeted him and explained the situation regarding the media. He realized that the chairman had been paying close attention to him since their first meeting, and even Goto-san seemed invested in his progress. Frustrated, Izuku ruffled his hair, questioning how things had escalated so quickly. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang, displaying Tsukachi's name. Curious, he answered the call. Tsukachi greeted him warmly and congratulated him on becoming an S rank. He then asked if Izuku was free the next day and requested him to come to his office. Izuku agreed, though he was left wondering about the purpose of the meeting. The next morning, Izuku walked to the police station, arriving to find Tsukachi waiting for him. They exchanged pleasantries, and Tsukachi noted Izuku's tired appearance but chose not to address it. Tsukachi indicated they would discuss the matter on the way, leading Izuku to a car parked nearby. As they drove, Izuku began to recognize the route, realizing they were heading toward the city of Kofu. Curiosity piqued, he asked Tsukachi who wanted to see him, but the answer remained elusive, deepening his intrigue. The two continued their journey for about 10 minutes until they arrived at an old building on the side of the road. The building was in poor condition with partially peeling paint, cracks in the walls, and a welcome sign that was about to fall. Tsukachi knocked on the door, and they opened it, only to be surprised by the sight of someone lying on the floor with a red liquid pooling beneath them. Tsukachi immediately approached the person to check their condition. However, before he could reach them, the person suddenly stood up and attempted to kick Izuku in the face, but he managed to dodge just in time. The individual landed lightly in front of them, staring intently. "I didn't expect you to avoid that," the person remarked. "Isn't it a bit much for just a joke, Gran Torino?" Tsukachi replied casually. "It's fine. Besides, isn't that kid a hunter?" Tsukachi responded as if it were a normal thing. Izuku, however, was confused by the situation, glancing back and forth between Tsukachi and Gran Torino. "What happened?" Izuku asked. "Sorry for the late introduction. This is Gran Torino, the one who wants to see you," Tsukachi explained. Izuku looked back at Gran Torino, feeling a strange familiarity. As he searched his memory, it suddenly clicked, and his eyes widened. "Don't tell me." "Long time no see, kid," Gran Torino said. Izuku stared at the old man in front of him with a blank expression. After clearing the mess from before, they sat on the sofa, with Izuku facing Gran Torino and Tsukachi beside him. Izuku was still trying to process the sudden turn of events. He wasn't sure how he had ended up here, facing someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Sorahiko Torino, better known as Gran Torino, was a retired pro hero and one of Izuku's past acquaintances who cared for him. Izuku remembered Gran Torino clearly because he had once mentored his father, All Might. Although they had only met a few times, Gran Torino was the only one who had shown concern for him. Despite the time that had passed, Izuku held no ill feelings toward Gran Torino. However, he felt confused by their sudden encounter. Tsukachi observed the two with a puzzled expression, noticing Izuku's blank face since their meeting began. His curiosity got the better of him and he asked, "Did you guys know each other?" "Well, you could say I've been looking for this missing boy all these years," Gran Torino replied. "Missing boy? You mean?" "Oh, this kid is the son of All Might who disappeared 8 years ago, and I've been searching for him ever since." Tsukachi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked back at Izuku. Izuku, caught off guard by the revelation of his past, lowered his head to hide the bitter expression on his face. Gran Torino noticed the silence and raised his staff, lightly tapping Izuku on the head, startling both him and Tsukachi. "Until when are you going to stay like an idiot?" Gran Torino scolded. Izuku finally snapped back to reality, rubbing his head even though it didn't hurt. Sorry." Tsukachi's surprise eased as he saw Izuku being scolded, but his curiosity remained high. He couldn't help but ask Izuku to confirm Gran Torino's statement. "Hey Izuku, is what Gran Torino just said true? Are you really All Might's son?" Izuku nodded weakly in response. Tsukachi's expression darkened, as if he had swallowed something bitter. As a policeman, he understood that there was a reason behind Izuku's demeanor, and it was not good. "You once told me that your family abandoned you. Is that true?" Tsukachi asked. "Yes, that's true," Izuku replied. "What happened?" Tsukachi pressed. Izuku hesitated, unsure if it was appropriate to share his story with Tsukachi. He looked at Sorahiko, seeking permission to speak. "It's all right, you can trust Tsukachi," Gran Torino assured him. After a deep sigh, Izuku began to recount his life story before becoming a hunter. He spoke without showing much emotion, while Tsukachi and Sorahiko's expressions shifted from anger to disappointment and disbelief. Izuku had anticipated such reactions, and seeing his prediction confirmed brought a faint smile to his face. Tsukachi, upon hearing Izuku's story, struggled to comprehend how someone who was a symbol of peace could treat his own child in such a way. I can't believe the number one hero would do such a thing, Tsukachi said, shaking his head. I knew this would happen since Toshi insisted on marrying that woman, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. I'm sorry, kid, you must have suffered a lot. It's all right, it's all in the past anyway, Izuku replied, trying to brush it off. Tsukachi and Sorahiko felt a mix of sympathy and admiration for Izuku, recognizing the hardships he had endured. But still, knowing how All Might is and hearing what he's done to you feels unbelievable, Tsukachi remarked. You're right, Tsukachi. Being quirkless isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, you can blame your father for passing it on to you, Gran Torino added. Gran Torino? Tsukachi exclaimed, surprised by Sorahiko's sudden revelation about All Might's past. Just let it be. In the end, this kid needs to know the truth anyway, Gran Torino insisted. Izuku was confused by the shift in the conversation's atmosphere. Noticing Tsukachi's intense reaction, he sensed the seriousness of the topic. Sorry, but what are you guys talking about? Izuku asked. Well, that. Tsukachi began. Listen, kid, your father is quirkless and frenzy. They headed to the room for the re-evaluation test, where the chairman, Matsumoto, was waiting. Izuku was confused but nodded in understanding. A bureau officer guided him inside, where a large room awaited, equipped with a mana detector. The agent in charge, Fujimori Ninsei, introduced himself and instructed Izuku to place his hand on the detector. When the results displayed an error, Fujimori tried multiple times, realizing that Izuku's mana was immeasurable. Izuku was surprised by this revelation. Fujimori quickly moved on to the next test, asking Izuku to demonstrate his abilities. Izuku summoned the figure of a black knight from his shadow, which surprised Fujimori and Matsumoto. Matsumoto, skeptical of Izuku's abilities, challenged him. In response, Izuku summoned several shadow warriors, including his strongest one. The powerful magic energy filled the room, causing Fujimori to tremble and evoking memories of a past battle for Sugimoto. As the overwhelming presence of Izuku's mana filled the air, Matsumoto was left stunned, while Sugimoto struggled to shake off haunting memories of a horrific day. Matsumoto's voice broke through Sugimoto's thoughts, snapping him back to the present. Sugimoto turned to look at Matsumoto, who appeared confused. He reassured him that he was fine, despite Matsumoto's concern about his pale face. Although Matsumoto doubted the answer, he decided to let it go and shifted his attention back to Izuku, smiling as he imagined the great potential the child held. Greed flickered in Matsumoto's eyes. He wanted Izuku by his side, believing that the boy's strength could elevate his status as chairman of the Hunter Association. Matsumoto then descended the stairs and approached Izuku, who was still engaged in conversation with Fujimori. He praised Izuku's extraordinary power and suggested that he consider an offer. Izuku smiled awkwardly, feeling the weight of Matsumoto's expectations. He expressed that he needed more time to think about it, and Matsumoto encouraged him to reach out to Sugimoto if he needed anything. Later that night, Izuku sat on a bench at Dagoba Beach, staring blankly at the scene before him, holding the hunter's license he had just received. Despite officially becoming an S-rank hunter, he felt no joy, overwhelmed by the attention he had received. Today had been exhausting. After dealing with Chairman Matsumoto, he faced a throng of reporters outside the bureau office, which took hours to navigate. Just before leaving, Kyoko called to inform him about a celebration party in his honor. Although he was reluctant to attend, he felt obligated since Kyoko had rented a fancy restaurant and invited his friends. When Izuku arrived, most of his friends were already there, congratulating him on his promotion. He smiled, masking his fatigue as the party unfolded. However, chaos soon erupted when Daichi brought alcohol, despite Kyoko's strict prohibition. As a few guests became inebriated, Izuku sighed, reflecting on the tiring day he had endured. Lost in thought, he sensed someone approaching. Turning his head, he saw Todoroki walking toward him. Todoroki noted that Izuku often came to this spot when he had much on his mind. Izuku acknowledged this, appreciating Todoroki's understanding. The conversation shifted to congratulations on Izuku's new rank, but Todoroki sensed something deeper was troubling him. Todoroki then asked about Izuku's power, which prompted a serious atmosphere. Izuku remained calm as Todoroki inquired if his power could resurrect the dead. Izuku confirmed this, and Todoroki's expression turned serious as he pressed for details, particularly regarding humans. Izuku admitted that he had indeed brought humans back to life, which left Todoroki momentarily speechless. Todoroki's voice carried a hint of anger as he demanded to know why. Izuku explained that it was a matter of survival during the Red Gate incident. To illustrate, he summoned one of his shadow soldiers, a towering knight named Iron, who had died in that very incident. The imposing figure radiated an intimidating aura, and Todoroki, a mage sensitive to magical energy, felt the overwhelming power emanating from iron. Izuku introduced Iron to Todoroki, who was bewildered by the knight's presence. Despite Iron's clumsy demeanor, the pressure he exuded was undeniable. Todoroki recalled that the hunters who perished in the Red Gate incident were mostly C rank to B rank, yet Iron's formidable presence challenged his understanding. Izuku clarified that his power allowed him to strengthen his army as he grew stronger, a concept that left Todoroki astonished. He had no choice but to accept Izuku's explanation, continuing to stare at Iron in disbelief. He thought that if the army of the dead under Izuku's control was that strong, then it was inconceivable what it would be like if he decided to turn against mankind. Izuku felt a weight in his chest as he reflected on his actions. He admitted to feeling guilty about resurrecting Iron, even attempting to undo his powers, but Iron was determined to keep fighting regardless of his condition. Todoroki, unsure of how to respond, felt a mix of doubt and trust. He ultimately decided to believe Izuku's words, though he resolved to keep a close watch on Iron. Izuku welcomed the scrutiny, jokingly asking Todoroki to take care of him. The conversation shifted to the idea of forming a guild, which left Todoroki in disbelief. He questioned Izuku's sanity, but Izuku insisted he was still grounded in reality. As Izuku recounted his discussion with Sugimoto, Todoroki frowned at the implications of the story. He expressed skepticism about the chairman's intentions, but ultimately believed in Izuku's ability to manage the guild. Todoroki's irritation flared when Izuku's lightheartedness struck a nerve, causing a blue flame to flicker in his hands. He threatened Izuku, who quickly reassured him, and Todoroki extinguished the fire, still looking annoyed. After their conversation, they parted ways, and Izuku lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Reflecting on his talk with Todoroki, he felt a slight relief from the burdens he carried. He picked up a document from his desk detailing the contract for the guild formation, provided by Matsumoto Shigeo, the bureau chief of the Hunter Association. The contract stipulated that Izuku would receive full support from the association and the government, provided he fulfilled his duties as a Japanese hunter. Izuku pondered the terms, feeling they were too binding despite the apparent support. Inherited someone else's quirk. If it weren't for that person's decision, he would have remained quirkless, Gran Torino explained. Izuku's eyes widened at Gran Torino's words. He was shocked, his mind going blank as he processed the revelation that his father had no quirk, just like him. Everything he believed about his destiny shifted with that single statement. Is that true? Izuku stammered. Tsukachi and Sorahiko could see the shock on Izuku's face. He was clearly taken aback. Sorahiko sighed and explained the situation to him. Even after hearing the explanation, Izuku remained silent, needing time to organize his thoughts. After a few minutes, he finally regained his composure. Sorahiko inquired if Izuku had calmed down, to which he responded affirmatively. Sorahiko then asked if he was surprised by the revelation. Izuku admitted that it felt as if everything he had believed was a lie. Regardless of whether it was his destiny or the inheritance of his parents, the fact remained that he was quirkless. Ultimately, his path had not changed, but the knowledge that the number one hero was also quirkless surprised him. Tsukachi acknowledged that anyone would be surprised to hear such news, which was why it was kept secret, even from the hero's family. Sorahiko suggested they shift the focus away from heavy topics and talk about Izuku instead. He encouraged Izuku to share his life experiences as a hunter. Izuku lost himself in memories as he recounted his journey to Sorahiko and Tsukachi. He was surprised at how far he had come, reflecting on the many experiences he had endured, both good and bad, including moments where he nearly lost his life. Sorahiko listened attentively, while Tsukachi had to excuse himself due to work commitments. Sorahiko expressed his surprise at the extent of Izuku's experiences. He then asked if Izuku planned to inform his family of his whereabouts. Izuku's expression darkened at the mention of his family, recalling the unpleasant times he had endured with them. He shook his head, uncertain that they would accept him back. Sorahiko pressed for clarification, and Izuku explained that he had encountered his father by chance not long ago, but his father did not recognize him. Sorahiko felt the need to scold the man for not recognizing his own son, but Izuku suggested it was better to let them come to their own realizations. He then shifted the topic, asking Gran Torino about All Might, expressing concern over the hero's condition since their last meeting. Gran Torino paused, contemplating whether to share the information with Izuku. He had recognized Izuku from his appearance on television and knew that great things awaited him. However, revealing the truth might draw Izuku into a long battle. Gran Torino confirmed that All Might had been injured in a villain attack about 5 years ago. Izuku recalled the incident involving the villain Toxic Chainsaw, demonstrating his knowledge of the situation. Gran Torino explained that the fight had never been disclosed to the media, but it had left All Might with significant injuries. Currently, he could maintain his muscular form for only 3 hours before reverting to his weaker state. Izuku felt a pang of concern, wondering if a healer could help All Might, but he was unsure if it would be effective given the time that had passed. He reflected on the years spent in his family home, filled with pain and isolation, and how he had to endure it all alone while hiding his suffering from the world. The memories of laughter from his family still haunted him, and while time had hardened his heart, the pain they caused remained. Sorahiko noticed the change in Izuku's expression, recognizing the coldness that had settled in. He remembered the caring Izuku he had met in the past, a quality that had not changed despite the hardships he faced. Sorahiko encouraged Izuku to stop dwelling on unnecessary thoughts, reminding him that All Might was a symbol of peace who knew how to handle his challenges. Izuku felt a smile return as Sorahiko comforted him, deciding to set aside his worries. He expressed his gratitude to Gran Torino for the support. Sorahiko then posed a question about whether Izuku's life was better now. Izuku paused, contemplating the answer before admitting that while it wasn't perfect, he was satisfied with his current life. Sorahiko expressed his desire to scold Izuku for not reaching out in the past but ultimately felt pride in seeing him grow. Just as Izuku began to respond, Sorahiko stood up with a grin, leaving Izuku confused. Sorahiko announced his intention to test Izuku's growth, challenging him to a sparring match. Izuku hesitated, unsure if it was wise to fight in such a confined space, but Sorahiko urged him on, questioning if he was afraid. Before Izuku could respond, Gran Torino charged at him. Despite the speed and unpredictability of Gran Torino's movements, Izuku managed to dodge the attacks. Gran Torino smiled, impressed by Izuku's calmness and agility. Gran Torino then increased his speed and maneuverability, eager to see how much Izuku had truly grown. Izuku was taken aback by the sudden increase in speed, but it was a speed he could handle. Gran Torino felt a shiver run down his spine as he observed Izuku responding calmly. He thought to himself that Izuku was truly remarkable. Gran Torino instructed him to attack, and under the pressure, Izuku had no choice but to comply. As Gran Torino approached, Izuku deftly twisted his body to evade the attack. He quietly informed Gran Torino that he was going to make his move, then grabbed the back of Gran Torino's robe and gently brought him down to the floor. He controlled his strength to avoid causing excessive damage, but the impact still left cracks in the ground. Izuku then helped Gran Torino to his feet, brushing off his clothes. Gran Torino acknowledged Izuku's skill, stating that he was impressed enough to fight seriously. Izuku responded that if he couldn't handle this level of challenge, he would have to reconsider his status as an S-rank hunter. Gran Torino teased him about being arrogant, to which Izuku insisted he wasn't. Gran Torino then expressed his appreciation for the demonstration of strength and asked Izuku to help clean up the mess. After their encounter, Izuku was on his way home. As he left Gran Torino's house, the sky had already turned a shade of yellow. Despite Gran Torino's suggestion to take a taxi, Izuku chose to walk, recalling a previous ride that had not gone well. He bid farewell to Gran Torino, who encouraged him to visit again. Izuku agreed but promised to keep their conversation a secret, to which Gran Torino humorously responded that he should avoid making such grim statements. Gran Torino watched as Izuku walked away, reflecting on how much he had grown. The boy he once knew had transformed into a warrior, exuding an aura that matched that of a seasoned fighter. Sorahiko felt a swell of pride at Izuku's progress, having overcome many obstacles to reach his current status. He continued to watch until Izuku disappeared from view, then returned inside with a smile. As Izuku made his way to the station, he pondered his meeting with Gran Torino and the surprising revelation about his father's past. He found it hard to believe that All Might had once been quirkless. Shaking off the thought, he focused on the contract proposed by Matsumoto, which had been occupying his mind. He had spent the entire night preparing for it. Lost in thought, Izuku nearly collided with someone in front of him but managed to stop just in time. He noticed a crowd gathered nearby and, curious, he listened to their conversations. They were discussing an open gate that had appeared nearby, and Izuku felt a surge of urgency. He quickly concentrated his mana to locate the gate and, upon finding it, disappeared from his spot, heading straight for its location. When he arrived, a large crowd had already gathered. Several heroes and police officers were stationed around the gate to keep citizens at a safe distance. 2 agents stood guard with measuring devices in hand. As Izuku approached, a hero immediately stopped him, instructing him to stay back. He could hear whispers from the crowd behind him, and he sighed, anticipating the noise that would follow. Izuku presented his hunter's license, causing the hero to widen his eyes in surprise. The hero's exclamation about Izuku being an S-rank hunter drew the attention of the crowd. The atmosphere shifted as people began to murmur in excitement, recognizing him. Izuku sighed again as the commotion grew, then removed his jacket hood to reveal his face. Those who recognized him began to chatter about the new S-rank hunter. Agents on duty quickly approached Izuku, acknowledging him with respect. They asked why he was there, and he explained that he had heard about the gate and came to investigate. The agents confirmed that no hunters had been assigned yet, as they were still examining the gate. Izuku inquired if he could handle the situation himself, citing Sugimoto's approval. Just then, one of the agents received a call from the chief inspector, who instructed them to let Izuku handle the dungeon. The agents exchanged puzzled glances, while Izuku simply smiled. He asked if he could enter the gate, and they quickly agreed, allowing him to proceed. As he walked toward the gate, its color began to shift to a deep red. The civilians who witnessed the change shouted in surprise. All attention immediately returned to the gate. The agent of the association also turned his gaze to the gate, shocked by the changes occurring. The panicked agent made those watching feel confused and uneasy. The reporters in the area tried to gather information by questioning the agents, but when they received their answers, they were equally taken aback. While a commotion brewed outside, Izuku, who was inside the dungeon, frowned as he felt a sense of déjà vu. He wondered why this felt like a red gate and noted that the way out was also gone. Looking around to confirm his feelings, he saw only the scene of the forest and rainwater pouring down on him. He decided that whatever it was, he needed to clear it up. Moreover, this gate had appeared at just the right time. A grin spread across his face as enemies began to spring up around him. He summoned all of his shadow soldiers, and as his shadow spread out, his troops rose one by one, ready to hold their weapons. It was time to start the hunt. Several hours later, Izuku stood over the defeated boss monster. His clothes were torn in several places and stained with mud, but his body was uninjured. He cleared the excess blood from his dagger as he walked toward his soldiers. Soon, Boru appeared behind him, looking battle-worn. It was clear he had worked hard to defeat the monsters in the area. Boru reported that he had completed the orders given to him. One by one, the other shadow soldiers appeared, looking similarly worn but not as battered as Boru. Izuku assessed the situation and decided it was time to leave. After gathering all his shadow soldiers back into his shadow, he walked toward the open exit. As he emerged, he found the crowd had grown even larger. People gathered around to see the rare red gate, prompting tighter security around the area. Izuku scanned the crowd for the bureau agent who was supposed to be near the gate but instead spotted a familiar face he had met that morning. Gran Torino approached him, expressing surprise at seeing Izuku there. Izuku explained that he had been on his way home when he felt the dungeon appear, prompting him to investigate. Gran Torino asked about his clothes, to which Izuku replied that they were a result of his battle with the dungeon boss. As they continued their conversation, an agent approached them, inquiring about Gran Torino's identity. Izuku introduced him as an acquaintance, and the agent nodded, not pressing further since Gran Torino was an S-rank hunter. The agent handed Izuku an inspection form, and after filling it out, Izuku retrieved a bag filled with mana stones from his inventory and handed it to the agent. The agent smiled as he accepted the bag before bowing and leaving. Gran Torino, however, was puzzled by how Izuku could produce items seemingly from thin air. Despite having been told about hunter abilities, witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing, especially since Izuku had no quirk. Feeling Gran Torino's gaze, Izuku turned to him and asked if he had any questions. Gran Torino inquired about the hunter's ability, and Izuku confirmed it was indeed a hunter skill. Gran Torino then asked if it was common among hunters, to which Izuku explained that while not everyone could use this skill, mana control was the most common ability among them. Gran Torino then asked what Izuku planned to do next. Izuku mentioned he intended to go home to change his messy clothes before people mistook him for a beggar. Gran Torino chuckled, agreeing that he did look a bit disheveled. After their exchange, Izuku made his way home. Due to the crowded location of the gate, he had to sneak out to reach the nearest train station. The journey took about 15 minutes, and once he arrived at his dorm, he quickly took a shower. Afterward, he pulled out his phone and called someone, waiting for a response. When the call connected, he greeted Ikiru and apologized for the sudden call. Ikiru assured him it was fine and asked what was wrong. Izuku expressed that he had something to discuss and asked if they could meet. Ikiru agreed, asking when would be a good time. That night, Izuku and Ikiru decided to meet at a cafe near Izuku's dormitory. Izuku arrived first, and 10 minutes later, Ikiru walked in. Spotting Izuku, Ikiru approached him since the cafe was nearly empty that evening. After they exchanged greetings and placed their orders, they began their conversation. Ikiru asked what Izuku wanted to discuss, but Izuku indicated they needed to wait for one more person. It wasn't long before the cafe door opened, and a man in a suit entered, walking toward them. Izuku greeted him, albeit a bit late as he processed the reason for the man's appearance. Sugimoto acknowledged both Izuku and Ikiru, and Izuku asked if he had brought what he requested. Sugimoto confirmed he had. Ikiru then asked what the two were discussing, prompting Izuku to explain the reason for his call. He shared details about his conversation with the chairman and outlined his plans regarding the offer. Ikiru responded, expressing surprise that the chairman insisted on offering Izuku the guild master position regardless of his decision and asked if that was why Sugimoto was present. Yes, it was more or less like that. Izuku knew this might be a bit over the top, but it was the only solution he could think of. He could take up the chairman's offer himself, but doing so would send huge ripples through the association's reputation for allowing a teenage boy to set up a hunter agency, regardless of how the government had legislated about age limits. Aikuru wondered why he was chosen for this task. Izuku explained that he was the only S-rank hunter he could think of aside from Sugimoto, who was also an agent of the association and therefore off the list. Izuku would handle internal affairs, leaving Aikuru as the nominal guild master. Aikuru fell silent for a moment, contemplating Izuku's offer. He looked at the boy, who was nervously waiting for his answer, and smiled at the normal side of Izuku. He agreed to take on the role, acknowledging that he owed Izuku a favor. Izuku expressed his gratitude, bowing his head in appreciation. Aikuru couldn't help but smile at him. Sugimoto, though silent, paid attention to their conversation. He confirmed that everything was settled and had prepared the contract, which might need some adjustments later. Izuku mentioned he had already made a revised version of the contract and handed it to Sugimoto, who nodded in approval after reading it. Sugimoto noted that there was no problem with the contract, acknowledging Izuku's hard work. They then turned their attention to naming the guild. Aikuru suggested that Izuku decide on the name, which surprised him. After some thought, Izuku proposed Dawn, symbolizing a new beginning. Sugimoto and Aikuru agreed it was a good name, and Izuku explained that it represented the moment when a hunter awakens, marking a significant change in their lives. Both Aikuru and Sugimoto reflected on their own awakening experiences, which were not fond memories, as they had come close to losing their lives. They understood the meaning behind the name Izuku chose, and it brought smiles to their faces. Sugimoto raised his half-empty cup, suggesting they celebrate the unofficial establishment of the Dawn Guild. Izuku and Aikuru followed suit, raising their glasses in agreement. That night marked the beginning of the formation of the guild that would later become the #1 guild in Japan, a name that would be recognized worldwide. A week passed as Izuku, Sugimoto, and Aikuru completed the preparations for establishing the guild. While Sugimoto and Aikuru dealt with the association leaders and necessary documents, Izuku contacted potential members to invite to their guild. He had to go back and forth between the association office and the meeting place, facing some refusals but receiving many positive responses due to his reputation. After finishing his work, Izuku lay on his bed, mentally drained despite not being physically tired. He knew he had more work to do, so he got up and went to his desk, where a stack of documents awaited him. He organized them by importance and set to work on a report to send to Sugimoto. Izuku spent the entire night on the report and sent it the next morning. Seeing him arrive early made Sugimoto a bit worried, as he commented on how quickly Izuku had finished, wondering what was driving him to rush. Izuku admitted he had something to do and asked if there were any unfinished gates. Sugimoto questioned the sudden interest in a gate, but Izuku explained he felt stiff from paperwork and needed a workout. Sugimoto cautioned him not to overdo it, but Izuku reassured him that he understood his own limits. Sugimoto then mentioned there were newly entered gate lists, offering Izuku the chance to take one. Izuku spent his weekend tackling the gate he had requested. After hours of negotiations, he secured permission to enter alone. The gates varied in rank from C rank to A rank, and he aimed to prepare for the upcoming quest. Inside an A-rank gate that resembled an underwater cave, Izuku faced an army of monsters resembling dragons with blue armored skin, wielding tridents. Despite being surrounded, Izuku remained calm, recalling the challenges he had faced before. He summoned his soldiers, and the clash between the two forces erupted in an instant. Each of Izuku's soldiers performed admirably, especially his strongest one. Tank and Baru skillfully dispatched their enemies, Iron smashed through foes with ease, Tusk unleashed flames upon enemy forces, Baruka executed precise slashes, and Igris sent forth bolts of lightning with each strike after receiving King Baron's long sword from his master. Izuku didn't need to intervene as his soldiers handled everything efficiently, allowing them to reach the boss's room quickly. Feeling overly reliant on his soldiers, he recalled them, leaving only those tasked with collecting magic stones to confront the boss himself. He wanted to ensure he maintained his combat skills. With 2 daggers drawn, Izuku charged at the boss and struck decisively, severing the monster's head in one swift motion. He aimed to minimize damage to the creature's body, planning to sell it to the workshop later. After returning his daggers to his inventory, he tidied his clothes while observing the screen before him. A notification chimed, announcing his victory over the dungeon boss, a level up, and the achievement of level. His job-specific skills had also improved, and he gazed at the floating screen with eager anticipation. The notifications indicated that several of his skills had leveled up, including Shadow Extraction, Save Shadow, Domain of the Monarch, and Shadow Exchange. The reduction in cooldown times brought a smile to his face. With renewed determination, he approached the monster's body and activated his skill. Black smoke began to rise, and a shadow warrior emerged from the creature, a familiar sight that made him smile. This marked the end of today's raid, but he still needed to figure out how to transport the monster's body. After a moment of thought, He opened his inventory and effortlessly dragged the monster's body into it. The system absorbed it without issue, regardless of its size. Once the monster's body was stored, Izuku checked his inventory and confirmed its presence. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this newfound capability. After placing the collected magic stones into his inventory, he exited through the gate, where agents awaited him. Hunter Izuku received gratitude for his efforts, and he reciprocated the sentiment before handing over the magic stones to Fujimori, who accepted them with a nervous smile. Izuku noted the agent's twitching smile but maintained his own as he completed the report. Afterward, he left the gate and headed home in a car provided by the agency. At home, he rested, preparing for the next day's raid. This routine continued for several days until the quest day arrived. Izuku sat in his room, staring at the screen before him, aware that hours remained until the quest began. He donned his jacket and stepped outside. On his way, he encountered Todoroki, who appeared to have just returned from a dungeon, evident from the singed hem of his robe and fresh burns on his hands. Izuku greeted him warmly, inquiring about his raid. After a brief exchange, they parted ways, each heading in different directions. Izuku concealed his face with his hood to avoid recognition from the public, as his fame often drew crowds. After wandering for a while, he decided to stop atop a building. The city sprawled before him, filled with skyscrapers, but his focus remained on the screen in front of him. The item displayed was the key of the Kartinon Temple, which allowed entry into the temple through a designated gate. The timer indicated only a minute remained before the key's activation. As the timer approached its end, Izuku held the key tightly and closed his eyes. When the timer hit 0, he opened his eyes, revealing their glowing blue hue. At that moment, the key in his hand radiated light. Nearby, in a field close to a school, several agents in suits gathered around a newly appeared gate, with citizens watching curiously. Izuku approached from a distance, but one of the agents attempted to stop him, not recognizing him at first. He revealed his jacket, causing the agent to stiffen in surprise upon recognizing him. The atmosphere shifted as onlookers turned their attention to Izuku, who accepted the attention with a hint of annoyance, though he concealed it well. He redirected his focus to the agent. He asked how long the gate had been present, and the agent stammered that it had been 2 days. Izuku processed this information, intrigued by the implications of the gate's appearance. Izuku gritted his teeth, not expecting the location to be at the gate that had appeared. He inquired if any raid team had entered the gate already. The response was that it had been 2 hours since their entry. Frustration filled him as he realized the gravity of the situation. The agent, noticing Izuku's troubled expression, approached him to ask if something was wrong. Izuku informed him that the raid had been cancelled and that the raid team was in danger. If they did not intervene, everyone would face dire consequences. Despite the agent's attempts to reason with him, Izuku walked straight through the gate, his mind focused on the potential victims inside. He had already experienced enough horror, he could not allow others to suffer as well. As he entered the gate, he walked through the dungeon, which was littered with monster corpses and signs of battle. The increasing number of corpses confirmed his suspicion that the raid team had reached the boss room. He quickened his pace and soon enough he spotted a group of people gathered in front of a large door. They were the raid team he had been searching for, curiously examining the imposing entrance. The team was engrossed in their discussion about the giant door, speculating on its significance and whether they should open it. Their preoccupation made them oblivious to Izuku's approach. He decided to announce his presence, warning them not to open the door. The assault team immediately turned their attention to him, startled by the unfamiliar voice. They could see a figure in a black jacket moving toward them, shrouded in darkness. Sensing an unknown presence, they became wary and gripped their weapons tightly. They demanded to know who he was, urging him to identify himself. In response, Izuku sighed and revealed his identity, stating that he was someone who had come to rescue them. As he removed the hood of his jacket, the raid team recognized him and gasped in shock. They were astonished to see S-rank hunter Izuku standing before them. Questions flooded their minds as they asked what he was doing there and what danger lay behind the door. Izuku explained that he was a survivor of the double dungeon, confirming their suspicions about the nature of the place they were in. Ignoring their stunned reactions, he walked past them toward the door, placing his hand on its surface. He noticed that it was locked and saw a window screen appear before him, indicating that the door of the Kartanon Temple was currently locked and required a key. Izuku retrieved the key and inserted it into the keyhole, turning it until he heard a satisfying click. The door then creaked open, revealing the unknown beyond. Seeing the door open by itself, the raid team was taken aback. The leader, Aoki Takahiro, an A-rank hunter, questioned how this could happen. Izuku, realizing the raid team was still behind him, decided to take charge. He informed them that they should step back, but Aoki insisted that the dungeon was assigned to their team and that Izuku had no authority to send them away. Izuku sighed at their defiance and stated that anyone who wanted to enter could do so at their own risk. With a newfound confidence, Aoki stepped into the room. Above the door, a screen appeared that only Izuku could see, indicating that entry without a key was not permitted. As Aoki surveyed the dark room, he was startled by a giant knight statue that swung its massive sword toward him. He was unable to react in time, but Izuku quickly grabbed the collar of his armor and pulled him out of harm's way. Aoki, still in shock, looked back at the spot where he had just stood. The statue's sword was embedded in the floor, revealing the destruction it had caused. The expressions on Aoki and his team's faces turned pale as they realized the danger they had narrowly escaped. Izuku glanced at those who remained behind, aware of the tension in the air. In shock, the raid team shook their heads in unison when Izuku asked if they still insisted on going inside. He turned to leave them but glanced back, opening his mouth to speak. He wanted them to leave the dungeon and contact the association to report that a double dungeon had appeared. In the bureau's office, Sugimoto had just finished reporting the recent increase in dungeons to the chairman. Matsumoto only half-heartedly listened while watching the news on TV, which was comparing heroes and hunters. He clicked his tongue, expressing his frustration with the ongoing situation. Sugimoto addressed the chairman, asking what Hunter Izuku had been up to lately. Matsumoto, distracted, asked about Izuku's current activities. Sugimoto sighed, knowing Matsumoto's nature. He explained that Hunter Izuku had been busy conducting raids on several newly appeared gates but seemed to be on vacation, which was unusual. As they spoke, Sugimoto's phone rang, providing him an excuse to leave Matsumoto's presence. He politely asked for a moment and, receiving a dismissive wave from Matsumoto, stepped out of the room to answer the call. On the other end, a voice informed him of a new report that required his attention. Sugimoto was taken aback when he learned that a double dungeon had just appeared and that Hunter Izuku had entered it. With that, the door closed behind Izuku as he walked into the dungeon. One by one, the torches in the room burned with blue flames, revealing the statues lined up within. He calmly surveyed the surroundings, reflecting on the significance of this place. Izuku walked across the room, passing through a row of motionless statues. Memories of a near-fatal encounter with one of them flooded back, as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. Lost in thought, he closed his eyes and acknowledged his return. He recalled his desperate struggle for survival in this very room. Back then, he was just a weak child, unable to resist. But now, he was no longer that person. He had grown stronger and realized an important truth. The statues were not monsters or living beings. They were mere puppets controlled by someone else. Izuku approached a particular statue, the only one in the room that emitted mana. He stood directly in front of it and demanded to know if it was the one controlling the others. He pressed for an answer, questioning the silence that hung in the air. Finally, the angel statue, which had remained quiet since his arrival, reacted with a grin. It acknowledged his progress, and as it did, its true form began to emerge. 6 wings unfurled from its back, and the stone plaque it held shattered into rubble. Izuku observed this transformation with calmness, noting the remnants of the command plaques scattered on the ground. He expressed his thoughts on their significance, and the angel confirmed their importance but stated that it no longer mattered. The angel revealed it had summoned Izuku there and smiled, urging him to reconsider his questions. Instead of asking who the angel was, he should focus on discovering who he truly was. Izuku narrowed his eyes, seeking clarity, but the angel simply smiled and clapped its hands. The surrounding statues began to move one by one, prompting the angel to propose a final test. If Izuku could survive, he would learn everything. As the statues stirred, Izuku heightened his guard, remaining wary of the angel. The angel promised that the outcome of this test would be his reward. With a snap of its fingers, Izuku felt his skills vanish, and he glared back at the angel, realizing the nature of the challenge. The angel explained that it wanted to test Izuku directly, disregarding the abilities of any allies. Restrictions were placed on his use of items and skills, and he was informed that he could not leave the room until the quest concluded. Despite the disarming of his weapons, Izuku remained composed, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he recalled times when he had been cornered and forced to fight back. Suddenly, the statues began their assault. A giant stone blade swung at him, but Izuku deftly dodged and countered, breaking the blade with his bare hands. He threw a fragment of his sword at one of the statues, but it proved insufficient to take it down. Other statues joined the fray, attacking from all sides. Izuku skillfully evaded their strikes and retaliated with his dagger. Amidst the chaos, an arrow flew toward him. Reacting quickly, he deflected it back at the statue that had fired it, causing its head to shatter and its body to collapse. Throughout the battle, Izuku kept a keen eye on his surroundings and soon realized that the once speedy movements of the statues were now clear to him. His confidence grew and he intensified his attacks. The angel, observing from above, expressed admiration for Izuku's growth, commending his achievements. However, it soon declared that it was too early to conclude the test. A rumbling sound filled the air as the largest statue in the room began to move. Its grotesque smirk was evident as it towered over the others, dwarfing them in size. With a booming presence, the Lord's statue stepped forward, shaking the ground. The other statues became more aggressive, and the addition of the massive statue, capable of firing lasers from its eyes, made the situation increasingly dire. Izuku felt overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. Determined, he altered his movements, leading the statues in a specific direction. As they converged, the largest statue prepared to unleash its attack. Light gathered in its eyes, and just as the beam was about to reach him, Izuku halted, having anticipated this moment. He raised his hand, activating his skill to lift the statues and block the laser beam, turning them into rubble. And thanks to that, his skills even leveled up. Skill, Ruler's Touch, has been upgraded to its final form, the Ruler's Authority. But now is not the time for euphoria, there is still one enemy left laughing at him. Ignoring the remaining flames in front of him, Izuku concentrated his mana on his feet and immediately jumped over the flames at an incredible speed. The statue noticed Izuku's movements, its eyes tracking him as it raised its foot, attempting to crush him. However, the statue's movements were not as swift as Izuku's. Smoke billowed from the stomping foot, and from behind it, Izuku appeared at a terrifying speed. He continued to run toward the statue's face, but halfway through, the statue attacked again, firing a laser from its eye. Izuku quickly reactivated his recently leveled up skill, directing it toward the statue's shoulder. Coupled with his current speed, he used his skill to dodge the laser attack. He landed on the left shoulder of the statue, which was a blind spot. Gripping his dagger, he immediately attacked the statue with his fastest strike. But despite using the dagger of King Baron, which could cut anything, Izuku only managed to scratch the surface of the statue's face. The statue grinned, knowing that Izuku's attack had not affected it. Regardless, Izuku remained calm, unshaken and unpanicked. He observed the situation and made a quick decision. If he couldn't cut it, he would use force. A loud crashing sound resounded in the cave, not just once, but repeatedly, indicating that a fierce battle was taking place. Sounds echoed from the walls of the cave, emanating from a room behind a giant door where Izuku was fighting an angel statue with 6 arms. Izuku had received a strong blow from 4 punches at once, sending him flying until his body hit the wall of the room. He spat out a lump of blood that had lodged in his throat. Despite trying to endure the blow, his body was still propelled backward. The attack had injured his internal organs, and it felt as though several bones were broken. The angel statue wasted no time, attacking him again before Izuku could recover from the shock. He barely managed to dodge the attack and quickly regained his composure, sharpening his senses and calmly observing the statue's movements. The angel continued to launch attacks toward Izuku, and he began to adapt to its attack pattern, even managing to counterattack and scratch the statue's face. A punch landed on his head, causing blood to flow from the wound. Despite his injuries, Izuku countered the statue's attack, delivering a mana-filled blow to its face that sent the statue back a few meters. Though he had been pushed back, the angel laughed, seemingly enjoying the fight and finding it entertaining. Impressed, the angel remarked on how much fun it was to fight humans, never having thought they could be worthy opponents. Izuku focused his attention on the opponent before him, noticing even the smallest changes around him. He realized that the angel had called out to him as soon as he reached level the angel might have thought he was no match for it, but Izuku felt confident. Thanks to the previous battle, his senses were sharper. Before continuing, he addressed the architect, expressing that he still had many questions. The architect questioned whether now was a good time to talk, and Izuku pressed on, asking why the system was created, why he was chosen as a player, and what had truly happened to the world. The architect acknowledged that Izuku must think he wouldn't receive answers if he killed him. As the architect attacked again, Izuku, feeling aggrieved by close combat, tried to keep his distance and countered with Ruler's Authority. However, the architect possessed similar skills, rendering Izuku's attacks ineffective. The explosion from their colliding forces pushed Izuku back. It didn't matter if Izuku killed the architect or not, the answers he sought were predetermined. Izuku glared at the angel as stone sculpture weapons scattered around them began to move, flying into the architect's hands swords, spears, axes, and maces, each hand wielding a different weapon. Izuku also readied his 2 daggers. He questioned how the architect had created all of this and why he had given him such power. The architect responded that he hadn't chosen Izuku, he was merely the architect and moderator of this player breeding system. The architect positioned himself to attack, and Izuku mirrored his stance. The architect declared that the playing time was over and that he would use his full strength against Izuku. In an instant, the architect vanished from sight, moving at a speed beyond the eye's ability to follow. He reappeared, weapons aimed at Izuku. Izuku managed to evade the attack by jumping to the side. The architect struck again, but despite the complexity of the attack patterns, Izuku could see through them. He felt every move and responded instantly. Seeing Izuku deftly parry each attack caused the smile to vanish from the architect's face. Shocked, he wondered how Izuku could block all his attacks and even counterattack, noticing that Izuku was getting faster. Taking advantage of a gap in the architect's attack pattern, Izuku managed to cut off one of the architect's arms. The architect was surprised, realizing he could feel pain even in his artificial body. This revelation ignited his anger, awakening the remaining statues one by one. With 3 minutes remaining, Izuku rushed toward his enemy, using ruler's authority to suppress the remaining statues. He dashed past them, heading directly for the architect, ignoring the collapsing floor behind him. The architect was still able to keep up with Izuku's attack speed. It didn't take long for Izuku's attack to connect with the architect, managing to sever 2 more of his arms. However, in the midst of their battle, Izuku was interrupted by a spear that sent him crashing into the side of the room. Getting up from the debris, Izuku recognized the statue immediately. The scene where he had been thrown violently at the altar by a spear was now reversed. Filled with anger, he smashed the head of the statue, letting it fall before launching another attack at the architect, cutting off the architect's remaining arm and knocking it to the ground. As the dust settled, Izuku stood tall, brandishing a dagger around the architect's neck. The architect admitted defeat, stating that the exam was over. Hearing this, Izuku tightened his grip on the dagger. Despite the architect's words, he remained vigilant, recalling the events of their fight. The architect raised his hand and pointed at Izuku, suggesting that the answer he sought was within himself. Confused, Izuku frowned at the architect's statement. Soon, a message appeared before him, prompting him to accept or decline the retrieval of data stored in his memory. Sweat mixed with blood dripped down his face as he contemplated the message. He had doubts, but if he declined, he might miss the answer he desperately needed. He glanced back at the architect, who continued to grin at him. After a moment of silence and clearing his doubts, Izuku made his decision. He accepted the retrieval. With that choice, a light enveloped both of them. Izuku closed his eyes against the brightness, and when he opened them again, the scene had completely transformed. No longer in a room, he found himself in an open space. As he looked around, he was astonished to see a purple sky filled with countless monster armies. High orcs, hyaki, goblins, giants, every creature he had encountered in the dungeon and those he had only read about gathered in one place. Izuku noticed that the monsters were all facing the same direction, toward the sky. He followed their gaze and was surprised to see many black gates appearing above. A crack echoed, and an army of white angels emerged from the gates, armed and shining in their armor. It didn't take long for him to understand what was happening next: war. The battlefield was alive with the sounds of trumpets and clashing weapons, as the monster army fought against the silver army. The air filled with the sounds of combat, and the ground began to stain with the aftermath of battle. The silver army was strong and initially dominated the fight, but as the end for the monsters drew near, the silver soldiers suddenly faltered. From a distance, the sound of hooves approached. A knight in black armor rode past the fallen, undeterred by the carnage around him. The knight commanded the fallen to rise. Shadows spread across the battlefield, and hands cloaked in a dark aura lifted from the ground. The fallen monsters returned, transformed into shadowy figures. For them, death was not the end but a new beginning, a power that could change the tide of war. This figure was known as the Shadow Monarch. Izuku, witnessing the full extent of this power, was astonished by the scale of the war potential he had just seen. Under the monarch's command, the black army surged forward against the silver forces. The clash of black and silver was fierce, with explosions shaking the ground beneath them. What should have been a decisive victory for the silver army turned into chaos, all due to the emergence of one individual. Amidst the battlefield's turmoil, the monarch rode gallantly, cutting down every enemy in his path, leaving destruction in his wake. It seemed like victory was assured for the monarch and his forces, until something unexpected occurred. Outside, the rescue team led by Sugimoto had arrived at the entrance of the room where Izuku was. Like the previous raid team, they stared at the door, each with their own thoughts. Those who were less sensitive to mana considered the dangers that awaited them, while those more attuned could feel the overwhelming horror of the mana emanating from within. Aikiru stepped forward, feeling the surge of mana but realizing it did not belong to Izuku. He turned to Aoki, who had led them to the door, asking if Izuku was inside. Aoki confirmed, and Aikiru instructed him to withdraw, recognizing the danger behind the door. Without hesitation, Aoki ran away from the entrance of the dungeon, unwilling to face the S-rank battle. The rescue team then focused on the door once more. Daichi joined Aikiru at the front, acknowledging that this was where Izuku's journey began. They decided to enter before anything worse could happen to him. As they opened the door, they were startled by the scene inside. Stone statues lay damaged, and signs of battle were evident on the floor and walls. Sugimoto was reminded of his first encounter with Izuku. Izuku stood before the giant statue in the room, his memories of it hazy after such a long time. He recalled the truth of what had been said before. As the rescue team processed the shock, the figure observing them opened its mouth, revealing its presence. The members of the rescue team turned their attention to the angelic figure, whose face was grotesquely split in half, smirking at them. The figure spoke, expressing surprise at the presence of humans and noting the intriguing presence of an emissary among them. The team was taken aback, realizing that the creature they had assumed was a dungeon monster could communicate in their language. Confusion filled the air as they struggled to comprehend the situation. They then turned their gaze to the figure behind the angel statue, spotting Izuku, battered and dazed, yet his blue eyes still shone brightly. Without warning, the angel statue lunged at the weakest member of the team. Its speed was astonishing, leaving even the S-rank members unable to react in time. They froze, horrified, as they witnessed the aftermath of the attack, the hunters' bodies now stained. The angel declared that the humans would serve as a fitting first offering to the king. The rescue team remained paralyzed in shock after witnessing the monster's assault. It was Aikaru who snapped back to reality, urgently instructing Kyoko and the other healers to tend to the wounded and evacuate them. His voice broke through the panic, prompting the team to spring into action, scrambling to assist the injured hunters. However, the architect revived the night statues surrounding them, putting the hunters on high alert once again. They gripped their weapons tightly, bracing for the imminent battle. One by one, the statues rose, their bodies bearing signs of damage. The architect stood among them, arms outstretched as if welcoming them. He proclaimed that any who survived until his puppets fell would witness the king's birth, but only if at least one of them made it that far. As he spoke, the Lord's statue stood upright, a smirk on its face, its eyes glowing ominously. Aikaru sensed the impending danger and turned to warn his teammates. A blinding light erupted from the Lord's statue's eyes, accompanied by explosive sounds as the floor shattered beneath it. The smoke cleared, revealing the destruction left in the wake of the monster's assault. Thanks to Aikaru's warning, the team managed to evade the attack, narrowly escaping death. Those who survived quickly counterattacked. Once the smoke dissipated, Todoroki unleashed his fire spell against the statue that had just attacked them, but it proved ineffective. The same was true for the other hunters. None of their assaults could penetrate the night statue's defenses. Only Aikaru and Sugimoto managed to break through. Despite inflicting some damage, the sheer number of statues made the battle difficult. The statues continued their relentless assault, and casualties began to mount on the hunter's side. Sugimoto felt a rising urgency. As the team leader, he needed to make a decisive move before more lives were lost. His eyes fell on Izuku, who remained motionless since the fight began. Sugimoto believed that if anyone could turn the tide, it was Izuku, the strongest among them. Reluctantly, he decided to rely on him. He glanced at the angel statue, which stood before Izuku, seemingly inactive. Sugimoto turned to Todoroki, who was still casting his fire spell. He urged Todoroki to take the opportunity to awaken Izuku. Todoroki nodded and dashed toward Izuku, but just as he approached, a sword swung dangerously close. Todoroki narrowly dodged the attack. Despite being a mage, he had trained his body to match that of a B-rank hunter. He locked eyes with the angel statue, which wore a smirk. The statue taunted him, refusing to let him pass. Frustrated, Todoroki aimed his flames at the statue again, but the attack was easily deflected. Determined, he decided to unleash a more powerful spell. Mana swirled around him, and he shaped it into a fiery spear. He hurled the spear at the angel, grazing its face but inflicting minimal damage. Realizing the creature possessed magic resistance, Todoroki activated his magic once more, this time conjuring multiple fire spears. They flew toward the angel, some managing to break through its defenses and injure it. The angel, surprised by the human's ability to harm it, acknowledged Todoroki's potential. Todoroki felt a surge of determination as he prepared to reactivate his magic. But this time, he placed the magic spell right below the angel statue. The pillar of fire soared high as soon as the spell was activated, and the surrounding floor melted with heat, turning into molten lava. The angel's sword sliced through the pillar of fire, revealing the figure of the angel statue flushed with heat. The angel laughed, demanding more entertainment. As the fire died down, the angel looked around for his opponent, but Todoroki was nowhere to be seen. Instead of panicking, the angel smiled even more deeply, confident in his abilities. He taunted Todoroki, questioning the effectiveness of his tricks and boasting about the system he created that could predict every possible move. Just as the angel was busy talking, a fireball flew up and struck his face. Todoroki, with a smirk, warned the angel to watch his surroundings. Realizing the truth in Todoroki's words, two hunters appeared from behind the angel, each wielding a sword and spear aimed at him. The architect chuckled at the human's attempts to fight him with numbers, recognizing that they were merely bait. He could sense Todoroki's movements without needing to look. With a swift swing of his sword, the angel sent the two hunters crashing against the wall and immediately chased after Todoroki, who was only a few steps away from Izuku. As the angel charged toward him with his sword raised, Todoroki quickly jumped aside to evade the attack. The sword swung down, shattering the stone floor upon impact. A cloud of dust lifted, revealing the angelic figure grinning like a demon. Impressed by Todoroki's ability to avoid the attack, the angel observed him closely. Todoroki, out of breath from the previous fight, stared fiercely at the angel, blood still flowing from the wound on his shoulder, making his face pale. The angel's gaze shifted from Todoroki to his shadow, sensing something unusual. The shadow soldier that Izuku had implanted into Todoroki's shadow reacted to the danger. The architect noticed the presence of the shadow army and scanned the battlefield, seeing several shadow soldiers lurking in the shadows of the humans. Despite being unable to manifest due to the rules of this place, their presence was undeniable. The angel questioned the humans about their connection to Izuku, prompting a subconscious smile from Todoroki. He realized that even now, Izuku was trying to protect them. Without hesitation, Todoroki responded to the angel, declaring their friendship and their mission to save Izuku. The angel, finding the answer ridiculous, offered Todoroki a chance to witness the arrival of one of the greatest kings, but warned that all his friends would perish that day. Determined not to let that happen, Todoroki prepared to fight back. Suddenly, a precise punch struck the angel's face, shattering his features. The architect was taken aback, sprawled on the floor as a cloud of dust obscured his view. A figure stood above him, their shining blue eyes locked onto him. A cold voice filled the air as the figure began to speak. Meanwhile, before Izuku woke up, he witnessed the war between the black and silver forces. Just when victory seemed certain, a new enemy emerged. From the Blue Gate, heavily armed troops carrying familiar flags appeared: Clan Ricardo, Paitos, Roken, Ingrass, and even Raider. The demon army that Izuku had once fought in the Devil's Castle returned before his eyes. From the Red Gate, a giant white wolf emerged, followed by an army of animal-like monsters. The two armies displayed obvious hostility toward the Shadow King, who responded with equal animosity. The war erupted again as the two forces clashed, shaking the earth and sky. Izuku was amazed to see the Shadow Soldiers regenerating no matter how many times they were destroyed, thanks to the Shadow Monarch's infinite mana. However, he soon realized something was off. He looked back at the battlefield, noting that the demon army and beastmen were mercilessly attacking the Shadow Army, which was unexpected given their capabilities. What had started as a battle against the Silver Army had turned into an internal conflict among allies. After Izuku realized the situation, the battle quickly concluded due to the overwhelming numbers and the infinite regeneration ability of the Shadow Soldiers. With one of the enemy leaders escaping, became a definitive victory for the Shadow Monarch. As the battle drew to a close, the monarch stood before the demon army leader, who lay on the ground, battered and defeated. The area was littered with the remains of demon soldiers and monsters. The monarch locked eyes with his opponent. They questioned the demon leader about his betrayal, expressing a desire to understand the reasoning behind it. The demon leader responded with a mocking laugh, hinting at missed opportunities. The monarch, frustrated, pulled the demon leader closer, asserting his dominance. In a swift motion, he ended the demon leader's life, leaving his hands stained with purple blood. Izuku, observing from a distance, couldn't comprehend the demon leader's words, but the monarch's reaction indicated something sinister had been said. Witnessing the brutal end of the demon leader, Izuku's vision shifted, revealing a pair of familiar eyes staring back at him before they lost their light. He felt compelled to grasp the face of the figure, only to release it in shock upon recognizing the familiar features. Demon King Baron appeared before him, leaving Izuku bewildered. He was further startled to realize that his hand did not belong to him. Confusion washed over him as he sensed an unfamiliar heartbeat resonating within him, pumping dense mana through his body. Soon after, he sensed a powerful presence descending from above. An angelic figure approached, locking eyes with him. Just before his vision faded to darkness, a notification screen appeared. The hunters present breathed a sigh of relief as Izuku regained consciousness, but their relief quickly turned to dread as they felt the dark and cold mana radiating from him, akin to staring into an endless abyss. In contrast to the hunters' mixed emotions, the architect felt a blend of shock, confusion, and anger. He stared at Izuku, realizing that the figure before him was not who he had expected. The architect questioned why Izuku stood in place of the king and how he had regained his senses with the black heart within him. Izuku observed the architect's astonishment, noting it was the first time he had seen such a change in expression since their initial encounter. The architect's words hinted at the something inside him, which was responsible for the immense mana flowing through his body. He understood that the overwhelming mana was a result of the Black Heart's influence. A floating screen displayed new information about previously hidden titles, revealing that he had recovered memories of defeating Demon King Baron, the monarch of White Flame. The great power had accepted him as its owner, significantly boosting his mana reserves. Despite the shock of his newfound abilities, Izuku knew he couldn't dwell on it with the enemy still present. He closed the screen and refocused on the architect, recognizing that the black heart within him was not a blessing. The memories he had witnessed did not answer all his questions. With determination, Izuku pressed his foot against the architect's neck, causing cracks to form as he applied pressure. He demanded answers about the player and the architect's intentions toward him. The architect, instead of responding, reacted with anger, questioning Izuku's audacity. He expressed disbelief that another monarch would allow such a situation to unfold. In response to the architect's outburst, Izuku drew all the daggers he possessed and activated the ruler's authority, aiming them at the architect without hesitation. He insisted on an answer. Unwilling to comply, the architect commanded the remaining statues to awaken, their eyes glowing red as they began to move. The hunters around Izuku screamed in panic, while the architect laughed mockingly beneath him. Izuku remained unfazed, recognizing the architect's desperate attempts to provoke him. He countered, questioning what would happen if he eliminated the architect before the puppets could act. The architect, trying to maintain his composure, hurriedly explained the consequences of his demise. Izuku interrupted, coldly suggesting that he would revert to being an unwanted, powerless child. He had considered this possibility, but he pointed out that the system would persist even without the architect. The architect's eyes widened in realization, caught off guard by Izuku's insight. He glared at Izuku, sensing that his bluff had backfired. The system denied administrator access repeatedly. Once again, things didn't turn out as expected for the architect. His last-ditch effort ended in vain, and his expression hardened as he read the messages before him. He lamented the situation, realizing he was not alone. A figure stood before him, eyes shining cold blue, reminiscent of a ruler from his memory. The figure declared an intent to devour the entire system. The architect's anger swelled, and it finally erupted when he heard the figure's next words, which questioned the perfection of his design. In a fit of rage, the architect decided there was no point in allowing this figure to live. A dagger slipped into the architect's body, and with precision, the figure ensured no part of him remained intact. As the architect's form began to collapse, he muttered a cryptic prediction about inevitable death approaching when a pillar of fire rose to the sky. The figure merely regarded him with cold indifference, then turned to the stone statues still moving around them. Without hesitation, the figure launched 4 daggers, destroying the remaining statues. Silence enveloped the room as the last statue fell. The figure surveyed the empty space filled with stone ruins, reflecting on the close call with death. With a sigh of relief, the figure confirmed there were no more threats nearby. With everything seemingly resolved, the figure turned to the people who had come to rescue him. Seeing their disheveled appearances brought a smile to his face, and he suggested they return. Outside the gate, agents anxiously awaited the rescue team's return, accompanied by a support team from the previous raid. An hour passed with no sign of the rescuers, but soon a silhouette appeared behind the gate, prompting a rush of relief among the waiting crowd. The hunters emerged, but their relief turned to concern as they noticed the Elite Hunter Association members were injured. Even S-rank hunters like Sugimoto and Aikiru bore wounds. Behind the cordon, the figure walked, leading shadow warriors carrying the bodies of the fallen hunters. With the architect's demise, the rules of the room no longer applied, allowing the figure to summon shadow warriors to assist in carrying the bodies out. The sight astonished everyone, especially Aoki Takahiro, the leader of the raid team, who had nearly perished inside the dungeon. He stood in awe, momentarily oblivious to Sugimoto approaching him. Sugimoto requested assistance in moving the deceased, and Aoki, startled, quickly agreed. As others busied themselves with the evacuation, the figure observed quietly, lost in thought until someone called his name. It was Todoroki, who inquired why he was alone. The figure assured him everything was fine, but Todoroki warned him against blaming himself. Sugimoto then joined them, indicating that the evacuation process had been completed. They gazed at the fallen hunters, covered in white sheets, a somber sight that reminded them of the irreversible nature of their loss. Sugimoto noted the gravity of the situation, mentioning the 7 hunters who had perished. The figure expressed gratitude for the help of others, acknowledging that he survived due to their assistance. Todoroki urged him not to blame himself, echoing sentiments shared earlier. Curiosity arose about how the figure knew of the double dungeon within the gate. The figure explained that the dungeon seemed to call to him, but the message was only visible to him. Those familiar with the figure understood he was not one to fabricate stories, and his willingness to risk himself for others was well known. Todoroki expressed gratitude for the figure's presence, while the figure remarked on something Todoroki had said during the battle, which surprised and embarrassed Todoroki. The figure continued to tease, revealing that Todoroki had referred to him as a friend amidst the chaos of battle, leaving Todoroki flustered and protesting. Yes, he said it clearly, he said they were friends who came to save him. Seeing that Izuku still had time to make fun of him, Todoroki glared at him with blue flames flickering in his hand. Izuku quickly backed away from his friend, who was already angry enough. He agreed to stop. Sugimoto laughed at their interaction but noticed something strange about Izuku. His body was slightly unsteady, and his vision began to blur. Izuku admitted he was just a bit tired. As soon as he said that, his vision went dark and he collapsed. The people around him rushed over to catch him, and Todoroki, who was closest, immediately caught Izuku's body, setting aside their previous fight. Seeing Izuku faint caused panic among the onlookers, but when they heard his calm breathing, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They commented on how Izuku always knew how to make people worry and expressed curiosity about how he could fall asleep at such a time. They acknowledged that given how hard he had been pushing himself lately, it was no surprise to see him collapse, and they were amazed it happened now. They discussed Izuku's stamina, with one suggesting it was more about his stubbornness. They agreed that at least he would get a decent rest without worrying about anything. One of them wondered if they should put him in an ambulance, prompting Sugimoto to look at Todoroki incredulously, asking if he was still upset. Todoroki admitted he was a little. Sugimoto sighed, pondering how they became friends, but he knew he had work to do. He had to write a report about the incident and deal with reporters who might catch wind of the news. Despite being an S-rank hunter, he was still the head of the Bureau Supervision Division and couldn't abandon his responsibilities. He wondered if the chairman would scold him afterward. Several days later, Izuku woke up in an unfamiliar room. He slowly opened his eyes, staring at the familiar white ceiling. The smell of medicine and the feeling of the sheets covering his body confirmed he was in a hospital. After realizing where he was, he sat up slowly, trying to remember what happened right before he passed out. His body felt stiff from being unconscious for too long, and his head spun, making it hard to recall the events. As he groaned in pain, the door opened, and a familiar person entered the room. Todoroki greeted him, noting that he was awake. Izuku tried to get out of bed but stopped when another headache struck. Todoroki cautioned him not to move too much, revealing he had been unconscious for a whole week. Izuku was shocked and immediately worried about the inauguration. Todoroki sighed, noting that it was typical for Izuku to think about work right after waking up. He reassured him that they couldn't have held the inauguration without him. When Izuku asked when it would be held, Todoroki informed him it was in 2 days. Todoroki observed that something was different about Izuku, especially regarding his appearance. He asked about Izuku's hair, which prompted Izuku to look in a mirror. He was startled to see that his hair was black. Todoroki raised an eyebrow, surprised that Izuku didn't know why. Izuku insisted he couldn't have dyed it while unconscious and wondered if it was related to what happened in the dungeon. Izuku smiled faintly, recalling the memories from that time, but the thoughts caused him a headache. He admitted he wasn't sure what had happened. Todoroki sensed that Izuku knew more than he was letting on but decided to let it go for now. He promised to inform the others when Izuku fully woke up. As Todoroki left, he reminded Izuku that Kyoko might not let him go this time. Izuku stiffened at the thought, knowing Kyoko would be overly worried. He appreciated her concern but felt exhausted thinking about it. Not long after Todoroki left, Izuku's door opened again. This time, Daichi, Sugimoto, Katsuhito, and Kyoko entered. Izuku quickly put on a smile to greet them. Kyoko rushed over and hugged him tightly, expressing her relief that he was awake and how worried she had been. Though it felt awkward to receive her hug, Izuku did not reject it. The warmth from the embrace made Izuku's smile slowly soften. The others approached him, right behind Kyoko. Daichi ruffled Izuku's hair playfully. He expressed concern about how Izuku always seemed to make others worry. Kyoko chimed in, mentioning how she had heard from Sugimoto that Izuku had been working hard again. She scolded him for not taking better care of himself, questioning why he continued to push himself despite his youth. She was particularly concerned about his decision to enter the dungeon alone instead of resting. Kyoko continued to shake Izuku's shoulders, her voice filled with worry, which might have been overwhelming for him. Fortunately, Daichi intervened, placing a hand on Kyoko's shoulder to stop her excessive scolding. He pointed out Izuku's current condition, which was a bit disheveled from her earlier actions, making it clear that he needed some space. Realizing her mistake, Kyoko quickly released her grip and apologized. Izuku, still trying to regain his composure, shook his head to clear the dizziness that lingered. Although he had just woken up, he felt more mentally exhausted than physically drained. Daichi asked if he was okay, and Izuku assured him that he was. They expressed their relief at seeing him awake, but Izuku noticed Aikiru was still absent. Daichi explained that Aikiru was busy but might arrive later that night. Izuku accepted this, understanding the circumstances. Daichi then expressed disbelief at how Izuku had managed to keep such a significant secret from them. Izuku smiled slightly, hinting that he had his reasons for not sharing everything. Daichi decided to let it go for now, but Kyoko remained concerned about Izuku's well-being, insisting on staying with him. Despite Izuku's protests that he was fine, Kyoko was determined to look after him, citing her role as his big sister. Feeling slightly overwhelmed by Kyoko's insistence, Izuku glanced at the others for support, but they quickly averted their eyes. He felt a mix of betrayal and acceptance as Kyoko continued to fuss over him. She was stubborn and would not easily back down once she had made up her mind. As time passed, Kyoko realized they had been there too long and excused herself, along with the others. Izuku felt a sense of despair as he watched them leave, only to notice Kyoko had been peeling apples for him all along. She picked up one of the apples with a fork and offered it to him. Despite his initial resistance, Izuku succumbed to her angelic smile and allowed her to feed him. Later that night, Sugimoto and Aikiru visited Izuku, finding him lying exhausted. They exchanged confused glances before Sugimoto asked if they had come at a bad time. Aikiru agreed, suggesting they might come back later. However, Izuku quickly assured them that he was fine and encouraged them to stay. Sugimoto noted that Izuku looked a bit pale, to which Izuku acknowledged that Kyoko had insisted on looking after him. Aikiru, familiar with Kyoko's personality, felt sympathy for Izuku. He inquired about her whereabouts, and Izuku explained that she had to leave for something urgent, which allowed him some peace. Aikiru remarked that Izuku was lucky this time, and they discussed when he could leave. Izuku mentioned that the doctor had advised him to rest for a full day, as he had no physical issues apart from fatigue. A doctor soon entered to check on Izuku, surprised by his good condition, given the circumstances. Aikiru commented on how fortunate it was that he didn't need to enforce rest on Izuku. Sugimoto added that Izuku deserved the scolding he received, to which Izuku agreed. They hoped he would attend the inauguration without any issues this time, and Izuku promised to rest well. After saying their goodbyes, Aikiru and Sugimoto left Izuku's room, leaving him to reflect on the events of the day. Izuku stared at the door for a while before laying back down on the bed. The room was finally quiet after all the earlier commotion. It was a reminder that he was never truly alone, not with people who cared about him. A faint smile crossed his face, but it quickly faded as memories of the war flooded back. He recalled the flames, the cries of anguish, and the overwhelming scent of blood. The terrifying visions of what could happen if the monsters from the dungeon were unleashed upon the world, along with the existence of powerful beings summoned by monarchs, whose strength was akin to a walking disaster, filled his mind. This strengthened his resolve to become strong enough to face such enemies in the future. His goal remained unchanged. He had to keep leveling up. 2 days after Izuku woke up, a large crowd gathered in front of a multi-story building adorned with the sword symbol and the rising sun above it. Today marked the official founding of the Dawn Guild. Reporters had arrived early, eager to capture the moment and awaiting the appearance of the youngest S-rank hunter, Izuku, who had become a hot topic in various media outlets. Since the announcement of his joining the guild founded by another S-rank, Aikiru Hiroto, the media had been relentless in their pursuit of information. They learned that Hunter Izuku had recently cleared a double dungeon, but the association was strict about guarding information regarding him, making it difficult for reporters to confirm the news. As a result, they had no choice but to wait for the inauguration day. Finally, their patience paid off as the delayed inauguration of the Dawn Guild began. The event was set to take place inside the building, with journalists preparing to enter before the festivities commenced. Core members of the Dawn Guild were also gathered in separate rooms, though not all were present. Familiar faces appeared among the crowd, all of Aikiru's team members dressed in formal attire, rallying around him as he prepared for his public speech. Kyoko stood by Aikiru's side, patting his back to calm his nerves. Despite her encouragement, Aikiru's anxiety remained evident. Daichi chimed in, pointing at Izuku, who was sitting across the table, engrossed in his phone. Izuku looked up, smiled, and waved before returning to his news monitoring. Kyoko playfully scolded Aikiru, insisting he needed to present himself as a leader, not a coward. After a few words of encouragement from his colleagues, Aikiru began to calm down, finding comfort in their camaraderie. Watching them interact brought a smile to Izuku's face as he returned his focus to his phone screen. He had been tracking news related to the Dawn Guild's founding, trying to gauge how much information had been leaked to the media. It seemed the most discussed topic was himself. As he scanned the headlines, he noted that some information had indeed leaked, but it was nothing more than a preview of what would be announced later. The real concern was how this information had gotten out. He resolved to investigate later, focusing on the upcoming inauguration instead. With less than 10 minutes before the event began, Izuku checked the time on his phone. Everyone was ready to head out. He quickly joined them, leaving the waiting room to proceed to the inauguration ceremony. The event commenced promptly. At 10 a.m. As Aikiru and the other members of the Dawn Guild appeared, camera flashes illuminated the scene. Aikiru took his place on the podium, with the rest of the members lined up behind him. The sight of the crowd and the camera lights reignited his nervousness, but after a moment he regained his composure and began his speech. Those present were captivated by Ikuru's charisma. His confident presence on the podium conveyed that he was a reliable leader, shaped by his experiences leading various teams during dungeon raids. The speech lasted 15 minutes and concluded with a ribbon-cutting ceremony, marking the official establishment of the building that would serve as the Dawn Guild's office, accompanied by applause from the audience. The event transitioned into a small party to welcome investors and high-ranking officials. The gathering was quite luxurious, especially for Izuku and the others, as it was their first experience at such an extravagant event. Izuku expressed his surprise at the lavishness of the party, while his companions noted that given the guests, it was to be expected. They exchanged light-hearted banter about wealth, realizing they all shared a similar lack of understanding regarding the affluent lifestyle. Meanwhile, Ikuru was surrounded by investors and sponsors, handling the attention with ease. The people gathered around him seemed comfortable and engaged in conversation, showcasing his ability to connect with others despite the importance of his guests. Although no one knows what intentions are hidden behind their sweet words, Izuku watched as someone approached him. His composure was momentarily shaken when he saw Matsumoto Shigeo, the head of the hunting bureau, walking toward him. Izuku bowed as soon as he saw Matsumoto. Behind him stood Sugimoto, who wore a tired expression. Izuku glanced to the side, but his best friend was nowhere to be seen. It seemed he had left before the trouble began. Left alone, Izuku could only smile awkwardly at Matsumoto. It had been a while since they last met, and Matsumoto acknowledged this. He thanked Izuku for the invitation to the event and congratulated him on the official founding of the Dawn Guild. Izuku expressed his gratitude for the kind words, but Matsumoto quickly shifted the conversation. He asked Izuku if the guild was the reason he had rejected Matsumoto's offer. Izuku paused, knowing this question would come sooner or later. Matsumoto's tone revealed his displeasure. Maintaining a forced smile, Izuku explained that he felt he still had much to learn and did not believe he was fit for a leadership position, especially compared to Ikuru, who had more experience. Matsumoto's disgruntled look intensified as he glared at Izuku, but the child remained unaffected. Matsumoto then warned Izuku to consider his choice carefully before walking past him toward the exit, leaving a palpable hostility in the air. Izuku sensed that the list of people who disliked him had grown. Sugimoto, who had been standing nearby, stared at Izuku with a fake smile. He suggested that Izuku could drop the smile now that Matsumoto was gone. As soon as Sugimoto said that, Izuku's expression returned to normal, revealing his displeasure at the encounter with the association leader. Sugimoto, familiar with Izuku's feelings about Matsumoto, could only sympathize. Once Izuku had wiped away the forced smile, Sugimoto remarked that he looked better. Izuku admitted he did not want to meet the chairman, especially at that moment. Sugimoto reminded him that he could not avoid Matsumoto since he had once been his superior. He congratulated Izuku on the inauguration of the Dawn Guild, to which Izuku expressed his thanks for Sugimoto's presence, noting that he had been involved in establishing the first guild in Japan. As they continued their conversation, Ikuru approached them after finishing his discussions with the guests. His tired face was evident, and his shoulders drooped slightly, as if weighed down by the day's events. Izuku and Sugimoto exchanged sympathetic smiles, understanding the burden Ikuru carried. Izuku thanked Ikuru for his hard work and offered him a drink, which Ikuru accepted gratefully. He quickly emptied the glass, having felt drained from the earlier meeting. Sugimoto pointed out Ikuru's pale complexion and suggested he should rest. Ikuru insisted he was fine, stating that as the guild leader, he needed to handle such responsibilities and should prepare for more incidents in the future. Izuku assured Ikuru that he would support him as vice guild master, prompting both Sugimoto and Ikuru to turn their gazes toward him. Izuku felt confused by their sudden attention and questioned if he had said something wrong. Ikuru teased him about acting like a vice guild master, and Izuku apologized, realizing he had been too mild in his response. Ikuru frowned at Izuku's apology, suggesting he didn't need to apologize if he didn't want to help. They shared a light-hearted moment, with Ikuru playfully chiding Izuku to hide his bad intentions better. Their banter continued until the event was nearly over, with many guests having already left, leaving only a few members of the Dawn Guild behind. Izuku remained, needing to take care of some matters at the guild office. After the last guest departed, he headed to his office on the top floor of the building. Upon opening the door, he found his new office in disarray, filled with unorganized file boxes. As he surveyed the room he would be working in, he walked to the window and gazed out at the city of Tokyo, with its tall buildings stretching into the skyline. Just then the door opened, and someone entered the room. Without needing to look, Izuku recognized the person immediately. Ikuru approached him, asking what he was doing there. Izuku explained he was just taking a look before returning. Ikuru then turned his gaze to the view alongside Izuku. The city buzzed with the energy of people moving about. The view was captivating, and Izuku expressed his excitement about the future, wondering how far the newly established Dawn Guild would grow amidst the emergence of other guilds. Aikuru, initially confused by Izuku's enthusiasm, couldn't help but smile in agreement, sharing the anticipation of what lay ahead. Several months passed since the Dawn Guild's establishment, during which other guilds like the Erasure Guild, led by S-rank Tatsumi Fujishima, and the Moonlight Guild, founded by S-rank hunter Yumiko Aoi, emerged. Despite the rise of these guilds, the Dawn Guild held the top position in Japan, significantly ahead of the Erasure Guild in second place. This success was largely due to the diligent efforts of one individual managing everything from the shadows, overseeing dungeons, raid teams, armaments, and guild finances. In his room, surrounded by mountains of documents, Izuku was deeply engrossed in his work. His eyes darted between the papers and his computer keyboard, while shadow soldiers he summoned assisted in organizing the chaos. Despite the help, the influx of documents seemed never-ending. Just as he focused on his tasks, a knock on the door interrupted him. Without looking up, he gestured for the visitor to enter. Sugimoto stepped in, holding a bento box. He surveyed the scene with a mix of confusion and concern as shadow soldiers moved about, carrying documents. He noted Izuku's busy state and expressed his worry for his friend's health, urging him to take a break and eat. Izuku looked up from his work, grateful for the gesture. After Sugimoto left, he returned to his tasks, unaware that Todoroki was also on his way to visit. When Todoroki arrived, he found the same chaotic scene as Sugimoto had. He acknowledged Izuku's busy state and mentioned he had something to discuss. Curious, Izuku paused his work, recognizing Todoroki's voice. He asked what the matter was, and Todoroki inquired about an earlier offer, confirming it was still valid. Izuku, surprised but pleased, wondered what had prompted Todoroki's sudden decision. Days earlier, Todoroki had led a raid on a dungeon in Tokyo with his team. Although he wasn't naturally inclined to leadership, he successfully guided them to the boss room, showcasing his potential. After completing the raid, he encountered an unexpected delay due to a villain attack in his usual route, leading him to take a detour. During this detour, he accidentally bumped into someone, causing her to drop her belongings. As he helped her gather the scattered items, he was taken aback to find that the person was his sister, Fuyumi, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. The shock left him momentarily speechless, his hands still outstretched as he processed the unexpected reunion. He couldn't think of anything because of the panic from this unexpected reunion. Meanwhile, Fuyumi, who had fallen, finished collecting her belongings. When she saw the hands stretched out towards her, she accepted it happily, unaware of the confused and panicked expression on the face of the person who helped her. Feeling hands touching his fingertips, Tuya immediately snapped out of his reverie and helped Fuyumi up. He apologized for being in a rush and not noticing her. Fuyumi, in turn, expressed her own regret for not paying attention. Hearing a familiar voice, Fuyumi looked at the face of her helper and recognized him. She exclaimed that he was Izuku's friend, Dabi, and felt relieved to have identified him correctly. For some reason, Tuya felt a pang of bitterness when his sister recognized him by someone else's name. However, he reminded himself that Todoroki Tuya had long been gone for Fuyumi and the rest of his family. They were now strangers who happened to know each other through a mutual acquaintance. Tuya confirmed her recognition, and Fuyumi expressed her gratitude, asking about Izuku, noting it had been hard to contact him lately. He assured her that Izuku was fine and promised to relay her message for him to reach out. An awkward silence fell between them, and Fuyumi, unsure of how to continue the conversation, decided to excuse herself. Tuya noticed her haste and offered to help her with her luggage. Fuyumi, initially confused, smiled and accepted his offer. She handed him some of her belongings, which he accepted with an awkward expression. They began walking together, and several minutes passed in silence as each was lost in their own thoughts. To break the quiet, Fuyumi asked where he was headed. He replied that he was just going home. Fuyumi then mentioned hearing from Izuku that he was a hunter and inquired about his rank. He confirmed that he was an A-rank hunter. She then revealed her own reason for being out with so much luggage. It was the anniversary of her brother's death, and she wanted to visit his grave with her younger brothers, but they were unable to join her due to prior commitments. Tuya felt a bitter taste in his mouth as he realized he was now accompanying his family, the very people he had tried to avoid. Despite the discomfort, he remained loyal to Fuyumi and walked with her to the cemetery. The cemetery was located on a hill not far from the Todoroki family home. As they approached, Tuya was reminded of the incident that marked his awakening, the heat of the fire and the smell of destruction still vivid in his memory. Following Fuyumi, they arrived at a grave marked with the name Todoroki Tuya. Fuyumi knelt in front of the grave and began to pray. Tuya remained silent, his attention drawn to the name on the tombstone. A strange feeling washed over him as he saw his name engraved there. When Fuyumi finished her prayer, she placed flowers at the grave and smiled as she stroked the name. She shared that this was her brother's grave, who had died when she was little. Tuya snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Fuyumi, who wore a longing expression. She described her brother as a caring big brother who, despite his sometimes scary demeanor, loved to play with them. She reminisced fondly, laughter escaping her lips as she recalled their past. Each word pierced Tuya's heart, as he was hiding the truth of his existence and pretending to be someone else. Fuyumi then expressed how much she missed her brother. When Tuya asked what she would do if there was a chance her brother was still alive, she paused, revealing a small hope that perhaps things could have been different. The thought of a family dinner together, as they once had, seemed impossible given the current state of their home after their mother was hospitalized. Fuyumi found his question strange, but he explained that he was simply curious. She imagined that if her brother were alive, she would cry tears of joy and they could have dinner as a family again. Tuya fell silent, unable to respond, but his clenched hands revealed a determination that hinted at a decision that could change his life. Inside the Vice Guild Master's office, Izuku and Todoroki sat facing each other. Izuku had been listening to Todoroki's story for the past 10 minutes. With a serious expression, Todoroki shared his thoughts while Izuku nodded casually, which annoyed Todoroki. He expressed his understanding of the situation, noting that it showed how caring Todoroki was as a big brother. Todoroki, feeling provoked, warned Izuku not to joke around, especially with important documents nearby. Izuku complied but pressed on, asking if Todoroki was truly prepared to face the challenges ahead and whether he had forgiven himself yet. Hearing this, Todoroki nodded firmly, his determination evident in his eyes. He expressed his willingness to help without hesitation. A few days later, Izuku was in the office handling paperwork, though it was less than usual. After 10 minutes, he completed his tasks and leaned back in his chair. As he closed his eyes for a moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Checking the caller ID, he smiled upon seeing the name on the screen and answered the call promptly. Fuyumi greeted him warmly, and they exchanged pleasantries about their well-being. She then inquired if he was busy that weekend, to which he replied he was free. Fuyumi excitedly invited him to dinner to celebrate Shoto's acceptance into UA. Izuku agreed, mentioning he had a gift for Shoto and a surprise for Fuyumi and the others. On the weekend, Fuyumi and her family prepared to go out, waiting for the car Izuku had arranged. Soon, a luxury limousine arrived at the Todoroki residence, leaving them in awe as they watched the vehicle pull up. The driver opened the door, prompting Fuyumi to gather her siblings and enter the car. Their astonishment continued as they arrived at the restaurant, a luxurious private establishment in Tokyo. Fuyumi questioned if they were at the right place, but Izuku reassured her that he had made a reservation. Despite her concerns about the extravagance, he insisted that helping a friend was worth any cost. Once inside, Izuku congratulated Shoto on his acceptance into UA and presented him with a gift. He handed Shoto a black box, which Shoto opened to reveal a necklace adorned with a blue crystal. Confused, Shoto looked to Izuku for clarification. Izuku explained that it was an artifact, specifically designed to activate a protective mana shield in dangerous situations without requiring the user to have mana. Shoto expressed his hesitation about accepting such a valuable gift, but Izuku reassured him, and Shoto promised to take care of it. They then moved further into the restaurant, where Fuyumi noticed the absence of other patrons. Izuku revealed that he had rented the entire restaurant, a fact that left them all in awe of his capabilities as the Vice Guild Master of Japan's top guild. They arrived at a luxurious room decorated in traditional Japanese style, where another figure awaited them. Initially wary of the man in a black jacket with a hood, their apprehension faded as Izuku approached and sat beside him. Fuyumi, unable to bear the awkward silence, asked about the man's identity. Izuku reminded her of the surprise he had mentioned earlier and then pulled back the hood, revealing a familiar face with white hair. The sight struck a chord with the Todoroki family, evoking feelings of nostalgia. Izuku dramatically introduced the man as Todoroki Toya, their long-lost brother. The family was taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces as they processed the revelation. Natsuo questioned the authenticity of the claim, insisting that it couldn't be true, while others echoed his skepticism. Fuyumi acknowledged that at one time, Tuya had been a coward, but now he stood before them as their true brother. As everyone turned their attention to Tuya, Fuyumi's eyes filled with tears. She rushed into his arms, crying while expressing a mix of happiness, anger, and sadness. She questioned why he had returned now after so many years and where he had been all this time. Natsuo and Shoto shared her feelings of frustration and confusion. Natsuo expressed his disbelief at Tuya's sudden appearance, reminding him of the pain their sister had endured during his absence. Tuya admitted his regrets and apologized, acknowledging the hurt he had caused. He asked for their forgiveness, understanding the weight of his actions. Though Natsuo clenched his fists in anger, he felt a flicker of happiness at the sight of his brother, whom he thought had perished. Fuyumi, having calmed down somewhat, urged Natsuo to forgive Tuya, believing he had his reasons for leaving. Torn between his emotions, Natsuo finally agreed to forgive Tuya, but only for Fuyumi's sake. Toya expressed gratitude for Natsuo's understanding and affectionately ruffled his hair, causing Natsuo to feel a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Shoto felt a sense of isolation amidst the family reunion. He struggled with the teachings instilled in him by their father, which made him feel disconnected from his siblings. As he turned away, Izuku noticed his gloom and playfully nudged him, trying to lift his spirits. Izuku encouraged Shoto to join his family, reminding him that they were waiting for him. Shoto hesitated but eventually found the courage to approach them. Fuyumi welcomed him with a warm smile, and tears of joy streamed down her face as her long-held dream of family unity came true, thanks to Izuku. Izuku observed the heartfelt reunion, pondering whether he would ever experience something similar with his own family. The thought of his family's treatment left him feeling desolate. He felt his presence was no longer needed and prepared to leave when Fuyumi called out to him, expressing her gratitude with a radiant smile. It was a moment that caught him off guard, but he quickly regained his composure and returned her smile, feeling genuine warmth for the first time. After leaving the room, Izuku made his way to the rooftop, enjoying the night breeze as he contemplated the city. He sensed someone approaching and instinctively closed his eyes. Toya greeted him, suggesting they drop the formalities and just use first names. Izuku chuckled at the request, complying with his friend's wishes. Toya informed him that everyone was looking for him, prompting Izuku to consider returning. Before he could leave, Toya quietly thanked him, his voice barely above a whisper, but Izuku heard it clearly, appreciating the sincerity behind the words. He could still hear Toya's thanks before he chided him with a scolding. Izuku expressed that Toya didn't need to rent the whole restaurant, insisting he could handle it himself as he had the money. He emphasized that it wasn't about the money, he wanted to help so Toya wouldn't have to worry. With a smile on his face, Izuku stated that the price was nothing compared to the joy of helping a friend. Seeing Izuku's determination, Toya could only accept it, knowing how Izuku always went out of his way to assist others, regardless of whether they wanted it or not. Toya acknowledged Izuku's nature and suggested they return, as everyone was waiting. A few days later, after the Todoroki family reunion, Toya's relationship with his family had improved. He occasionally visited his siblings during his free time. Fuyumi sometimes called him over, but it seemed that Toya still harbored some bad feelings about his home. The trauma and resentment he felt hadn't completely faded. Even now, standing at the door of the Todoroki residence, Toya found himself unable to move. His face was pale, cold sweat soaking his body. Despite his lingering unease, he had come to visit their mother in the hospital at Fuyumi's invitation. Unable to ring the doorbell, he forced Izuku, who had accompanied him, to do it instead. Just before Toya left, he had run into Izuku, who had just returned from exercising. Noticing his well-dressed friend, Izuku greeted him with curiosity. Toya revealed he had gone to his house, prompting Izuku to express surprise and concern about whether Toya was truly ready to return home. Toya froze at the question, unable to respond, his hands growing clammy as he avoided Izuku's gaze. Izuku pointed out Toya's silence and insisted on accompanying him, sensing he might not manage it alone. Without allowing Toya to protest, Izuku rushed to his room and returned shortly with a change of clothes, dragging Toya along, surprising him further. Izuku reassured him that he had the day off and there was no need to worry. Back in the present, after Izuku rang the doorbell, Fuyumi opened the gate and greeted them warmly. She was pleased to see both her brother and Izuku, noting that Izuku must have been invited by Toya. Izuku clarified that he was there to support Toya. Fuyumi understood and led them into the living room, where Natsu and Shoto were waiting. Like Fuyumi, they were surprised to see Izuku but welcomed him warmly, as he was no longer a stranger to their family and might even be considered part of it. While waiting for the visiting hour at the hospital, the Todoroki siblings chatted with Izuku and Toya. Most of the conversation revolved around Toya, with Izuku providing most of the responses. Natsuo remarked on Toya's recent accomplishment of completing a high A-rank dungeon, expressing admiration for his skills. Toya, caught off guard, protested that he had just heard about it. Izuku mentioned he was considering recommending Toya for S-rank, which led to playful banter between them. Fuyumi and the others watched their friendly argument, noting how close they seemed. Shoto commented on their apparent closeness, prompting Toya and Izuku to realize they had forgotten about the others in the room. Izuku explained that they had been on the same team during their rookie days and often raided together, which had brought them closer. Toya interrupted, asking Izuku not to reveal his past without permission. Izuku apologized, stating he couldn't help it since Toya was usually quiet. In jest, Toya threatened to burn him, to which Izuku playfully challenged him. Fuyumi intervened, urging them to stop fighting. Ignoring her, Toya directed a fierce aura at Izuku, who responded in kind. The two of them unleashed their mana, causing the house to tremble as if an earthquake had struck, knocking over some furniture. Fuyumi panicked and grabbed her brother's hand, hoping to calm him down. Toya's aura dissipated as soon as Fuyumi hugged him, and Izuku recognized the mistake he had made and suppressed his own aura. Once the shaking stopped, Fuyumi appeared shaken from the pressure Toya had exerted. Shoto and Natsuo also trembled, taking cover behind an ice shield that Shoto had instinctively created. Izuku apologized for nearly causing damage to their home, while Fuyumi reassured him it was okay. Concerned, Izuku checked on Natsuo and Shoto, who were still recovering from the unexpected intensity of the moment. Meanwhile, Shoto was stunned by the power he witnessed. Before his eyes, his elder brother and his friend displayed incredible strength that even surpassed their father, the number 2 hero. Their mere presence seemed to shake the entire house. Shoto thought about the strength of a hunter and wondered if he could surpass that man if he possessed such power. Izuku noticed the intensity in Shoto's gaze, recognizing it as the look of someone yearning for strength. He had encountered many individuals with similar eyes, driven by various motivations. Many of them had been consumed by their greed, while a few managed to emerge stronger from their trials. He was one of those few. Izuku addressed Shoto, reminding him that it was okay to have ambitions but warned him not to let them consume him, or he might end up like their father. Hearing Izuku's words struck a chord with Shoto, who realized he was treading a similar path. This realization cast a shadow over him, prompting Izuku to offer words of encouragement. If Shoto wanted to become stronger, both Toya and Izuku were willing to help him. Shoto was surprised and grateful for their support. Toya, still skeptical of Izuku after their earlier confrontation, glared at him, but Izuku chose to ignore the scrutiny. Once things settled down, Toya and Izuku assisted in cleaning up the Todoroki residence before heading to the hospital. The cleanup did not take long, and soon they were ready to leave. A car that Izuku had arranged was waiting outside. Initially confused about whose car it was, they soon understood after Toya explained. Toya asked if Izuku would join them, but Izuku declined, stating he didn't want to intrude on their family event. He reassured them that they were considered family, but he knew when to step back. With a smile, Izuku bid them farewell. The Todoroki family departed, leaving Izuku at the station as they made their way to the hospital. On the journey, Fuyumi requested the driver to stop at a flower shop. Accompanied by Toya, she chose blue flowers, their mother's favorite. Toya recalled the serene smile on his mother's face when she admired those flowers, and he felt a mix of emotions about their upcoming visit. After purchasing the flowers, they continued to the hospital. As they stood before the building, Toya and Shoto hesitated, their legs feeling heavy. Toya reflected on his past actions towards their mother, while Shoto remembered the fear in her eyes when she saw him. Fuyumi called out to her brothers, urging them to follow her inside. They approached the administrative desk, where Fuyumi inquired about their mother's room. A nurse directed them to the correct location and even escorted them, given their mother's VIP status. Inside the room, their mother stared blankly out the window, her eyes still darkened by her experiences. Suddenly, a knock interrupted her daydream. Confused, she allowed the nurse to open the door, revealing her children standing behind her. Rei was taken aback, never expecting her children to visit, especially her youngest son, Shoto. Fuyumi stepped forward, breaking the silence and greeting her mother. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them as Rei lowered her head, feeling ashamed of her past failures as a mother. The trauma lingered, and she could still see her husband's shadow in her children's eyes, causing her to tremble slightly. Fuyumi, sensing the tension, initiated a conversation, asking how their mother had been. Rei responded that she was fine, but her demeanor suggested otherwise. Fuyumi then mentioned they had brought a gift for her, prompting Rei to look up, her curiosity piqued. As the door opened again, a man entered, holding a bouquet of blue flowers. Rei's expression shifted to one of shock and fear as she recognized him. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend the reality before her. Toya rushed to support her as she stumbled, and his siblings quickly joined him. Concerned, they asked if she was okay. Rei clung to Toya, her grip tight as she sought reassurance, questioning if this was truly happening or just a dream. Rei desperately touched Toya's face, trying to confirm that the person standing in front of her was indeed her son. Toya slowly released his mother's cold hand and smiled, a smile she had never seen before. He reassured her, stating that he was her son, Todoroki Toya. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Rei hugged her son, who she thought was lost to her forever. She cried out his name repeatedly, overwhelmed with emotion. She expressed her sorrow and regret for leaving him, pleading for his forgiveness for her perceived failures as a mother. Despite the intensity of the moment, Toya remained by her side, determined to support her until she calmed down. Rei whispered through her sobs, asking Toya not to leave her again. Toya smiled again, promising that he would not go anywhere and that Fuyumi, Natsu, and Shoto were all there with them. After parting ways with the Todoroki family, Izuku did not return to the dormitory but instead went to the guild office. He had received a call from the guild master to discuss an important matter. The day before, Izuku learned that a meeting would be held between the Hunter Bureau and the Heroes Association, with several significant figures and guild leaders summoned to attend, including the Dawn Guild. Aikiru had called him to discuss the results of that meeting. Izuku quickly reached the office, where several staff members greeted him, acknowledging his respected position as the Vice Guild Master. After exchanging pleasantries, he headed straight to Aikiru's room on the top floor. Upon knocking and receiving a response, he entered to find Aikiru reviewing documents he had sent the day before. Izuku settled on the sofa, waiting for Aikiru to finish. Once Aikiru completed his work, he sat down across from Izuku, attempting to relax. They exchanged thanks for each other's hard work, and Aikiru expressed curiosity about how Izuku managed to handle so many documents in such a short time. Aikiru's secretary, Eri Hirano, then handed a document file to Izuku. As he began to read it, he noticed it contained details about the meeting he had attended. Several important points were highlighted, and as he scanned the document, he squinted in disbelief. Izuku asked Aikiru if the information was accurate, to which Aikiru confirmed it. The document proposed a charity match between hunters and heroes, featuring prominent names, indicating it was not an ordinary event. Izuku sensed there was more to this event than met the eye. He inquired whether both sides agreed to the proposal, and Aikiru explained that most did, especially since discussions had already begun online. However, Izuku felt uneasy about the list of participants, particularly the inclusion of All Might, the #1 hero. Aikiru noticed Izuku's complicated expression and asked if he was nervous about All Might's participation. Izuku's brow twitched at the mention of the name. He was aware that revealing his past as the child of the #1 hero could complicate things. He admitted that he felt somewhat anxious about it. As he continued reading the list, he saw two unexpected names, Todoroki Toya and Endeavor. The thought of a reunion with his father and Toya weighed heavily on him. Izuku asked Aikiru if everyone on the list had agreed to participate. Aikiru replied that he wasn't entirely sure, but most from the hero's side had agreed. Izuku expressed his concerns about the list and how the chairman had made it as his will. The idea of facing his father alone was daunting, and he worried about how Toya would react. Aikiru asked if Izuku wanted to participate, and Izuku took a moment to think, feeling the weight of the upcoming competition and its potential challenges. Besides Toya, he himself was also unsure if he could hold back when facing All Might. It was annoying. Seeing the deepening wrinkles on Izuku's face, Aikiru decided to give him more time to think. It seemed that Izuku was having trouble deciding, so Aikiru suggested he go home and think it over. Izuku, however, insisted he would decide now, noting that the chairman must give them one day to decide. Aikiru was glad to see Izuku understanding quickly. Izuku affirmed that he would do it. Aikiru noted that he usually didn't take the chairman's offer for granted. Izuku admitted he didn't want to, but there were things holding him back from doing it. Aikiru suspected there was more to Izuku's hesitation, but he chose not to press the matter since Izuku seemed reluctant to discuss it. Aikiru accepted Izuku's agreement and encouraged him to talk to Toya about it. After confirming there was nothing else, Aikiru bid him farewell. Izuku stood up and walked out of Aikiru's room, staring at his phone for so long that he didn't realize he was already outside the building. He sighed, contemplating how to tell Toya about the situation. Izuku decided to go home and wait for Toya there. Since he no longer lived in the bureau dormitory, he had moved into the guild dormitory shortly after the Dawn Guild was officially established, along with other hunters who became members of the Dawn Guild. In the afternoon, Toya returned after visiting his mother. After getting out of the car, he walked toward the dormitory and saw Izuku waiting for him in front of the building. Izuku explained that he was waiting to discuss something troublesome. Toya sensed it would be an unpleasant conversation and suggested they change locations. They headed to the park, where Izuku bought canned drinks for both of them. Toya asked what the troublesome talk was about. Izuku informed him that there would soon be a match between hunters and heroes. When Toya inquired if it was necessary, Izuku explained that the proposal claimed it was for charity but also served as an entertainment event, similar to the UA Sports Festival. Toya guessed that he was being asked to participate, and Izuku confirmed it. Toya didn't think it was enough to upset Izuku, so he pressed for more details. Izuku handed Toya a document from his pocket. While nothing changed when Toya read the list of participating hunters, his expression hardened when he saw the list of heroes. His hands trembled as he held the crumpled paper, and a wave of fury washed over him. Mana filled with intense energy radiated from him, and blue flames ignited in his hand, nearly scorching the paper. If Izuku hadn't intervened, the paper might have already turned to ashes. Izuku sighed, realizing his friend's reaction was as he expected. He hoped Toya would not act rashly. Unfortunately, as Izuku pointed out, they were being asked to fight the people they hated the most. The blue flames rekindled in Toya's hand, incinerating the paper. Before Toya's anger escalated further, Izuku quickly spoke up to calm him down. He reminded Toya that it didn't necessarily mean they would face those individuals directly. It could be Izuku facing Endeavor or Toya facing All Might. However, Toya's flames continued to grow, and Izuku had no choice but to use force to regain his attention. He increased his mana and activated the skill, Bloodlust, redirecting Toya's focus back to him. Toya felt the intense energy and extinguished the flames, though a hint of anger remained in his eyes. Izuku acknowledged Toya's anger, admitting he felt the same way, but emphasized that being angry wouldn't help. They could still refuse. Toya questioned whether he would refuse when he had a chance to confront Endeavor. Izuku understood but urged him not to act rashly. He looked directly into Toya's eyes, still seeing traces of anger, which worried him. Toya promised to try to keep his emotions in check. Izuku pleaded with him not to just try but to ensure he wouldn't harm anyone during the competition. Toya left, leaving Izuku alone in the park, and walked away without saying more. This made Izuku worry that his words hadn't reached him. Izuku's shadow soldiers sensed their master's concern. Baru, the ant general in Izuku's shadow army, appeared behind him and pledged to watch Toya, promising to report if he did anything reckless. After ensuring his shadow soldiers blended into Toya's shadow, Izuku left the park and returned to his room in the dormitory. After parting ways with Izuku, Toya did not return to his room but instead headed to the practice room in the dormitory. He opened the door to the gym, finding it empty. Toya walked to the center of the room, feeling the silence envelop him. But the silence was short-lived as he released hot mana throughout the room. The mana wave caused an explosion, making the indoor lights flicker. Though the building was reinforced with magic stones from B-rank dungeons, it still struggled to withstand S-rank class mana. Fiery blue flames surrounded Toya as he channeled his anger, attacking in all directions. He forgot about the family reunion he had earlier that day. Burns began to form around his body, and a fierce smile involuntarily spread across his face. Endeavor. This time, Toya was determined to destroy everything in his path. Blue flames, filled with a fierce intensity, erupted from his body. The heat radiating from the fire was so intense that it threatened to melt the floor beneath him, but he was oblivious to his surroundings. As he continued to unleash his flames, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Without hesitation, he launched a fireball, powerful enough to incinerate an A-rank monster. When the flames subsided, the figure behind him was revealed, startling Toya. The palms and tips of his dark hair were singed from intercepting Toya's attack with his bare hands. Izuku stood there, concerned. He expressed his worry about the destruction Toya was causing. Toya was taken aback, questioning whether Izuku had been watching him. Izuku clarified that it was hard to ignore the energy Toya was emitting, and he advised him to consider the consequences of his actions. As Toya surveyed the damage, he realized the extent of his destruction. The floor was nearly melted, and scorch marks marred the walls. He was shocked to discover that he was responsible for it all. Izuku sighed, noting that Toya seemed unaware of his own actions. He glanced around, calculating the guild's impending bill for the repairs. It was evident that Toya's anger had led to this chaos. After tossing a recovery potion to Toya, who accepted it without a word, Izuku pressed for the truth about why he had come. Toya, frustrated, demanded a straightforward answer, suspecting Izuku was worried he might do something reckless, like confronting Endeavor in a match. Izuku acknowledged Toya's insight, but remained silent for a moment, his expression obscured by his hair. Toya, feeling the tension, turned to leave, but Izuku offered a different outlet for his anger, suggesting that Toya could take it out on him instead. Toya turned back, surprised by Izuku's dark demeanor. The glow in Izuku's eyes revealed a shared intensity, a reflection of the grudges they both held against their families. Izuku proposed they could vent their frustrations on each other, drawing out a pair of daggers as he did so. Toya responded by summoning a spear of lime flames, ready for a confrontation. The two powerful hunters prepared to clash, their energies swirling around them, creating a storm of mana. As they engaged, the gym of the Dawn Guild became a battleground, drawing the attention of guild members who feared a powerful monster was attacking. Days later, after the chaos had settled, Toya and Izuku faced the consequences of their reckless actions. They were tasked with repairing the damage and gathering materials from the dungeon. It took them a week to collect the necessary resources and another week to complete the repairs, aided by Izuku's shadow soldiers, who worked at an impressive speed. Thanks to their efforts, the Dawn Guild gym reopened in just 2 weeks. The guild members were pleased with the improvements, especially since the Vice Guild Master had ensured the gym's durability was enhanced. With the upgrades, more members began utilizing the gym, able to train at full strength. During this time, rumors circulated about an upcoming match between hunters and heroes. Speculation about the participants and potential outcomes spread among the hunters, with some already placing bets. Meanwhile, Izuku sat in his office, focused on organizing the items in his inventory. He had accumulated a significant amount of monster parts and mana stones from his recent raids. With a plan in mind, he closed the screen and exited his office. As he walked through the guild, he overheard whispers about him possibly representing the Dawn Guild in the upcoming competition. Ignoring the chatter, he made his way to the workshop to meet Akiyama Iwao, the workshop leader. Upon arrival, the staff recognized him and escorted him to Akiyama's office. Akiyama greeted him warmly, acknowledging him as both a valued customer and supplier. They exchanged pleasantries before Izuku explained he had a request for some weapons and items. Curious, Akiyama asked about the specifics of Izuku's request. Izuku listed various items, including armor, gauntlets, swords, and cloaks, and assured Akiyama that he had the necessary materials ready. He then opened his inventory, revealing the monster parts he had collected. He took out every material and monster body part he had, including those obtained from the Demon Castle dungeon. Since he had a lot of similar materials, Izuku decided to use them to craft weapons for his team members instead of selling them in the shop system. He had come up with this idea ever since he appraised his dagger made of monster fangs to Akiyama, who was known for his appraising skills. This experience made him consider using the materials he collected to create weapons or items for his guild members. Akiyama's eyes lit up when he saw the pile of materials in front of him. There were many precious items he had never encountered before, along with high-quality mana stones. He could sense strong magical energy emanating from every part of the monster's body, causing his hands to tremble with excitement at the thought of crafting items from them. Akiyama remarked on the high quality of the materials. His gaze fell upon the horns nestled among the pile, feeling the intense mana radiating from them. Even after touching the horn, he sensed the dark energy contained within. Curious, he glanced at Izuku, who was counting the materials he had laid out. Izuku explained that he had acquired the horn in a high A-rank dungeon. Akiyama looked at him with skepticism but chose not to press further. As long as he could obtain rare materials, it didn't matter how they were acquired. He then inquired about the items Izuku needed. Izuku listed a set of dual swords, a gauntlet, a dagger, a cloak, a giant axe, and some armor, providing Akiyama with detailed documents outlining his requests. Akiyama skimmed through the documents and nodded, noting the clarity and detail Izuku had put into his specifications. He estimated that it would take about 2 months to complete everything. Izuku reassured him that he wasn't in a hurry. Akiyama then asked if there was anything else, to which Izuku mentioned wanting to discuss the work contract between the workshop and the Dawn Guild. They spent 2 hours discussing the cooperation contract, which outlined that the Dawn Guild would provide materials and costs for manufacturing standard and special quality items and weapons for its members, while the workshop would handle the manufacturing and repair of these items. After negotiating the terms, Akiyama agreed to the contract, and Izuku left satisfied with his goals accomplished. Upon arriving at his office, Izuku sensed a presence inside. He opened the door to find Toya waiting for him. Toya expressed that he wanted to discuss Izuku's previous offer. After a moment of thought, Izuku understood what Toya meant and invited him to sit down. He served them both tea. Toya confirmed he was seriously considering the offer, prompting Izuku to ask if this was another one of Toya's revenge plans. Toya remained silent, his gaze fixed on Izuku, which left Izuku feeling confused yet resigned to his friend's determination. He had previously decided not to hinder Toya's ambitions as long as no one was harmed in the process. However, seeing Toya seek strength made Izuku reconsider his stance. Ultimately, Izuku agreed to help, instructing Toya to come to the association in 2 days for a re-evaluation test. Toya thanked him and prepared to leave, but Izuku's words made him pause. Izuku expressed his surprise that Toya would accept the offer under the guise of revenge. Toya glanced back, anger flashing in his eyes, and asserted that he was aware of the risks but was committed to his chosen path. After their exchange, Toya left, and Izuku sighed, leaning back in his chair. He reflected on Toya's last words, feeling a mix of worry and hope for his friend. Several days and weeks passed. The Hunter Bureau and Hero Association announced the upcoming match, filling news portals with excitement until the day of the competition arrived. The match was held at the Dagoba National Stadium, where many people gathered early to watch, and tickets sold out quickly, indicating the high anticipation for the event. Even the crowds rivaled those at the annual UA Sports Festival. Aside from the spectators and reporters, several contestants had already gathered in the meeting room since early morning, including both hunters and heroes. Among the heroes were Rabbit Hero Mirko, Flame Hero Endeavor, Wing Hero Hawks, Ninja Hero Edgeshot, and of course, Hero Number 1, All Might. On the hunter side, there were Moonlight Guild Master Yumiko Aoi, Erasure Guild Master Tatsumi Fujishima, Dawn Guild Master Aikiro Hiroto, his Vice Guild Master Izuku, and the newest S-rank hunter, Todoroki Toya, who had recently undergone re-evaluation. Tension filled the air between the two sides, considering the past encounters among some participants. A few hours earlier, Izuku and Toya were at the dormitory preparing to leave for the stadium. They were not with Aikiru, who still had some work to finish, so they planned to go separately. Izuku finished first and waited for Toya near the car that would take them. Soon after, Toya arrived, wearing the coat that Izuku had given him the other day. Izuku commented on how well the coat suited Toya, who responded with a dismissive remark. The coat was crafted from Naga-type monster scales and an A-rank mana stone, designed to be immune to fire and protect against physical attacks, categorizing it as an A-rank item. They decided to leave before they were late. Once in the car, Izuku instructed the driver to take them to Dagoba, where the match was being held. The journey took longer than expected due to traffic near the stadium. While waiting, Toya checked his phone, and Izuku leaned in, curious about the message. It was from Fuyumi, informing Toya that she and his brother would be attending the match, while their mother would be watching on TV. Izuku expressed excitement for Toya's family coming to support him, but Toya seemed uncertain and redirected the conversation to Izuku's family, hinting at a sensitive topic. As they arrived at the Dagoba National Stadium, they were met by a throng of journalists. Izuku felt overwhelmed but managed to navigate through the crowd, while Toya skillfully slipped past them, concealing his face with his hood. After some time, Izuku finally entered the building and spotted Toya, who was distracted by his phone. Izuku approached him, slightly annoyed. Toya greeted him casually, and Izuku expressed his disbelief at Toya's nonchalance about leaving him to handle the reporters alone. Just then, the crowd erupted in excitement as All Might arrived, drawing everyone's attention. All Might stepped out of the car, greeted by cheers and questions from the fans. He responded with his trademark smile, assuring everyone that he would give his best in the match and that both sides were fighting for the safety of citizens. Izuku watched All Might with a cold gaze, feeling a mix of emotions as he observed the hero's interactions with the crowd. The atmosphere shifted as All Might entered the building, where staff greeted him. However, his demeanor changed upon noticing the two teenagers wearing coats emblazoned with the guild crest of the sword and setting sun. He recognized the emblem from television broadcasts, but it was the chill emanating from one of them that caught his attention. As All Might contemplated the familiar sensation, a black-haired young man approached him, leaving his surprised partner behind. The young man extended his hand with a friendly smile, introducing himself as Izuku, the vice-guild leader of the Dawn Guild. All Might's mind raced as he recognized the youth's blue eyes, recalling their previous encounter during a villain chase. Izuku expressed his honor in competing alongside All Might, who responded with a hearty laugh, patting Izuku on the shoulder and expressing his anticipation for Izuku's performance in the competition. From the outside, they seemed to be exchanging friendly greetings, but inside, Izuku felt a coldness that he struggled to hide behind his usual poker smile. The people around them remained oblivious to his inner turmoil, except for his only comrade, Toya. At first, Toya was surprised when Izuku suddenly approached All Might, even more confused by his kind demeanor despite the tension in his expression. However, as he observed All Might's actions and noticed Izuku's clenched hands, which were nearly bleeding, Toya finally understood Izuku's intentions. It seemed that Izuku was testing his ability to control himself during this match and whether All Might would still recognize him despite his changed appearance. All Might greeted Izuku with his usual cheerfulness, asking if he was alone or if he had come with family or friends. The mention of family caused Izuku's smile to falter, replaced by a cold expression. He hadn't expected to hear those words from All Might, even though the hero was part of that very world. Izuku replied that he was there with a friend, and just then, a voice called out from behind All Might. Two female figures approached. One was a girl with blonde hair and green eyes, the same age as Izuku, and the other was a woman in her 40s with green hair and eyes. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized them. He knew these two very well. They were the ones who had turned his childhood into a silent abyss: his twin sister, Izumi Yagi, and his mother, Inko Yagi. Izumi rushed to hug their father, while Inko smiled at the heartwarming interaction. All Might embraced Izumi warmly, smiling at her and seemingly ignoring Izuku, who stood nearby. Izumi expressed her support for her father, encouraging him to win the upcoming match. All Might responded with pride, promising to work hard because of her encouragement. As Izumi turned to look at Izuku, she noticed him standing behind them. She had seen her father speaking to someone and was curious about the unfamiliar face. Izumi thought Izuku had a handsome face that seemed somehow familiar. Tilting her head in confusion, she asked her father who he was. All Might introduced Izuku as the Vice Guild Master of the Dawn Guild, encouraging her to greet him since they were the same age. Izuku managed a greeting, though it took him a moment to control his expression. He struggled to contain the anger building within him, resulting in a distorted smile. Izumi felt uneasy at the sight of this smile, especially when she noticed the chilling purple light in Izuku's eyes. Their gaze met, and she almost choked at the intensity of his cold stare. She had never encountered such coldness in someone her age before. A memory of her deceased twin brother flickered in her mind, but she quickly dismissed it, shaking her head to erase the thought. Inko noticed her daughter's strange behavior and asked if she was all right. Izumi assured her that she was fine, attributing her pale face to the crowd around them. All Might expressed concern for Izumi's well-being, suggesting she rest if she felt unwell. As Izuku observed the warm family interaction, his expression grew colder. The turmoil of anger within him did not subside. It was clear where the source of his distress lay. His shadow, which had been trembling, sensed its master's wrath and stood ready to unleash chaos at any moment. though Izuku had commanded them to remain still until instructed otherwise. Seeing Izuku's condition, Toya felt compelled to intervene. He introduced himself and explained that he was Izuku's friend, mentioning that someone was looking for Izuku. He politely asked for permission to excuse themselves. All Might, realizing he had kept them too long, apologized and extended his hand to Izuku, suggesting they have a fair match later. Izuku's response was a sarcastic smile as he accepted the handshake. In that brief moment, All Might felt a chilling presence behind Izuku, sending shivers down his spine. After they parted ways, Toya led Izuku to a quiet alley near the stadium. Once they were alone, Toya released his grip on Izuku and stepped back. The moment Toya let go, Izuku's suppressed killing intent surged forth, enveloping him in a cold purple aura. Blood dripped from his tightly clenched fists as he struck the ground, creating a large crack. Toya grew concerned, having never seen Izuku this angry since the High Org incident. He urged Izuku to calm down, but his words seemed to have no effect. Toya feared that if Izuku's anger continued to escalate, it could lead to disaster during the tournament. In a moment of desperation, Toya grabbed Izuku's shoulder and shook him firmly, urging him to regain control. Slowly, the killing aura surrounding Izuku began to dissipate, and his breathing steadied. Once Izuku seemed more composed, Toya asked if he was feeling better. Izuku responded that he was a little calmer, beginning to stand up as his condition stabilized. Toya felt a mix of sympathy and anger toward Izuku's family, realizing the depth of the turmoil his friend was experiencing. His sympathies for them made monsters like his enemies and those who deserted him. They decided to return before anyone started looking for them. Izuku and Toya made their way back to the stadium, where they found Aikiru already searching for them. As soon as he spotted them, he approached quickly, concern evident in his demeanor. He asked where they had been, noting that the event was about to start and they had been wandering off. Toya apologized, mentioning they had some matters to attend to. Aikiru narrowed his eyes at Toya's response instead of Izuku's, then glanced at Izuku, who had remained silent. It was unusual for him to be so quiet, but given the circumstances, Aikiru let it slide and hurried them to the meeting room. Inside the meeting room, a crowd had gathered, and all eyes turned toward Izuku's group. Competition was palpable, especially from a hero known as Mirko, who regarded them with keen interest, as if they were intriguing prey. Mirko had heard rumors about the hunters, particularly the Dawn Guild, which was ranked at the top. She was eager to see the strength of the Guild Master and Vice Guild Master, often featured in the news. Upon seeing them in person, her expectations were confirmed. They were indeed strong, especially the two young men. Her gaze fell on the two individuals standing behind Aikiru. Despite their dark expressions upon entering the room, the auras they projected were remarkable. The Vice Guild Master, in particular, had a presence so subtle that one might overlook him if they weren't paying attention. Even Edge Shot, a hero known for his stealth, was taken aback by how understated Izuku's presence was. As Izuku's group entered the room and took their seats, they were not the last to arrive. The door swung open once more, and a large figure, engulfed in flames, stepped inside. Endeavor entered, exuding an intimidating aura with just his gaze. The others acknowledged his presence but remained largely unresponsive. However, one of the hunters directed a fierce glare at him. Toya glared at Endeavor, a hint of tension radiating from him, but Izuku's hand on his shoulder restrained him, silently urging him to remain calm. Some of Endeavor's acquaintances greeted him casually, particularly Hawks, who acknowledged him with a friendly nod. After exchanging pleasantries, Endeavor felt the weight of icy stares directed at him. He turned to find the source of the gaze and was taken aback to see a familiar face. The young man before him had white hair and eyes that mirrored his own. The youthful face he remembered had matured into that of an adult, marked by cold eyes and a crooked smile. Endeavor was momentarily frozen, struggling to breathe as he recognized his son, whom he had believed to be dead. Toya, witnessing this, couldn't hide his satisfaction. Unlike others, Endeavor immediately recognized his son's face, despite believing him to be long gone. Endeavor weakly uttered Toya's name, still in disbelief that his son was alive and standing before him as a hunter. While Endeavor was lost in thought, a voice echoed in his mind, surprising him. It was Toya's voice, declaring that it had been a long time since they last met. Endeavor glanced at Toya, astonished, as he had never known his son possessed telepathic abilities in addition to his fire quirk. Toya continued, teasing that there were more surprises to come and expressing his anticipation for their confrontation in the arena. Endeavor's eyes widened at the declaration of war from his son after such a long absence. Hawks, noticing Endeavor's silence, approached him with concern, asking if he was all right. Endeavor snapped back to reality at Hawks' voice, realizing he had been staring at Toya. Hawks followed Endeavor's gaze to the white-haired man, slightly older than himself, who was still smiling in a way that seemed distorted. He recalled that Toya was a member of the Dawn Guild and had recently achieved S-rank status. Before Hawks could ponder further, the door opened again, and several men in suits entered the room. Leading them was a beige-haired man with tired eyes and slightly disheveled hair. He stepped forward to the podium, followed by the others who stood behind him. He introduced himself as Mara Yakumaru from the Heroic Public Safety Commission and expressed his fatigue, humorously wishing for sleep. The audience was taken aback by his candidness, but he continued with the agenda, thanking everyone for their attendance. He explained that each hero and hunter would be drawn to determine who would fight whom in the battle arena. The draw would take place in the arena, and he invited any questions before proceeding. Despite Mara's casual demeanor, the participants were satisfied with the clarity of his explanation. Soon after, they were ushered into the arena, where cheers erupted from the crowd. It seemed the event had officially begun, with the master of ceremonies preparing to announce the names of the participants. As the host began calling out names, Mara turned back to the participants, instructing them to enter according to the names announced. The first name called was that of the hunter's side, the Arashir Guild Master, the wind sorcerer Tatsumi Fujishima, prompting another round of cheers from the audience. Tatsumi stepped forward toward the arena, waving at the audience. The host announced the next participant, Yumiko Aoi, the beautiful archer hunter and guild master of the Moonlight Guild. Unlike Tatsumi, Yumiko walked with a straight face, seemingly uninterested, ignoring the cheers from the men in the crowd. Next, the host introduced Ikiru Hiroto, the guild master of the number 1 guild in all of Japan, Dawn Guild. Ikiru entered the arena with a warm smile, concealing his tension. The atmosphere shifted as the youngest participant, Izuku, vice guild master of the Dawn Guild, made his entrance. Whispers filled the air as spectators noticed the teenager walking in. Though taller than most his age, Izuku appeared like a recent high school graduate. Amidst the murmurs, a few young girls screamed his name, but Izuku remained focused, walking to stand beside Ikiru. To ease the awkward atmosphere, the host called the next participant, Todoroki Toya, who had recently achieved S rank and was also part of the number 1 guild. As he entered, the crowd gasped at the white-haired youth, who radiated a chilling presence. He stood beside Izuku, who felt the tension and whispered to him to lower his killing intent, noting the drop in temperature. Toya simply responded with a dismissive remark. While the two exchanged words, the host continued announcing the other participants. One by one, the names of the heroes were called, starting with Mirko, the rabbit hero, followed by Edgeshot, the ninja hero, Hawks, the wing hero, and Endeavor, the number 2 fire hero. Each name was met with cheers from their fans, but the excitement peaked when the host announced the symbol of peace. The crowd erupted as All Might entered the arena, his signature smile and laughter igniting the audience's enthusiasm. After acknowledging the crowd, the host prepared for the lottery to determine the matchups. A large screen displayed a blank list, and 2 boxes containing numbers awaited the participants. As instructed, each participant drew a number, revealing the matchups: Edgeshot vs Tatsumi Fujishima, Mirko vs Yumiko Aoi, Hawks vs Ikiru Hiroto, Endeavor vs Todoroki Toya, and lastly, All Might vs Izuku. While some might view it as bad luck to face the top heroes, the 2 boys welcomed the challenge, determined to confront their fathers and settle old scores. With a cold determination in their eyes, they stared at the match list, resolved to make those who had caused them pain pay for their actions. The Dagoba National Stadium buzzed with excitement as spectators gathered to witness the highly anticipated matches. Cheers echoed throughout the venue as the host opened the event with enthusiasm, asking if everyone was ready to watch. The crowd responded with fervent cheers, filling the stadium with energy. The host announced the first match, calling forth the ninja hero, Edgeshot. Calmly, Edgeshot walked onto the stage. Next, the host introduced Tatsumi Fujishima, the guild master of the Arashir Guild and a wind mage. Tatsumi stepped onto the stage, greeted by cheers from the audience, clad in his wizard robes and equipped with items to enhance his mana. With both contestants present, the host explained the rules. Each opponent would fight in an arena determined by a draw, and the match would end if one party could not continue or chose to surrender. The participants nodded in understanding. It was time to determine the battle arena. The screen behind the host displayed various arena types, from forests to rocky hills, waters, mountains, and cities. The roulette spun, and soon the results appeared, revealing a rocky hill as the chosen arena. Tatsumi smiled at the sight, while Edgeshot sighed, knowing the open space favored Tatsumi's area of effect attacks. After contemplating their strategies, Tatsumi and Edgeshot faced each other and shook hands, agreeing to a fair fight. They moved to the designated arena, standing 10 meters apart on the hilltop, their figures displayed on the monitor for the audience to see. The host began the countdown, and both contestants assumed their fighting stances. Edgeshot prepared to launch his attack, while Tatsumi readied his first spell. As the match commenced, Edgeshot lunged forward, aiming for a precise strike that would incapacitate Tatsumi without causing serious harm. He called out his technique, but just as his attack neared its target, a wall of wind formed around Tatsumi, deflecting the blow. Edge Shot quickly retreated to reassess. The wind barrier dissipated, revealing Tatsumi surrounded by a swirling vortex. He unleashed his spell, launching a wind spear toward Edge Shot, who braced himself for the incoming attack. Edge Shot barely managed to avoid the attack due to its incredible speed. He recognized this as the ability of a hunter. He launched another attack, but his movement was halted again as a gust of wind grazed his skin. Tatsumi had activated his next spell, causing the mana around him to swirl and create wind blades sharp enough to cut. Edge Shot struggled to predict the wind's movement, as he was unable to sense mana. He flattened and twisted his body like a pointed string to evade the wind blades and propelled himself into the air toward Tatsumi. Tatsumi noticed this and prepared for his next spell. As he completed the incantation, 5 massive tornadoes began to surround him, unleashing a powerful wind that nearly swept the spectators off their feet. The audience and host were left in awe of the abilities displayed by an S-rank hunter. The sight of 5 enormous tornadoes swirling in the center of the arena resembled a brewing storm. The host commented on the extraordinary display, noting that they were witnessing the true power of one of Japan's S-rank hunters as Tatsumi conjured a storm in the arena. The rocks caught in Tatsumi's tornadoes began to erode and crumble. His attack was relentless, designed to take down A-class monsters and above. Edge Shot found himself cornered, his body now as thin as a thread, making him vulnerable to the fierce winds. Realizing he could no longer continue the match, he surrendered. Tatsumi deactivated his ability, controlling the wind to allow Edge Shot to land safely. As soon as Edge Shot touched the ground, he gasped, feeling as if he had just ridden a roller coaster without safety restraints. Tatsumi approached him and offered a hand to help him up, apologizing for going a bit overboard with his skill. Edge Shot accepted the hand, acknowledging the match as both an honor and a valuable lesson. The audience erupted in applause and cheers, and the presenter praised the thrilling match. After the 2 contestants exited the arena, the host continued the event, announcing the next participants. She called out the name of the next contestant from the hero's side, the hero rabbit, Mirko. Cheers erupted as Mirko entered the arena, a big grin on her face, eager for the upcoming match. From the hunter side, the host introduced Yumiko Aoi, the guild master of the Moonlight Guild. Yumiko walked in with a cold expression, ignoring the cheers from the surrounding men, carrying a specially made bow. She faced Mirko, who regarded her with a challenging gaze. Yumiko felt slightly offended by the look but managed to return it with a smile. Mirko noted Yumiko's long-range attack style and expressed her anticipation for the match, mentioning her expectation to face the guild master of the Dawn Guild instead. Yumiko, slightly irritated, asserted her status as an S-rank hunter. Mirko laughed at the challenge, finding it interesting. The arena for the second match was set in a forest area, ideal for both contestants. Mirko, with her rabbit quirk, thrived in this environment, which was also familiar to Yumiko. As they prepared, the host initiated the countdown. 3, 2, 1, game start. Mirko charged toward Yumiko, using her keen hearing to locate her opponent while utilizing her speed and agility. Yumiko maintained a safe distance, watching Mirko's movements and suppressing her presence. She readied arrows made of mana, prepared to shoot. Arrows flew through the air, targeting Mirko's feet. Sensing the incoming attack, Mirko jumped aside, narrowly avoiding the arrow that struck the ground, shattering rocks and trees and leaving a small crater. Feeling the thrill of danger, Mirko's adrenaline surged, and a smile returned to her face as she reveled in the excitement. More arrows pursued her, and Mirko dodged again, only to find the arrows adjusting their trajectory. She kicked one arrow, causing it to disintegrate into a beam of light. As more arrows targeted her, she continued to evade, creating a scene reminiscent of a hunt. While on the move, Mirko analyzed Yumiko's arrow patterns, relying on her instincts to pinpoint her opponent's location. She rushed toward Yumiko to deliver a counterattack, but Yumiko anticipated this and swiftly moved away. Following the faint sounds of Yumiko's movements, Mirko pursued her through the underbrush until she finally spotted her fleeing figure. With determination, Mirko leaped from the bushes, preparing for an attack. Yumiko, ready with an arrow glowing with intense blue light, released it just as Mirko approached. The arrow struck Mirko's leg, but she pressed on, undeterred. With a powerful slam of her foot, Mirko unleashed a shockwave that sent dust flying, but Yumiko had already evaded the attack. Mirko, frustrated by the miss, could still hear the slightest movement from her opponent. She called out, urging Yumiko to stop hiding and face her directly, but Yumiko remained unfazed by the provocation. Instead, she realized how Mirko had found her, judging by how her ears twitched every time she moved. In response, Yumiko infused mana into her voice, making it reverberate throughout the air. She addressed Mirko, acknowledging her tracking ability through sound. Mirko was momentarily surprised by the sudden sound that echoed around her. She looked around, trying to locate its source, but the echo made it difficult to pinpoint the direction. The continuous attacks from all sides only added to her challenge. Gradually, wounds began to accumulate on her body, and blood flowed from them. Yet, the smile never left Mirko's face. The intensity of the battle only fueled her spirit further. She questioned Yumiko about her voice, curious if it was a quirk. Yumiko clarified that she did not possess any quirk. Mirko was taken aback to learn that her opponent was quirkless, but the power behind Yumiko's attacks suggested otherwise, piquing her curiosity. Yumiko acknowledged the truth in Mirko's words, realizing that the media had discussed this topic. Mirko pressed her for an explanation of Yumiko's power, suggesting it might be mana. Yumiko fell silent, knowing that Mirko was correct. Mirko urged Yumiko to reconsider her course of action, warning her that continuing would lead to dire consequences. Yumiko, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of arrows, determined to end the match swiftly. Mirko laughed at the suggestion of giving up, declaring her resilience and commitment to her training. Yumiko intensified her assault with enhanced magic arrows, while Mirko skillfully evaded and destroyed them. Just when it seemed victory was within Yumiko's grasp, Mirko predicted her location and launched herself forward with incredible speed, executing a powerful leap. Yumiko was startled as Mirko, covered in blood, emerged from the trees. Mirko followed up with a series of rapid kicks, knocking Yumiko down. With her opponent on the ground, Mirko struggled to remain standing, her consciousness fading from blood loss. Despite this, she felt a sense of satisfaction from the fierce battle. The second match concluded with Mirko's victory, though both contestants ultimately fell unconscious. After confirming that both were receiving treatment, the competition resumed. The next match featured hero number 3 against Japan's number 1 guild master, Aikiru. Hawks, known for his speed, faced Aikiru, recognized for his defensive prowess. As they approached the arena, Aikiru extended a hand to Hawks, wearing his usual friendly smile. Hawks accepted the handshake, feeling slightly awkward as Aikiru appeared more normal than the other competitors he had encountered. The battle commenced, showcasing a clash between speed and defense. Hawks utilized his agility and wing feathers to launch attacks at Aikiru's defenses, but none could penetrate the guild master's formidable barriers. Their fight reached a stalemate until Aikiru drew his sword and countered. Light enveloped Aikiru's sword, and with a single swing, the impact shattered the ground. The audience gasped at the display of power. Shortly after, the match concluded with Aikiru's victory, as Hawks chose to concede rather than risk injury from further attacks. The unexpected outcome left spectators in shock, while Hawks simply stated he preferred to avoid unnecessary damage. Following the match, a brief intermission allowed participants and spectators to relax in the stadium area. During this time, Izuku received an unexpected visit from an acquaintance. While waiting, he pondered the upcoming fights when someone called his name. A staff member informed him that an old man in a hero costume was waiting to see him outside. Recognizing the visitor's identity, Izuku stepped outside to find Gran Torino, who had come to check on him during halftime. Concerned for Izuku after witnessing his performance, especially with the impending match against All Might, Gran Torino approached him with a serious expression. Izuku acknowledged Gran Torino's presence, and the elder hero noted the boy's troubled demeanor. Izuku admitted that his worries were evident. Gran Torino encouraged him not to overthink the situation, advising him to simply do what was necessary in the upcoming match, as long as it didn't result in serious harm. Izuku, still surprised by the encounter, responded reflexively, feeling slightly reassured by Gran Torino's words. After their conversation, Gran Torino left the waiting area to return to his seat. On his way, he encountered All Might, who had just finished meeting with his family. All Might greeted him warmly, albeit with a hint of surprise. There was a hint of displeasure in Gran Torino's eyes as he saw All Might. He subconsciously clicked his tongue while looking at him. All Might questioned whether he was not welcome, but Gran Torino's response was curt, indicating he was there to meet someone else. When All Might inquired if he had upset Gran Torino, the older hero responded with a swift kick to All Might's face, leaving a mark. All Might was taken aback by the sudden attack and noticed the annoyance still etched on Gran Torino's face. Gran Torino then remarked that All Might should figure out his mistake himself before turning to leave, adding a parting comment wishing him luck in the upcoming match, suggesting he should hope for his safety. Those words left All Might feeling confused. Initially unconcerned about the match, he found himself slightly worried after hearing Gran Torino's ominous farewell. After accompanying Gran Torino, Izuku happened to meet Fuyumi, who was also on her way to visit her brother. Upon seeing Izuku, she greeted him warmly and asked if he was there to see Toya. Izuku confirmed that Toya was inside but cautioned her that he had been wearing a rather grim expression. Fuyumi smiled at Izuku's joke, aware of the close bond they shared, but she also recognized the truth behind his words regarding Toya's mood. Fuyumi decided to enter the room, where she found Toya sitting pensively, his expression matching Izuku's description. She called out to him, and upon recognizing her voice, Toya was surprised to see her. Fuyumi explained that she had come to check on him before his match. A small smile appeared on Toya's lips, momentarily dispelling the dark thoughts he had been harboring. When she expressed her concern, Toya reassured her that he would do his best. However, his playful tone was overshadowed by an unsettling intensity in his eyes, which Fuyumi couldn't ignore. She noted the similarity in their joking styles, realizing that their shared experiences had shaped their humor. As they continued their conversation, an officer entered to announce that halftime was almost over. Fuyumi took her leave, reminding Toya not to go too hard during the match. He promised to try his best. As the match resumed, the spectator benches filled up again, and cheers erupted throughout the arena. The audience was eager for the showdown between the number 2 hero and the number 1 hero. The announcer's voice boomed, introducing Endeavor, who entered the arena engulfed in flames, exuding an intimidating presence. Next, the announcer introduced Toya, the newest S-rank hunter, who walked in wearing a black coat and a peculiar smile that cast a shadow over the atmosphere. Endeavor's narrowed gaze fixed on his opponent, grappling with the shocking realization that his son, whom he thought was dead, was alive and had become a hunter. Toya greeted Endeavor with a casual remark about their weight, while Endeavor questioned him about the events since the fire at Sokoto Peak. Toya suggested they save the questions for later, emphasizing that they were there to fight. The arena, previously cleared from the first match, was set for their confrontation. As the countdown began, Toya smiled at Endeavor, inviting him to engage in a fierce battle. When the match started, blue flames swirled around Toya as he launched an attack at Endeavor. The flames engulfed Endeavor but were quickly extinguished by his own fire. Endeavor retaliated with a fiery punch, but Toya deftly dodged and countered with a flame spear. Although Endeavor managed to evade most of the attack, one of Toya's spears struck him, leaving a burn mark. Endeavor had long known that his son's flames were hotter than his own, but the intensity of Toya's fire surprised him. To the spectators, the clash between the two heroes was a spectacle of heat and power, with their attacks melting the arena's rocks. The battle raged on, each hero unleashing their signature techniques. Toya attacked relentlessly, transforming the area into a sea of flames, while Endeavor countered with ranged fire arrows. Toya's smile suggested he was underestimating his opponent, but the intensity of their duel was undeniable. He lightly waved his hand, creating a fire barrier that neutralized Endeavor's attacks. Toya's flame shield extinguished, revealing numerous hot blue flame arrows lined up around him, their destructive power matching that of the arrows Endeavor had just launched. Without hesitation, Toya unleashed a barrage of fire arrows, knocking Endeavor to the ground. Despite his fall, Endeavor struggled to shield himself from Toya's relentless fire attacks. As the flames dissipated, Endeavor fell to his knees before his son, his body marked with bruises and burns, the flames that should have protected him fading away, indicating he was overheated. Toya approached the figure he despised, a satisfied smile on his face. He had long envisioned this moment, the day he would confront his father, whom he had always viewed as a failure, now brought to his knees. Toya taunted Endeavor, questioning how it felt to be defeated by what he considered a failure. Endeavor, in disbelief, stared at Toya, who had re-emerged with unimaginable power. The emotions swirling within Endeavor rendered him unable to move. Toya continued, expressing disappointment in Endeavor's state and demanding him to stand, insisting he wasn't finished yet. As several fireballs formed behind Toya, they launched toward Endeavor, forcing him to evade. Toya's relentless onslaught continued, as if he intended to eliminate his father. The audience watched in shock, unable to believe that the hero they thought was the strongest fire user was being overpowered by another flame wielder. The screen displayed Toya, smiling as he unleashed his attacks, resembling a villain overpowering a hero. In the stands, Izuku could only shake his head, recalling his best friend's earlier words, hoping Toya wouldn't go too far. Flames blazed in the mountain arena of the Dagoba Stadium, part of which had been transformed into molten lava. In the center of the heat stood the son and father, confronting their conflict. Toya observed his father, who knelt with a body covered in burns, light smoke rising from Endeavor as he struggled to move. Though Toya bore some burns, they were not as severe, thanks to an item Izuku had given him. During their previous match, Toya had relentlessly attacked Endeavor using lethal magic spells. After overpowering Endeavor, Toya couldn't hide his satisfaction. He proposed they talk now, but Endeavor, struggling to look at his son, asked why he was doing this. Toya replied simply that it was because he hated him. Endeavor inquired about what had happened to Toya, who responded that many things had changed, and he had been given another chance at life. Toya's words struck a nerve, causing Endeavor to bite his lip in frustration. Toya then asked how it felt to be defeated by someone he considered a failure. Endeavor, both physically and mentally broken, could not respond. Sensing the moment was right, Toya decided to end their battle. Blue flames ignited in his right hand, hotter than before, as he prepared to imitate one of Endeavor's signature techniques. As Toya's fist flew toward Endeavor, a voice called out to him from the bleachers. Fuyumi, watching anxiously, shouted for him to stop, hoping to prevent him from harming their father. Miraculously, her voice reached Toya, prompting him to redirect his punch to the ground. The impact shattered the floor, leaving a large crack. Toya slowly raised his hand from the debris and locked eyes with Endeavor, who stared back in shock. Toya declared a crucial difference between them. He had not turned away from his family or their pain, especially Fuyumi and their mother. He urged Endeavor to enjoy his time as a hero while watching his family thrive without him, bidding him farewell. Toya walked past the unconscious Endeavor, and the host announced his victory, leaving the audience in stunned silence. As the winner, Toya exited the arena with a satisfied smile. In the hall, he encountered Izuku, who was also heading to the arena. Izuku remarked that Toya seemed to be enjoying himself, to which Toya replied that he hoped Izuku would too. Izuku expressed uncertainty about his own enjoyment, but Toya encouraged him to give his opponent the beating he deserved. With that, Toya left Izuku behind, who continued to watch the field. His eyes were fixed on the opposite side. Not long after, the host announced the continuation of the match. The excitement in the arena surged as the symbol of peace entered. All Might greeted the crowd with a big smile, laughing and waving in response to their cheers. Next, the host introduced the opponent from the hunter's side, the youngest S-rank hunter and vice guild master of Dawn, Izuku. The cheers were less enthusiastic than for All Might, but they still echoed through the arena. Izuku walked into the arena wearing the hood of his robe, which added to his gloomy presence. While the audience might not have noticed, All Might could sense the danger emanating from the young man before him. The cold aura surrounding Izuku was enough to send a shiver down All Might's spine. The two participants stood facing each other. Izuku lowered the hood of his robe, revealing black hair and abyss blue eyes hidden beneath. The screen behind them began to rotate, indicating the battle arena. As they waited, Izuku stared at All Might with cold eyes. He surprised All Might by speaking up. All Might responded, clarifying that he had no son, only a daughter named Izumi. A hint of a dangerous aura leaked from Izuku as a strange smile formed on his face. He mentioned hearing that All Might had a son with the same name as him. All Might's expression changed instantly, his smile vanishing as an intimidating glare focused on Izuku. Izuku dismissed the question of where he had heard that information, stating that they had a match to finish. The screen displayed the location for their fight, set in the city area previously used by Aikuru. As they took their positions in the arena, All Might's hostility remained palpable. The countdown began, and All Might glared at Izuku, asking how he knew about his son. Izuku simply smiled, suggesting that All Might should find out for himself. Before All Might could respond, the host announced the start of the match. The moment the match began, Izuku vanished from his spot and reappeared behind All Might, holding two dark daggers. A powerful intent radiated from him as he aimed a slash at All Might's neck. Sensing the danger, All Might dodged just in time, realizing that Izuku had already taken a threatening position, wielding the daggers with a menacing energy. All Might acknowledged the danger of Izuku's weapons, questioning how much blood had soaked them to emit such a terrifying aura. Ignoring the question, Izuku lunged again, this time targeting All Might's heart. All Might was taken aback by Izuku's speed and precision, feeling as though he was facing a professional assassin. He countered with a punch, but Izuku parried the blow with one of his daggers, surprising All Might once more. Izuku remarked on All Might's strength, acknowledging the difficulty of blocking his attack. All Might, while impressed, felt a growing concern over Izuku's knowledge of his missing son. He planned to immobilize Izuku to extract information. Determined, All Might declared that it was time to stop playing and demanded answers. Despite the threat, Izuku remained calm, showing no change in his expression as All Might attacked with full force. Their movements were so swift and powerful that the audience could hardly keep up, with only a few individuals able to follow their speed. As the fight progressed, All Might intensified his attacks, managing to knock Izuku to the ground, creating a loud crack on the road and causing damage to nearby buildings. However, All Might's expression remained tense, as Izuku showed no signs of injury. Slowly, Izuku rose, and the air around him began to shift, his eyes glowing purple. Izuku declared that it was time to stop playing around. Shadows began to scatter around him, and the atmosphere grew colder. Figures began to rise from his shadow knights, giant bears, dark elves, and even a humanoid ant monster. Each shadow soldier emitted a thirst for battle, their eyes radiating a fierce intent. The hidden anger within Izuku was reflected in the eyes of his summoned soldiers. With a command to finish All Might, the shadow soldiers advanced toward him. All Might understood the danger they posed, each one was intent on his defeat, with the ant monster radiating the most intense hatred. The battle was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. Baru was born from the hatred left by the queen, whose only aim was destruction. He rarely managed to conceal his ferocity. Even now, he relentlessly targeted All Might's vital points, intent on bringing him down. Alongside Bar, Tusk's magic, Igra's sword, Baruka's dagger, and Tank's claw all joined in the assault, never relenting in their attempts to defeat All Might. Meanwhile, Izuku stood by, observing All Might as he struggled against the onslaught of his soldiers. He understood their intent was to eliminate All Might, yet he had no desire to intervene. Facing 5 enemies at once was overwhelming, even for All Might. Each adversary possessed strength nearly equal to their master, and they continued to heal themselves no matter how much damage he inflicted. All Might thought to himself that it felt like battling an army of immortals. Their regeneration was truly bothersome, and he wondered about the ant-like figure before him, questioning its intent to kill him. Realizing there was no way to stop them, All Might turned his gaze toward Izuku, who was watching intently. He deduced that if he could defeat their master, the summoned beasts would vanish. With this assumption, All Might broke through the encirclement of shadow soldiers, disregarding the wounds inflicted by their attacks. He prepared to strike, but once again, Izuku blocked his fist. Izuku's shadow summoned a trident that created distance between them. All Might stepped back, but when he looked again, Izuku had vanished, leaving only a shadowy figure with a snake-like form glaring at him. All Might sensed no presence, as if Izuku had never been there. In his confusion, a sharp sensation grazed his neck. All Might swiftly dodged an invisible attack aimed at him, feeling the sting of a fresh wound as blood trickled down. He thought to himself that if he let his guard down even slightly, he could lose his head. When he glanced back, he was startled to see Izuku's figure slowly reappearing. Izuku remarked on All Might's dodging skills, teasing him about how close he had come to being struck. All Might responded internally, noting that Izuku's tone was villainous. Izuku countered, playfully denying the label of villain and claiming to be quirkless, which shocked All Might. He couldn't fathom how someone without a quirk could possess such power. All Might recalled that hunters gained their abilities through dungeon trials, which explained Izuku's strength. However, the fact that he was quirkless reminded All Might of someone, a child resembling his wife, sharing the same name as the boy before him. As realization struck, All Might felt as if lightning had struck his mind. The image of the child he had forgotten overlapped with Izuku's current appearance. Despite the differences in hair color and more mature features, there was no doubt in his mind. Izuku confirmed All Might's suspicions, greeting him as father. All Might's expression shifted drastically, his usual smile replaced by a blank stare. He struggled to process Izuku's words, taken aback by the revelation. Izuku smiled at All Might's reaction, noting the absence of the hero's trademark grin. Once, he had admired All Might's unwavering positivity, but over time, he had grown to resent that smile. Whenever their eyes met, All Might's smile faded, replaced by a somber expression that seemed to deny Izuku's existence. When Izuku had disappeared, his family believed he was dead, as there was no trace of him. They quickly gave up searching, using it as an excuse to evade their responsibilities. No one took his disappearance seriously, concluding that he would return on his own. But the truth was that he never came back, and over time, he faded from their memories. Now, the child they thought was lost stood before All Might, brandishing a dagger and wielding power that surpassed his own. All Might struggled to accept that this child could be alive. He continued to deny the possibility, questioning how Izuku could be the same child. Izuku challenged him, suggesting they could conduct a DNA test if needed. All Might remained in disbelief, insisting it was impossible. As the tension grew, Izuku pressed All Might to consider Gran Torino's warning. All Might's eyes narrowed, realizing that Izuku must have overheard his conversation with Gran Torino. The truth was now evident before him. He questioned why Izuku had not returned. Izuku responded that there was no place for him if he went back. All Might was perplexed, aware that he had often ignored Izuku, but he couldn't understand why that would lead him to leave. Izuku pointed out that All Might was not the only one to blame. He urged All Might to ask his beloved wife and daughter about their actions toward him. Just so you know, your daughter often beats me when we are in school. No way, Izumi would never do such a thing. Are you saying this because you don't know? All right, that's fine, I'll just show you what she's done to me. Right after he said that, invisible energy grabbed All Might's body and lifted him into the air. He struggled to break free from the clutches and looked back at Izuku, who had the same hand gesture as if he were the one lifting him. This surprised All Might once again, reminding him of a certain man. Does he also have telekinesis? It's almost similar to that man. Izuku was still looking at All Might with cold eyes. He then summoned one of his shadows, who possessed a powerful magic spell among his soldiers. Tusk. Listening to his master's orders, Tusk activated his reinforced fire spell with a ball in his hand. Tusk activation skill, Hymn of Fire Dragon. Flames began to gather in front of Tusk, and he fired a huge beam of fire toward All Might. Seeing the massive beam of fire heading toward him, All Might immediately placed his hands in front to shield himself from the impending explosion. The fire tusk shot was so large that the audience could see the column of flames without needing to go through the screen. When the fire subsided, All Might's figure was revealed, covered in burn marks. Izuku then dropped All Might to the ground. However, as expected of the number 1 hero, it was difficult to take him down with just such attacks. He remained standing despite being badly injured. With his body trembling, he tried to look at Izuku. Izuku still had those abyssal blue eyes gazing at him, but now within those depths, the hatred he had hidden for a long time was slowly revealing itself. All Might realize this, which made him ponder what could have turned this quiet boy into someone so filled with rage. He searched through his memories of the boy but found none. Izuku Yagi's presence had long since faded from his family's memory. All that remained was the name he once had. All Might wondered if he had ever said the boy's name. No matter how many times he searched his memories, he could never find it. He realized that he had always overlooked the boy, but he had a reason for that. Izuku. Son, I'm sorry for what I did to you, but it all has a reason. Reason? You mean the fact that you have no quirk and have a son with the same fate as you, which makes you ashamed? All Might's eyes widened when he heard what Izuku said. He didn't expect Izuku to know about this, a fact he had hidden even from his own family. How did you? But I happen to know about it. After all, if you think about it, isn't the answer obvious? Don't children inherit their parents' quirks? I was just assuming, and after seeing your reaction, it seems my guess was right. All Might tensed again, realizing he had lost his composure in front of his opponent. He quickly regained his composure and looked at the child once more. Listen, I know you're suffering because of it, but the reason I'm avoiding you. What? Are you going to say something like, protect me? Better not say that, it makes me cringe to hear it. All Might fell silent as Izuku interrupted him. He reflected on what he had done to the poor child. Every time he saw that child, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Upon learning that the boy didn't have a quirk like himself, he was shocked. He had hoped that his 2 children would not share the same fate as him, but one of them had. Because of that, every time All Might saw his son's face, guilt haunted him. He immediately avoided him as soon as their eyes met. He didn't realize when that guilt began to transform into something that made him reject the existence of Izuku, a child who was a reflection of his past. Since learning that fact, All Might busied himself with his work. He also turned his attention to his daughter, who had a powerful quirk like his wife. All Might feared that if little Izuku dreamed of becoming a hero, he could be harmed by an unexpected incident or a villain he encountered without the ability to defend himself. Back then, he was so afraid of losing his son that he turned a blind eye and kept him away from things related to his work as a hero. He hoped that this way, his son would be safe, but contrary to his hopes, lonely little Izuku began searching for ways to relieve his loneliness. During that time, he accidentally found a video of his father saving many people while laughing. Izuku, who grew up looking at his father, couldn't help but admire him, seeing him as a hero from a comic book. From then on, he became determined to be a hero like his father. He worked hard on his studies and training, trying to gain his parents' attention. But his efforts ended in vain when his parents looked at him coldly. That, of course, broke young Izuku. Coupled with the pressure he faced from his younger siblings and the children around him, it was a miracle that he didn't turn into a villain. After sinking into his reflections, All Might looked back at Izuku. The anger was evident as both of his eyes glowed purple, and a dark purple aura swirled around them. He knew his mistake wouldn't be fixed with just an apology. It was clear the boy would never forgive him. But even so, he felt he had to do it. It didn't matter if the boy accepted it or not, at least he had said it. Izuku, I know you hate me, and I don't blame you for that. But at least allow me to apologize for what I did. It's fine if you don't accept it, but please forgive me. Hearing All Might's apology, Izuku's anger exploded. A purple aura erupted from his body, causing the temperature around him to drop dramatically. Thanks to his anger, which surged instantly, the skills he had not used for a long time experienced a sudden level increase. A thick, intense aura emanated from him. Instantly, the entire stadium could feel the chilling atmosphere. The people who felt it experienced goosebumps. Even the heroes and hunters present were shocked by the terrifying mana explosion and overwhelming bloodlust. All Might was taken aback by the intensity of Izuku's killing intent, prompting him to ponder what the boy had endured to harbor such a formidable bloodlust. Suddenly, several daggers materialized behind Izuku, weapons that had claimed many monster lives now aimed at the number 1 hero. Consumed by anger, Izuku charged toward All Might, who seemed resigned to his fate, believing that perhaps his death could relieve the child's pain. All Might closed his eyes, preparing to accept his end. However, the expected pain did not come. He opened his eyes to find Izuku's dagger mere millimeters from his face, while Izuku's gaze was fixed elsewhere. Confused, All Might followed Izuku's line of sight to the VIP audience seats, where he saw Izuku's friends standing, black smoke slowly dissipating around him. Just before Izuku attacked All Might, Toya, who had been observing their fight, smiled briefly and turned to face his shadow. His actions puzzled the family watching him. Toya ignored Fuyumi's question and directed his mana toward his shadow, causing the shadow soldier Izuku had placed there to react. From Toya's shadow emerged a shadow knight, exuding a terrifying aura reminiscent of what they had felt earlier. The surrounding people were shocked too. See a figure they recognized from the arena standing among them, having just stepped out of their brother's shadow. Fuyumi asked if Toya possessed the same ability as Izuku, to which Toya replied that the knight belonged to Izuku. He explained that Izuku had secretly placed his soldiers in their shadows for protection, adding that they too had one lurking in their shadows. Upon hearing this, they reflexively looked down, but no matter how many times they checked, nothing appeared. They turned back to Toya, who calmly observed the situation. As the figure fully materialized, he swiftly grabbed it by the neck, channeling mana into his hand to burn the shadow's body until it vanished. Toya explained that he was merely sending a warning to Izuku before he did something reckless. Feeling his shadow being crushed, Izuku halted his attack and turned to Toya, sensing the loss of his mana. He realized that his best friend had just destroyed one of the shadows he had placed. Toya sent a telepathic message, urging him to stop. Hearing Toya's words snapped Izuku back to reality. Once he regained his senses, he lowered all his weapons and returned them to his inventory, sighing before looking back at his opponent, who was equally bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Izuku expressed his frustration, stating that he had almost lost control because of All Might. After that, Izuku suppressed the mana he had released and summoned all of his soldiers back, raising both hands in surrender. His unexpected declaration sent the entire stadium into an uproar. The audience had anticipated Izuku's defeat, but as the match progressed, some began to believe he might win. The outcome, however, exceeded everyone's expectations. All Might, who had thought his death was imminent, was taken aback by Izuku's sudden surrender. After the MC announced his victory, Izuku turned to leave the arena. Just before exiting, he glanced back at All Might, expressing that he had once admired him as a great hero who saved many people. However, he pointed out that All Might had failed to save his own child and questioned his right to call himself a hero, declaring that he did not deserve the title of Symbol of Peace. Izuku faced forward again, unsure how much longer he could contain his anger if he continued to see the face of the person he despised. He bid farewell to the #1 hero, hoping All Might would reflect on their reunion. As he walked away from the arena, many spectators cheered for All Might's victory, pleased that their admired hero had defended his title as the strongest. Contrary to the crowd's cheers, Izuku's words struck deep within All Might. Though he had won the match, he felt utterly broken inside, all thanks to a child he had long forgotten. After the match ended, Izuku left the arena without looking back, while All Might remained frozen in place, staring blankly at him. The shock of facing death so closely left him unable to move. He felt a mix of relief and shame at having survived. The weight of Izuku's words left a profound mark on All Might, shattering his pride as a symbol of peace. He was a hero capable of saving many with a smile, yet he had failed to protect the person closest to him, allowing the child to experience the world's bitterness at a young age. Shock, anger, and disappointment surged within him. He was frustrated and angry at his inability to recognize the child's suffering, blinded by his own ego. As he remained stationary, several officers approached him, initially concerned that he was injured. They fell silent upon seeing the dark expression on All Might's face. A face he had never made in front of others, an expression as if he was broken. Despite that, the officers tried to remain professional. They ignored what they had just seen and helped All Might to the infirmary for treatment. Inside the infirmary room, Inko and Izumi rushed to All Might, who was receiving care. When they saw his condition, they were taken aback. His body was covered in wounds, and the dark expression on his face made them even more worried. Izumi immediately ran to hug her father as soon as she saw him. Inko approached, concerned for her husband. She asked if he was okay, but All Might remained silent. His mind was still trapped in the previous match, even after being brought here. Noticing something was off with her husband, Inko shook his shoulders to bring him back to reality. Coming back to his senses, All Might looked around and saw the worried faces of his wife and daughter. The quiet atmosphere and familiar faces calmed him. He took a deep breath to steady the emotions raging within him. Inko asked again about his situation, and he replied that he was not okay. He then asked if she remembered Izuku. Inko and Izumi's eyes narrowed at the mention of the name. They had not thought of the child they had forgotten for so long. Inko questioned why he was suddenly talking about him and what was wrong with the child. All Might revealed that the boy was still alive. Inko and Izumi were both surprised and incredulous at this sudden statement. All Might explained that Izuku had not died. He had simply disappeared, and they had never found his body. When he revealed that the kid who fought him was Izuku, their brother, both women were taken aback. Izumi had felt discomfort since their first meeting, as if she knew that person despite it being their first encounter. Now it was revealed that the reason for that discomfort was that he was her long-lost brother. Despite the shock, Izumi felt anger toward her brother for what he had done to their father. She could not believe that her quiet brother could do something so cruel. Anger overtook her, and she wanted to confront Izuku for his actions. All her feelings of horror from the match faded, replaced by a promise of revenge against the one who dared to hurt her father. Inko shared similar feelings. She could not believe that the child she had neglected was capable of such cruelty. She realized she had ignored him for too long, but she had not expected that the first thing he would do upon meeting his father after so long was to hurt him like this. They had long forgotten their past actions toward Izuku, still thinking of him as the shy child they once knew. They did not understand how cruel he could become if he lost control. But their anger was interrupted by All Might's sudden question. He asked if Inko realized that they had wronged Izuku. Inko questioned what he meant. All Might explained that they had neglected the boy since childhood, and now that he was one of the country's top hunters, their past actions seemed excessive. Inko pondered his words, realizing that while her actions may have been harsh, they did not reach the level of violence. He then turned to Izumi, asking if it was true that she had bullied Izuku in school. Izumi was shocked at her father's question, not expecting her secret to be revealed. She insisted that she would never do anything so cruel. All Might pressed her, questioning her honesty. Izumi, caught in a lie, panicked, and All Might's trust in her began to wane. He confronted her about the discrepancy between her words and what Izuku had said. Izumi, feeling cornered, expressed her frustration, claiming that he trusted Izuku more than her. Tears streamed down her face, and Inko rushed to comfort her, glaring at All Might for making their daughter cry. All Might was confused by the unexpected response from his wife and daughter. He questioned how a father could trust someone who had left their family and hurt him. But then he raised his voice, surprising both Izumi and Inko. This was the first time he had ever shouted at Izumi, and even Inko was taken aback by her husband, known for his kindness, raising his voice. The room fell silent as they momentarily forgot their anger, surprised by All Might's outburst. He demanded to know why Izumi was hurting her brother instead of defending him. He reminded her that Izuku was weaker and that bullying him was wrong. How do you act as his sister? Never mind, I still have to get back to the arena. While I'm gone, you two better reflect on your actions towards that kid. I'll find a way for us to apologize to him. After saying that, All Might walked away, leaving Inko and Izumi confused. They couldn't believe All Might was angry at them, but at the same time, his words offended their pride. Inko and Izumi were the ones who disliked Izuku's existence the most. They saw him as nothing more than a weak burden that bothered them. They never imagined that Izuku would grow up to be such a strong and respected person. This realization hurt their pride. Even though All Might had warned them to self-reflect, they couldn't. Their hatred for Izuku was too strong for them to apologize. The end of the match between All Might and Izuku also signified the end of the competition between hunters and heroes. As a closing event, all participants were asked to return to the arena. However, some faces were missing. Besides Mirko, Yumiko, and Endeavor, who were still unconscious, Izuku was nowhere to be seen. Some people were curious about the youngest hunter's whereabouts. Regardless of his presence, the event continued without any issues. After the event was over, Aikiru, who was also looking for Izuku, approached Toya, the person most likely to know about the boy's location. Toya admitted he hadn't seen Izuku since the match ended. Aikiru felt a wave of worry wash over him. He had sensed a storm of mana filled with bloodlust during the match, indicating that Izuku was angry. Aikiru recalled a previous incident where Izuku had lost control, leading to chaos in the dungeon. This made him anxious that a similar situation might occur again. However, his worries eased when he felt the bloodlust dissipate, shortly followed by Izuku walking away. Aikiru decided to look for him, fearing the child might be in a terrible state. Toya offered to search for Izuku, claiming he might know where he was. Aikiru hesitated but eventually agreed to let Toya look for him, instructing him to bring Izuku to his office as soon as he found him. After the event ended, most of the attendees had left the stadium, including the participants. Toya, tasked with finding Izuku, did not head straight to the dormitory but instead visited the Dawn Guild office. He approached an officer working in the dungeon division. The officer was surprised to see a higher-up approaching and quickly bent down to greet him. Toya inquired about any dungeons being raided that day. The officer searched his computer and soon found the information. There were 3 dungeons scheduled for raids, all ordered by the Vice Guild Master. Toya requested the locations of those dungeons, and the officer complied, curious about the reason behind the request but not questioning it further. Once Toya received the locations, he headed to the nearest dungeon. Upon arrival, he noticed several people standing guard, all wearing signs with the sword and sun symbols, indicating they were members of the Dawn Guild. A barrier had been set up to keep ordinary citizens away from the dungeon. Toya approached the dungeon but was stopped by the agent on duty. The agent explained that they couldn't allow anyone to enter without permission from the Vice Guild Master. Ignoring the agent's concerns, Toya insisted on speaking to the Vice Guild Master directly. As he passed through the blue portal, the scene before him was one of utter destruction. The once lush forest was now a wasteland, littered with monster corpses and remnants of trees. Toya whistled at the sight, realizing that Izuku had clearly wreaked havoc in this place. Following the familiar trail of mana, Toya ventured deeper into the chaos. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke as he navigated through the remains of defeated monsters. After walking for a while, he finally spotted a human figure surrounded by dark shadows, creating a suffocating aura. Sensing Toya's presence, Izuku straightened up. Recognizing the familiar mana, he knew who was approaching without needing to look. Toya informed Izuku that Aikiru was looking for him. Izuku acknowledged this but expressed his intention to see Aikiru later. Toya, however, insisted he couldn't let Izuku leave and that he had promised Aikiru to bring him back. Izuku turned to Toya, briefly revealing a hint of his intense bloodlust. Toya felt a slight shiver at the overwhelming aura emanating from Izuku. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled at Izuku. Toya began to raise his mana, surrounding himself with blue flames, ready to unleash his magic at any moment. Seeing this, Izuku lowered his bloodlust. He simply wasn't in the mood to fight his friends. Toya mirrored this action once he sensed Izuku's intentions. Toya asked if Izuku had calmed down yet. Izuku admitted he hadn't, explaining that he had almost harmed someone again, and in front of many people. Toya pointed out that he hadn't actually done it, to which Izuku expressed his gratitude for that. Toya then suggested he should start dragging Izuku away, but Izuku requested he do it later as he still had 2 dungeons to clear. Toya agreed to wait outside, but Izuku insisted that Toya should join him in clearing the other 2 dungeons instead of relying on his soldiers. After finishing the match against his father, Izuku returned to the guild office and reserved 3 A-rank dungeons for himself. Although his sudden appearance shocked the staff, the guild workers of Dawn remained professional and processed the Vice Guild Master's orders efficiently. Accompanied by his best friend, Izuku was completing his attack in the final dungeon. Armed with their abilities, the two managed to conquer 3 high-ranking dungeons in just one day. Izuku's soldiers were engaged in a one-sided battle against the monsters, while Izuku and Toya observed from the sidelines, tracking the dungeon boss's location. Since acquiring Izuku's Black Heart, it felt as if his mana was limitless. He hadn't taken any mana recovery potions since his fight with All Might, and no matter how many times his army was defeated, they always rose again. Izuku had not rested since earlier, which made Toya curious about whether Izuku was friends with humans or monsters, given his seemingly endless stamina and mana. It didn't take them long to locate the dungeon boss, as their detection abilities were among the best among hunters. They quickly made their way to the boss's room on a ride called Kaisel, and upon arrival, they swiftly defeated the boss. Although Izuku had ordered this dungeon to calm himself, he still adhered to hunter protocols and left most of the work to his soldiers. After defeating the boss and collecting the mana stone from the monster's body, Izuku and Toya prepared to return to the guild office. By the time they left, it was already past midnight, and only a few agents remained on guard outside the gate. Toya questioned whether it was too late to meet Aikiru, to which Izuku agreed, deciding to see him the next day. Izuku acknowledged that it was already tomorrow, explaining he thought he should go home after a tiring day of fighting. Toya noted that Izuku didn't look tired at all, to which Izuku clarified he meant mentally, not physically. They exchanged farewells, and Izuku headed home. The next morning, Izuku went straight to the office to fulfill Aikiru's request. As he arrived, he sensed Aikiru's presence even before reaching the door. After knocking and receiving a response, he entered to find Aikiru at his desk, handling unfinished paperwork. Despite Aikiru's calm aura, Izuku knew it was merely a facade. Aikiru instructed Izuku to sit, and he complied quickly, aware of Aikiru's formidable presence. The silence between them was palpable, filled only by the sound of a pen scratching paper and the ticking clock, adding to Izuku's tension. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he waited. Once Aikiru finished his paperwork and set down his pen, Izuku flinched. Aikiru moved to sit in front of him, observing the tense child and letting out a sigh. He called Izuku's name, prompting an immediate response. Aikiru asked if Izuku knew why he was being summoned, but Izuku briefly avoided his gaze, searching for an excuse to evade the question. Aikiru urged him to stop making excuses and look him in the eye. Izuku let out a weak laugh at Aikiru's words, which only prompted another sigh from Aikiru. He inquired about what had happened to Izuku, noting that he hadn't been himself during their last encounter and questioning the source of his anger. Izuku acknowledged that Aikiru had noticed, admitting that he had unleashed a bloodthirsty aura throughout the arena. Aikiru reassured him that it was fine if he didn't want to share, but he was relieved to know that Izuku was okay now. The concern in Aikiru's gaze was evident, contrasting sharply with the contempt and hatred Izuku had experienced from his family. This realization filled Izuku with bitterness, recognizing the vast difference in treatment. Aikuru was like a father figure to him. A wave of guilt washed over Izuku as he felt bad for hiding the truth about his background from someone he considered a father. Determined to share his secrets, he resolved to tell Aikuru everything. Izuku began to recount his family background, revealing that he was the son of the #1 hero and how he had been treated within his family. Aikuru listened in shock, his expression shifting between seriousness and disbelief. He struggled to process the revelation that his apprentice was the son of All Might and had endured such hardships. He paused, overwhelmed by the information, and asked if it was true that Izuku had been tortured by his family. Izuku clarified that while the term might be a bit strong, it was broadly accurate. Aikuru groaned, holding his head as he grappled with the shocking news. He felt a reality he knew collapse, revealing a dark history he shouldn't have known. Aikuru didn't expect Izuku's past to be this complicated, and he felt a pang of sympathy for him, realizing that he had misjudged Izuku's feelings about the competition. Aikuru initially thought Izuku had skipped the closing ceremony due to disappointment over his loss, but he quickly dismissed that notion, knowing the child's true personality. However, he couldn't shake the thought. He recalled his earlier comment about Izuku's sour expression, which he had taken as nervousness and even teased him about. Aikuru felt compelled to apologize for his earlier remarks, acknowledging that he had doubted Izuku. He was relieved when Izuku accepted his apology with grace, demonstrating the kindness that set him apart from others, including his own family, who only saw one side of him. Aikuru then informed Izuku that he still had to face consequences for his actions during the competition, specifically for attacking the 3 gates that had been scheduled. Despite the sympathy that Izuku's story evoked in others, it seemed that the guild master was not swayed. Izuku's strategy of evoking pity had backfired. He looked away, laughing awkwardly as he realized his plan had been discovered. Resolving himself to accept whatever punishment awaited him, he braced for the worst. Aikuru then revealed that as punishment, Izuku would have to give the opening speech at his wedding. For a moment, Izuku was taken aback, his mind racing to comprehend what he had just heard. Aikuru confirmed that he was indeed getting married soon, and Izuku was left in shock, torn between happiness and surprise. He looked back at Aikuru, who wore a joyful smile, and asked about the bride. Aikuru explained that he had proposed to Kyoko just the other day. Once he regained his composure, Izuku congratulated Aikuru, but he questioned whether it was appropriate for him to give the speech instead of family. Aikuru reminded him that neither of them had family to speak of, he was an orphan, and Kyoko's only relative was her elderly grandmother, who couldn't stand for long. Izuku found himself uncertain whether this was a punishment or an honor, doubting if he truly deserved such a role. Aikuru reassured him that he was more than just a comrade. He was part of their family, and everyone in Dawn was family. Hearing this made Izuku feel foolish for forgetting such an important truth, even though he had always considered Dawn his family. With a newfound resolve, he accepted the task, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Several days passed after their meeting, during which Aikuru shared the joyous news of his upcoming marriage with his coworkers, who celebrated with cheers and congratulations. However, amidst the happiness, Izuku found himself overwhelmed with requests for interviews. The media was buzzing with discussions about the recent competition between hunters and heroes, particularly focusing on Izuku's absence during the closing ceremony. This scrutiny affected Izuku's reputation, but he remained indifferent to public opinion. He believed everyone was entitled to their thoughts, just as he had the right to ignore them. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of maintaining the guild's reputation. Frustrated, Izuku ruffled his messy black hair, wishing to avoid the media spotlight. The guild master had decided to step back from the issue, but Izuku knew that merely complaining wouldn't resolve anything. He began to plan a press conference to address the situation. The following day, Izuku held a press conference outside the guild office, explaining that he had been injured after battling the #1 hero, All Might. Some journalists accepted his explanation, while others speculated that it was merely an excuse to mask his defeat. Despite the mixed reactions, Izuku remained focused on presenting a response that wouldn't tarnish his guild's reputation as the top guild in Japan. Even with the media's attention on the match, the spectators were captivated by the participants' struggles. The excitement surrounding the competition was palpable, and everyone in Japan was aware of it, even those who typically stayed uninformed. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a man with various medical devices attached to him watched a monitor displaying footage of the last match between All Might and Izuku, a smile spreading across his face. Rather than being impressed by All Might's victory, he was fascinated by the young hunter's abilities, particularly his control over a dark army that exuded a menacing aura, reminiscent of a demon king. As he observed, another man in a white robe approached him from behind, also captivated by the same footage of All Might's triumph. The robed man inquired how long the other intended to continue watching the tape. Izuku couldn't help but be amazed after witnessing the abilities of the hunters. He wondered if their skills might be useful for their project. The doctor admitted that the abilities of awakened individuals intrigued him and mentioned he might conduct some research on it. He then asked if the project was nearly complete, to which the doctor replied that just a few more adjustments were needed. Izuku was reminded of his only student, whose face was filled with hatred, and he smiled at the thought of the interesting events that might unfold in the future. Several days had passed since Aikiru made the happy announcement, and during that time, their wedding preparations were in full swing. Izuku had taken on most of Aikiru's work to avoid interfering with their marriage. Finally, in early spring, their wedding took place at a luxury hotel in Tokyo. The couple's closest friends gathered at the hotel to support them. While waiting for the ceremony to begin, Aikiru and his friends joked about him letting go of his single days. Izuku was among them, leaning against the wall, dressed in a plain black suit with his hair neatly styled. It was rare to see him so formally dressed. As he waited, he kept checking his notes to ensure his speech was flawless. Soon, Daichi approached him and asked if he was joining the others. Izuku replied that he would but needed to check his notes first. Daichi realized Izuku was referring to his upcoming speech and asked if he was nervous. Izuku admitted he was a little anxious but didn't want to mess things up. Daichi encouraged him, saying he would look forward to his speech before returning to his friends. As the clock approached 9 in the morning, the guests filled the room and the groom awaited at the altar. The door opened to reveal Kyoko in a stunning white dress, captivating everyone, including Aikiru, who fell silent at the sight of his soon-to-be wife. Kyoko walked gracefully down the aisle, her happy smile enhancing her beauty. Aikiru took her hand and brought her to his side. The priest began the blessing, and the couple was officially declared husband and wife, greeted by lively applause from the guests. The reception followed, where Izuku was set to give his opening speech. He checked his notes one last time and adjusted his attire. Fortunately, he appeared confident, and his speech went smoothly, impressing everyone. Afterward, he congratulated the newlyweds, joined by the applause of the guests. As the event continued, guests took turns congratulating Aikiru and Kyoko. Izuku was among them, and after finishing, he grabbed a drink and stood in a corner, away from the crowd. Despite his rise to a position that attracted attention, he still felt uncomfortable in such situations, as did the person standing next to him. Toya acknowledged Izuku's presence and asked why he wasn't mingling. Izuku mentioned he had already congratulated the couple and noted that he was in the starting lineup for the event. Toya was surprised, as he usually avoided such things. Izuku glanced back at the couple, who were surrounded by well-wishers, and smiled at the thought of their happiness. Toya noticed Izuku's smile and remarked that he looked happy. Izuku explained that it was only natural to feel joy on a day like this. He reflected on how the couple had overcome many challenges together and wondered if they might one day find themselves in a similar situation. Toya admitted that such thoughts had never crossed his mind. Just then, Daichi approached them, greeting them with enthusiasm. He asked why they were standing apart from the others and, upon realizing Toya's reluctance to join the crowd, playfully dragged both of them into the festivities. The onlookers smiled at the sight of them being pulled along. Daichi led them to where their comrades gathered, and laughter filled the air as they shared jokes and stories. Thus, Aikiru's wedding concluded smoothly. A few days after the wedding, Izuku continued to handle Aikiru's duties as vice guild master while Aikiru enjoyed his honeymoon. Although Aikiru initially wanted to complete the work himself, Izuku insisted on taking over. With the help of his shadow soldiers, Izuku efficiently managed the tasks, not minding the use of his powers for personal gain as long as it didn't disturb anyone else. While compiling the final document, he suddenly heard his cell phone vibrate. When Izuku saw Sugimoto's name on his phone screen, he immediately answered the call. Sugimoto greeted him and apologized for the sudden call, asking if he was busy. Izuku replied that he had just finished his work. Sugimoto then requested him to come to the bureau, mentioning that the chairman was looking for him. Curious but uncertain, Izuku agreed to come. Upon arriving at the office, Izuku was greeted by Sugimoto, and after a brief exchange, they headed straight for the chairman's office. Izuku attempted to inquire about the chairman's summons, but Sugimoto insisted he would find out soon enough, piquing Izuku's curiosity. As they entered the chairman's office, Izuku was surprised to see the chairman alongside someone who resembled a mix of a dog, a rat, and a bear. Izuku recognized the figure as Nizu, the principal of UA High School. After exchanging polite greetings, Izuku introduced himself as the Vice Guild Master of Dawn, and Nizu expressed his admiration for Izuku's accomplishments at such a young age. Once the introductions were complete, the chairman got straight to the point. He explained that the bureau had been collaborating to educate the public about gates and monsters in dungeons, which included schools. He had requested a meeting with Nizu, who wanted to discuss involving Izuku in this initiative. Nizu emphasized the importance of meeting an S-rank hunter who had experience protecting the country from monster attacks. Izuku considered the request, questioning whether it would be better to have an instructor from the training center handle it instead. He expressed his uncertainty about his ability to communicate effectively. Nizu reassured him, highlighting that his age was similar to this year's UA students and that his experiences would be valuable. Izuku hesitated, reflecting on Nizu's words. He had been a hunter for about 5 years and had encountered many monsters, making him well-equipped to share his experiences. However, he felt anxious about interacting with peers his age, having mostly been surrounded by older individuals since becoming a hunter. Nizu encouraged him, suggesting that meeting students his age could lead to friendships and that he could serve as a source of motivation for them as the youngest S-rank hunter. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku agreed to think about the offer. Nizu welcomed him to reach out when he had made a decision. Returning to his office after the unexpected meeting, Izuku reflected on the chairman's parting words, which contained a subtle warning about maintaining the prestige of hunters and the importance of managing his reputation. Despite the pressure, Izuku continued to ponder Nizu's proposal, weighing the pros and cons. He recalled a long-lost dream of attending UA, a memory that lingered in his mind. Determined to clear his thoughts, Izuku decided to take a walk. He strolled around the Dawn Guild office, eventually making his way to the beach, where he leaned against the guardrail and gazed out at the open sea, contemplating his future. The sound of the waves crashing seemed to wash away his worries. He jumped down, took off his shoes, and walked along the beach, letting the sea water wash over his feet. As he was lost in his serenity, a humanoid ant shadow emerged from his own shadow. His shadow soldiers had sensed their master's worries, and Burr had appeared to comfort him. Baru addressed him respectfully, reminding him that if he had any concerns, he could let the soldiers handle them. Izuku smiled at Baru's concern but expressed that this time, he needed to make the decision himself. Baru accepted this but reiterated that if there was anything Izuku wanted to manage, he should leave it to the shadow soldiers. Izuku agreed, and Baru returned to his shadow. They sensed someone approaching the beach, and Izuku decided to leave to avoid any panic that might arise from Baru's presence. After walking for a while, his mind became clearer. He took out his cell phone and dialed the new number he had saved. After a brief wait, someone answered. The headmaster greeted him, and Izuku confirmed that he had decided to accept the offer. After accepting the offer from Headmaster Nizu, Izuku arranged a meeting with him at the Dawn Guild office. The meeting was scheduled for a week after the graduation ceremony, as Izuku had no job commitments that week, and Aikira was back at work. They met at 9 a.m. in the Dawn Guild's meeting room. Izuku was already seated, researching high school student activities online, as he had no prior experience with school beyond the Hunter Training Center. He had asked Shoto about school life, but Shoto had only provided brief responses. Not long after, Aikiru visited Izuku's office while he was watching a video of last year's UA Sports Festival. Aikiru joined him, and they watched the action unfold, including a moment where a second-year student's clothes accidentally fell off during a competition. They commented on the student's impressive quirk that allowed him to dodge most attacks, acknowledging the hard work that must have gone into mastering it. As they chatted, someone knocked on the office door. Realizing it was time, they checked the clock and prepared to head to the meeting room. They notified the employees outside to guide the guests. Upon arrival, they found Headmaster Nizu already present with Cementos accompanying him. Nizu apologized for the wait, and Iker introduced himself as the Guild Master of Dawn, while Izuku was introduced as the Vice Guild Master. Nizu introduced himself as the principal of UA High School and introduced Cementos as one of the teachers. Nizu distributed the cooperation materials he had prepared. As Aikiru and Izuku read through the material, Nizu explained the proposal for a special class where UA planned to invite Hunter Izuku as the speaker. He also mentioned inviting 3 other hunters for 2 classes they would be handling. Included in the materials was a list of students from the Hero Major class. Izuku's expression shifted as he recognized 2 names in the same class, but he calmed down upon seeing Shoto's name. He thought it would be good to ask Toya to join. Izuku then examined the quirks of the students, finding them quite interesting. He was eager to see how they would manifest in person, particularly intrigued by Tokoyami Fumicage's Dark Shadow quirk, wondering if it would resemble his own shadow soldiers. While Izuku analyzed the quirks, Nizu continued his explanation about planning a dungeon battle simulation for the Hero Major students to give them insight into the hunter's work. When Aikiru inquired about groupings, Nizu explained that they could discuss it with each class's homeroom teacher, as they were unavailable due to classes at that hour. They agreed to discuss it further in their meeting. Nizu confirmed that the Vice Guild Master would be sent on the day of the event, with the rest of the hunters to be decided later due to their raid schedules. Just then, Nizu's phone rang, and he looked at his colleagues for permission to answer. After receiving their nods, he took the call, his expression turning serious. When he hung up, Nizu apologized for the disturbance, explaining that an emergency had arisen at school. Understanding the urgency, Aikiru and Izuku agreed to end the meeting for the day. Nizu and Cementos left in a hurry. Nizu always wore a serious expression, and even on the way back, he maintained it. This puzzled Cementos, who accompanied him. He asked what had happened, and Nizu informed him that villains had attacked UA. Cementos was immediately shocked, and both rushed back to the school to assist the teachers and protect the students. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku had secretly placed one of his shadow soldiers in their shadows and was taken aback by their conversation. He widened his eyes and paused for a moment. When Aikyu noticed Izuku's sudden stop, he turned around and inquired about what was wrong. Izuku claimed he needed to go to the bathroom and hurried away to find a quiet place. Once he ensured no one was around, he closed his eyes and reactivated his share senses with the shadow soldier in Shoto's shadow. What he witnessed was surprising. Through the soldier's eyes, he saw All Might clashing fists with a large black creature. Izuku was shocked not only by the creature's ability to match All Might in combat but also by the sense of danger it exuded. As he watched, All Might managed to send the creature flying, leaving a hole in the building. Izuku thought the situation was under control until he saw All Might's battered figure while the other villains remained standing, which made him worry again. He considered taking action, but the shadows at his feet began to disperse before quickly returning as he sensed the heroes and teachers arriving to save the students and apprehend the villains. Soon he spotted Cementos and the teachers chasing after him. With a sigh of relief, he opened his eyes, unaware that someone was standing behind him. Toya approached and asked what Izuku was doing. Izuku, acting as if nothing was amiss, replied that he was just checking the situation. Toya found Izuku's sudden silence and strange smile suspicious, sensing that he was hiding something. Izuku mentioned that they would find out soon, and they shared a light-hearted laugh. That night, the news of UA being attacked by a group of villains dominated the headlines. Viewers were shocked, and some criticized UA for the incident. However, things quickly settled down, with All Might's name being called to resolve the issue. His reputation seemed to have grown even after becoming a teacher at UA. Izuku watched the news from his dorm room. The host reported that the villains aimed to kill All Might, and the leader of the 72 villains remained unknown. Fortunately, no students were injured, but 2 teachers on duty suffered serious injuries and required hospital treatment. Izuku speculated that their contract might be delayed due to the incident, but he was surprised when the headmaster contacted him the next day. The headmaster requested to continue their previously delayed discussion. Although briefly taken aback, Izuku regained his composure and agreed to clear his schedule for 2 days later. The headmaster accepted and requested the meeting be held at the UA office. 2 days later, Izuku stood in front of the UA high school gate, a place he had often seen online. He remembered dreaming of attending the school, but now he felt indifferent. He waited quietly for someone to guide him inside, dressed in a shirt and robe with the guild crest on the back. After a short while, Cementos approached him, apologizing for the wait and welcoming him to UA High School. Izuku expressed his gratitude for the invitation, and Cementos led him to the meeting room. As they walked, Izuku marveled at the school's expansive grounds and impressive facilities, including a practice field that replicated real conditions. Upon arriving at the meeting room, Nizu greeted Izuku and introduced him to 2 others, Aizawa Shota, the homeroom teacher for Class H1, and Vlad King, the homeroom teacher for Class B. After the introductions, Izuku shook hands with both teachers. He noticed Aizawa's bandaged face and hands, recalling news of his injuries during the incident. Concerned, Izuku asked about Aizawa's condition. Aizawa replied that he was managing. Izuku offered to help, mentioning that his soldiers could assist. Aizawa looked at him skeptically. Nizu, observing their conversation, noted that not only would they witness a demonstration from an S rank but also receive the famous hunter's treatment. With Nizu's approval, Izuku prepared to summon his soldier. He called forth Baru from his shadow, and the humanoid figure emerged, exuding a powerful presence that made everyone in the room flinch. Realizing the intensity of the situation, Izuku quickly instructed Baru to stop emitting his aura and to heal Aizawa. Baru bowed to Izuku and approached Aizawa, who remained momentarily stunned. Aizawa became alert when Baru pointed his hand at him, but upon seeing Izuku, he lowered his guard slightly. A green light enveloped Aizawa's body, and slowly his wounds began to heal. The onlookers were shocked to witness this. They hadn't expected that Izuku's shadow could not only fight as they had seen during the competition but also possess healing abilities. Soon, the light that covered Aizawa faded. He felt his body becoming easier to move, and as he removed his bandages, he was astonished to find that his wounds had vanished without a trace. Nizu and Vlad were equally amazed by Baru's healing ability, which surpassed Recovery Girl's healing quirks. They looked at Izuku, expecting an explanation for what they had just witnessed. Izuku explained that this was the healing ability of the healer class hunter. Just as hunters had ranks, healers also followed a rank system. E-rank healers could heal minor injuries, while B-rank to S-rank healers could mend severe wounds, even restoring severed limbs. Those who heard were surprised by the healer's capabilities, but considering the risks of entering a dungeon, it was not entirely unexpected. They pondered how a monster could possess such healing abilities. Izuku suggested that Baru must have consumed something that granted him that power. The group fell silent, their minds racing with unsettling images, but the headmaster quickly shifted the topic. The headmaster remarked on the surprising demonstration and asked if they could proceed with their real agenda. Izuku confirmed this and called Baru back to his side. After summoning Baru back into his shadow, Izuku and the others took their seats, ready to continue the meeting. Izuku listened attentively as the headmaster and each homeroom teacher resumed their discussion, which had been interrupted by the recent incident. To Izuku's confusion, the meeting continued smoothly, as if nothing had happened. When the headmaster asked if there were any questions, one person raised a concern about inviting outsiders after the recent attack. The headmaster reassured them that it was not an issue, even mentioning plans for a sports festival in 2 weeks. Izuku was surprised by how quickly UA was recovering from the shock of the attack, despite it being their first experience with such an event. They concluded their discussion, deciding that Dawn would send 4 hunters and that a special class for the hero department would include a dungeon battle simulation in 4 days. Izuku looked forward to this class. After finishing the meeting with the principal and teachers, Izuku packed his belongings and prepared to leave. Aizawa and Vlad had returned earlier to teach their classes, leaving Izuku and the principal in the room. Before he could stand, the principal called out to him once more. The headmaster expressed curiosity about why Izuku had chosen to become a hunter. Izuku replied that being a hunter was where he truly belonged. The headmaster noticed Izuku's smile before he left the room, sensing that the boy was sincere. Izuku's expression seemed beyond his years, reminiscent of children who had faced harsh realities early in life. However, unlike others, Izuku appeared calm and stable, likely due to the good support and guidance he received from those around him. It was a relief to think of such a strong child being guided in the right direction. As Izuku left the principal behind, he headed back down the path toward the front gate. Since it was his first visit to UA, he was still familiarizing himself with the expansive school grounds. As he walked, he observed many students hurrying down the hall to their classes, indicating that their meeting had ended just as the break was concluding. Despite walking among the students, no one noticed his presence. He blended in so well that people passed by without acknowledging him. Distracted by the bustling students, Izuku didn't notice when a student accidentally bumped into him. The girl, who was also unaware of his presence, collided with him hard enough to almost lose her balance. Given the difference in their physiques, it was an understandable accident. Although Izuku felt no pain, he instinctively reached out to prevent her from falling. He saw a brown-haired girl with bob-cut hair and brown eyes, who quickly regained her balance. As she brushed off her clothes, she prepared to thank him and apologize for the collision but froze upon realizing who she had bumped into. Uraraka Ochako had separated from her classmates to visit the restroom and had lost track of time. Rushing back to class, she accidentally collided with someone. Standing before her was a handsome young man in black robes, with black hair and striking blue eyes, who regarded her with calmness. For a moment, she was captivated by the beauty of his eyes before snapping back to reality when he spoke to her. He asked if she was okay, and she responded, thanking him for his help and apologizing for the collision. No problem, Izuku thought he should be the one apologizing for not paying attention. He noticed the girl in front of him looked troubled, prompting him to involuntarily laugh. He found her quite cute. Seeing the young man laugh made Ochako feel a bit embarrassed, her cheeks turning red at his reaction. She wondered why he was laughing all of a sudden. Izuku apologized, saying he thought she was a good person. Ochako's face flushed again at the compliment, leaving her at a loss for words. Feeling overwhelmed, she decided she had to go, leaving without saying goodbye. Izuku smiled, feeling guilty for teasing her, and recalled seeing her face on Aizawa's Class A student list. He resolved to apologize the next time they met. Ochako ran down the hall, her face as red as a tomato, until she reached her class. Before entering, she took a few deep breaths at the door, trying to calm her racing heart. She wondered about the young man she had just met, regretting that she hadn't had the chance to ask for his name. She felt gloomy, thinking her chances of seeing him again were slim, but her thoughts were interrupted when someone called her name. Aizawa instructed her to hurry and put on her gym clothes before heading to the field. Ochako quickly followed him into the classroom, gathering with her friends, but her mind still lingered on her earlier encounter, filled with guilt for not saying goodbye. Little did she know, their meeting wouldn't be long in coming. After returning to the guild, Izuku headed to the guild master's office to report the results of his meeting with Aikiro. He spent 15 minutes reporting and chatting afterward. Aikiro asked about Yue, teasing Izuku about meeting girls. Izuku insisted he was there to work, but Aikiro pressed him about making friends. Izuku admitted he had thought about it but felt too busy to play. Aikiro noted that Izuku was indeed a workaholic, often sacrificing sleep for his duties. Aikiro watched Izuku silently, sipping his tea, and sighed, recalling how stubborn Izuku was about taking breaks. He finally told Izuku he could return, thanking him for his hard work. Izuku bowed exaggeratedly as he left the office, prompting Aikiro to shake his head at the young man's antics. Just as Izuku was about to return to his office, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to see Shoto's name on the screen. Surprised, as it was unusual for Shoto to contact him personally, he answered. Shoto asked if Izuku knew where his brother was, as he hadn't been reachable. Izuku guessed Toya was likely raiding a dungeon and offered to relay a message. Shoto requested Izuku to ask Toya if he was free that weekend and to remind him to contact Fuyumi, as he hadn't visited in a few days. Izuku promised to deliver the message. After the call ended, Izuku felt curious about what Shoto needed from his brother, speculating it might be related to the upcoming sports festival. With some free time, he decided to visit his friends and deliver the message. Choosing to take the train instead of using his skill, he wanted to save it for later. After about 15 minutes of travel, he arrived at the open gate, where several officers wearing the Dawn emblems stood guard. They saluted him upon his arrival. Izuku asked if the raid team was already inside, and the officers confirmed they had entered 2 hours ago. He anticipated they would be out soon. As he expected, several figures began to emerge from behind the gate. The hunters led by Todoroki Toya had finished their raid on A-rank dungeons. Toya spotted Izuku waving at him and snorted at the sight of his best friend before walking over. Just visiting, there's nothing wrong with that, right? It wasn't wrong, but when someone visits, it usually means something has happened. Izuku smiled at Toya's glare, which demanded he stop joking. He continued, saying that Toya's brother had called earlier, expressing that he missed him. Toya checked his phone and saw several missed calls from his youngest brother. As he scrolled through his call history, he noticed messages from Natsuo and Fuyumi, both asking when he would be visiting. Izuku mentioned that Shoto had left a message from Fuyumi, urging Toya to contact him. Toya agreed to reach out to them, and when asked where he was headed, he replied that he was going back. Izuku inquired if he wouldn't visit his family, to which Toya said he could do it tomorrow. Izuku suggested they grab dinner before heading back, and Toya agreed, saying the meal was on Izuku. Several days later, the day arrived for Izuku to fill in for additional classes. Accompanied by 4 other hunters, Izuku arrived at the gate of UA at 9 a.m. He had invited Todoroki Toya, along with his team members Akari Shimizu and Kenzo Tanaka. Izuku as the assassin, Toya as the mage, Shimizu as the healer, and Tanaka as the warrior tank, made a well-rounded team. Although Izuku could easily fill all these roles with his shadow soldiers, the students were ordinary and might struggle with the pressure from his soldiers, especially against certain creatures that could use healing magic. Upon their arrival, the headmaster and Aizawa were waiting for them. As they got out of the car, Izuku stepped forward to greet them, expressing his pleasure at seeing the headmaster again. The headmaster thanked him for coming, and after exchanging formalities, he guided Izuku and his team into the meeting room to review their plans for the class. Izuku and his team were set to hold 2 class sessions. The first would be a theory session, where 2 members from Izuku's group would explain the roles of hunters and the nature of monsters in dungeons. The second session would involve a simulated dungeon battle, with each class divided into groups to face off against a battle scenario created by Izuku and approved by the school. While waiting for the lesson to begin, Nizu offered them tea and engaged in light conversation. The headmaster showed interest in the work of hunters, and Izuku was happy to provide explanations. When Nizu asked about the limits of a hunter's evolution, Izuku explained that it depended on the individual. Potential was important, but sometimes lower-ranked senior hunters could defeat higher-ranked beginners. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, prompting the headmaster to check his watch. He suggested they conclude their discussion as it was time to go. Led by Nizu, Izuku and his group were escorted to their assigned classes, with Izuku and Toya heading to Class 1A while Shimizu and Tanaka went to Class 1B. In the classroom, the students were seated, and their homeroom teacher was present. Once the students settled down, he announced that they had special guests for the day. Curiosity buzzed among the students, with questions flying about the identity of the guests. One student, Bakugo, expressed his disdain for the idea of inviting hunters, leading to a brief exchange with another student. Aizawa, feeling annoyed by the chatter, silenced the class and called for the guests to enter. The door opened to reveal 2 young men in robes adorned with sun symbols and swords. The students observed them closely, some recognizing the guests, like Todoroki Shoto, while others felt a sense of familiarity. However, one student, Izumi, lost her composure upon seeing Izuku. She stood up, slamming her hands on the table and glaring at him with barely contained anger. Another student, Uraraka, also reacted with surprise, prompting their teacher to inquire about their outburst. Both quickly sat back down embarrassed, while Uraraka tried to calm her flushed face, and Izumi struggled to suppress her anger. Izuku realized this and only glanced at her briefly while maintaining his poker smile. Setting aside the mixed reactions from his students, Aizawa was stunned because he couldn't sense the presence of one of the 2 individuals. He could also faintly feel the intense aura emanating from him. He cast a glare at him for a moment before returning his attention to his students. What a terrifying person. These individuals were the hunters of the Dawn Guild, and Aizawa prompted them to introduce themselves. Izuku began, thanking Eraserhead and introducing himself as the Vice. Guild Master of the Dawn Guild. Todoroki Toya, Strict. Upon hearing the name Todoroki, the students immediately glanced at a classmate who shared the same name. If it's Todoroki, then are you perhaps? Yes, this person is the older brother of your classmate, Todoroki Shoto, right Shoto-kun? Although surprised by the appearance of his brother and friend, Shoto simply nodded in confirmation. This reaction mirrored the sentiments of the other students. They are really brothers. Izuku continued his introduction, encouraging a more casual atmosphere. You don't need to be so formal, after all, I'm about the same age as you. Izuku's remarks silenced the class momentarily, but excitement soon followed. You became the Vice Guild Master despite being the same age as us? It's impossible,